20 years in the celestial prison, I am unrivaled. Having been cast into the celestial prison at the outset, I fortuitously awakened a signing-in system. By signing in at designated locations, I could reap bountiful rewards. Years later, upon emerging from the celestial prison, I found myself utterly unmatched in the world. Ding. Sign-in successful. Acquired the sacred body of ice. Ding. Sign-in successful. Acquired the 9 dragons coffin. Ding. Sign-in successful. Acquired the dragon elephant suppressing prison technique. Chapter 1. Cast into the celestial prison. Imperial decree. The crown prince, Chu Xian, has committed lewd acts towards the empress, indulging in debauchery within the harem, showing utter disregard for the sovereign, and exhibiting despicable character. Henceforth, he is stripped of his title as crown prince and cast into the celestial prison, awaiting disposition. Thus decreed, Your Highness, please receive the decree. The chief eunuch of the imperial secretariat, Lu Jin, held the imperial edict, looking down upon the bewildered young prince with cold, lifeless eyes, as if he were gazing upon a corpse. Chu Xian, utterly perplexed, took the edict, his mind swirling in confusion. Have I traversed realms, transcended into the crown prince of the great Xia dynasty? No, rather, the discarded crown prince. To be cast into the celestial prison from the very beginning, what manner of circumstance is this? As a torrent of memories flooded his mind, Chu Xian swiftly grasped the situation. The original owner of this body, the 6th prince of the great Xia dynasty, was not only handsome and distinguished, but also exceptionally gifted and capable. Most importantly, he possessed the innate blood of the scarlet spirit, granting him remarkable cultivation talent. That by a tender age, he had already ascended to the 4th rank, with nearly a certainty of breaking through to the 1st rank, destined to become a formidable innate powerhouse. Thus, he was able to rise above the multitude of princes and ascend to the throne as the crown prince. The original owner was acutely aware of the brutal nature of the struggle for imperial power, hence he navigated his path with utmost caution, as if treading on thin ice. Yet, unexpectedly, he fell victim to the machinations of others. Initially, he was deceived by a false imperial edict to enter the palace, only to find himself devoid of his father, the emperor. Instead, he encountered the emperor's most favored concubine, appearing in a beguiling state, clad in a loosely draped garment. While the original owner managed to resist temptation and promptly withdrew, he was unfortunately a moment too late. The concubine cried out in protest, and soon a multitude of formidable guards descended upon him, capturing him without mercy. It was evident that this was a premeditated conspiracy, with an abundance of evidence rendering him utterly speechless. The emperor, nearly subjected to the humiliation of infidelity, was understandably enraged and dismissed any credence to his claims. Instead, he ordered the complete destruction of his cultivation and subsequently issued a decree consigning him to the infamous dungeon. The dungeon, notorious throughout the great Xia dynasty, is often referred to as the 9 layers of hell. Of 10 who enter, 9 shall perish within. The sole survivor may emerge, but will be left with but a fragment of life. Must I too meet my demise within these walls? Chu Xian yearned to resist, yet his powers had been obliterated, and with a legion of imperial guards vigilantly watching him, he found himself bereft of any opportunity to flee. In the dungeon, confine him to the 4th level of the dungeon, Lu Jin coldly commanded. The warden, Wu Qi, hesitated momentarily. The 4th level of the sky prison is notorious for its frigid torment. The cold is unbearable, turning even drops of water into ice. Your Highness is currently devoid of all cultivation. Should he be confined there, he may not endure even a month. Lu Jin turned around, his gaze sharp and menacing. Are you instructing me on how to perform my duties? In that instant, Wu Qi recalled the terrifying presence of a eunuch before him. His complexion drained of color, and he quickly lowered his head. I dare not. Lu Jin scoffed coldly. You must remember, he is no longer a prince. Having committed a grave error, he must naturally face the consequences. With that, he turned to Chu Xian, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. As for whether he can last a month, a royal born of noble lineage is not comparable to an ordinary person. Chuxuan's expression darkened. He understood that this insidious eunuch aimed to orchestrate his demise through such a method. Although he had been stripped of his title as prince, he still retained his royal status. As the saying goes, punishment does not extend to the nobility thus. He could not be subjected to the same torturous treatment as common prisoners. However, if he succumbed to the bitter cold and perished in the sky prison, it would not implicate anyone else. Observing Chuxuan's barely restrained fury, Lu Jin instead erupted into gleeful laughter. He leaned closer to Chu Xian, whispering in his ear, "In a month's time, I shall personally come to collect your remains." "Ha ha! Guards, take His Highness to the 4th level of the sky prison." The 4th level of the celestial prison is a realm entirely distinct from the previous 3 tiers. The first 3 levels present a relatively ordinary environment. However, upon entering the 4th level, the temperature plummets by 30 degrees. The air is frigid and the biting wind pierces to the bone. It is no wonder that this place is renowned as the ice hell. Even the ground is encrusted with a thick layer of frost. In such a harsh environment, even the most accomplished cultivators find it difficult to endure, let alone ordinary individuals. As soon as he stepped inside, Chu Xian felt his limbs stiffen and his complexion pale. The 2 guards, while somewhat sympathetic towards the well-regarded prince, were powerless to assist him. The only aid they could offer was to select a VIP cell with a somewhat more favorable environment. In this bitterly cold setting, I fear that within a month I shall perish from the frost. Chu Xian lamented silently to himself. As he traversed the area, he observed that many prisoners had succumbed to the cold. Even formidable cultivators, given enough time and depletion of their vital energy, could easily become mere ice sculptures. That moment, a voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Ding! The Supreme Sign-In system has been successfully loaded and bound to the host. The host may sign in once daily. Each sign-in yields a random reward. The more unique the sign-in location, the more precious the rewards. Ding! Confirm a most unique sign-in location of the Great Xia Dynasty Celestial Prison. Shall we commence the sign-in? A series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Chu Xian was momentarily taken aback, but then a surge of joy filled his heart. As a time traveler, he naturally understood the concept of the system. However, he had not anticipated that the dungeon he currently occupied was, in fact, the most extraordinary sign-in location of the Great Xia Dynasty. Could it be that I have stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity? Sign in. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xian silently invoked the command in his mind. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Ice Saint body. Would you like to merge immediately? The system's prompt resonated swiftly. A tremor coursed through Chu Xian's heart. The Ice Saint body? To be designated as a saint body signifies an unparalleled physique, far surpassing the Crimson Blood Spirit body he had previously possessed. Moreover, when his cultivation was forcibly dismantled, the source blood he had nurtured for years was also ruthlessly extracted, rendering the Crimson Blood Spirit body nearly useless. He had thought his path to cultivation had been irrevocably severed, but with the advent of the Ice Saint body, his future undoubtedly glimmered with newfound promise. Merging, Chu Xian declared eagerly. In an instant, a deep blue radiance surged into his being. This luminous energy seemed to harbor unimaginable power, rapidly flooding into his limbs and bones. The meridians and dantian that had been forcibly destroyed now felt as if they were being rejuvenated after a long drought, revitalized by the nourishing force of this immense energy. Every muscle, every bone, every meridian, indeed, every single cell, they have undergone an unprecedented transformation and rebirth. This is truly a profound and transformative experience, akin to a complete metamorphosis. The entire process is excruciatingly painful, causing one's very soul to tremble. Yet, it also leads to sublime elevation that it feels as though eons have passed, while it may have only been a fleeting moment. At the instant when the sacred body of ice and Chu Xian merged completely, an extraordinarily brilliant light surged towards the heavens, illuminating the entire sky. A heavy snowfall blanketed the grand imperial capital, as the frigid winds howled and snowflakes danced in the air, as if the season had abruptly shifted from summer to winter. Simultaneously, frost dragons soared into the sky, ice phoenixes glided gracefully, and frozen birds sliced through the void, while frost giants roared toward the heavens. Hundreds, if not thousands, of phantoms of ice attribute beasts appeared, vying for attention in the high skies. Such a remarkable phenomenon soon captured the attention of countless powerful beings in the imperial capital. A peerless treasure has emerged. Moreover, it is a treasure of the ice attribute. Strong individuals swiftly asserted. The Summer Emperor, within the confines of the imperial palace, abruptly lifted his head, rising with an unmistakable look of astonishment in his eyes. "What is happening?" he inquired in a solemn tone. "Your Majesty, it appears that a peerless treasure of the ice attribute has manifested, or perhaps an extraordinary constitution of the ice attribute has been born." A figure in the shadows respectfully reported. "Investigate immediately. Whether it be treasures or individuals, they must be located expeditiously by whatever means necessary. They shall be firmly within my grasp." The Emperor of Xia commanded with urgency. Upon his decree, a multitude of formidable figures sprang into action. Yet the Emperor could scarcely fathom that this astonishing phenomenon in the heavens and earth originated from the Crown Prince, whom he had just cast into the celestial prison. Chapter 2. The cold essence of a millennium, mastery achieved in 3 days as countless individuals outside fervently sought after unparalleled treasures. Chu Xian gradually regained consciousness within the confines of the celestial prison. He soon became acutely aware of the remarkable transformation his body had undergone. If his previous form could be likened to a mundane assembly line production, then his current physique was undoubtedly a masterwork of exquisite craftsmanship. The disparity between the two was immeasurable. Enveloped in the frigid atmosphere of the 4th level of the celestial prison, he no longer felt the slightest chill. Instead, he experienced an overwhelming sense of comfort, akin to immersing oneself in a warm spring. Moreover, Chu Xian could distinctly perceive the icy essence from all directions gradually merging with his body, continuously nourishing his being and rendering him ever more powerful with each passing moment. Truly, he was deserving of the title of the Ice Saint Body. He had once feared succumbing to the cold in this wretched place. Yet now, possessing the Ice Saint Body, the harsh environment became an arena for growth, enabling him to flourish and grow stronger. With excitement gleaming in his eyes, Chu Xian familiarized himself with the myriad changes within his body, and before he realized it, an entire night had slipped away. Soon, dawn arrived. System, sign in. Chu Xian recalled that he could sign in once a day. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a drop of Millennium Cold Essence. The system's notification chimed in. Chu Xian raised his right hand, and soon a drop of crystalline blue liquid emerged from his palm, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Undoubtedly, this was the legendary Millennium Cold Essence. Though merely a single drop, it harbored an exceedingly terrifying icy energy. Should an ordinary individual come into contact with it, they would likely be instantly encased in ice. If the energy within were to erupt in its entirety, it could freeze an entire small city in an instant. However, for Chu Xian, who possessed the sacred body of ice, this Millennium Cold Essence posed no threat whatsoever. Rather, it was a remarkable spiritual substance that could facilitate his growth. In the next moment, Chu Xian placed the drop of Millennium Cold Essence directly into his mouth, then activated his cultivation technique. Embarking on his first formal training session since the degradation of his abilities, the extraordinarily pure energy coursed through his limbs and bones, and white mist began to rise, enveloping him entirely in an air of mystery and grandeur. Simultaneously, his cultivation level swiftly ascended at a visibly rapid pace. 9th rank, 8th rank, 7th rank. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, the rewards Chu Xian received from his sign-ins were all Millennium Cold Essence. With the assistance of these 3 drops, his strength surged dramatically. Not only did he completely restore his previous cultivation level, but he also surpassed his former peak, breaking through to the 3rd rank within the realm of martial arts. The 9th, 8th, and 7th ranks are referred to as the lower 3 ranks, primarily focusing on body refinement. The 6th, 5th, and 4th ranks are known as the middle 3 ranks, concentrating on chi cultivation. The 3rd, 2nd, and 1st ranks are termed the upper 3 ranks, emphasizing spirit refinement. Those in the lower 3 ranks are merely considered ordinary martial artists, while those in the middle 3 ranks can be deemed skilled practitioners, and the upper 3 ranks are regarded as masters. The 3rd rank is a minor master. The 2nd rank is a master, and the 1st rank is a grandmaster. In other words, Chu Xian's current prowess positions him as a minor master. Such strength within the martial world is sufficient to establish a sect. In military ranks, this level of power could command an entire army. After toiling for over a decade, he had barely reached the 4th rank. Yet, in just 3 short days, he has surpassed his past achievements, which is rather disheartening to contemplate. Chu Xian felt a mix of exhilaration and a wry smile. Nevertheless, being a minor master is still insufficient. He must remain discreet. According to the memories of his predecessor, the Great Xia dynasty is home to innate powerhouses. Thus, he resolved to set a modest goal for himself, swiftly breaking through to the 1st rank, achieving innate supremacy. Once he attains the status of an innate master, he should possess a modicum of self-protection. Chu Xian swiftly calmed his mind and continued to immerse himself in his cultivation. During his time as the crown prince, he was burdened with a myriad of affairs, engaging in superficial pleasantries with various figures, leaving him occupied for the majority of the day, hindering his ability to devote himself entirely to cultivation. However, confined within this dungeon, apart from the guards delivering meals thrice daily, he was undisturbed, affording him the luxury of dedicating all 12 hours of the day to his practice. The sensation of his strength advancing moment by moment was indescribably exhilarating, ensnaring Chu Xian in its profound allure. In the dead of night, a subtle awareness stirred within him, prompting Chu Xian to slowly open his eyes. He noticed that the 4th level of the dungeon had become pervaded by an eerie white mist. With a clatter, the sound of chains falling to the ground resonated. The creaking of the iron door signaled its opening. 2 formidable prisoners, one male and one female, emerged from their cell. Surely they are all in a stupor? The male prisoner surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Are you not aware of the effects of the intoxicating fragrance? Even a bull could be rendered unconscious, let alone these feeble prisoners." The female prisoner replied nonchalantly, "Why not dispose of them all? It would be a shame for us, the infamous duo, to have entered the dungeon without stretching our legs a bit," the male prisoner suggested, a flicker of interest crossing his eyes. Though he ultimately shook his head, "Let us not waste time. We must first seek out His Highness the Crown Prince." The infamous duo? Ah, the once notorious couple of assassins? Are they here for me? A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Xian's eyes. Before long, the infamous pair located his solitary VIP cell, situated at the innermost part and completely isolated from the other prisoners. What a handsome man! In my 40 years of life, I have never encountered such a striking gentleman. Truly, he is deserving of his status as the prince of the Great Xia dynasty. The female assassin could not suppress her exclamation. The male assassin furrowed his brow and inquired, "What are you intending to do?" "I want to." The female assassin nodded eagerly. The male assassin was instantly incensed. "Are you truly uttering such words in front of your own partner?" After a moment's contemplation, the female assassin tentatively suggested, "Shall we make it a joint effort?" What audacious words! Even Chu Xian, who had been feigning unconsciousness, could no longer restrain himself. He opened his eyes with a displeased expression, stating, "Isn't it rather presumptuous of you both to speak such things in my presence? You weren't knocked out?" Upon hearing Chu Xian's sudden voice, the duo jumped in surprise. Could it be that the intoxicating aroma had failed? However, glancing at the others, they were all sound asleep, clearly indicating that Chu Xian was the sole exception. It must be that he possesses some treasured artifact. After all, he was once a prince, and it is entirely normal for him to carry 1 or 2 extraordinary items. With this thought in mind, the 2 assassins felt a sense of relief. Humph. Whether you are in a state of unconsciousness or fully awake, encountering us, the formidable duo, you shall not escape death today. Someone has expended a substantial fortune to procure your life. Thus, it is best for you to resign yourself to your fate. As soon as the words left his lips, the male assassin charged towards Chu Xian with a fierce countenance. It was uncertain whether he was eager to fulfill his mission or to quell the malevolent thoughts of his wife. Meanwhile, the female assassin shook her head in regret, lamenting the impending demise of such a strikingly handsome man. However, before she could finish her thought, a thunderous explosion resounded, and in the next moment, her partner was sent flying backward. Chapter 3. How the Crown Prince Compares with Imprisonment with a Thunderous Crash. The male assassin was hurled backward as if he were a mere sandbag, crashing violently against the opposite wall, which crumbled under the impact. How could this be possible? The female assassin was momentarily rendered speechless, her mouth agape, unable to comprehend the situation for a considerable time. The male assassin, a 4th-tier martial artist, was already regarded as a top-tier expert in the martial world, possessing a body of steel and sinew, and he had not perished from the blow. He swiftly regained his footing, yet his gaze towards Chu Xian was fraught with confusion and suspicion. "Your cultivation has been rendered useless, has it not?" The male assassin fixed his eyes on Chu Xian, questioning him. According to the information provided by the employer, this crown prince before him had indeed been stripped of his powers, reduced to a mere shell, which was why he had dared to act so recklessly. However, it was now evident that the employer's intelligence was gravely flawed. A glint of coldness flickered in Chu Xian's eyes. It appears you possess more insight than I anticipated. Yet, who decrees that one cannot cultivate anew after having their powers diminished? Are you attempting to deceive me? The male assassin, feeling deeply insulted, retorted angrily. Do you take me for a fool? Just a few days have passed, and you claim to have restored your cultivation? Do you fancy yourself a reincarnation of a celestial being? Unexpectedly, Chu Xian nodded earnestly. You speak the truth. I am a descendant of Yin and Huang, a scion of the dragon, and it is not unfathomable to claim the title of a celestial rebirth. Regarding Chu Xian's words, the twin assassins, male and female, did not believe a single word. In their eyes, Chu Xian must have employed some underhanded trick to deceive them. His cultivation could not possibly have been rendered null. Humph. Regardless of the reasons, you were merely at the 4th rank in your prime. We, on the other hand, are peak 4th rank warriors. Thus, today, you shall meet a certain demise. They exchanged glances, both eyes ablaze with murderous intent. In an instant, sharp daggers materialized in their hands, gleaming with a chilling light. The next moment, their figures vanished from sight, moving with the swiftness of a striking hawk, swift as lightning. The duo advanced towards Chu Xian from 2 distinct directions. Their coordination impeccable, a testament to their notorious reputation as a killer duo. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Chu Xian today. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying aura erupted forth, akin to a volcano in violent eruption. Before they could close the distance to Chu Xian, they were hurled away by the overwhelming shockwave. The hierarchy of martial arts is delineated into 9 ranks, the lower 3 for body refinement, the middle 3 for qi refinement, and the upper 3 for spirit refinement. The upper 3 are referred to as masters because they have grasped the essence of their respective realms in their domain of comprehension. Ordinary martial artists are no more significant than ants, existing on an entirely different plane. Although Chu Xian had just recently ascended to the minor master of the 3rd rank, he possessed the innate ice sacred body, naturally imbued with the essence of ice. In the unique environment of the 4th level of this prison, the power of the icy essence was significantly amplified, rendering even a 1st-grade grandmaster unable to compete. The infamous duo of assassins, renowned as the pinnacle of 4th-grade killers, found themselves utterly powerless against such cross-boundary strength. In an instant, both sank to their knees, as if crushed by an imposing iceberg, unable to move even a fraction. You are a grandmaster. Fear was etched across their faces. At that moment, they realized they had bitten off more than they could chew. A being of such caliber, a 3rd-grade grandmaster. Had they known their opponent possessed such prowess, they would have never dared to accept this assignment, even at the cost of their lives. Yet now, it was too late for regrets. Speak. Who sent you to kill me? Chu Xian inquired coldly, gazing down at the two. We cannot divulge our employer's information. It is a rule we adhere to in our profession, a matter of our integrity. The male assassin gritted his teeth defiantly. Indeed, we have been in this line of work for 20 years, relying on our reputation and credibility. We would never betray our employer's secrets. The female assassin echoed resolutely. Seeing their unwavering resolve, Chu Xian raised an eyebrow. Since you refuse to speak, then you shall perish. He had no desire to waste further words. As he spoke, he lifted his right hand, swiftly gathering a chilling energy of frost within his palm. Upon witnessing the scene, the dual assassins turned pale, unprepared for Chu Xian's unconventional approach. In unison, they exclaimed, "It is the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince has contacted us, offering a bounty of 10,000 taels of silver for your head." Indeed, our ability to infiltrate the prison was orchestrated by the Crown Prince. Otherwise, we would not have such connections. Faced with the imminent threat of death, the two forsook any notions of professional integrity and hastily betrayed their benefactor. The Crown Prince? Chu Xian paused momentarily, a haughty young man flashing in his mind's eye. So it is him. I have only been in the prison for a few days, and he is already unable to contain himself? Chu Xian shook his head. With a thrust of the icy energy in his grasp, the dual assassins had no means of escape, swiftly becoming encased in ice. Their expressions remained vividly animated, eyes wide in disbelief, as if they wished to vociferously demand, "Why act against us despite our revelations? I made no promises to you. Silence would undoubtedly lead to death. Yet speaking would yield the same fate." For two notorious assassins, Chu Xian harbored no sentiments of pity. With a mere flick of his sleeve, a tempestuous wind surged forth. The icy figures of the two assassins shattered into countless fragments, instantly reduced to powder, scattered throughout the prison, leaving no trace behind. Having resolved the dual threat of the male and female adversaries, tranquility once again enveloped the fourth level of the celestial prison. The unconscious prisoners lay undisturbed, and Chu Xian found himself indifferent to their fates. He seated himself back upon his bed, his mind preoccupied with a singular question. Should he venture forth to exact vengeance upon the Crown Prince? Chu Xian felt no astonishment regarding the Crown Prince's attempt on his life. After all, the Crown Prince was one of the principal contenders for the throne, a position that Chu Xian had usurped with his own ascendancy. Their rivalry had been marked by both overt and covert conflicts over the years. Now that he had been stripped of his status as the Crown Prince, it was only natural for the Crown Prince to seize the opportunity to eliminate him completely. Indeed, it was conceivable that the Crown Prince was one of the orchestrators behind his recent downfall. Given his current capabilities, escaping the celestial prison posed little difficulty. If he were to strike unexpectedly, the likelihood of vanquishing the Crown Prince would be significantly heightened. Yet, what would follow such an act of retribution? He would undoubtedly find himself relentlessly pursued by countless formidable foes, rendering the prospect of quietly remaining in the celestial prison virtually impossible. Alternatively, he could reveal his talents and seek to reclaim the title of Crown Prince. However, the question remained, how could the burdens of princely duties ever compare to the ease of imprisonment? Having savored the tranquility of life behind bars, Chu Xian now regarded the title of Crown Prince with utter disdain. Weighing his options, he found himself shaking his head repeatedly. It simply did not add up. For the sake of a mere Crown Prince, it was entirely unworthy of relinquishing the blissful existence he currently enjoyed. I shall continue to bide my time. After all, as long as I remain silent, no one will ever know that it was I who dispatched the dual foes. Ultimately, I am merely a prince whose powers have been rendered null, languishing in this celestial prison, awaiting my inevitable demise. What do matters of violence and bloodshed have to do with me? Chu Xian resolved firmly that he would not venture forth until he had attained unparalleled strength. Unbeknownst to him, midnight arrived, heralding a new day. System, sign in. With a chime, the sign-in was successful, and the host was congratulated on receiving a drop of a millennium's worth of cold marrow. Another drop of the millennium cold marrow. How delightful. Chu Xian promptly consumed it, feeling the chilling energy exploding upon his taste buds, his face alight with ecstasy. He became even more certain that his choice was indeed correct. Only through patience can one savor victory. Of the myriad paths, only mine, the path of endurance, shall endure eternally. Chapter 4. The Grandmaster of One Finger Town unbeknownst to all. A month had elapsed. The Crown Prince, plagued by paranoia due to the mysterious disappearance of the twin assassins, hesitated to act rashly. With no one to disturb him, Chu Xian devoted himself to signing in and cultivating within the fourth level of the celestial prison. His strength surged remarkably, bolstered by the rewards from his diligent practice. In just 10 days, he ascended from the third rank to the second rank. Another 20 days passed, and he successfully advanced from the second rank to the first rank. A first-rank Grandmaster. In the vast expanse of the Great Xia dynasty, the number of martial artists is truly astonishing. While third-rank and second-rank practitioners are indeed rare, they are still present in considerable numbers. However, first-rank Grandmasters are exceedingly few, with only a handful scattered throughout the entire dynasty. Each one possesses the prowess to sweep through armies, deserving of the title of a formidable figure of influence. Moreover, those who break through to become a first-rank Grandmaster are typically over the age of 50. As for someone like Chu Xian, a first-rank Grandmaster at such a tender age, not even since the founding of the Great Xia dynasty has such an occurrence been witnessed. Should this information come to light, it would surely shatter the perceptions of countless onlookers. Yet, Chu Xian harbored no sense of arrogance. In his eyes, he was merely a first-rank Grandmaster, having not even transcended the innate stage, and thus felt he had no grounds for pride. Survive, one must continue to endure. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the divine ability, Ice Goddess Finger. Ice Goddess Finger? Chu Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. On this new day, it seemed he had signed in for something extraordinary. A true divine art? Under the system's guidance, the legacy of this divine technique swiftly integrated into Chu Xian's mind. He effortlessly mastered this profound skill. As he contemplated the remarkable power of this technique, a knowing smile emerged on his face. As the month drew to a close, the chief eunuch Lu Jin of the Imperial Ceremonial Bureau returned to the dungeon. What of that one? His cold, sharp voice soon reached the ears of the dungeon warden. Wu Qi. Wu Qi, aware of whom he inquired about, wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead and cautiously responded, the Crown Prince. No. His Highness the Sixth Prince remains in the 4th level of the dungeon. Is he still alive? Lu Jin's gaze sharpened, akin to that of a hawk fixated on Wu Qi. Did you not say he would not last a month? Feeling the palpable pressure emanating from Lu Jin, Wu Qi's complexion turned pale, and he could not help but swallow hard. I am uncertain. Generally speaking, that is indeed the case. Perhaps His Highness possesses a constitution more resilient to the cold? A constitution resilient to the cold? This explanation evidently did not satisfy Lu Jin. He let out a cold snort and then strode purposefully towards the 4th level of the heavenly prison. The warden, Wu Qi, hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose to follow obediently. It seemed that the prince was faring quite well here. Upon arriving at the 4th level of the prison, Lu Jin scrutinized Chu Xian from head to toe, a fleeting shadow crossing his eyes, before he spoke in a mocking tone. Although the system could obscure Chu Xian's cultivation, preventing others from discerning his true abilities, it could not conceal the expression on his face. In the presence of Lu Jin, an astute old eunuch with keen insight, it was almost effortless to discern Chu Xian's condition. Not only did he show no signs of impending death, but he appeared to be thriving instead. It seems I shall not perish just yet, which may disappoint you, Chu Xian replied indifferently, lifting his eyelids. Seeing Chu Xian's blatant disrespect, Lu Jin's expression darkened abruptly. As the chief eunuch of the Imperial Ceremony Office, he was not only a trusted confidant of the emperor, but also the foremost figure among the eunuchs. Moreover, he was one of the few grandmasters of the Daxia dynasty, known in the outside world as the 9,000 years old. The civil and military officials feared him like a tiger, and even princes and nobles dared not provoke him lightly. The audacity of Chu Xian, a deposed and imprisoned prince, to display such insolence infuriated him greatly. Once a prince, you failed to conduct yourself appropriately. Instead, you sought to debauch the imperial consort, indulge in licentiousness within the harem, and tarnish the royal reputation, becoming a source of ridicule for others. The emperor, in his magnanimity, has merely confined you to this prison. However, Your Highness, why can you not comprehend the emperor's earnest intentions? Why can you not exhibit a modicum of self-awareness? Lu Jin's smile was superficial, yet his voice resonated with a haunting chill. As he spoke, the profound aura of a first-rank grandmaster expanded around him. With a resounding crash, all the jailers and prisoners on the 4th level succumbed to unconsciousness, save for the warden, Wu Qi, who narrowly escaped that fate. Yet upon hearing Lu Jin's audacious words, Wu Qi's heart quaked with terror, wishing fervently that he too could be rendered senseless. Are such words uttered so casually? Though they bear no monetary cost, they could very well cost one their life. Exhibit self-awareness? Self-awareness to die? Upon hearing this, Chu Xian abruptly raised his head, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Is this your intention, or that of the figure lurking behind you? Regardless of whose design it is, Your Highness's resignation to death would be in the best interest of all. Should Your Highness lack the courage to take your own life, I would be more than willing to assist you. Lu Jin's face twisted into a malevolent grin as he stepped forward. It seems you, old dog, possess an audacity that knows no bounds. Chu Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, a silent wave of murderous intent enveloping him. Audacity without fear? It would not be amiss to inform Your Highness that it was on that fateful night in the palace that I personally dismantled your cultivation. Furthermore, the source blood of your spiritual body, nurtured over many years, was also extracted by my own hands. In hindsight, my actions then were perhaps too lenient. Otherwise, Your Highness would not have been able to endure in this dungeon's 4th level for so long. However, it is never too late to mend the fold after losing sheep. Since it is our family's fault, let us now accompany His Highness on his journey. As he spoke, Lu Jin approached Chu Xian step by step. It turns out that you were the one behind all this. At that moment, too many powerful figures had intervened, and he quickly lost consciousness. When he awoke, his cultivation had been rendered useless, and the source blood of the scarlet blood spirit body had been forcefully extracted. Thus, Chu Xian was unaware of who had acted against him. Only now, with Lu Jin's admission, did he realize the true perpetrator. The murderous intent within Chu Xian could no longer be suppressed. It seems His Highness is quite enraged, but what does anger accomplish? Our family is a first-rate grandmaster, and dealing with His Highness is as simple as crushing an ant. Therefore, it would be wise for His Highness to heed our counsel and submit to his fate. This way, he may find a swifter end. Lu Jin laughed maniacally, and as his voice echoed, he instantly appeared before Chu Xian. His fingers, like the talons of an eagle, lunged toward Chu Xian's head with lightning speed and thunderous force. The sound of explosive energy reverberated through the void, and a chilling current surged wildly. A terrifying aura descended with overwhelming might, as if the very heavens and earth were collapsing. A first-rate grandmaster. And you take such pride in it. Could it be that you were rejoicing too soon? In Chu Xian's eyes, there was no fear, no gravity. Only a hint of disdain. Although both were first-rate grandmasters, there exists a profound distinction between one grandmaster and another. He possessed the sacred body of ice. Having consumed an abundance of the essence of heaven and earth, his cultivation was undeniably solid to the utmost degree. In contrast, Lu Jin was inherently flawed, his foundation unstable, and he had only managed to barely break through tedious effort. The disparity between the two was akin to that of a radiant moon and a mere firefly. Ice divine finger. Chu Xian nonchalantly extended a finger. In an instant, a brilliant blue light erupted, transforming the very fabric of the world. The frigid currents of the fourth layer of the celestial prison spiraled chaotically. The potency of the ice realm he commanded surged to an unimaginable extent. When it collided with Lu Jin's domain of perception, Lu Jin's realm shattered with a mere encounter. How could this be possible? Lu Jin's expression changed dramatically. However, what was even more terrifying was yet to come. The ice divine finger was a genuine divine technique, which, in principle, could only be wielded by one with innate mastery. Yet, Chu Xian, endowed with the sacred body of ice, not only disregarded this limitation, but amplified the might of this technique beyond comprehension. As he pointed, an endless array of profound mysteries surged forth. Chu Xian seemed to transform into the supreme deity of the icy realm, exalted and beyond reproach. In the next moment, Lu Jin was encased in ice, rendered motionless, his body frozen in a forward lunge, his eyes wide open, filled with an unimaginable shock. Chapter 5. The ninth level of the dungeon. The sound of ice shattering echoed through the chamber. Lu Jin's remains were nowhere to be found. How could a formidable first-grade grandmaster simply vanish? The warden, Wu Qi, was rendered speechless, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had presumed that the one facing imminent death would be Chu Xian, the so-called useless prince. To his astonishment, a dramatic twist unfolded. Chu Xian stood unscathed, while the notorious grandmaster Lu Jin had been utterly obliterated. The entire confrontation was swift and decisive. A mere gesture had dispatched the grandmaster. The strength displayed by Chu Xian was nothing short of astonishing, instilling a profound sense of dread. This outcome was certainly far beyond Wu Qi's expectations. It was improbable that anyone could anticipate that a prince long regarded as worthless possessed such terrifying prowess. With a thud, Wu Qi immediately knelt in submission. "Your Highness, spare me. I have committed no wrongdoing during your time in the dungeon. It was Lu Jin, that wretched eunuch, who coerced me into this. I truly never intended to harm you." Wu Qi cried out, tears streaming down his face. Chu Xian furrowed his brow upon witnessing this. Yet, Wu Qi's words held a modicum of truth. Throughout the past month, although he had not been treated with any particular kindness, neither had Wu Qi resorted to underhanded tactics. Meals were delivered punctually each day, and the fare was, at the very least, palatable. If a different warden were to be appointed, it may not necessarily yield the same results. "Very well, I shall spare your life. However, to ensure your silence, I must resort to certain measures." Before his words could fully dissipate, Chu Xian flicked his fingers. In an instant, a shard of cold light pierced into Wu Qi's chest. Wu Qi immediately felt an unusual itch in his chest, akin to the sharp sting of needles, as if countless ants were gnawing at him. "This is the life and death talisman, a unique secret technique of mine, known only to me in the vast realm of the Great Xia. As long as you remain compliant, I shall ensure your safety. However, should you dare to speak recklessly, you can certainly imagine the consequences." The life and death talisman was one of the rewards Chu Xian had received recently. While it pales in comparison to true divine arts, such as the ice goddess finger, it is perfectly suited for the current situation. The little man understands. "I would never dare to speak out of turn." Wu Qi hastily swore an oath. In truth, having witnessed Chu Xian's terrifying prowess firsthand, he would not dare utter a word, even without the constraints of the talisman. After all, even the first-grade Grandmaster Lu Jin could not withstand a mere finger from Chu Xian. What right does he, with his fourth-grade strength, have to seek his own demise? Lu Jin's death will undoubtedly prompt an investigation. You must find a way to obscure the truth. In any case, everything is unrelated to me. Do you understand? This is also one of the reasons why Chu Xian retained Wu Qi. With the warden of the dungeon providing cover, many matters would become considerably easier to navigate. The little man assured, "Rest assured, I will not involve His Highness." Wu Qi promptly declared, thumping his chest. "What did you say? Lu Jin has gone missing?" In the imperial palace, Emperor Xia quickly received the news. After all, Lu Jin was no ordinary eunuch. He was a first-tier grandmaster. Such combat prowess was rare even among the emperor's ranks. Moreover, Lu Jin was known for his unwavering loyalty and remarkable efficiency, making him a vital ally to Emperor Xia. His sudden disappearance naturally incited the emperor's wrath. "You dare tell me that such a distinguished grandmaster has vanished without a trace? Are you jesting with me?" The emperor coldly inquired of a cloaked figure among his ranks. This figure was the leader of the secret organization known as the Black Guards. According to the information gathered, the last known location of eunuch Lu was the dungeon. Upon receiving the news, the subordinate immediately dispatched personnel to seal off the entire dungeon, yet they found nothing. The dungeon's chief warden, Wu Qi, possessed only 4th-tier strength and posed no threat to eunuch Lu. However, Warden Wu did divulge a crucial lead. He mentioned that eunuch Lu had departed the dungeon alone and had likely ventured to the fabled 9th level of the dungeon. The 9th level of the dungeon? Emperor Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, as various rumors about this enigmatic level flooded his mind. The history of the celestial prison is exceedingly ancient, having existed long before the establishment of the Great Xia dynasty. The prison comprises 9 levels, each possessing its own peculiarities. The first 3 levels are relatively ordinary, while the 4th is unbearably frigid, the 5th is intensely sweltering, the 6th is shrouded in oppressive pressure, the 7th is ravaged by ferocious winds, and the 8th is suffused with toxic mists. However, the most extraordinary of all is the 9th level, which is said to conceal immense secrets. Throughout the ages, successive emperors have dispatched formidable individuals to delve into the mysteries of the 9th level, yet invariably, none have returned. Over time, it has thus become a taboo within the Great Xia dynasty. How could Lu Jin venture there? The Emperor of Xia slowly raised his gaze, suspicion glimmering in his eyes. Could it be that Wu Qi is deliberately deceiving you? The leader of the black-clad guards shook his head. According to his subordinates, Wu Qi has always been timid and averse to trouble, thus unlikely to possess such audacity, nor does he have any motive to do so. More importantly, Master Lu has long sought to transcend his innate limitations and has privately attempted various methods to seek a breakthrough opportunity in the 9th level of the celestial prison, which is certainly plausible. Upon hearing this, even if the Emperor of Xia was reluctant to believe it, he had no choice but to acknowledge this reality. This matter shall be paused for the time being. The envoy from the barbarian tribes is about to arrive, and all attention must be directed towards this event. After the envoy's departure, you may conduct a deeper investigation into this affair. As he spoke, he appeared to suddenly recall something and inquired, "By the way, what is the current condition of that rebellious offspring of mine confined in the celestial prison?" The environment of the celestial prison is exceedingly harsh, and the prince's condition is rather dire. According to that Wu Qi, given the prince's physical state, it is feared he may not endure for much longer. The Summer Emperor nodded indifferently, then fell silent, as if he had never broached the subject at all. The leader of the black-clad guards felt a shiver run down his spine at this, and dared not say more, swiftly taking his leave. To his astonishment, the celestial prison harbored such secrets. Hearing various rumors regarding the prison from Wu Qi, Chu Xian could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. The 9th level of the celestial prison. Chu Xian mumbled to himself, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. However, this fleeting curiosity was quickly suppressed. He understood all too well that those who indulge their curiosity too deeply seldom live long. The 9th level of the celestial prison could indeed be explored, but not at this moment. Even if he were to venture there, it would be prudent to wait until he had achieved a significant level of mastery, ensuring his safety before embarking on such a journey. For now, it is wise to remain steadfast in signing in at the 5th level of the celestial prison. Indeed, Chu Xian has now arrived at the 5th level of the celestial prison. Each location possesses a fixed signing potential, and after more than a month of signing in, the potential at the 4th level of the celestial prison has already begun to decline. Thus, Chu Xian did not linger any longer and directly proceeded to the 5th level of the heavenly prison. Unlike the 4th level, the 5th level was engulfed in flames, with an exceedingly high temperature, reminiscent of the blazing sun overhead. As he surveyed his surroundings, it became evident that he was the sole inhabitant of this infernal realm. For ordinary individuals could not withstand such extreme heat. However, Chu Xian, possessing the Ice Saint body, felt no discomfort whatsoever. System check-in, Chu Xian silently urged, filled with anticipation. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a blood bodhi. Blood bodhi? Chu Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. He lifted his right hand, and a mysterious spiritual fruit, the size of a longan, materialized in his palm. It radiated a crimson glow, pulsating with astonishing fiery spiritual energy. The blood bodhi is an exceptionally rare and extraordinary fruit, rumored to be formed from the blood of a fire Qilin. Whether or not this legend holds true, he could not ascertain. Yet the blood bodhi undeniably contained an immense reservoir of energy, rivaling the millennium cold marrow he had previously acquired through check-in. Indeed, checking in at a new location proved to be a different experience. Chu Xian's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. Without a moment's hesitation, he consumed the blood bodhi. Given the terrifying energy contained within, any ordinary martial artist who dared to do so would have a greater than 90% chance of meeting a disastrous end. However, Chu Xian was an exception. His physique was extraordinarily resilient, having previously swallowed millennium cold marrow without consequence, let alone this blood bodhi. In the blink of an eye, an explosive surge of terrifying energy coursed through his limbs and body. Not long ago, Chu Xian had just stepped into the realm of the first-rank Grandmaster, and he soon sensed the loosening of the bottleneck in his cultivation. Thus, half a month passed unknowingly. After this period, Chu Xian successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. Chapter 6. The Celestial Fire Descends, the Imperial Capital Boils. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm, Chu Xian's next ambition was to transcend into the innate stage. In truth, while the Grandmaster is formidable, he still falls within the realm of ordinary martial artists. The innate masters, however, exist on an entirely different plane, transcending the ordinary. Once one breaks through to the innate stage, they can harness the true energy of the innate, enabling them to fly and even doubling their lifespan. The distinction between ordinary martial artists and innate masters is stark and profound. To illustrate, a first-rank Grandmaster, despite their strength, must bow to a sovereign like Emperor Xia. Yet, in the presence of an innate master, even a ruler like Emperor Xia would adopt a respectful demeanor. Should an innate master desire it, the title of king is not beyond reach. For a nation, each innate master is akin to a weapon of mass destruction, making them highly coveted. Thus, countless individuals dream of ascending to the innate level. However, the challenge of breaking through to the innate stage is daunting. It's not merely rare. It is extraordinarily rare, akin to 1 in a billion. For Chu Xian, the journey to transcendence also presented its own challenges. Despite the substantial rewards from consecutive days of registration, he still could not achieve the breakthrough to the innate stage. Instead, he merely reached the limits of the Grandmaster realm. Nevertheless, given the robust foundation he had built through the consumption of numerous rare treasures, his Grandmaster limits were indeed impressively formidable. According to Chu Xian's own estimation, even when faced with genuine innate powerhouses, his current strength should not be significantly lacking. However, he is, after all, not a true innate expert. Chu Xian has no desire to challenge higher realms like those protagonists do from time to time. If given the choice, he would prefer to exert pressure through his own level, for who would willingly remain below those in ascendancy? Thus, his most pressing goal at present remains to break through to the innate level. I can sense that I am merely a step away from attaining this state. Just a single opportunity is needed, and I should be able to successfully transcend. Perhaps, this moment of breakthrough is destined to occur today. System, sign in. Chu Xian immediately called out in his mind. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the true Sunfire. A jolt surged through Chu Xian, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. True Sunfire? One of the legendary 10 divine flames? Such a phenomenon can be signed in. At that moment, the sun, high above in the heavens, suddenly radiated an extraordinary brilliance, as a strand of true Sunfire descended from the vast cosmos. In an instant, boundless light and heat poured down upon the earth, transforming the entire imperial capital of the Great Xia into a colossal furnace ablaze with flames. The sky turned a vivid crimson, the ground steamed with heat, and all around, people were drenched in sweat, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they gazed skyward. They beheld a crimson arc of light slicing through the firmament, akin to a star plummeting from the heavens. A long trail is left in the high sky, with dazzling flames illuminating the heavens, as if consuming everything in existence. This astonishing spectacle resembles the sudden arrival of the apocalypse, leaving countless subjects of the great Xia dynasty utterly astounded. What could this be? Is it the wrath of the divine? Have we, the great Xia, committed some grievous act to invoke such fury? No, it appears to be the legendary true fire of the sun, descending upon our realm. This is not divine retribution, but rather a heavenly blessing. The true fire of the sun, a mythical flame, ranks among the top 3 among the countless extraordinary fires of ancient lore. Such a formidable divine fire, once mastered, could instantly elevate one to an invincible power. For alchemists, wielding this divine flame would ensure unparalleled success in crafting elixirs, potentially leading to the status of a dance saint in the future. A myriad of discussions erupted, and the entire imperial capital buzzed with excitement. Numerous powerful individuals immediately sprang into action. Prominent families hastily summoned their warriors, while sect leaders emerged from their strongholds one after another. Even those hidden in the shadows for various reasons could no longer restrain themselves from revealing their presence. The Emperor of Xia, residing within the palace, also strode forth, sharing the astonishment of countless citizens as they gazed skyward. Just over a month ago, the capital witnessed the emergence of an extraordinary treasure of ice. Once again, celestial fire descends upon the world, hurtling towards the imperial capital. In a brief span, 2 rare phenomena have manifested. Does this herald the imminent flourishing of the great Xia dynasty and the possibility of me ascending as its supreme sovereign? His breath quickens, and his eyes shimmer with exhilaration. With a grand gesture, he commands, immediately issue an edict to seal off the entire imperial capital. No one shall enter or exit without my express permission. Over a month ago, he had dispatched individuals to unearth the unparalleled icy treasure, but found not, leaving him filled with frustration. This time, he would not allow the solar true fire to vanish from beneath his very gaze. Following his decree, countless individuals sprang into action. Yet, despite the imperial authorities' might, various factions within the capital remained formidable, particularly the sect's powerful members, who exhibited audacity beyond measure, often disregarding royal command. Faced with a divine entity like the solar true fire, even the mightiest would not deter them from seizing it. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, the solar true fire finally plummeted to the ground, tracing a long arc across the sky before descending toward the prison. The prison. The solar true fire has landed within its confines. Quick, let us rush to seize it. Whoever captures the solar true fire shall ascend to greatness. A cry rang out, igniting a frenzy among the masses. A myriad of eyes shimmered with a glimmer of avarice. The essence of the sun god's fire remains a mystery to the vast majority. They are aware of but a single truth. Should they seize the true fire of the sun, they would ascend to unrivaled heights. They could wield invincible power. They could bask in endless wealth and glory. They might even become deities of the great Xia dynasty. Yet, the feasibility of snatching the true fire from countless others, and how to retain it thereafter, are considerations they have scarcely entertained. Their minds are consumed by a singular thought. The true fire of the sun rightfully belongs to them. Seize it. In the next moment, throngs of people surged fervently towards the celestial prison. Witnessing such a scene, the guards of the prison braced themselves for an impending storm. Block them, commanded the warden, Wu Qi, with a thunderous roar. A multitude of guards, clad in formidable armor, staunchly defended the gates of the celestial prison. This prison is among the most heavily fortified locations in the imperial capital. However, faced with the frenzied onslaught of so many, the prison guards appeared woefully inadequate. After all, these individuals are not mere commoners. Rather, the majority are elite warriors from various factions, including formidable masters of their craft. Each possesses staggering strength, and together they form a violent torrent. Not even the sturdiest of barriers could impede their advance. With a series of thunderous explosions, the ironclad gates of the celestial prison were swiftly reduced to fragments. The guards, too, were thrown into disarray by the shockwave. Countless warriors surged into the prison in a frenzy. Madness, pure madness. The warden, Wu Qi, sank to the ground, his expression vacant as he gazed at the chaotic scene before him, murmuring to himself in disbelief. Chapter 7. Breaking through innate limitations, a great terror in the celestial prison. It appears that the commotion this time has grown rather considerable. Sitting cross-legged on the 5th level of the celestial prison, Chu Xian's eyes reflected a fleeting expression of distress. Although he remained within, the cacophony from outside reached his ears with startling clarity. It was evident that the outside world was bustling with activity. At this moment, his sole desire was to quietly sign in without attracting undue attention, as drawing too much focus would hinder his plans. However, as he gazed at the strand of divine solar fire descending from above, the look of worry in his eyes vanished without a trace. The divine solar fire, one of the 10 sacred flames from myth and legend, a supreme divine flame that only the Golden Crow clan could wield. Though it was merely a single strand, its value was beyond measure. Among the numerous rewards he had received from signing in, only the Ice Saint body he obtained during his first sign-in could be compared to it. For the sake of this strand of divine solar fire, he would not hesitate to create a stir. Indeed, he would find it worthwhile even to upheave the entire Great Xia dynasty. Well, a little commotion is inconsequential. After all, no one knows that it was I who instigated all of this. First, let me break through to the innate realm. With a thought, Chu Xian immediately began to manipulate the strand of divine solar fire. This time, he dared not simply consume it directly. After all, the divine fire of the sun is far from an ordinary spiritual entity. One careless moment could indeed lead to dire consequences. Upon acquiring this strand of true sunfire, Chu Xian also received the accompanying mastery techniques. He gradually guided the sunfire into his brow, and soon it transformed into a vivid crimson flame imprint. The true sunfire seamlessly integrated into his being, instantly unleashing an indescribable torrent of terrifying fiery energy. Even his exterior was cloaked in roaring flames, and he was swiftly enveloped in a colossal fireball. With the aid of the sunfire, the bottleneck that had long confined him ceased to pose any hindrance. A resounding bang echoed, as if an invisible membrane had been pierced. Chu Xian hardly exerted any effort. The innate barriers that countless martial artists had failed to breach throughout their lives were effortlessly crossed by him. The entire process unfolded with astonishing ease. Innate realm. He sensed the icy true energy within him rapidly transforming into innate true energy, leading to a profound metamorphosis throughout his entire being, resulting in remarkable changes in every aspect. While his lifespan was significantly extended, it was at this moment that Chu Xian truly realized he had become an innate being. After ascending to this realm, the entire world appeared strikingly different. The various elemental spirit energies drifting through the cosmos now seemed visibly tangible. It is no wonder that there is a saying, only by breaking through to the innate can one be considered to have truly entered the realm of cultivation. Compared to its former state, it has indeed grown considerably stronger, though not excessively so, perhaps merely tenfold at best. Chu Xian felt a slight sense of satisfaction within. After nearly 2 months of diligent effort, he had finally acquired a modicum of self-protection. It was no small feat. Of course, the aforementioned tenfold does not account for the true essence of solar fire. The fragment of solar fire that Chu Xian possessed, albeit limited, was nonetheless one of the legendary 10 divine flames. Should it erupt unexpectedly, even an adversary 10 times stronger than he currently was might find it difficult to withstand. At that moment, the sounds of battle echoed into the prison, as countless martial artists surged forth, their faces contorted and frenzied. Their eyes were filled with a pathological greed, and even the frigid chill of the 4th level of the prison could not temper their fervor. They soon raced eagerly into the 5th level of the prison. Upon seeing Chu Xian seated cross-legged within his cell, all present momentarily paused in surprise, as if they had not anticipated the presence of another individual. "Boy, speak quickly. Where has the solar fire fallen?" A middle-aged martial artist bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder. "We have tracked the solar fire to this very location, only to lose its trail here. Tell us, have you concealed the solar fire?" A black-clad elder, his gaze as cold and piercing as that of a venomous serpent, fixated intently on Chu Xian in his cell. "That belongs to me. Kid, you better know your place." A muscular, bald man seethed with rage. As his voice echoed, he unleashed a punch that shattered the heavy door of the cell. The atmosphere transformed into a chaotic realm of tangible intensity. In the face of the menacing glares directed at him, Chu Xian remained utterly composed, his handsome features betraying not a hint of panic. He leisurely surveyed the crowd, recognizing that those who had ventured into the 5th level of the heavenly prison were undoubtedly among the elite of numerous martial artists. Each possessed at least a mid-tier cultivation level, renowned masters in the outside world, with nearly half being of the Grandmaster rank. Among them were even 2 first-rank Grandmasters, a venerable old man clad in a Taoist robe, and an icy, formidable elder draped in dark garments. "Young brother, the Sun True Fire is not something you can possess. Hand it over. As long as you surrender the Sun True Fire, I, from the Tai Su Guan, guarantee your safety." The Taoist elder's words were courteous, yet his gaze was piercingly sharp. Kid, you must have heard of our poison sect's reputation. I am a protector of the poison sect. If you remain silent, do not blame me for taking action. At that point, you shall find yourself in a situation where you cannot live nor die. The dark-clad elder approached Chu Xian, her face radiating lethal intent. Is this what you speak of? Chu Xian smiled faintly, then raised his right hand, from which a brilliant divine flame suddenly manifested in his palm. True sunfire. The intense, soul-shattering heat radiated forth, causing all the martial artists present to gaze in awe. Give it to me, boy. No, it belongs to me. That is mine, they shouted in rage, unable to contain their desires, and rushed forward in a frenzy. Some even resorted to physical violence, and blood soon stained the ground. As for the young Chu Xian, none of the onlookers regarded him with any respect. To them, he was merely an ordinary person who had stumbled upon fortuitous luck. Truly, it is said that greed leads to ruin. Chu Xian shook his head. Since you desire it so fervently, then let it be yours. As his words resonated, he lightly tossed the true sun fire, which soared forth. In his palm, the flame was docile, akin to a domesticated pet. However, once it escaped his grasp, this seemingly gentle flame instantly transformed into a ferocious, malevolent tiger of unparalleled ferocity. With a thunderous roar, an inferno erupted, engulfing the entire fifth level of the prison in fiery chaos. This was no ordinary fire. It was the supreme divine flame of true sun fire, its power beyond imagination. Every warrior who entered the fifth level of the celestial prison, without exception, met their demise. This included even the formidable masters, as well as the two renowned first-grade grandmasters, all of whom were consumed by the inferno in an instant, exhibiting no capacity for resistance whatsoever. Under the relentless blaze, their remains were reduced to mere ashes. Moreover, the fierce flames did not extinguish. Instead, they grew ever more voracious, transforming into roaring fire dragons that clawed their way upward through the upper levels of the celestial prison. Within the span of less than half a cup of tea, all warriors who rushed into the celestial prison were engulfed by the flames. The Emperor of Summer, who had just led his army to the gates of the celestial prison, came to an abrupt halt. Seeing the sea of fire that had engulfed the prison, an unmistakable horror flickered in his eyes. The martial artists from various factions also wore expressions of sheer terror. They could distinctly feel the terrifying power of the raging flames. Once they stepped into the inferno, even their immense prowess would lead to instantaneous obliteration. Not a single soul dared to take a step forward. What astonished them further was that, despite the entire celestial prison being engulfed in flames, the guards and prisoners within appeared completely unharmed, merely confined temporarily. The celestial prison. Certain long-buried memories resurfaced, causing a profound change in the expressions of many elder powerhouses, including the Summer Emperor, who could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. It was only then that they recalled the nature of the celestial prison. For many within the Great Xia dynasty, this was a forbidden realm, an unapproachable sanctum. Legends spoke of great terrors lurking within the celestial prison. Chapter 8. The Crown Prince enters the celestial prison. The inferno that engulfed the celestial prison raged for an entire day and night. Not a soul dared to step foot within its confines until the flames were extinguished. During this time, myriad legends surrounding the prison had spread like wildfire, instilling a profound sense of dread in all who heard them. The populace had come to understand the prison's terrifying reputation. As days passed, many awakened to the grim reality that the sun's true fire, an ethereal artifact, was far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Setting aside the question of whether they could even seize it, the notion of mastering such a force was utterly implausible, even if one were to grasp it. Retaining such power was an impossibility. Thus, the chance of ascending to greatness through this perilous endeavor was virtually negligible. Sacrificing one's life for such a minuscule prospect was simply not worth it. Nonetheless, a handful remained undeterred, unwilling to relinquish their ambitions. Yet, as they beheld the pitch-black prison, which loomed like an abyss, they ultimately recoiled in trepidation. It was not until 3 days later that the celestial prison was graced by an unexpected visitor. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" The prison warden, Wu Qi, was taken aback upon seeing the young man leading the way. He had never anticipated that the Crown Prince, rumored to be on the verge of ascending to the throne, would venture into such a cursed place. The Crown Prince, Chu Meng, regarded him with an air of haughty indifference, dismissing Wu Qi's inquiry with a cold stare. "In these past 3 days, has there been any unusual occurrence within the prison?" "No, Everything has proceeded as usual. Wu Qi replied respectfully, "Have any traces of the true sunfire been discovered?" The Crown Prince Chu Ming inquired once more. "None at all." Wu Qi responded with a wry smile and a shake of his head. "If there were, I would not dare to conceal it. No one currently dares to descend to the lower levels of the prison." A flicker of disappointment crossed Chu Ming's eyes, though it was within his expectations. Had the true sunfire truly been found, it would undoubtedly have been presented to his father, the emperor, leaving no share for him. Indeed, Chu Ming had ventured into the depths of the prison solely in pursuit of the true sunfire. As the crown prince of the great Xia dynasty, he possessed exceptional qualities in many aspects. The reason he had not ascended to the position of the crown prince, only to be surpassed by the sixth prince, Chu Xian, lay in a significant flaw: his abysmally poor cultivation talent. In a world where formidable beings could soar through the heavens, such a deficiency in the heir's cultivation was a grave concern. Chu Ming had long sought to rectify this, exhausting numerous methods over the years. He had consumed countless elixirs, yet they had merely enabled him to barely advance to the 7th rank. After exerting such effort, failing to even break through to the 3rd rank speaks volumes about the extent of his inadequacies. Nevertheless, the emergence of the true sunfire presented him with a new avenue. Mastering the true sunfire could not only compensate for his flaws, but might also propel him to unprecedented heights. Certainly, he is well aware of the associated risks. Thus, over the past 3 days, he has been diligently preparing. Now that all is in readiness, he dares to step into the celestial prison. Henceforth, I entrust everything to you. Chu Ming cast a glance at the 9 individuals behind him. Unlike the arrogance he displayed towards Wu Qi, his demeanor towards these 9 was marked by politeness, even bowing in respect. Given his proud nature, this was no small feat. Yet, these 9 individuals were indeed of extraordinary standing, having been procured at great expense. Among them, 6 were second-tier masters, 2 were first-tier grandmasters, and there was even one who stood at the threshold of innate mastery. "Father-in-law, I entrust my life and death to your capable hands," Chu Ming said, his tone becoming even more humble and courteous as he addressed the man in the azure robe standing foremost among them. This man was Fang Xingyi, the head of the Fang family, one of the 8 noble clans of the great Xia dynasty, a being at the cusp of innate mastery. Though not a true innate powerhouse, he had nonetheless advanced a significant step beyond ordinary first-tier grandmasters. To be frank, had they not shared a familial bond, a prince like Chu Ming would have found it utterly impossible to enlist the aid of such a formidable figure. However, given their relationship, it was entirely reasonable. After all, should Chu Ming ascend to the throne, Fang Xingyi would not only become the national patriarch, but the entire Fang family would also rise to greater heights. "As long as you do not enter the 9th level, I assure you, you will remain unharmed." Fang Xingyi nodded gently, his expression serene as he spoke. Although his tone was unadorned, it resonated with conviction. Ordinary individuals may not grasp the precise terrors of the celestial prison. Yet those of his caliber understood that the true horror lay within the 9th level. As long as he refrained from entering that level, he was confident he could ensure Chu Ming's safety even in the face of peril. "Thank you, esteemed father-in-law." Upon receiving Fang Xingyi's assurance, Chu Ming was instantly elated, his confidence bolstered. In truth, the two had previously made a pact. Upon discovering the true solar fire, they would each take half. Chu Ming would resolve his inadequacies and talent, while Fang Xingyi could leverage this to break through to the innate realm, leading to mutual satisfaction. The Crown Prince Chu Ming? Fang Xingyi, the head of one of the 8 great families, the Fang clan, with 6 second-grade masters, 2 first-grade masters, and 1 half-step innate being. It seemed my royal brother was indeed making significant moves. As soon as the Crown Prince Chu Ming and his entourage entered the celestial prison, Wu Qi had already dispatched news through covert channels to Chu Xian. Now, if Chu Xian chose to conceal himself, it was certain that Chu Ming's group would return empty-handed. The internal structure of the celestial prison was intricate, and with Chu Xian currently being an innate being, he could easily elude detection if he opted to hide. However, this time, the visitor was none other than Crown Prince Chu Ming. Recalling the recent defeat he had inflicted upon the dual calamity duo, a flicker of unusual light flashed in Chu Xian's eyes. He was indeed too lethargic to seek trouble with Chu Ming, yet if the latter were to present himself willingly, he would certainly not hold back. With this thought, Chu Xian's lips curled into a subtle smile. He then closed his eyes, resuming his tranquil cultivation. After nearly 2/4 of an hour, Chu Ming and his companions finally made their way into the 5th level of the celestial prison, moving with considerable caution. Their meticulousness was not unwarranted. The catastrophic fire 3 days prior had been utterly terrifying. Thousands of martial artists from various factions perished, with over 100 being masters of the third rank and above. That inferno nearly obliterated a third of the elite warriors in the imperial capital of the Great Xia. Hence, their wariness was entirely justified. Is that a person over there? Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise. The group felt a collective tightening of their hearts and instinctively looked up. Soon, they confirmed that there was indeed an individual in the adjacent cell. This person seemed somewhat familiar. The Crown Prince, Chu Ming, furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Compared to 2 months ago, Chu Xian had made remarkable progress in his cultivation, and his aura was markedly different. Especially after ascending to the realm of innate beings, his presence had transformed significantly. Nevertheless, the bond of brotherly affection allowed Chu Ming to quickly recognize Chu Xian's identity. You are Chu Xian? How did you end up here? Chu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. He truly had not anticipated encountering Chu Xian in such a place. At the onset of his imprisonment in the celestial dungeon, Chu Xian was indeed quite concerned. Otherwise, he would not have specifically invited the dual specters to provide him with some warmth. However, when the dual specters inexplicably vanished, suspicion clouded his mind, leading to a period of tranquility. Then, with the emergence of the true sunfire, his attention was entirely captivated by it. It was only now that he recalled he had a younger brother, the sixth, confined within this dungeon. Brother, what a jest! If I am not here, where else could I possibly be? Chu Xian opened his eyes calmly, speaking with unhurried composure. But tell me, dear brother, your sudden appearance in the dungeon, is it your intention to join me in my confinement? Chapter 9, Half-Step Innate. Can you endure a single finger? Shall I accompany you? I see you are merely dreaming. A profound sense of contempt filled Chu Ming's heart. Although they were ostensibly brothers within the royal family, there was scarcely any semblance of brotherly affection. Moreover, Chu Ming had always believed that Chu Xian had usurped his rightful throne, wishing fervently for his early demise. It appeared that the sixth brother had been faring quite well in this dungeon. 3 days prior, during the Great Fire, he had thought that the sixth brother had met an unfortunate end. Chu Ming's face wore a smile devoid of warmth as he coldly remarked. In the presence of this entourage, with no outsiders around, he felt no inclination to feign cordiality. From your tone, it seems you wished for my misfortune? Chu Xian's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he inquired. You are fully aware of the deeds you have committed. Not only have you embarrassed our father, but you have also brought disgrace upon the entire royal family. If I were in your position, I would have long since dashed my head against the walls of this dungeon, unable to bear the shame of surviving to this day. I never would have imagined, sixth brother, that you could be so shameless. You have truly opened my eyes. Chu Ming's gaze was as frigid as his words were cutting. Were an ordinary individual to hear such remarks, they would be filled with humiliation or fury. Yet, Chu Xian appeared to remain oblivious to the sarcasm laced within his words. Instead, with a leisurely demeanor, he spoke softly. Has your imperial brother not heard the saying that it is better to live in misery than to die well? Since one can live, who would willingly choose death? It seems, dear sixth brother, that you are still not resigned to your fate. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Ming's expression suddenly turned icy as a thought crossed his mind. You are now a mere shell of your former self. Stripped of your title as crown prince by our father, left to languish in the celestial prison until your demise. Do you still entertain the notion of making a comeback? Comeback? At this, Chu Xian was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Chu Ming's implication that he believed Chu Xian still aspired to reclaim the title of crown prince. In that instant, Chu Xian could hardly contain his laughter. He was enjoying his current life immensely. As long as he proceeded slowly, the future was destined to be unparalleled. Even if offered the throne, he would have no desire to accept it, let alone care about the trifling title of crown prince. However, Chu Ming had clearly misinterpreted his intentions, believing he had discerned Chu Xian's thoughts. His gaze turned sharp, the murderous intent in his eyes almost palpable. Since you, sixth brother, are so oblivious, for the sake of the honor of the entire royal family, I shall be compelled to act against kin today. In times past, with his mere seventh-tier prowess, he would never have dared to provoke Chu Xian. After all, Chu Xian's talent was renowned, possessing the crimson blood spiritual body. He had ascended to the 4th tier at a young age, merely a step away from the master realm. Yet now, with Chu Xian rendered powerless, facing a man devoid of any cultivation, he felt emboldened. As he spoke, he advanced step by step towards Chu Xian. Wait. At that moment, Feng Xingyi, who had been standing quietly beside them, suddenly spoke up. Unlike the disdain exhibited by others, his gaze toward Chu Xian was somewhat peculiar. Has His Highness been residing in this 5th level of the dungeon? He inquired. Chu Xian turned to glance at him, although they had never met. He deduced from the information provided by Wu Qi that this man was indeed Fang Xingyi, the head of one of the 8 great families. What wisdom do you impart? Master Fang? Chu Xian replied with an indifferent expression. Has His Highness ever witnessed the true sun fire here? Fang Xingyi asked slowly. Indeed, to everyone's astonishment, Chu Xian nodded. The true sun fire was in his possession. How could he have not seen it? Really? You have seen the true sun fire? Pray tell, where is it? The crowd erupted with excitement, their voices rising in a fervor. Even the crown prince, Chu Ming, wore an expression of elation. After all, he had searched high and low for it, and now it seemed within reach. In comparison, the now disgraced Chu Xian was merely a means to an end. The true sun fire was his true objective. But why should I divulge that information to you? Chu Xian retorted with a playful smirk. You. The crowd was instantly incensed by his response. Yet, before they could voice their anger, Chu Xian's gaze shifted back to Fang Xingyi as he inquired with a smile. I have heard that Master Fang is on the brink of transcending to the innate level. Fang Xingyi was somewhat perplexed by Chu Xian's sudden inquiry. However, his status as a half-step innate was well known, leaving little room for concealment. He nodded affirmatively, indeed. How formidable is a half-step innate? How does it compare to an ordinary first-grade grandmaster? Chu Xian inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Fang Xingyi responded with a proud smile. A half-step innate is not something an ordinary first-grade grandmaster can contend with. If I were to exert my full strength against a typical first-grade grandmaster, I could defeat them within 10 moves and slay them within 30. Defeated within 10 moves? Slain within 30? Chu Xian recalled his earlier encounter with Lu Jin. Lu Jin, after all, was a prominent figure of the era, and one could assume he could easily embody the role of an ordinary first-grade grandmaster. Yet, in their confrontation, it seemed he had been dispatched with a single strike. Reflecting on this, Chu Xian couldn't help but wear a peculiar expression. He had initially thought that a half-step innate would be comparable to his former grandmaster limit. However, it now appeared that the gap between the two was rather significant. Of course, it was also possible that Fang Xingyi was intentionally providing misleading information, as many cunning individuals often engage in such tactics. Would the head of the Fang family be willing to impart some wisdom? Chu Xian asked, taking the initiative. Your cultivation has indeed not been wasted. Fang Xingyi seemed to have confirmed something, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. His insight was exceedingly sharp, although Chu Xian's aura was not apparent. The environment within the 5th level of the heavenly prison was not a place for the ordinary. Your cultivation has not been wasted? How is that possible? The crown prince, Chu Ming, exclaimed incredulously. Yet, Chu Xian could hardly be bothered to cast him a glance. Ignored in such a manner, Chu Ming was immediately consumed by anger and humiliation. He turned to Fang Xingyi, gritting his teeth, and implored, esteemed father-in-law, please take action and eliminate him. The distinction between a discarded prince and one who remains unscathed is stark, especially with a prince like Chu Xian, whose extraordinary talents, if not diminished, would undoubtedly pose a formidable threat in the future. Fang Xingyi nodded. He understood Chu Ming's concerns well. Having placed significant stakes on Chu Ming, he would naturally not allow anyone to threaten his position. Regardless of whether your cultivation has been impaired, you remain too young. Even if you were to fortuitously break through to the master realm, you may not comprehend the vast differences that exist even within that realm. Moreover, I am no ordinary master. I am a half-step into the innate. To deal with you, I require but a single strike. As his words echoed, a murderous intent glimmered in Fang Xingyi's eyes. Each of the 8 great families that rose within the great Xia dynasty did so atop a mountain of corpses. Fang Xingyi is by no means a benevolent individual. Even in the presence of a royal prince, he would show no mercy. An atmosphere of chilling terror unfurled. And in mere moments, Fang Xingyi's aura surged to its zenith. All present felt a subtle heaviness in their bodies, their gazes towards Fang Xingyi filled with reverence. Given this, I shall unleash but a single move. Half-step to innate. I wonder if you can withstand my finger? Just as Fang Xingyi was about to utter arrogance, he noticed a dramatic change in Chu Xian's aura. It was as if a torrential flood had suddenly swept through the 5th level of the prison. In comparison, his own realm of intent seemed like a mere brook overshadowed by the vast ocean, completely engulfed in an instant. His eyes widened in shock, his heart brimming with trepidation, and he instinctively yearned to flee. Yet at that moment, Chu Xian extended a finger. It was as if an exalted deity had descended, an overwhelming chill cascading forth. With a resounding boom, the entire world seemed to erupt. Chapter 10. Kneeling in desperation, Old 3 and Old 7 share the fate. A mere half-step into the innate realm could not withstand the power of Chu Xian's fingertip. Feng Xingyi's life served as testament to this grim reality. Under the chilling might of Chu Xian's ice finger divine technique, Feng Xingyi, a half-step innate, found himself utterly incapable of escape. His body was instantaneously consumed by the icy force, transforming into a lifelike ice sculpture, only to be ground into powder moments later. In the blink of an eye, he was completely annihilated. The 6 second-tier masters and 2 first-tier grandmasters that stood behind him were similarly engulfed in the tempest of frost. Only the Crown Prince Chu Ming remained unscathed. His survival was not attributed to his meager 7th-tier prowess, but rather to Chu Xian's deliberate choice to spare him. Otherwise, even the residual energy from the divine technique would have been enough to obliterate him. However, the psychological impact of this scene was beyond comprehension. After exerting immense effort to summon 9 formidable allies to help him seize the true Sunfire, he now found himself bereft of even a trace of it, as all 9 had vanished in an instant. Glancing at the desolate space around him, and then lifting his gaze to meet Chu Xian's, he wore a look of utter bewilderment, resembling a marionette rendered lifeless. In that moment, he even forgot his fear, his mind consumed solely by an unimaginable shock. It was undeniable that the recent events had far surpassed his wildest imaginings. It took him a considerable amount of time to finally regain his senses. With a resounding thud, Chu Ming bent his knees and fell to the ground. The sound of slaps echoed as he struck his own cheeks repeatedly, leaving them crimson and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Only then did he lift his gaze towards Chu Xian, tears streaming down his face as he beseeched. "Sixth brother, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. In the name of our brotherhood, I implore you to spare me this once. In the future, I shall undoubtedly follow your lead and dare not harbor any ulterior motives." Observing the emotionally charged performance of the Crown Prince, Chu Xian, though aware of its insincerity, couldn't help but admire his brother's ability to feign such vulnerability. He had never fathomed that his typically proud and arrogant elder brother could so readily prostrate himself and weep. Such skill was truly not common among men. "Just a moment ago, you did not express it this way," Chu Xian remarked with a knowing smile. "Sixth brother, you have misunderstood me. I was momentarily blinded by folly, and I never intended to harm you. I merely wished to frighten you. After all, we are brothers, and blood is thicker than water. How could I ever bring myself to harm you?" Chu Ming immediately swore passionately, his expression so tortured it seemed almost genuine. "Oh," Chu Xian, naturally not easily deceived, raised an eyebrow with a sly smile and inquired, "Then may I trouble the Crown Prince to enlighten me on the matter of the dual malevolent forces?" Chu Ming's gaze momentarily froze, his expression stiffening for an instant. Initially, he had presumed that the infamous duo, the male and female assassins, had fallen into the hands of some prince or perhaps directly into the grasp of his father, the emperor. He had never contemplated that they could be ensnared by Chu Xian. After all, at that time, Chu Xian appeared to him as a mere invalid. While the male and female assassins were renowned as a formidable pair of killers, they seemed to belong to entirely different realms. However, it has now dawned upon him that it is highly likely that the male and female assassins have indeed met their downfall at the hands of Chu Xian. "Is it that pair of assassins you speak of, sixth brother? I have heard of them, yet I have never had any dealings with them. As a prince of the great Xia, of noble lineage, how could I possibly associate with such lowly rats?" "You must be mistaken, sixth brother. I swear to the heavens that this is true," Chu Ming declared with unwavering conviction, clearly refusing to admit any wrongdoing. Chu Xian shook his head. "Your Highness, why resort to such theatrics? We have known each other for many years. If others may not understand you, do you think I am oblivious to your true nature? Speaking of which, haven't you targeted me on numerous occasions over the years? Would you like me to enumerate them for you? Thus, let us dispense with the pretense and embrace sincerity. With your intellect, I trust you can deduce the reason I have spared your life. Should you continue down this path, do not blame me for taking action." With measured steps, Chu Xian advanced closer. From the depths of his icy gaze, Chu Ming sensed an unrestrained and chilling intent to kill. A sudden tremor coursed through his heart, dispelling any lingering hopes of survival. "Will I live?" Chu Ming inquired, raising his gaze. "Brother, you have acknowledged our bond, and I shall not deceive you. Speak, and I shall grant you a swift end. Remain silent, and I will ensure your suffering exceeds that of death." Chu Xian lifted his right hand, the terrifying flames dancing at his fingertips, casting a stark light upon his cold, merciless visage. Indeed, the true fire of the sun rests in your hands. Chu Ming seemed to grasp the entirety of the situation. Why had the once downtrodden Chu Xian suddenly grown so formidable? If it were the true fire of the sun, then all would indeed be elucidated. This revelation extinguished any hope he had left. Indeed, it was I who orchestrated your deceit into the palace. He confessed. That little eunuch has long been in my employ. I have meticulously prepared for this scheme for years. However, at this juncture, Chu Ming abruptly lifted his head, a twisted and deranged smile breaking across his face. I am not the sole architect of your downfall. The third and seventh princes have their roles as well. The third and seventh princes? Chu Xian paused momentarily, then comprehended that Chu Ming referred to the third prince, Chu Hong, and the seventh prince, Chu Yuan. The involvement of the third prince, Chu Hong, did not surprise Chu Xian in the least. The third prince, Chu Hong, has always been ambitious, and it is only natural for him to conspire with the first prince against his rival for the throne. After all, they can only ascend to that esteemed position by displacing him from the crown. However, the seventh prince, Chu Yuan, as far as he knew, this prince was typically gentle, refined, and courteous, maintaining a rather amicable relationship with his predecessor. To think that the seventh prince, Chu Yuan, would betray him during that incident? Observing Chu Xian's expression, Chu Ming discerned his thoughts and promptly remarked, "There are those from the third prince's faction within the Imperial Guards, which is why you were able to enter the palace so smoothly." The incident was swiftly uncovered thereafter. As for the seventh prince, he not only monitors your movements, but also has connections with concubine Li. A sardonic smile graced his lips. Surprising, isn't it? To be honest, I was equally taken aback. In truth, he is the one who conceals his intentions most profoundly. Chu Ming gritted his teeth as he spoke. Chu Xian, however, felt no profound shock. After all, he was not his predecessor and did not share a deep bond with the seventh prince, Chu Yuan. Throughout history, fratricide and patricide have been commonplace in the fierce struggle for the throne. A mere act of betrayal hardly seems significant. I understand your meaning. I will settle the score with them in due course. You need not traverse the path to the underworld alone. Upon hearing this, Chu Ming laughed heartily. Indeed, that was precisely his intent. He indeed could not contend with Chu Xian, yet why should the third prince and the seventh prince reap the benefits? If we are to perish, let us perish together. Grant me a swift end. Upon uttering these words, Chu Ming closed his eyes. In that moment, Chu Xian found himself somewhat admiring his royal brother. Nevertheless, he showed no mercy. With a single gesture, Chu Ming collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Flames engulfed him. In the blink of an eye, Chu Ming was reduced to ashes. You came for the true fire of the sun. Now, I shall send you off with the true fire of the sun, thus fulfilling your wish. Chapter 11: The Arrival of the Innate Strong in the Stillness of the Night. The sound of footsteps echoed, tap, tap, tap. Two drowsy guards stationed at the celestial prison were jolted awake. They lifted their gazes to behold, not far down the street, an elderly man with disheveled hair advancing towards the prison with deliberate strides. The night air was frigid, yet the old man was clad in a thin garment, its front flung open, exposing his gaunt chest. Remarkably, he seemed unfazed, relishing the caress of the cold wind. The two guards exchanged uneasy glances, a chilling sensation creeping over them. Was this old man a human or a specter? One guard could not contain his curiosity and inquired aloud. "Humph, merely a trickster," retorted the other, displaying a measure of bravery. They then raised their long spears, commanding the old man with a thunderous voice, "This is sacred ground. Begone." The elderly figure appeared oblivious, his pace unbroken. With a shared resolve, the guards steeled their expressions and thrust their spears forward. In a startling turn of events, the old man seemed to defy gravity, soaring above their heads effortlessly, as if traversing a smooth path, and then he nonchalantly entered the celestial prison. Witnessing such an extraordinary spectacle, not only were the two guards left dumbfounded, but every other guard in the vicinity stood agape, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. This was no mere display of agility, it was the true essence of walking upon air. To the ordinary onlooker, it was nothing short of a miraculous phenomenon. At this moment, the warden Wu Qi arrived with his men. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he too wore an expression of dread. However, as the warden of the celestial prison, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure, albeit only daring to shout with a facade of bravado. "Trespassing into the celestial prison is a grave offense. Pray, who might you be?" It has been some years since I last ventured out, and it seems none recognize my presence." The old man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. "I am the Wanderer of the Azure Clouds. I wonder if anyone still remembers my name? The Wanderer of the Azure Clouds. The one from 30 years ago?" Suddenly, someone exclaimed in astonishment. To their surprise, 30 years had passed, yet some still recalled him. The old man's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I am that very Wanderer of the Azure Clouds. You truly are the Wanderer of the Azure Clouds." At this juncture, Wu Qi also recalled who the Wanderer was, his eyes immediately reflecting profound astonishment. The Wanderer of the Azure Clouds had been a legendary figure 3 decades prior. Emerging from solitary cultivation, he had no sect or affiliation. Yet through a rather commonplace martial art, he became a renowned powerhouse of the Great Xia dynasty. Countless heroes and veterans had fallen to his prowess, including many of Grandmaster caliber. At the height of his power, he was even regarded as the foremost Grandmaster of the Great Xia dynasty. This individual, both righteous and wicked, had always acted without restraint. For reasons unknown, he had incurred the wrath of the Poisonous Sect, one of the 4 major sects of the Great Xia dynasty, and had been pursued for thousands of miles by its ancestral figure. Everyone believed that Qingyun Sanren had perished at the hands of the elder of the Poison Sect. However, to their astonishment, after 30 years, he re-emerged alive within the Tianlao of the Great Xia dynasty. "Senior Qingyun, if you seek vengeance, you should confront the Poison Sect. What brings you to our Tianlao?" Faced with such an ancient being, Wu Qi felt increasingly apprehensive. The trivial matters of the Poison Sect have long been settled by me. My purpose for emerging this time is to seek the true Sunfire." Qingyun Sanren scoffed, dismissing further conversation, and casually tossed a token to Wu Qi. Upon receiving it, Wu Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the royal offering token. When did Qingyun Sanren become a royal offering? As Wu Qi understood, the power and status of a royal offering were astonishing, surpassing even that of princes and nobles. But the requirements were equally extraordinary. Not even a first-grade grandmaster would qualify to become a royal offering. Only the legendary innate experts held such a distinction. Thus, although the number of royal offerings was few, each one was a true pillar of strength, safeguarding the Great Xia dynasty's foothold in the southern territories. If Qingyun Sanren had become a royal offering, did this not imply that he was now an innate expert? Realizing this, Wu Qi was left utterly speechless. "By the way, how long have the Crown Prince and his entourage been inside?" Qingyun Sanren suddenly inquired, as if recalling something. "It has been nearly half an hour." Wu Qi replied instinctively. "Half an hour has nearly passed." The Qingyun Wanderer smiled faintly, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Upon closer inspection, he had already entered the depths of the celestial prison. With each deliberate step forward, his pace appeared slow yet was deceptively swift, and in the blink of an eye, he was entirely enveloped by the darkness. Witnessing this scene, a phrase abruptly surfaced in Wu Qi's mind: "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." Initially, he had been curious as to why His Majesty remained indifferent to the true fire of the sun. However, it now seemed evident that age had bestowed wisdom upon Jiang. It was likely that the series of actions taken by the Crown Prince had not escaped the discerning eyes of the Emperor. When the Emperor chose to intervene, he summoned forth a royal patron without hesitation. Although the Crown Prince and his entourage possessed considerable strength, against a genuine innate master, they would likely serve merely as scouts. In stark contrast to the cautious demeanor of the Crown Prince's group, the Qingyun Wanderer, as an innate powerhouse, was bold and unrestrained, wholly devoid of concern. Moreover, his speed was astonishing. Within a mere moment, he had descended to the 5th level of the celestial prison, just as Chu Xian had settled down to cultivate. He sensed a subtle shift and reopened his eyes. Lifting his gaze to the entrance of the 5th level, he beheld an additional figure emerging, none other than the Qingyun Wanderer. "Little one, have you seen a group enter?" The Qingyun Wanderer inquired with a broad grin, revealing his large yellowed teeth. He is now nearly a century old, and the youthful Chu Xian, barely of age, appears to him merely as a child. Observing them, they descended below, their conversation hinting at a journey to the 9th level of the celestial prison. Chu Xian replied with sincere earnestness, "The 9th level of the celestial prison? Thank you." The enigmatic Qingyun Wanderer momentarily paused, then, in an instant, his form flickered as if he were a phantom, arriving at the entrance of the 6th level of the celestial prison. However, just as he was about to step into the 6th level, he halted abruptly, turning to gaze at Chu Xian with a slight furrow in his brow, an unusual glimmer flashing in his murky eyes. Child, do you not feel hot remaining here? No. I am naturally cold-natured and prefer warmer places, Chu Xian replied with an untroubled demeanor. Naturally cold-natured? Could it be an ailment? Meeting you is indeed a stroke of fate. Today my spirits are high, so I shall offer you a complimentary examination. Before he could finish, the Qingyun wanderer's figure vanished. A resounding crash echoed as the pillars of the prison cell shattered. Yet, the Qingyun wanderer appeared unfazed, swiftly reappearing before Chu Xian. His emaciated hand shot out like lightning, reaching for Chu Xian's right hand. However, he grasped nothing but air. Chu Xian stepped back 2 paces, a light laugh escaping his lips as he shook his head. My mother always advised me that boys must learn to protect themselves when outside. One should not allow just anyone to touch them. Qingyun Sanren glanced at his right hand, then turned his gaze towards Chu Xian. A hint of coldness swiftly emerged in his aged eyes as he fixed his unblinking stare upon Chu Xian and slowly spoke. What if I insist on touching it? Chapter 12. Are you not a true innate being? Why bother? Facing the piercing gaze of the Qiong sage, Chu Xian let out a soft sigh. He was not a bloodthirsty fiend, but merely wished to quietly sign in at the heavenly prison. The individuals he had previously slain were primarily acts of passive defense. In truth, as long as he was not disturbed, others could do as they pleased. Even if they turned the prison upside down, he would not care in the slightest. However, contrary to his desires, one after another, they deemed him an easy target. After all the effort he had invested in cultivation to attain his status as an innate being, why must they insist on challenging him? Could they not simply follow their own paths, one basking in the sun while the other traversed a narrow bridge? Noticing the Qiong sage's unyielding demeanor, Chu Xian felt a sense of helplessness. Upon hearing his words, the sage's eyes suddenly sharpened. You are indeed extraordinary. Few possess the ability to see through my cultivation at a glance. Speak, what is your true identity? Why do you hide within this heavenly prison? Yet, the Qiong sage seemed resolute in his inquiry, determined to unearth the truth. This is of no concern to you, Chu Xian replied, shaking his head, his expression now cold. He merely sought to avoid trouble, not out of fear. Being fellow innate beings, he certainly bore no fear towards his counterpart. It seems that without exerting some effort, you are reluctant to speak the truth. I, having remained inactive for decades, perceive that the people of the great Xia dynasty have forgotten the origin of my title, the wandering ascetic of Qingyun. To be frank, ever since I ascended to the innate realm, the extent of my strength remains a mystery even to myself. The wandering ascetic of Qingyun spoke coldly, his gaze revealing boundless arrogance. As he spoke, a terrifying aura surged from within him, instilling a sense of trepidation. He shed his previous frailty, his long hair dancing wildly. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to swirl chaotically, like ribbons of rainbow light encircling him, accentuating his extraordinary presence. His feet lifted off the ground. An innate true energy radiated from his body. His eyes blazed with authority and dignity. It must be said that innate experts are indeed markedly different from ordinary martial artists. The mere aura they emit signifies a stark contrast between 2 levels. To put it bluntly, ordinary martial artists, in the presence of an innate expert, might lack even the courage to strike, let alone contend with them. In this moment, Chu Xian could not help but reveal a look of astonishment. Although he had broken through to the innate realm, he had never engaged in combat with another innate expert. To be precise, apart from himself, the wandering ascetic of Qingyun was the first innate expert he had encountered. Yet, it seemed he was not as formidable as he had imagined. Chu Xian mused quietly to himself. Nevertheless, he did not let his guard down. After all, some things cannot be judged solely by their surface. They may conceal profound mysteries. The world is replete with heroes, yet those who are excessively proud and arrogant shall only suffer in the end. Chu Xian was acutely aware of the brevity of his cultivation time and understood the necessity of remaining vigilant and prepared at all times. He swiftly summoned his inner strength, causing the chilling true energy within him to surge forth in an instant. To be on the safe side, even the solar true fire nurtured within his dantian was subtly mobilized, ready to unleash a formidable strike at a moment's notice should danger arise. Kneel before me. At that moment, the Qingyun wanderer finally made his move. With a powerful strike, he unleashed his innate true energy, transforming it into a vibrant blue palm print that fiercely descended upon Chu Xian. Chu Xian's gaze sharpened as he mirrored the action, sending forth a torrent of icy true energy that surged forward like a tempest. In an instant, the previously sweltering 5th level of the celestial prison experienced a drastic drop in temperature, resembling the frigid purgatory of the fourth level. The two formidable energies clashed, and the palm print conjured by the Qingyuan wanderer shattered almost instantaneously, as if it could not withstand even a fleeting moment. The expression on Qingyuan wanderer's face shifted dramatically. However, as a seasoned and renowned powerhouse, he did not retreat. Instead, he chose to forge ahead with unwavering determination. He took 3 swift steps forward. His fingers clenched into a fist and struck fiercely against the icy torrent. A single force can shatter myriad techniques. He aimed to obliterate it with one devastating punch. In the next moment, a series of explosive sounds resonated throughout the air. The palms, wrists, and arms of the Qingyuan wanderer erupted in a swirling mist of crimson blood. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, he was propelled backward, crashing to the ground like a mere sandbag. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that his entire right arm had been obliterated. Not a shred of flesh remained, nor even the remnants of bone. This is impossible. The reality was unfathomable. Gazing at his vacant right limb, the Qingyuan wanderer immediately erupted into a frenzied howl. He was the Qingyuan wanderer, a formidable figure who had garnered fame throughout the Great Xia 30 years prior. Now, 3 decades later, his power had ascended to unprecedented heights, establishing him as a preeminent innate expert. In the realm of the Great Xia dynasty, innate experts were the pinnacle of existence. Even though other innate experts might surpass him in strength, they would merely be stronger, as they all belonged to the same echelon of power. It was utterly inconceivable that someone could shatter his arm with a single strike. Moreover, how could this seemingly youthful individual possess such formidable might? Who are you? His bloodshot eyes fixated fiercely on Chu Xian, his teeth clenched as he demanded angrily. For a moment, Chu Xian was taken aback. In his first encounter with an innate expert, he had anticipated a fierce battle, mentally preparing himself for the challenge. However, the outcome was strikingly different from his expectations. Do not say that the sun's true fire was not employed. Even the ice god's finger, a formidable technique, was not utilized. Merely with a single palm strike, the opponent was vanquished. In comparison, what distinguishes this individual from someone like Fang Xingyi, who is merely a half-step into the innate realm? Is your innate status a fade? Chu Xian could not restrain himself from voicing his thoughts. Poof! Upon hearing these words, the already frenzied Qingyuan siren was instantly consumed by rage, unable to contain himself any longer, and he spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood. His pallid complexion transformed into an even more ghastly hue. He glared intensely at Chu Xian, as if harboring a deep-seated vendetta. This was intolerable. Defeating him was one thing, but to mock him openly was akin to dancing upon his grave. Such indignation could not be borne. Chu Xian managed an awkward smile, realizing it had been an ill-timed remark. The Qingyuan siren was indeed an innate powerhouse. This much was evident. After all, the aura of innate beings is markedly different from that of ordinary martial artists, who lack the ability to harness the energies of heaven and earth. Thus, it could not be said that Qingyuan siren's strength was lacking. Consequently, there was only one possible explanation. Could it be that my own power is too formidable? Chu Xian murmured to himself. Upon further reflection, this notion held a semblance of truth. Not only did he possess the unparalleled physique of the ice sacred body, but over the past 2 months, he had also consumed a plethora of rare heavenly treasures. Despite the casual manner in which he consumed millennium-old cold marrow and blood bodhi, the effects were indeed profound. If placed in the outside world, each of these treasures would be worth a fortune, and the mere appearance of one would incite countless formidable beings to vie for it. Only he regards these extraordinary gifts as mere sustenance. It is precisely for this reason that the foundation he has forged is far beyond that of an average martial artist. His breakthrough to the innate stage was facilitated by the power of the sun's true fire. What is the sun's true fire? It is one of the 10 divine flames from myth and legend. Now, the sun's true fire has merged with his very being, continuously purifying his essence and refining his true energy. When compared to an ordinary innate master, it is indeed somewhat unfair. It seems I am not lacking in strength after all. At the very least, I am not inferior to an ordinary innate master. My ability to protect myself has improved just a little more. Chu Xian has found his answer, and his spirits soared. He then stepped forward, and with a light, effortless palm strike, proclaimed the end of the Qingyuan wanderer. Chapter 13. The sacred body of flames, united as one your majesty. The soul tablet of the Qingyuan hermit has shattered. The leader of the Black Guards hastily approached, breathless with urgency. The Summer Emperor, engrossed in reviewing memorials, abruptly froze. He immediately raised his head, his countenance darkening in an instant as he coldly inquired, "What did you say?" The shattering of the soul tablet signifies the demise of the physical body. Yet how could a preeminent innate powerhouse suddenly perish? Under the weight of the piercing gaze that felt almost tangible, the leader of the Black Guards felt a shiver run down his spine, promptly bowing his head in trepidation as he explained, "Since entering the celestial prison last night, the Qingyun hermit has not emerged. I dispatched someone to investigate, only to discover that his soul tablet has indeed shattered the celestial prison." The Summer Emperor nearly spat out those two words through clenched teeth. This place had become a veritable nightmare for him, haunting his dreams and rousing him from slumber in the dead of night. He struggled to suppress the fury bubbling within him, yet it proved futile. The loss of an innate royal patron would have far-reaching repercussions. One must recognize that the southern territory upon which the great Xia dynasty stands is no tranquil haven. It is beset by formidable barbarian neighbors eyeing them covetously. An internal strife from sects and noble families wreaking havoc. Should outsiders learn that the great Xia royal family has lost an innate powerhouse, it would undoubtedly trigger a cascade of reactions. "By the way, what has become of my eldest prince?" As if recalling something vital, the Summer Emperor swiftly inquired with a sharp tone. Qingyun Sanren accompanied the Grand Prince and his entourage into the celestial prison. Should the Grand Prince and his companions emerge unscathed, their suspicions would undoubtedly be the greatest. In a certain light, this could be deemed a fortuitous turn of events. After all, dealing with these individuals is far simpler than confronting the unfathomable depths of the celestial prison. As the sovereign of a nation, he could effortlessly devise dozens of strategies. However, the leader of the black-clad guards shook his head, outright dismissing the Summer Emperor's conjecture. The Grand Prince did not emerge from the celestial prison either, along with Feng Xingyi and the other 9 masters, all of whom vanished without a trace. Had they all succumbed within the celestial prison? A deep sense of apprehension clouded the Summer Emperor's gaze. 9 formidable masters, among whom was a half-step innate, had simply disappeared. The celestial prison had already claimed far too many powerful lives in recent days. Now, even half-step innate and innate experts had perished within its confines. If this trend were to continue, the consequences were beyond his imagination. No, it cannot be allowed to persist any longer. The Summer Emperor made a swift decision, promptly issuing an order: "Summon the ancestors of the 4 major sects, and convey this message. I am willing to share the legendary True Sunfire with them." While the Summer Emperor was engulfed in anxiety, Chu Xian within the celestial prison felt rather content. After resolving the matter with Qingyun Sanren, he discovered several volumes of cultivation insights among the remnants left behind. Although Chu Xian regarded the strength of the Qingyun hermit with disdain, he nonetheless acknowledged that the latter had cultivated for nearly a century. The insights he recorded from his cultivation experience contained numerous common understandings that held significant value for Chu Xian. It became apparent that the innate realm was categorized into 9 levels. The Qingyun hermit had broken through to the innate realm 20 years ago, diligently practicing for 2 decades, and was now at the 3rd level of the innate realm. In contrast, having just recently achieved the breakthrough, I could be considered at the 1st level of the innate realm. This leads to a perplexing question. Why is it that this 3rd-level innate practitioner is unable to withstand even a single strike from me, a mere 1st-level practitioner? It seems that such classifications of realms are rather unreliable and can only serve as a rough reference. Chu Xian shook his head. Despite this, he diligently committed these cultivation principles to memory. In the days that followed, the celestial prison returned to a state of tranquility, allowing Chu Xian to sign in with peace of mind. The potential for rewards at the 5th level of the celestial prison evidently surpassed that of the 4th level. After signing in for a month at the 4th level, the rewards had begun to diminish. However, after a month at the 5th level, there had been no significant decline in rewards. Nonetheless, according to Chu Xian's judgment, it was unlikely that the 5th level could sustain this for much longer. System, sign in. A new day has arrived. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Flame Saint body. Would you like to fuse it immediately? Chu Xian was momentarily taken aback, but then his heart soared with joy. He never anticipated that on the final day of sign-in the 5th level of this prison, he would receive such a remarkable reward. Following the True Sunfire, he experienced yet another stroke of fortune. The Flame Saint body was evidently a peerless physique, rivaling even the Ice Saint body. However, he already possessed the Ice Saint body. Would fusing it with the Flame Saint body pose any issues? After all, water and fire are incompatible, and if they were to repel each other, the unfortunate outcome would befall him alone. In a more severe scenario, with a resounding bang, he could very well cease to exist. Given the stakes concerning his own life, Chu Xin could not help but feel apprehensive. Ding. Please rest assured, host. All sign-in rewards belong to you and will not cause any harm. Ding. It has been detected that the host already possesses the Ice Saint body. The Flame Saint body can indeed be fused with the Ice Saint body. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Is that possible? Chu Xin's eyes brightened. The two magnificent saint bodies could be fused? The standalone Ice Saint body was already astonishingly powerful, and if combined with the Flame Saint body, it would surely surpass expectations, perhaps even yielding a result greater than the sum of its parts. With the system's assurance, Chu Xin set aside his concerns and silently declared in his heart, "Fuse. Congratulations, host." The fusion of the Ice Saint body and the Flame Saint body has resulted in the acquisition of the Primordial Saint body incomplete. The Primordial Saint body ranks among the 5 fundamental saint bodies, surpassing the Ice Saint body in grade and belonging to the Supreme Saint body category. To attain a complete Primordial Saint body, it is essential to fuse the Ice Saint body, the Flame Saint body, the Earth Saint body, the Wood Spirit Saint body, and the Crimson Gold Saint body. We hope you will continue your efforts. A series of system notifications resonated. Chu Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. He had initially believed that it was merely a simple fusion of the two saint bodies, resulting in something akin to a water-fire saint body. To his surprise, it had evolved into an entirely new primordial saint body. The primordial saint body, one of the 5 fundamental saint bodies, belongs to the supreme category, its power vastly exceeding that of ordinary saint bodies. However, the current state of his primordial saint body remains incomplete. He still needs to fuse the Earth Saint body, the Wood Spirit Saint body, and the Crimson Gold Saint body to achieve true completeness. For others, this task would be nearly insurmountable. Yet for Chu Xian, it merely requires locating a signing-in spot rich in the 5 elemental attributes, which is hardly a daunting challenge. Joyful indeed, even as an incomplete primordial saint body. Its effects far surpass those of the Ice Saint body. While the Ice Saint body is limited to the Ice attribute, primarily absorbing the spiritual energy of water, the Primordial Saint body is different. It can absorb the spiritual energy from nearly any attribute. This alone significantly boosts Chu Xian's cultivation efficiency, enhancing it tenfold or more. Boom. An invisible membrane shattered. In the realm of innate mastery, a momentous breakthrough occurred. Bang. Another layer was shattered. Ascending to the 3rd level of innate mastery, Chu Xian transcended through mere integration with the primordial sacred body, effortlessly advancing 2 realms. In an instant, he transformed from the 1st to the 3rd level of innate mastery. In other words, within the blink of an eye, Chu Xian traversed the arduous path that took the Qinyan Wanderer 2 decades to cultivate. Had the Qinyan Wanderer been alive to witness this spectacle, he would likely have been driven to despair. Simultaneously, the external world was once again graced with astonishing celestial phenomena. Phoenixes danced in harmony, divine dragons soared through the heavens, the moon rose resplendently over the seas, and chaotic seeds of azure lotuses blossomed. These wondrous occurrences enveloped the entire imperial capital, their grandeur surpassing all previous manifestations. However, the formidable beings within the capital had grown numb to such wonders. In a mere 2 months, celestial phenomena had unfolded too frequently. During the first occurrence, they were filled with astonishment. The second invoked an exhilarating thrill. Yet by the third, they were merely fatigued, for these marvels were elusive and intangible. The first time, they had dug deep into the earth, finding nothing but disappointment in the absence of the coveted ice treasures. The second time, the sun's true fire brought calamity, claiming the lives of thousands of elite warriors. It seemed as though the heavens were toying with them. Nonetheless, despite such sentiments, countless eyes remained wide open, scouring the surroundings, for who knew? Perhaps fortune would smile upon them. One must always harbor dreams. Chapter 14. The ambitious barbarian prince. The primordial sacred body indeed lives up to its reputation as the supreme sacred body. While the ice sacred body is already regarded as a top-tier sacred body, the disparity when compared to the primordial sacred body is strikingly apparent. Even the primordial sacred body I currently possess is not in its complete form. One wonders how formidable it would be if it were to reach its full potential. In the celestial prison, the eyes of Chu Xian sparkled with exhilaration. The primordial sacred body, born from the fusion of the ice sacred body and the flame sacred body, is far more powerful than he had anticipated. To illustrate this with a simple example, previously, it took him nearly half a day to refine a blood bodhi. One might not consider this duration excessive, for the blood bodhi is indeed a rare and precious treasure. An ordinary martial artist might struggle for 10 days or even half a month to refine it successfully. However, with the primordial sacred body, Chu Xian now requires merely 1 or 2 hours to completely refine and absorb a single blood body. Moreover, this is merely one manifestation of the primordial sacred body's remarkable prowess. Even in routine cultivation, the efficiency of the primordial sacred body far surpasses that of the ice sacred body. From all directions, the spiritual energies of heaven and earth rushed toward him in a frenzied amalgamation. Chu Xian found himself enveloped entirely by these diverse attributes of spiritual energy. It was as if he were not absorbing the spiritual energies of the cosmos. Rather, it felt as though they were eagerly seeking to embrace him, fervently penetrating into his being. Under such astonishing cultivation efficiency, within just a few short days, Chu Xian's prowess ascended to new heights. He effortlessly broke through the bottleneck of the 3rd layer of the innate realm, advancing to the 4th layer. Such a rate of progress, if divulged, would undoubtedly drive countless innate powerhouses to madness. After all, for them, breakthroughs were measured in years, rendering Chu Xian's rapid ascent akin to a snail's crawl. Even more astonishing was the stability of Chu Xian's cultivation. It was remarkably solid without any hint of instability. Despite his attempts to restrain his growth, he could only ascend earnestly. Meanwhile, as Chu Xian immersed himself in arduous training, a delegation of oddly dressed foreign tribesmen suddenly arrived outside the imperial capital. They hailed from the barbarian tribe, residing in the southern regions of the Great Xia, a land filled with wilderness and perilous creatures, where the environment was exceedingly harsh and treacherous for outsiders. However, it was precisely this inhospitable terrain that forged the barbarian tribe's fierce and combative nature, rendering them a persistent threat to the Great Xia dynasty. What a splendid city! Among the delegation, the 20-year-old barbarian prince, Wu Duan, gazed in awe, his eyes betraying an unmistakable greed and ambition. Such a magnificent metropolis rightfully ought to belong to our barbarian tribe. This bountiful land should indeed become the territory of the barbarians. If we could conquer this bountiful land, how many barbarian warriors could we nurture? Murmured the barbarian Prince Wu Duan. The high priest of the barbarian tribe, leading the delegation, smiled upon hearing this. Prince, you are a rare prodigy among our people. And once you mature, all of this shall be realized. Indeed, I possess the bloodline of the Firebird, and it is destined that I shall become the king of the southern lands. The barbarian Prince Wu Duan declared with unwavering confidence. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he inquired with a smile, High Priest, you have always claimed that the Great Xia dynasty is vast and rich with talent. Is there anyone who could possibly compare to me? Indeed, there is a certain individual. The 6th prince of the Great Xia dynasty, Chu Xian, possesses the red blood spiritual body and has reached the peak of the 4th rank at a tender age. It is certain that he will break through to the 1st rank and achieve innate prowess in the future. Wu Duan's expression faltered momentarily. Such talent, it seemed, was not to be underestimated. However, the high priest then shifted his tone. Yet, according to the intelligence I have received, he has recently fallen victim to the royal family strife. Not only has his cultivation been completely obliterated, but he has also been imprisoned in the Sky Dungeon, and now he is most likely dead within those confines. Instantly, the barbarian Prince Wu Duan transformed his anger into joy, disdain evident on his face as he proclaimed, The Great Xia dynasty has long since decayed, ensnared in treachery and deceit. They fail to appreciate such talent. When I rise, none shall stand against me. In the stillness of the night, beyond the Sky Dungeon, 2 shadowy figures stealthily crawled upon the rooftop. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that these 2 were none other than the barbarian high priest and the barbarian prince, Wu Duan, who ought to have remained at the inn. High priest, what brings me to this place? Inquired Prince Wu Duan, his expression one of confusion. The high priest pointed fervently towards the distant heavenly prison, his gaze ablaze with fervor. Not long ago, a celestial phenomenon occurred. The true fire of the sun descended from the heavens, landing precisely within the Great Xia's heavenly prison. At this juncture, he turned to Wu Duan and continued, The true fire of the sun is the legendary supreme flame. Should your highness master it, not only will you effortlessly transcend the innate realm, but you will also harbor great prospects for ascending to levels beyond that realm. Upon hearing this, Wu Duan could scarcely contain his excitement. Yet, he soon voiced a pressing question. If the true fire of the sun is so formidable, why has no one from the Great Xia sought it out, allowing us to benefit instead? The high priest raised 2 fingers, addressing the inquiry. There are 2 reasons for this. First, The heavenly prison is shrouded in numerous rumors and fraught with peril, making it inaccessible to ordinary individuals. However, Your Highness need not worry. I am a formidable warrior of the 6th tier of the innate realm, capable of ensuring your safety. Second, the true fire of the sun is a force of such magnitude that it cannot be subdued by just anyone. Yet, this should not pose a problem for you, as you possess the bloodline of the flame bird, naturally attuned to the extraordinary fires of the world. While I cannot guarantee that you will subdue the true fire of the sun completely, your chances are certainly far greater than those of others. Upon listening, Wuduan was devoid of any doubts and immediately rubbed his hands in anticipation, gazing towards the prison. Yet, the guards were so formidable that he pondered how they could gain entry. Soon, a new question arose in his mind. In light of the recent events, the number of guards had increased several-fold, forming a veritable fortress with sentinels stationed every 5 paces. All around, elite soldiers donned in armor and wielding sharp weapons were stationed both inside and outside. The barbarian high priest couldn't help but furrow his brow at the sight. Indeed, the defenses were far more stringent than he had anticipated. Yet this also confirmed that the true fire of the sun must still reside within the prison. With his prowess, he still held a chance of infiltrating, but for Wuduan, the prospects were nearly non-existent. Fortunately, I had prepared for this. As he spoke, the barbarian high priest produced 2 yellowed talisman papers from his robe. He cherished them as treasures, caressing them gently. A fleeting look of reluctance crossed his eyes before he handed one to Wuduan. "What is this?" Wuduan inquired, his curiosity piqued. "This is known as a talisman," the barbarian high priest reminisced. "In my youth, I ventured beyond the land of the barbarians, enduring numerous hardships to reach the eastern wilderness, south of the heavens. There, a true era of cultivation flourished, teeming with ancient powers of remarkable lineage and giving rise to many wondrous artifacts, such as this talisman. Though it appears to be merely a small piece of yellowed paper, it harbors a special concealment spell, which can be activated simply by channeling energy into it, allowing for immediate use." As he spoke, he promptly infused his innate energy into the talisman. A veil of ethereal light flickered briefly, and in the next moment, he vanished into thin air. Wuduan, taken aback, finally comprehended the true value of the talisman in his hand. With proper utilization, there would be no realm, celestial or terrestrial, beyond his reach. Beyond Tiannan, in the eastern wilderness. Once my cultivation reaches its zenith, I shall certainly venture there. However, prior to that, I must first master the solar true fire. Following suit, Wuduan diligently channeled his innate energy into the talisman as well. Yet, his strength paled in comparison to that of the great priest of the barbarian tribe. He lost a significant portion of his energy before successfully activating the talisman. Another flicker of hazy light ensued, and his figure too faded from view. Utilizing the talisman's unique properties, the two boldly made their way towards the celestial prison, effortlessly evading detection along the way. Moments later, they successfully infiltrated the celestial prison. Chapter 15. Are you the 6th prince, Chu Xian? Who? In the 5th level of the celestial prison, Chu Xian abruptly opened his eyes, instantly awakening from his meditation. Disrupted in the dead of night, his mood was understandably soured. He immediately spoke in a deep tone. "Since you two have arrived, why conceal yourselves?" The concealment charms wielded by the shaman priest of the barbarian tribe and Prince Wuduan could deceive ordinary individuals. Yet they were no match for the innate perception of Chu Xian, a being of primordial essence. In truth, the concealment charm in the hands of the shaman priest was merely a low-grade talisman, far less effective than one might assume. Had it been of a higher grade, it would have been well beyond his means to acquire. "The shaman priest, he seems to have discovered us." Wuduan, with one foot already stepping into the 5th level of the celestial prison, appeared alarmed. The other foot hung hesitantly in midair, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. The shaman priest's expression also darkened. The two exchanged a glance, quickly nodding in agreement. Since their true identities had been uncovered, there was no need for further concealment, especially as there were no others in this level of the celestial prison. They promptly severed the effects of their talismans, as if stepping out from the shadows. "You are of the barbarian tribe?" Upon observing their attire, Chu Xian could not help but furrow his brow. "Are you the guardian of this celestial prison?" The shaman priest inquired coldly at that moment. Currently, the prisoners in the celestial prison are concentrated on the first 3 levels, with the 4th level entirely vacant. Yet, on the 5th level, an individual unexpectedly emerges. The barbarian high priest assumes that Chu Xian is likely the guardian of this prison. However, Chu Xian shakes his head, declaring, "No, I am merely an ordinary prisoner of this celestial dungeon." Although he is somewhat surprised by their barbarian identities, it does not significantly concern him. As for being the guardian of the celestial prison, Chu Xian insists that he shall not bear that burden. An ordinary prisoner, you say? Upon hearing this, Wu Duan bursts into laughter, his face contorted with sarcasm. Do you take us for fools? Why not proclaim yourself as the sixth prince, Chu Xian? As a prince of the barbarian tribe, Wu Duan has always looked down upon commoners. Nevertheless, he has taken note of the mention of the sixth prince of the great Xia, for the talents of that individual are indeed comparable to his own. In the vast expanse of the great Xia dynasty, it is likely that only one person could earn his respect. Even if that person has since passed away, they still merit mention in his thoughts. However, upon hearing Wu Duan's words, Chu Xian cannot help but display a peculiar expression. What is this? A meeting of Li Kuei and Li Gui? He gazes deeply at Wu Duan, seemingly surprised to discover that he has a fan among the barbarians. You are correct. I am indeed the sixth prince, Chu Xian. Naturally, Wu Duan does not believe Chu Xian's assertion. He was instead filled with indignation, feeling that the figure before him, the sixth prince of the great Xia, spoke not but falsehoods. Ha! You claim to be the sixth prince, Chu Xian, yet I am still the emperor of great Xia. Yutan immediately burst into loud laughter. Chu Xian could only shake his head in resignation. In this age, speaking the truth had become a rarity that few believed. No. It appeared he truly was the sixth prince, Chu Xian of the great Xia dynasty. At that moment, however, the great shaman of the barbarian tribe suddenly spoke up. Though he had never laid eyes on Chu Xian, he had seen his portrait. Yet, such images were often too indistinct, even before Chu Xian. He failed to recognize him at once. It was only upon Chu Xian's own admission that he realized the young man before him was indeed the sixth prince of the great Xia dynasty. Yutan's expression immediately froze. At this moment, 1,000 curses swirled in his mind. Slowly, he turned to the great shaman, his eyes filled with resentment. Did you not claim this fellow was dead? Yet the great shaman seemed oblivious to his gaze, focusing instead on a distant point, as if lost in thought. Yutan, ambitious and yearning to become the king of Tiannan, was not easily dissuaded by embarrassment. He quickly suppressed his awkwardness. He turned his attention back to Chu Xian, a newfound fervor igniting within his eyes. Are you truly the sixth prince, Chu Xian? Absolutely authentic, Chu Xian replied. Haha, splendid. Then let us engage in a duel. In the eyes of Wu Duan, the flames of battle burned fiercely. Be cautious, prince. It appears that his cultivation has not been nullified. Cautioned the shaman of the barbarian tribe with a grave expression. If his cultivation remains intact, it is indeed fortuitous. Defeating him would signify that no one in the great Xia dynasty could rival me, affirming my status as the most extraordinarily gifted individual. As he spoke, Wu Duan strode purposefully towards Chu Xian, his bloodline of the flame bird igniting, enveloping him in an inferno. Though he was merely at the fourth tier of cultivation, he exuded an aura that eclipsed that of ordinary masters. The shaman, reluctant to complicate matters, recognized that vanquishing a peer of Chu Xian's caliber would greatly benefit Wu Duan's growth, and thus he suppressed his concerns. As for danger, surely none existed. Despite his vocal admiration for Chu Xian's talents, in his heart, he regarded Wu Duan as a once-in-a-century prodigy of the barbarian tribe, incomparable to ordinary individuals. Moreover, he stood there as a formidable innate powerhouse. Whatever transpired, he could intervene promptly. Suddenly, a flash of blue light erupted. Before he could comprehend the situation, he witnessed the once mighty Wu Duan being violently hurled back, blood gushing forth. In an instant, he suffered a grievous injury. Lying on the ground, Wu Duan appeared utterly bewildered. The shaman, standing not far away, mirrored his confusion. The two individuals stared at each other, an atmosphere of awkwardness enveloping them. What were you just saying? Chu Xian inquired with a smile as he stepped out of the cell. He suddenly realized that these two barbaric tribesmen were rather amusing. Making the effort to entertain him in the dead of night was no small feat, however. The two, Wu Duan, displayed no signs of amusement. Their expressions were instead grim and foreboding. It seems I have underestimated you, the high priest of the barbarian tribe began, his mind racing with possibilities. The rumors of your cultivation being crippled and your imprisonment in the heavenly dungeon must surely be fabrications. This was likely a ploy to lower the guard of various factions while allowing you the freedom to cultivate undisturbed. If I am not mistaken, you have received clandestine training from the imperial family of the Great Xia. Otherwise, at such a tender age, how could you possess such formidable strength? And as for the Sun True Fire, which has eluded the grasp of the Great Xia dynasty for so long, it is evident that this invaluable opportunity has been bestowed upon you, thus bringing you to this moment. A series of speculations left Chu Xian, the subject of such conjectures, momentarily speechless. Although the assertions were unfounded, there was an uncanny authenticity in their delivery that rendered the fabrications almost believable. Alas, you have encountered me, he retorted. While it may seem somewhat unfair for me to confront you directly, I must extend my apologies for the sake of the future of the barbarian tribe. To perish at the hands of one such as I, a natural-born powerhouse, is hardly unjust. As the words resonated, the aura of the barbarian high priest surged forth. In the next moment, his figure shot forth like a bolt of lightning, transforming into a radiant arc as he charged towards Chu Xian with lethal intent. Chapter 16. The Business Card Diary. Bloodline of the Flamebird. The tribal high priest possessed a wealth of combat experience, far surpassing that of the youthful Udon. Hatred surged within him, devoid of any embellishment. His strike was executed with the ferocity of a thunderstorm. Like a tempest, he assailed, causing the very fifth level of the dungeon to tremble violently. As the fierce winds howled, Chu Xian's robes billowed, yet he remained as steadfast as a mountain. His eyes, calm and unperturbed, resembled an ancient well. It was not until the tribal high priest advanced close enough to endanger his life that Chu Xian unleashed his response with lightning speed. A single finger extended, tearing through the void. The ominous surge of innate true energy erupted forth, akin to an endless and tumultuous ocean. From a distance, it appeared as if two violent torrents were colliding head-on. In an instant, they separated. In merely a second, the victor and vanquished emerged. The tribal high priest was thrust backward at a velocity even greater than before, seemingly reliving Udon's recent ordeal. However, his fate was undoubtedly far more tragic. Against Udon, Chu Xian had merely executed a casual strike. Yet, in facing this innate powerhouse, he accorded the requisite respect, employing the power of the innate level. With a single blow, the tribal high priest was grievously wounded. His body crashed to the ground, bones shattering and fracturing upon impact. He lay there, akin to a puddle of mud, utterly incapable of rising. The once menacing gaze gradually became vacant. Before Chu Xian could approach, the figure slumped, devoid of life. Witnessing this scene, the prince of the barbarian tribe, Wuduan, stared in disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers, filled with unimaginable shock. Had their high priest truly perished just like that? Earlier in the day, he had been filled with ambition, proclaiming his intent to conquer the Great Xia dynasty and become the sovereign of the southern skies. In the evening, he was exhilarated, believing he was on the brink of obtaining the true fire of the sun, envisioning a meteoric rise. Yet, upon entering the celestial prison, he discovered the reality starkly contrasted with his expectations. Before even catching a glimpse of the sun's true fire, he had suffered a grievous blow. Now, he could only watch helplessly as the high priest of his tribe fell before him, feeling as though the very fabric of his world was unraveling. This was not a grand opportunity, it was clearly a journey towards death, a journey that delivered a severed head from 1,000 miles away. Spare me, I beseech you. Spare my life. I am a prince of the barbarian tribe, of great value to you. If you grant me mercy, I can aid you in conquering my tribe and help you ascend as the sovereign of the southern realms. Faced with the specter of death, Wuduan finally understood that those previous dreams were mere illusions. Only survival bore the essence of reality. Struggling to rise, he bowed repeatedly before Chu Xian. His pleas a desperate echo, stripped of all former pride. Conquer the barbarian tribe? Become the sovereign of the southern skies? If spoken to others, such words might hold some value. However, for me, they possess not a shred of allure. Would it not be far more gratifying to transcend a few realms during that time? As his words faded, Chu Xian pointed with a finger, and a terrifying force pierced directly through Wuduan's forehead. Wuduan's eyes widened in shock, revealing a profound unwillingness. Then, with a thud, he collapsed, lifeless. This ambitious barbarian prince met his silent demise within the confines of the celestial prison. From the two, Chu Xian also discovered some intriguing items. He unearthed a messenger's name card from Wuduan. Upon opening it, he learned that the young barbarian he had slain was indeed named Wuduan and held the title of Barbarian Prince. As for the other individual, he was renowned as the foremost sage among the barbarian tribes, the chief priest. No wonder he possessed innate cultivation. In Chu Xian's estimation, this chief priest's prowess likely surpassed that of the Green Cloud Recluse, nearing the 6th level of innate cultivation. Yet, one might wonder why this 6th level innate chief priest could not contend with him, who was merely at the 4th level. This should be quite reasonable, should it not? From the chief priest, Chu Xian also retrieved a book. Initially, he presumed it to be a manual of cultivation techniques or insights. However, upon opening it, he discovered it was merely a diary. A diary? What respectable person writes a diary? Upon a cursory glance, Chu Xian quickly discerned that this was the diary of the shaman of the barbarian tribe, who had once embarked on a journey across the continent in his youth. This journal chronicled his observations and experiences, as well as the customs and traditions of various locales he encountered along the way. Upon his return to the tribe, he found himself bereft of time to wander further. Nevertheless, he kept this diary close at hand, for it contained his most cherished memories. It not only detailed the circumstances of the southern lands, but also included accounts from beyond, in the eastern wastes. According to the shaman's writings, the southern regions were merely a corner of the continent, while the eastern wastes were heralded as the true sanctum for cultivation. Intrigued, Chu Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, and he carefully stowed the diary away, intending to delve into its depths during a moment of leisure. Casting his gaze downward at the two lifeless bodies, he shook his head in disapproval. As emissaries of the barbarian tribe, they ought to have remained at the relay station. Yet they had clandestinely infiltrated the dungeon under the veil of night, an evident sign of their nefarious intentions. Their demise was, therefore, of their own making. No sooner had he uttered these words than Chu Xian snapped his fingers, unleashing a flicker of flame that swiftly transformed into a roaring inferno, engulfing the two corpses. As for the ramifications of their deaths, he felt no inclination to ponder. After all, he was merely a common prisoner of the dungeon, and such matters bore no significance to him. With the advent of the solar true fire, the obliteration of evidence had indeed become a far simpler task. The body of the shaman disintegrated at a visible pace, yet the flames consuming the body of the barbarian Prince Wuduan suddenly shifted in intensity. A mysterious firebird, resplendent in crimson, emerged from within him, vibrant and poised for flight. What is this? Chu Xian retreated 3 steps, a hint of trepidation mingling with curiosity in his gaze. He suddenly recalled the scene when Wu Dun had made his move, flames surging throughout his body. Initially, Chu Xian had presumed it to be a unique fire-based technique. However, it now appeared to be the manifestation of the power of this enigmatic firebird residing within him. This was likely not a mere special physique, but rather a rare bloodline. Coupled with his status as a prince of the barbarian tribe, could it be the legendary Flamebird bloodline? At that moment, before Chu Xian could act, the solar true fire surged with excitement. Though the fragment of solar true fire he commanded was limited in quantity, its undeniable combat prowess as one of the 10 divine flames was formidable. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a fiery net, ensnaring the crimson firebird. No matter how the firebird struggled, it remained ensnared, the net constricting tighter with each attempt. The crimson firebird, born of the Flamebird bloodline, was gradually consumed by the solar true fire. With every diminishing inch of the firebird, the solar true fire grew stronger. By the time the firebird was entirely devoured, the solar true fire had increased in power by at least 50%. A delightful surprise. It turns out that the true sunfire, in addition to being nurtured and strengthened within the Dantian, can also devour such fiery bloodlines to enhance its potency. Perhaps other fire attribute spiritual objects could also facilitate the growth of the true sunfire. The next time he encounters a fire attribute spiritual object, he must certainly give it a try. A smile of uncontainable joy graced Chu Xian's face. For him, the true sunfire was not merely a life-saving trump card. As long as he nurtured the true sunfire within his body, it continuously purified his meridians and refined his vital energy, akin to a perpetual buff, yielding benefits every moment. The stronger the true sunfire became, the greater the advantages it would bestow upon him. Chapter 17. The Earth Armor. Invincible Defense. Early the next morning, officials from the Ministry of Rites hurried into the palace. Your Majesty, the shaman of the barbarian tribe and Prince Wuduan have vanished. Stunned by such news at the break of dawn, the Emperor of Xia was bewildered. What does it mean, they have vanished? The official from the Ministry of Rites answered candidly. It is quite literal. I personally escorted them to the inn last night, and by morning, they have disappeared. I inquired among the other members of the delegation and the inn staff, yet none are aware of their whereabouts. Upon hearing this explanation, the Emperor of Xia abruptly rose, realizing the gravity of the situation. The barbarian tribe had consistently posed a significant nuisance to the Xia dynasty, and now, a rare opportunity to transform hostility into peace was at hand. If both the shaman and Prince Wuduan had disappeared within the imperial capital, renewed conflicts in the south would be inevitable. Immediately dispatch personnel to investigate this matter. The emperor commanded without delay. It must be noted that the Xia dynasty possessed capable individuals. Within less than half a day's time, the truth of the matter was uncovered. Are you suggesting that the shaman and Prince Wuduan stealthily left the inn in the dead of night, infiltrated the celestial prison, and have not emerged since? The emperor inquired with a grim expression, directing his gaze at the chief justice of the Dali temple. Last night, their presence was detected on the rooftop, and footprints were found beyond the confines of the celestial prison. Furthermore, the guards of the prison sensed the tremors of battle echoing through the night. Based on these various clues, there is over a 90% likelihood that the two individuals have indeed infiltrated the celestial prison. The Minister of Justice, being more rational, refrained from making any definitive statements. Although the Summer Emperor remained silent, he was already 100% convinced of this conclusion in his heart. According to the intelligence he possessed, the barbarian prince, Wuduan, was exceptionally gifted, having attained 4th-tier strength at a young age. The high priest of the barbarians was a well-known and formidable innate expert, having reached the 6th level of innate cultivation. Given their strength, who could possibly capture them unnoticed? It was hardly conceivable that they would travel all the way to the imperial capital merely to take a fleeting glance before stealthily retreating. Such a scenario was evidently implausible. Within the imperial capital, only the celestial prison could quietly engulf the two. As for their clandestine entry into the prison in the dead of night, the Summer Emperor could surmise it was likely in pursuit of the true Sunfire, though he had not anticipated that their attempt would lead to a greater loss. Once again, the celestial prison. The Summer Emperor sighed, massaging his forehead. Although the loss of an innate expert and a prodigious talent from the barbarian tribe was a matter for celebration, it still left him with a headache. However, the thought that failing to provide a reasonable explanation to the barbarian tribes could plunge the South into chaos troubled him greatly. Regardless of the circumstances surrounding the barbarians, the matter of the celestial prison must be resolved swiftly. Otherwise, harboring such a ticking time bomb within the imperial capital would render him unable to sleep soundly. Once the elders of the 4 major sects arrived, action would commence. The Emperor of Summer inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with determination. The sudden disappearance of the high priest of the barbarian tribes and Prince Wuduan indeed caused quite a stir within the imperial capital. Nevertheless, none of this bore any relevance to Chu Xian. He continued to diligently sign in and cultivate within the celestial prison each day. Since the notorious reputation of the celestial prison spread, it had effectively become a forbidden ground. Even the guards of the prison dared only to remain on the first 3 levels. With no one to disturb him, Chu Xian enjoyed a rare tranquility. A few days later, the sign-in rewards for the 5th level of the celestial prison finally began to diminish. Chu Xian had anticipated this outcome, finding no surprise in it, and promptly set off for the 6th level of the celestial prison. With 9 levels in total, each presented vastly different conditions. The 4th level, unbearably frigid, with water freezing upon contact, was aptly named the Ice Hell. The 5th level, engulfed in flames and exuding an unbearable heat, was known as the Flame Hell. Upon entering the 6th level, Chu Xian immediately sensed the exceptionally dense earth elemental spiritual energy and the gravity here, which was nearly tenfold that of the outside world. Even a congenital powerhouse like him could distinctly sense a wave of oppressive force. One can only imagine that if an ordinary person were to enter this place, given a bit of time, their bodies would be unable to endure it. Their internal organs might even be crushed. However, Chu Xian was far from an ordinary individual. Not only was he a congenital powerhouse, but he also possessed the Taichu sacred body, endowing him with a physical constitution that far surpassed that of typical warriors. Remaining in such an environment for cultivation posed no challenge for him at all. On the contrary, the constant pressure served to stimulate his physique's rapid growth. For any martial artist, physical strength is fundamental, and its importance is beyond question, especially for Chu Xian, who possessed the Taichu sacred body. To neglect its utilization would be a gross misuse of potential. This environment was, in fact, more conducive to his growth than the 4th or 5th levels. Furthermore, with the abundant earth attribute spiritual energy, he might even have the opportunity to attain the earth's sacred body, potentially perfecting his Taichu sacred body. Filled with delight, Chu Xian promptly sought out a cell to sit down. He did not immediately commence his cultivation, but instead opted to sign in first. He had yet to use today's sign-in opportunity. System, sign in. A chime echoed, and shortly after, the system announced, sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Earth Armor. Taken aback by the revelation of Earth Armor, Chu Xian observed that a set of earthy yellow armor had materialized in the system space. With a flick of his right hand, the armor appeared before him. Though this armor is of an earthy hue, it exudes no trace of dullness. On the contrary, it is exquisitely crafted, shimmering with a brilliance akin to the most precious of treasures, captivating the beholder's heart. Moreover, this armor is not merely superficial. It is forged from the finest materials, its construction remarkably intricate, adorned with countless engraved runes. Once activated, it reveals astonishing defensive capabilities. After Chu Xian refined it, he swiftly grasped the pertinent information. This earth armor is, indeed, a superior Dao artifact. Weaponry and equipment are distinctly categorized according to their spiritual essence and potency, broadly classified into treasures, Dao artifacts, and divine weapons. Each category is further subdivided into inferior, middle grade, superior, and supreme grades. In truth, even an inferior treasure is valued at no less than several thousand taels of silver, far surpassing ordinary weaponry. As for a supreme Dao artifact, its worth transcends any measure of common silver. To put it bluntly, even selling the entire Xia dynasty would not suffice to procure such a supreme Dao artifact. Furthermore, the earth armor, being a defensive Dao artifact, is inherently more sought after, as items that can preserve life hold greater value. With a flick of his right hand, the armor instantly enveloped him. There was no cumbersome restriction. It felt as light as a cicada's wing, as though he wore nothing at all. With a mere thought, the armor seamlessly melded into his body. Upon encountering peril, the earth armor instantly provides a defensive effect. Although it may not possess the sanctity of the earth body, the earth armor is still commendable. My current strength can be deemed satisfactory, yet I find myself lacking such a life-preserving artifact. After all, life is of utmost importance. Only by surviving can one ultimately revel in victory. Upon entering the 6th level of the celestial prison and discovering such a treasure, Chu Xian felt an overwhelming sense of delight. With this earth armor, his capacity for self-preservation has significantly enhanced. With such joyous sentiments, he swiftly entered a state of cultivation. 3 days later, he experienced yet another breakthrough in his cultivation. He has now reached the 5th layer of the innate realm. Chapter 18. The 5 great primordials unite at the celestial prison. The sound of countless footsteps echoed like a tidal wave. A large contingent of the Imperial Guards swiftly approached, encircling the celestial prison in a tightly knit formation. Outside the prison gates stood Emperor Xia, once more gracing the scene with his presence, alongside 5 distinguished individuals. Each of these 5 possessed extraordinary status. 4 of them were the revered ancestors from the 4 major sects: Taishu Temple, Poisonous Gate, Lotus Sect, and Giant Sword Sect, each wielding terrifying power at the level of the primordial realm. The 5th, an esteemed eunuch known as the ancestor of Sunflower, served as another protector of the great Xia royal family. The great Xia royal family was blessed with 4 venerable protectors, the most formidable of whom was the grand sect leader of the great Xia dynasty, boasting unparalleled prowess at the pinnacle of the primordial realm, serving as the true pillar of the dynasty. However, his remaining lifespan was dwindling, and he remained in seclusion, rarely emerging unless faced with a grave crisis. Another protector, also a member of the royal family, was presently engrossed in the cultivation of a secret technique, rendering him equally inaccessible. With the demise of the Qingyun hermit, only the ancestor of Sunflower remained capable of taking action among the 4 protectors. Though the ancestor of Sunflower was a eunuch, his strength positioned him firmly as the 2nd most powerful among the protectors, having attained the 7th level of the primordial realm. Even the great shaman of the barbarian tribes, if still alive, would likely find him a formidable opponent. The other 4 ancestral leaders of the major sects held a considerable respect and caution towards him. To my astonishment, the venerable ancestor of the Sunflower sect, you are still alive. The grand ancestor of the Giant Sword sect possesses a formidable cultivation at the 5th heaven of the innate realm. As a sword cultivator, his combat prowess far surpasses that of his peers. However, in the presence of the Sunflower ancestor, who has reached the 7th heaven of the innate realm, he feels an immense pressure. My days are numbered, and I have dragged my old bones here not only to assist your majesty, but also to uncover the identity of the one who took the life of my adopted son. The sunflower ancestor casts a glance towards the sky prison, a cold and menacing glimmer flashing in his eyes. Eunuchs are fond of adopting sons, and the sunflower ancestor is no exception. His adopted son was none other than the Grand Eunuch Liu Jane, who met his demise at the hands of Chu Xian 2 months prior. I am indifferent to other matters. My sole concern is whether your promise, Emperor Xia, holds any weight. If we are to locate the true fire of the sun, will you genuinely share it with us? The grand ancestor of the Lotus Flower sect, a woman and the youngest among the 5 innate experts present, exhibits the most fervent enthusiasm for the true fire of the sun. We are willing to lend our assistance. But should you dare to sever ties after the fact, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. The grand ancestor of the poisonous sect, with a sinister expression, issued a blunt threat. As for the grand ancestor of the void observation sect, though he remained silent, his demeanor was equally grave. Despite the numerous conflicts that often arise among the 4 most powerful sects of the Great Xia dynasty, at this moment, they stand in harmonious unity on the same front. Rest assured, as the sovereign of the Great Xia, my word carries immense weight. As long as we can resolve the issues surrounding the celestial prison, I assure you that the true fire of the sun shall be shared among us. Although the 4 prominent sects pose a significant annoyance, we must prioritize matters of greater urgency. In this context, the celestial prison stands as the foremost concern for the Emperor of Xia. After all, it lies perilously close to the imperial palace within the capital. Should any unforeseen events arise, it would be nearly impossible to defend against them. With this in mind, we shall place our trust in you this once. The ancestors of the 4 sects exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement. Subsequently, the 5 of them stepped into the celestial prison together. Your Majesty, perhaps I should lead the army inside as well, suggested the commander of the Imperial Guards, unable to contain his proposal. The Emperor of Xia cast him a glance, a flicker of consideration crossing his eyes, yet he shook his head in response. He had contemplated the strategy of overwhelming numbers. However, following the previous descent of the sun's true fire, countless martial artists had recklessly stormed into the celestial prison, resulting in a devastating inferno from which none emerged unscathed. The celestial prison is a place of profound malevolence, far beyond the reach of ordinary soldiers. Moreover, the terrain constraints render the advantages of sheer numbers inconsequential. Should another conflagration occur, even deploying an army of 100,000 would likely stir not a ripple. The combined strength of the 5 innate beings should be more than sufficient to confront any adversary. The Emperor's eyes brimmed with confidence. Disregarding the venerable sunflower ancestor of the 7th layer of the innate realm, the other 4 ancestors from the major sects each possess formidable cultivation at the 5th or 6th layer of the innate realm. United, these 5 formidable figures should encounter no rivals within the Great Xia territory. Not only does the Xia Emperor hold this belief, but the 5 innate beings confined within the celestial prison share the same sentiment. In the Great Xia dynasty, the innate realm represents the pinnacle of power. Each innate expert is considered a titan in their own right. Moreover, they are not mere novices recently entering the innate realm. Each has honed their skills over decades, becoming seasoned powerhouses. The eldest, the sunflower ancestor, has transcended the innate realm for nearly a century. When they join forces, not only is there no opposition within the Great Xia territory, but even across the entire southern heavens, few can withstand their might. As for the celestial prison, despite its notorious reputation and myriad rumors, no matter how perilous the place may be, today it is destined to be swept away by their collective strength. It is said that this celestial prison boasts an ancient history, having existed for countless years. Today, they shall uncover the profound secrets that lie beneath. Even if the notorious 9th level of the celestial prison is shrouded in mystery, united, they are determined to unveil the truth. With unwavering confidence, the 5 swiftly descended from layer to layer. 3rd layer, 4th layer, 5th layer. In the blink of an eye, they entered the 6th layer of the celestial prison. Similar to Chu Xian's initial experience upon entering the 6th layer, they encountered a gravity nearly tenfold that of the outside world. Suddenly, they felt their bodies plummet as if burdened by an immense weight, akin to carrying a 1,000-pound stone. Nevertheless, being innate powerhouses, they swiftly adapted to the situation. Briefly enduring such overwhelming pressure posed no substantial challenge for them. Of course, their movements were inevitably affected. It was akin to sprinting 100 meters while carrying another person. The experience would undoubtedly differ significantly. The gravity on the 6th level of this prison was at least equivalent to bearing the weight of 10 individuals. Within that cell, It appeared someone was present. The elder of the Lotus sect, with keen perception, immediately sensed Chu Xian's existence. Is someone there? Upon hearing this, the other four tensed up, instinctively raising their gazes forward. They soon discerned the figure of Chu Xian. For a moment, they were left in a daze. For it seemed to them that the individual in the cell was practicing cultivating under the tenfold gravity of the 6th level, even though they were seasoned innate powerhouses. Facing such a unique environment, they could only linger for a short while. Should they remain for an extended period, their bodies would inevitably succumb. As for cultivating in such conditions, it was an inconceivable notion. It was tantamount to courting death. Yet, as they observed, Chu Xian, sitting cross-legged upon the stone bed of the cell, was evidently engaged in profound cultivation. Such a state is certainly not something that can be achieved in a fleeting moment. In other words, the opponent must have been cultivating here for quite some time. Is this individual human or specter? Even the typically audacious ancestor of the giant sword sect could not help but murmur in confusion. Regardless of whether they are human or ghost, capturing them and conducting an interrogation would reveal the truth. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in the eyes of the poisonous slaughter sect's ancestor. He then strode forward decisively. It was not that he did not wish to move more swiftly. Rather, the overwhelming gravity rendered his once prided agility utterly ineffective. Chapter 19. The Innate Demise. The powerless Summer Emperor Chu Xian had long sensed the arrival of the 5 innate powerhouses. However, he was at a critical juncture of his breakthrough, which caused him to momentarily disregard their presence. The ancestor of the poisonous sect was evidently oblivious to this circumstance. Mistaking it for a fortuitous opportunity, he approached with a sinister grin plastered across his face. The other 4 innate powerhouses merely observed the scene with indifference, not uttering a word to intervene. Each of them, as esteemed ancestors, bore the weight of bloodshed on their hands. The life and death of a mere stranger meant little to them. Boy, next time you cultivate, choose a more suitable location. The ancestor of the poisonous sect soon stood before Chu Xian, his right hand splayed wide, lunging towards him with lightning speed. At that moment, Chu Xuan's eyes suddenly flew open. His obsidian gaze sparkled like stars, instantly emanating 2 beams of divine light. Simultaneously, a resounding explosion echoed, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent chills down the spine. He successfully ascended from the 5th level of the innate realm to the 6th. This abrupt turn of events caught the ancestor of the poisonous sect off guard. Before he could react, he felt a numbing sensation surge through his right hand, only to be violently propelled backward by the overwhelming shockwave. Thud! His body traced a long parabolic arc through the air before crashing to the ground like a heavy sandbag. Such an unforeseen spectacle rendered the 4 individuals behind him utterly speechless. If they were not mistaken, this young man before them was indeed a congenital powerhouse? What a jest! When has the great Xia dynasty ever witnessed such a youthful innate expert? This lad undoubtedly harbors secrets. He must possess knowledge of the heavenly prison's mysteries. Let us unite and subdue him. The elder of the poisonous saber sect swiftly rose from the ground, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Xian. His voice filled with rage and humiliation. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he charged forward. The other 4 exchanged glances, each reflecting curiosity and greed. Regardless of whether this young man was aware of the secrets of the heavenly prison, his ability to break through to the innate level at such a tender age surely concealed monumental secrets. With this thought, they wasted no time in surging forward together. Such a secret was one they could not afford to miss. Ignorant of their own peril, upon witnessing their actions, a fierce glint ignited in Chu Xian's eyes. Though he was not a bloodthirsty fiend, he was certainly no pushover. Being inexplicably confronted and threatened, he had no intention of being courteous. Before his words could fade, the full extent of his recently attained cultivation erupted, propelling him forward like a sharp arrow. The contrast between the 2 sides was strikingly evident. As the 5 members of the Poison Saber sect's Elder Council stepped into the 6th level of the Celestial Prison, they had yet to fully acclimate to their surroundings. Under the influence of tenfold gravity, their capabilities were significantly diminished. In stark contrast, Chu Xian had not only adapted to this environment, but also possessed a physical prowess that far surpassed that of the 5. Even while enduring the same tenfold gravity, he appeared to be unharmed. In an instant, he materialized before the elder of the Poison Saber sect. With a single, decisive strike, he unleashed an overwhelming force without hesitation. This time, the elder was not merely sent flying. He was instantaneously dispatched with a single blow. His head shattered like a watermelon, and even a congenital master met his demise in an instant. Witnessing the gruesome scene of blood splattering, the remaining four were struck by a wave of horror. It was then that they realized they had gravely underestimated the strength of this young man before them. Not only was he not weaker than them, but he might indeed be more formidable. However, it was too late for regrets. They found themselves trapped in a dilemma. Even if they wished to withdraw and negotiate, their opponent would undoubtedly refuse. They had no choice but to grit their teeth and charge forward. No longer concealing their true capabilities, they resolved to unleash their full strength. Otherwise, they all risked falling here today. With fierce determination etched on their faces, they unleashed their complete power and revealed their most formidable techniques. The venerable ancestor of the Lotus sect condensed his entire essence into a sacred white lotus to suppress the adversaries. In the hands of the Grand Elder of the Tai Su Temple, a dust whisk transformed into thousands of terrifying auroras. The ancient sword wielded by the Grand Elder of the Giant Sword sect gleamed with an extraordinarily brilliant golden radiance. The Sunflower Elder, with a flourish of his hands, unleashed an array of nearly imperceptible embroidered needles that shot forth with astonishing speed. These four individuals truly exemplified the prowess of renowned top-tier warriors. At this critical juncture of life and death, each manifested unfathomable strength. Each unique technique possessed remarkable lethality, and when combined, their collective might was enough to instill profound trepidation. Even a peak innate master would find it exceedingly arduous to withstand the full force of their assault. The ancestor of the poisonous gate fell victim solely due to his lack of vigilance, succumbing to a single strike. Now, with the four of them unleashing their full potential, this young man harbored no hope of survival. They were supremely confident in the potency of their techniques. Once successfully executed, their opponent would be devoid of any opportunity for reprieve. However, in the face of their tempestuous and terrifying onslaught, Chu Xian remained unfazed. Instead of opting to evade, he charged directly into the fray, seemingly overwhelmed by the torrent of formidable attacks. In that critical moment, an enigmatic yellow armor suddenly manifested around him, accompanied by a translucent protective barrier. The relentless barrage of attacks swiftly impacted this layer of defense. Unexpectedly, the defensive shield did not shatter as anticipated. It remained utterly still, as if the relentless assaults were merely tickling it. How could this be possible? What manner of armor possesses such formidable defensive capabilities? No, this is absolutely inconceivable. The four individuals screamed in desperation, their disbelief in the earth armor's displayed resilience overwhelming them. More critically, they had exerted themselves to the utmost, wagering everything without reservation. At this moment, Chu Xian descended upon them like a tiger among sheep. The four were utterly powerless to resist. Moreover, within the unique environment of the sixth level of the prison, fleeing was a mere fantasy for them. In a matter of moments, they fell one by one to Chu Xian's might. Bang! Bang! Simultaneously, outside the prison, four soul tokens shattered in unison, joined by the first token to break. Belonging to the ancestor of the poisoned sect, 5 soul tokens had now been completely destroyed. This undoubtedly signified the demise of the 5 innate powerhouses who had entered the prison. Shock, fear, dread, a myriad of emotions enveloped the onlookers, causing their expressions to change dramatically. The sudden fall of 5 innate powerhouses struck a profound blow to everyone present. After all, they were not mere nobodies, but esteemed innate powerhouses of great renown. Each of them could be regarded as a formidable titan. The abruptness of their demise is truly chilling. They are gone. All of them. The Emperor of Xia could not help but murmur to himself. Despite his utmost efforts to suppress his emotions, his hands trembled uncontrollably. The simultaneous demise of 5 innate powerhouses is bound to stir a tremendous upheaval. Yet, what terrifies him even more is the realization that even the combined strength of these 5 could not resolve the issue of the celestial prison. How then? Can this calamity be truly addressed? As the sovereign of the Great Xia, the foremost figure in the eyes of countless onlookers, he now stands before this abyss-like celestial prison, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Chapter 20. How to help you ascend the throne. The demise of the 5 innate powerhouses within the celestial prison has wrought far greater repercussions than one might imagine. The tremors of this event have reverberated not only throughout the imperial capital, but also across the entire Daxia dynasty and its neighboring regions. A single stone has stirred 1,000 waves. Upon receiving this news, countless individuals could not help but express their astonishment. Disbelief was their immediate reaction. Innate powerhouses are not only formidable in strength, but also possess lifespans that far exceed those of ordinary mortals. In the eyes of many, these exalted beings are synonymous with invincibility. The fall of any single innate powerhouse is a monumental event, let alone the simultaneous demise of 5 such beings, which is simply unfathomable. As this news spread widely, the celestial prison emerged into the consciousness of many for the first time. Its infamous reputation as a place of dread was irrevocably solidified, becoming a terrifying forbidden zone in the minds of countless individuals. Within the prison walls, anxiety reigned supreme. Many guards, shaken by the series of events, contemplated resigning from their posts. The inmates, regardless of their connections, sought every possible means to transfer to different facilities. In this tumultuous atmosphere, the prison warden, Wu Qi, found himself in a state of utter disarray. After all, beneath the imperial throne, who does not have some degree of influence? A misstep could very well spell the end of his tenure as warden. Yet, at this moment, there is one individual who finds himself in an even more precarious situation, the emperor of the Daxia dynasty. The demise of the 5 innate masters in the celestial prison inevitably necessitates accountability, and that responsibility evidently falls upon him. After all, it was he who initially summoned the ancestors of the 4 major sects to the imperial capital. Now, with the untimely passing of the 4 ancestors, the sects have swiftly dispatched envoys to demand an explanation from the Emperor of Xia. Were they merely ordinary factions? They would lack the standing and audacity to act in such a manner. However, the 4 major sects are distinct. Their ancient legacies and profound foundations remain intact. Even with the loss of an innate ancestor, they still possess others to safeguard their realms. Furthermore, the extensive reach of the 4 sects, with their vast network of both direct and indirect influence, includes numerous operatives even within the internal affairs of the Great Xia dynasty. Should this situation be mishandled, the entire empire could be plunged into turmoil. Concurrently, news of the deaths of the barbarian high priest and the Prince Wuduan has reached the barbarian tribes, prompting them to send representatives to the imperial capital once more. Unlike previous delegations, this time the barbarian envoy's demeanor is markedly assertive, threatening that if a reasonable explanation is not provided by the Emperor of Xia, the barbarian king will personally lead an army to demand accountability. These myriad issues have left the emperor in a state of exhaustion. Even more disheartening is the fact that the consecutive losses of 2 innate guardians have halved the royal family's foundational strength, truly undermining the stability of the nation. Chu Xian, however, remains oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. Even if he were aware, it is unlikely that it would concern him. As the saying goes, one should not meddle in affairs beyond their station. He is, after all, not even a crown prince, merely an ordinary prisoner in the celestial dungeon. Why should he concern himself with such trivial matters? In truth, his spirits are quite high at present. He has managed to extract a considerable wealth of treasures from the 5 innate powerhouses. The weapons they cherish like precious jewels do not capture his interest at all. They are merely ordinary artifacts, not even worthy of being deemed as Dao instruments. Who should he look down upon? Instead, he has discovered several martial arts manuals and cultivation insights from these individuals that have piqued his curiosity immensely. Although their prowess is mediocre, they are innate powerhouses in their own right, each possessing remarkable legacies that far surpass the capabilities of a solitary practitioner like Qingyun Sanren. As the adage suggests, there is always something to learn from others. From these manuals and insights, he has gleaned numerous subtle details and pieces of knowledge that he had previously overlooked. Moreover, he has come to understand the levels that follow the innate realm, the Purple Mansion realm, and the Dharma Manifestation realm. Purple Mansion, true person. Dharma Manifestation, great being. However, in the southern lands, where spiritual energy is thin, it has been far too long since a being of innate prowess has emerged. The last appearance of a Purple Mansion true person was over 1,000 years ago. As for a Dharma Manifestation great being, such entities are almost mythical in nature. To transcend from the innate realm to the Purple Mansion realm, the crux lies in the establishment of the Purple Mansion within the Dantian, a process that necessitates the use of special spiritual materials as a medium. The more precious the chosen special spiritual object, the larger the purplish space that can be opened, thereby solidifying the foundation and enhancing future potential. This indeed presents a bit of a dilemma. Chu Xian furrowed his brow. He certainly disregarded ordinary spiritual objects. Yet special spiritual objects are exceedingly rare and not easily obtained. Nevertheless, I am currently only at the 6th level of the innate realm, and I still have a distance to cover before reaching its pinnacle. Thus, I need not dwell on these matters for now. Chu Xian suppressed his thoughts and continued to diligently sign in for cultivation. Days passed in this manner. On the 6th level of the heavenly prison, Chu Xian acquired a considerable number of earth attribute spiritual objects. Although the effects of these earth attribute objects on enhancing cultivation were mediocre, they significantly bolstered his physical quality. With the assistance of these spiritual objects, his Taichu sacred body began to receive its initial development. Previously, he could merely rely on the passive effects inherent to the Taichu sacred body. However, even with just this preliminary development, Chu Xian's physical prowess soared to an astonishing degree in a short span of time. Based on his own estimation, even without mobilizing his innate true energy, his physical strength alone likely rivals that of seasoned innate experts, even those at the peak of the innate realm. If he were to harness his innate true energy, he could hardly fathom the extent of his strength. Feeling the surge of his own strength, Chu Xian was filled with joy and immersed himself even deeper in his cultivation. It was not until a fortnight later, on a fateful night, that an unexpected guest arrived. Reluctantly, Chu Xian opened his eyes, unable to suppress a wave of irritation within. Why did these individuals prefer to visit under the cover of darkness? Were they all nocturnal creatures? Indeed, you have survived. The newcomer, cloaked in a black mantle, obscured her visage, leaving only her voice discernible. Yet, from her tone, it was evident that she was a woman. Chu Xian sensed a faint familiarity in her voice, though he could not place it immediately. Before he could speak, she took the initiative to remove her hood. In an instant, a face as exquisite as a painting was revealed. Delicate features, rosy cheeks, and alluring brows, radiant and enchanting, exuding an irresistible charm. If one were to rate her beauty on a scale of 100, she would easily score at least 90. With a touch of beauty filter, the score could ascend to 95. She epitomized true beauty. However, in that fleeting moment, Chu Xian's expression darkened with a frown. It is you. Though he could not claim to know her well, the impression she left was indelible. The reason he had fallen from the esteemed position of a prince to a prisoner in a dungeon was entirely due to her machinations. Indeed, she is the concubine who, on that fateful night, unfastened her robe and cried out in protest. Li Fei, renowned as the fairest beauty of the imperial harem. What brings you here? Chu Xian's expression instantly turned frosty, his face devoid of emotion as he inquired. I am naturally here to seek His Highness, Li Fei replied with a charming smile, seemingly unfazed by Chu Xian's aloof demeanor. Instead, she gazed at him with tender eyes, her orbs resembling precious jewels, imbued with profound affection, as if they could glimpse into the depths of his soul. For an ordinary man, it would be challenging to withstand such a gentle onslaught of her gaze. And even the most steadfast of souls might find themselves transformed into a devoted admirer. Yet, Chu Xian was entirely impervious to such charms. He merely scoffed and retorted, I offered you a chance. Since you are unwilling to divulge anything, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As his words echoed, Chu Xian rose to his feet, advancing step by step towards Li Fei. An eye for an eye, a grievance for a grievance. Li Fei's heart quivered. From the icy glint in Chu Xian's eyes, she could genuinely sense that this crown prince was indeed a changed man. Wait, she implored. My purpose today is quite simple. How about I assist you in ascending the dragon throne? Chapter 21. The true identity of Consort Li, a blossom destroyed by a merciless hand. Help me ascend the dragon throne? Upon hearing this, Chu Xian could not help but laugh. He regarded Consort Li with a gaze rife with sarcasm. Setting aside my desire to occupy that position, what do you possess that could aid me? You are merely a consort in the inner palace, though your status appears exalted. In reality, you are but a gilded canary confined within a cage. At his words, Consort Li's complexion shifted from a deep hue of green to a pallid white. Her chest heaved with emotion as she bit down hard on her lower lip, seemingly struggling to contain her wrath. I understand that you harbor resentment towards me for orchestrating your misfortune. However, do you not realize that I too was left with no choice? Consort Li exclaimed. Her face flushed with indignation. Was it the 7th prince who contacted you in secret, and then the 1st and 3rd princes who conspired together? Chu Xian inquired, his expression impassive. You already know? Consort Li's eyes widened in astonishment, evidently taken aback by Chu Xian's comprehensive grasp of the identities involved. She nodded slowly, yet immediately followed with a shake of her head. You are correct. Indeed, they conspired against you. Yet, as the current empress, they cannot command my actions. Within the realm of Great Xia, there exists but one person who can compel me to undertake actions against my will. Consort Li gradually articulated. Do you believe I would place my trust in your words? Chu Xian naturally understood who the person referred to by the noble Consort Li was. Apart from the one seated on the dragon throne, his nominal father, there indeed was no one capable of coercing a favored consort of such esteemed grace. He chuckled softly. Do you still refuse to believe it? You sit far too securely on the position of crown prince, and your extraordinary talent for cultivation is glaringly evident. Achieving the pinnacle of the 4th rank at a mere youthful age, what might transpire in a few years? Not only do your brothers harbor envy, but even your father harbors trepidation. After all, history is rife with instances of patricide and usurpation. It is wiser to strike preemptively than to be caught off guard later. He is far colder and more ruthless than you might imagine. A mere prince, in his eyes, is hardly worthy of concern. Just days ago, the eldest prince met his demise in the dungeons, and he displayed not a trace of sorrow. You have languished in those dungeons for an extended period, and he has never even inquired about your well-being. Chu Xian gestured dismissively, interrupting Li Fei's incessant discourse. He was no longer the person he once was. Had he still been that individual, he might have found it hard to believe, perhaps even plunged into despair. Yet now, he felt little emotional stir. From the perspective of an observer, he found nothing astonishing in it. After all, emperors are often devoid of compassion. When their authority is threatened, they are capable of anything. You ventured to the dungeons in the dead of night merely to convey this? Chu Xian inquired with a hint of impatience. Li Fei was momentarily taken aback by his words. I must say, Chu Xian's surprisingly calm reaction greatly exceeded her expectations. She had anticipated that Chu Xian would display indignation and then willingly join forces with her. Given this, allow me to be candid. The present moment is undoubtedly your most opportune chance to ascend to the throne. Should you wish, I can lend you my assistance. As she spoke, Li Fei stepped forward, seemingly to prove that she was not the gilded canary described by Chu Xian. In an instant, a deeply concealed power surged from her being. Before long, her figure was enveloped in visible true energy, wisps swirling around her like ethereal mist, yet imbued with astonishing lethality. A first-class grandmaster? Chu Xian raised an eyebrow, a hint of unmistakable astonishment flickering across his countenance. Although her cultivation appeared somewhat unstable, seemingly forcibly elevated, she was indeed a first-class grandmaster. While this rank may not pose a significant challenge to him, in the context of the Great Xia dynasty, the implications of a first-class grandmaster are truly remarkable. With such power, can I truly assist you? Li Fei inquired with a smile, sensing Chu Xian's surprise. I never imagined you concealed such depths. Chu Xian's gaze flickered momentarily, yet he shook his head, dismissing the notion. A mere grandmaster aspiring to overthrow a dynasty seemed rather fanciful. Typically, this would hold true, but you remain imprisoned in the sky prison, unaware of the vast changes occurring beyond its confines. Since the fall of the 5 preeminent experts, the 4 major sects have been in constant motion, and the southern barbarian tribes are also stirring restlessly. Various factions are beginning to display signs of agitation, and the current Daxia dynasty is undeniably in a precarious state. Even the 4 venerable protectors of the Daxia royal family have suffered the loss of 2, leaving the remaining 2 too fearful to act, lest they provoke the downfall of the dynasty. As the former crown prince, your reputation is not insignificant, with clandestine scheming and my assistance. The prospect of ascending to the throne is not entirely unattainable. The beautiful consort lured him with her enticing words. Chu Xian cast a profound glance in her direction and remarked, It appears that you possess quite a wealth of knowledge. A chill ran through Li Fei's heart as she prepared to defend herself. But before she could speak, Chu Xian continued, However, at the end of the day, you are merely a grandmaster. To risk my life on such a gamble? I think I shall remain quietly in the prison instead. Observing Chu Xian's unyielding demeanor, a flicker of resentment crossed Li Fei's eyes, and she finally gritted her teeth, saying, What if the Zhao Kingdom were also willing to lend you a hand? The Zhao Kingdom? Chu Xian quickly searched his memories and understood the nature of that entity. In the southern lands, countless states exist, and both Daxia and Zhao are among them. The Zhao Kingdom, established by the Chang people, is even more ruthless and savage than the barbarian tribes. Moreover, Zhao has always harbored ambitious aspirations to dominate the southern territories. Are you a spy for the Zhao Kingdom? Chu Xian swiftly deduced. Though he posed the question, his tone exuded unwavering certainty. As she met his obsidian gaze, an inexplicable wave of unease surged within Li Fei. However, the forceful enhancement of her grandmaster prowess through the secret elixir swiftly assuaged her trepidation. At this juncture, I am unafraid to reveal my true identity. I am not a spy, but rather a princess of the Zhao Kingdom. Should you merely nod today, I can assist you in ascending to that position. Only I possess the ability to facilitate your rise. Li Fei gazed intently at Chu Xian, emphasizing her words. Her eyes brimmed with confidence. As long as Chu Xian harbored aspirations for the throne, he would remain firmly within her grasp. Yet, at that moment, Chu Xian shook his head and chuckled. In truth, you do not genuinely wish to aid me in claiming that position. You merely seek to exploit my identity to plunge the Great Xia into utter chaos. Once the Great Xia is thrown into turmoil, the Zhao forces can advance unimpeded, effortlessly engulfing the realm. Am I correct? Li Fei was momentarily taken aback, seemingly astonished that Chu Xian perceived her intentions so clearly. She found herself at a loss for words. You have indeed concealed your motives well, yet your overconfidence betrays you. Do you believe you are the sole one harboring hidden strength? Have you not sensed that the environment of the 6th level of this prison is rather peculiar? Furthermore, I possess no genuine interest in that throne. After all, what value does something easily obtainable possess? Chu Xian advanced step by step, his imposing aura surging with each stride. In mere moments, he completely surpassed Li Fei, reaching an unfathomable level of terror. The vast 6th level of the heavenly prison was entirely enveloped by Chu Xian's overwhelming presence. Li Fei felt as if she had plummeted into an icy abyss. She perceived herself as a fragile vessel adrift upon the ocean, perpetually at risk of being submerged. The might of a first-grade grandmaster was rendered utterly ineffective. With a countenance filled with dread, she gazed at Chu Xian. Suddenly struck by a thought that widened her eyes in horror, the 5 fallen innate beings in the heavenly prison, could it be you? Chu Xian offered no reply, merely raising his right hand, whereupon a chilling and formidable energy coalesced at his fingertips. Witnessing this scene, Li Fei's heart raced in terror. As she frantically retreated, she screamed in desperation, "No, you cannot kill me. I am a princess of Zhao, and our great army will soon invade the Great Xia. If you dare to kill me." A piercing sound echoed as a terrifying force pierced through her forehead. Chapter 22. The 7th Level of the Celestial Prison. Mastery of wind and rain. The 4 major sects conspired in secrecy, while the barbarian tribes stirred restlessly. The Zhao Kingdom harbored ulterior motives, having long ago infiltrated spies to sow discord. Their ambitions towards the Great Xia were not born of mere whim. It appears the outside world is indeed in turmoil. Chu Xian shook his head, feeling increasingly that the life within the celestial prison suited him. As for the current crisis facing the Great Xia, he harbored little concern. After all, the Great Xia is a nation with a heritage spanning millennia, surely capable of weathering such tempests. Though 2 of the 4 venerable guardians had perished, 2 remained. Particularly, the elder sect leader, as far as he knew, was a formidable powerhouse at the pinnacle of the innate realm. Not only was he unmatched within the Great Xia dynasty, but he was also a rare adversary across the entire southern territories. As long as this venerable elder remained, the Great Xia dynasty would likely endure for the time being. As for him, a mere ordinary inmate of the celestial prison, it would be wise to remain in his current predicament. Days passed in this manner. The sudden disappearance of the beloved consort was soon discovered. Under normal circumstances, this incident would have incited a furious outcry. However, given the undercurrents within the Great Xia dynasty, where various factions engaged in treacherous maneuvering, the Xia Emperor found himself overwhelmed and thus indifferent to such trivial matters. He merely tasked someone with investigating the situation before casting it aside. As the beloved consort had aptly remarked, the Xia Emperor was indeed cold and unfeeling. However, she likely did not anticipate that this would hold true not only for numerous princes but also for her, the favorite consort. An entire month has passed before one realizes it. Through the daily rewards from sign-ins, Chu Xian's cultivation prowess has surged at an extraordinary pace, beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Yet, his spirits remain subdued. According to the patterns observed in the previous 2 tiers of sign-in rewards, it is evident that the rewards for the 6th level of the dungeon are on the verge of diminishing. Despite his fervent anticipation, the earthly sacred body has yet to manifest. If such a rich repository of earth attribute spiritual energy cannot yield the earthly sacred body, then his aspirations to complete the primordial sacred body may be significantly compromised. Fortunately, fortune favors the persistent. Just in the nick of time, a few days before the deadline, the earthly sacred body finally appeared among Chu Xian's sign-in rewards, prompting a profound sense of relief. The various phenomena unfolding outside are momentarily set aside. Upon integrating the earthly sacred body, Chu Xian's primordial sacred body has been substantially completed, showcasing even more remarkable effects. Upon closer inspection, not only do the bones and meridians within his body radiate with brilliance, but his blood also flows with a mysterious dark golden hue. Furthermore, his external muscles and skin have grown increasingly resilient and powerful. Chu Xian made an attempt. Even when struck by the golden greatsword of the ancestral master of the giant sword sect, without employing any true energy, his skin remained impervious to harm. Although he holds little regard for this golden greatsword, it is nonetheless a top-tier, mid-grade treasure. In the era of the Great Xia dynasty, this would be classified as a divine weapon, valued at no less than several 100,000 taels of silver. One can only imagine that utilizing ordinary weaponry would scarcely inflict any harm upon him. Even if he stood motionless, a common individual would struggle to cause him any injury. As for the tactics of overwhelming him with large armies, such strategies have become utterly futile against him. Of course, should several hundred or even 1,000 innate masters converge to launch an assault, they might still pose a genuine threat. Hence, Chu Xian felt it prudent not to act recklessly. After all, he had yet to attain true invincibility and should, therefore, diligently remain in the celestial prison to cultivate his skills. Following his acquisition of the earthly sacred body, the rewards for signing in on the 6th level of the celestial prison began to diminish rapidly. Chu Xian was not surprised by this change. As he had little interest in such mundane rewards, he resolutely made his way to the 7th level of the celestial prison. Upon reaching the entrance of the 7th level, Chu Xian could not help but furrow his brow slightly. The 9 levels of the celestial prison indeed presented increasingly harsh conditions. While one could still endure the 4th and 5th levels with some determination, the 6th level became a matter of life and death. By the time one reached the 7th level, it was clearly a realm beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Gazing upward, he observed that the 7th level was besieged by raging winds, as if standing at the very eye of a tempest. These grayish gales seemed to materialize from thin air. Yet their force was astonishingly formidable. Even the ground and walls were adorned with mottled marks, as if they had been cleaved by a sharp blade. Although martial arts masters could shield themselves with vital energy, enduring such a tempestuous environment would be an insurmountable challenge. However, for Chu Xian, this posed little threat, for he possessed the exquisite earth armor of the highest caliber. The earth armor enveloped him in a protective barrier of light, effectively repelling the raging winds. The sole predicament was that sustaining the earth armor would incessantly deplete his vital energy. Nevertheless, given Chu Xian's abundant reserves of vital energy, this level of consumption posed no burden whatsoever, even lagging behind the natural replenishment of his energy. In the blink of an eye, he found a suitable spot to sit cross-legged and effortlessly entered a state of cultivation. While the surroundings were indeed harsh, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was remarkably abundant. This celestial prison seemed to be constructed atop a ley line, with the density of spiritual energy increasing the deeper one descended. Ordinary innate masters would hesitate to absorb such volatile spiritual energy. Yet Chu Xian's formidable physical strength rendered him impervious to its effects. He welcomed the errant spiritual energy, absorbing it all into his being, and refined it at an astonishing pace, witnessing a swift ascent in his cultivation level. Before long, the dawn of the 2nd day arrived, heralding a refresh of his sign and opportunities. System, sign in. Chu Xian's heart brimmed with anticipation. Generally speaking, the rewards for signing in at a new location for the first time are seldom disappointing. Soon, the system's notification chimed, announcing, "Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the art of summoning wind and rain." The art of summoning wind and rain. Chu Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This was no ordinary skill. It surpassed even the previous ability he had obtained, the Ice Goddess Finger. Summoning wind and rain is one of the legendary 36 transformations of the Celestial Generals. As the saying goes, 3 threes are inexhaustible, 6 sixes are infinite, with 36 symbolizing boundlessness. The transformations of the Celestial Generals are all true, formidable powers. The art of summoning wind and rain allows one to manipulate nature and alter celestial phenomena. It can summon fierce gales or unleash torrential downpours, or indeed conjure both simultaneously. Mastery of this art could easily topple a kingdom. A wealth of knowledge flooded into his mind, and Chu Xian quickly grasped this formidable skill. In a certain sense, it can be regarded as a growth-oriented power. The stronger one's own magical energy, the greater the force of its manifestation. Indeed, Another trump card was now in his possession, enhancing his self-defense capabilities ever so slightly. The delight in Chu Xian's eyes was unmistakable. He eagerly began to contemplate and study the art, though he had already successfully mastered it under the system's guidance. Achieving a deeper understanding and ultimate integration would require further diligent effort. Chapter 23. The wailing of wronged souls and the brutality of the Qi Jin's time has slipped away unnoticed once again, and over a month has passed. Upon reflection, I realize that I have been in the heavenly prison for more than half a year. After diligent effort and a modicum of assistance from the system, I have finally ascended to the 9th level of the innate realm. In the 7th layer of the heavenly prison, Chu Xian slowly opened his eyes. He felt the surging, boundless energy coursing through him, and a faint smile of satisfaction graced his lips. If the innate realm represents the pinnacle of the southern heavens, then the 9th level of the innate realm is undoubtedly its ultimate threshold. Moreover, he possesses the supreme holy body, the primordial holy body, wields one of the 10 divine flames, the true sun fire, and commands formidable abilities such as the ice goddess finger and the power to summon winds and rain. Thus, his 9th level of the innate realm is likely superior to that of an average practitioner. Now, I can truly claim to have the ability to protect myself. At the very least, in the southern heavens, there should be no one who can take my life. Nevertheless, I must remain vigilant. There may still be ancient, cunning beings lurking in the shadows. After all, not everyone embodies the honesty and kindness I possess. Chu Xian mused quietly. Feeling that the 9th level of the innate realm still lacked a sense of security, it would be best to break through to the Purple Mansion realm for true safety. With his current cultivation at the 9th level of the innate realm, he already meets the qualifications to advance to the Purple Mansion realm. However, to truly break through, he currently lacks one crucial element, the medium spirit object for opening the Purple Mansion. After months of diligent sign-ins, his system space has indeed accumulated a considerable number of rare treasures, some of which could certainly serve as the medium spirit objects for this endeavor. Nevertheless, the choice of the medium spirit object for opening the Purple Mansion is of utmost importance and cannot be made lightly. The more precious the medium spirit object used, the larger the space of the Purple Mansion will be, the more stable its foundation, and the greater its potential for future development. Should he opt for the most ordinary spirit object as a medium, even if he were to successfully transcend into the Purple Mansion realm, his combat prowess would be woefully inadequate, and his future prospects would be bleak, likely relegating him to a lifetime within the confines of the Purple Mansion realm. Naturally, Chu Xian is averse to such an outcome. In fact, the medium spirit objects he possesses are significantly more valuable than ordinary ones. While they may not be of the highest quality, they certainly belong to the first-rate category. However, Chu Xian's standards are exceedingly high. Even the first-rate medium spirit objects do not capture his interest. In his view, he requires nothing less than extraordinary divine artifacts, or at the very least, objects of the highest quality. Otherwise, he would prefer to endure and refrain from breaking through. A temporary delay in transcending the Purple Mansion realm is not a pressing concern. Yet, what has transpired outside in recent days? Chu Xian's gaze sharpened, his dark eyes seemingly converging with divine power, suddenly radiating with brilliance akin to the stars. This is a manifestation of the innate spiritual perception having reached a formidable extent. His gaze appeared to penetrate the confines of space. All around the vast city, countless tormented souls wailed, men and women, young and old, each lamenting their plight. The grand imperial capital seemed to transform into a city of phantoms, while ordinary people were oblivious to these apparitions. Chu Xian could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Even more alarming was the sight of these countless vengeful spirits converging towards the celestial prison, each one plunging into the unfathomable abyss of the 9th level. As more and more souls were cast into this void, the celestial prison grew increasingly ominous and foreboding. A sense of dread gripped Chu Xian. If this continued, the 9th level of the prison might indeed undergo some unpredictable metamorphosis. With this thought, he could no longer remain seated. While he could afford to ignore disturbances elsewhere, the celestial prison was his sanctuary and lifeblood. For the time being, it was of utmost importance to him. He would not permit anyone to disrupt the tranquility of this place. What calamities were unfolding outside? Chu Xian summoned the warden of the celestial prison, Wu Qi, to inquire. Since Chu Xian's breakthrough to innate mastery, he had no longer required sustenance thrice daily, and it had been quite some time since Wu Qi had seen him. He had stealthily ventured into the 4th and 5th levels of the prison in search of Chu Xian, but by then, Chu Xian had long departed. He had feared the worst for Chu Xian, But upon their reunion, he realized he had been overly concerned. Chu Xian not only remained unscathed, but emerged even more formidable than before. From the overwhelming aura he exuded, one could sense his heightened power. Under his penetrating gaze, there was an instinctive aversion to direct confrontation, a feeling far more daunting than facing the current sovereign. During this period, numerous events had indeed transpired outside. Wu Qi wore a wry smile, unwilling to conceal any truths, and began to recount the unfolding saga. Firstly, the barbarian tribes launched a war, personally led by their king with an army of hundreds of thousands, abruptly invading the territory of the Great Xia. Fortunately, His Majesty had anticipated this, secretly mobilizing 200,000 elite troops to the southern borders, collaborating with the border forces to repel the barbarian onslaught. However, at this juncture, the four major sects declared their independence, leading numerous sects and noble families to follow suit, with several counties and states also changing allegiances, plunging the entire Great Xia into chaos. Even more troubling was the Zhao Kingdom, which chose this moment to strike a fatal blow against us. They covertly assembled 30,000 elite cavalry, cutting through our defenses and advancing deep into the heart of the Great Xia. Now, they stand at our gates, effectively besieging the imperial capital, and many outside are proclaiming that the Great Xia dynasty is on the verge of collapse. As Wu Qi recounted these events, sorrow washed over his features. While he could not claim to be an ardent loyalist, he took immense pride in his identity as a citizen of the Great Xia. Any person of sound mind would likely recoil at the thought of becoming a subject of a fallen nation. Moreover, the adversary in question is none other than the notorious Zhao state, infamous for the ferocity and brutality of the Xia people, a reputation that resonates throughout the southern heavens. Should they fall into their clutches, their fate would likely be worse than death. Chu Xian furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that within merely a few months, the situation in the Great Xia would deteriorate to such a lamentable state. Initially, he had believed that the Xia emperor possessed commendable capabilities and had held some hope for him. However, it now appeared that this individual was merely a tyrant within his own domain, invincible in internal strife yet a coward in external warfare. To my knowledge, the royal family of Great Xia should still have two significant protectors, particularly that venerable elder Zongling. Has he not intervened? Chu Xian inquired with a frown. The elder Zongling is currently absent from the imperial capital. He departed some time ago for the four major sects. Given the current circumstances, it seems that the four major sects must have long colluded with Zhao state, and the elder Zongling is likely detained by the innate ancestors behind these sections. As for the remaining protector, although he is also an innate powerhouse, he would be rendered powerless against Zhao's elite cavalry of 300,000. Chu Xian's brow deepened further. While innate experts are indeed formidable, they are at a loss when faced with such a battle-hardened elite force. Moreover, Zhao state has meticulously plotted this operation. Deploying 300,000 cavalry, they would undoubtedly have taken precautions, likely including innate experts within their ranks. According to your assertion, the Zhao army should have yet to breach the imperial capital. Why then have so many innocent civilians met with a tragic fate? Chu Xian inquired about the doubts that lingered in his heart. If the imperial capital were to fall, and the 30,000 iron cavalry were to surge within the city, wreaking havoc and slaughtering indiscriminately, the emergence of countless vengeful spirits would be somewhat understandable. However, the capital remains unbreached. Yet the city is already filled with the wails of tormented souls, which is rather perplexing. It is those Jia people. Upon hearing this question, Wu Qi immediately gritted his teeth in anger. The 30,000 Jia cavalry, in their haste to arrive, had brought only a few days' worth of provisions. Upon reaching the capital, they found themselves thwarted at the city walls. Consequently, the Jia dispatched men to seize the surrounding populace, compelling them to attack the city while also using them as sustenance, mockingly referring to them as two-legged sheep. Particularly for the women, they faced nightmarish violations under the cover of darkness, only to be slaughtered and cooked by day. They are not even human. They are a pack of wretched beasts unworthy of comparison to pigs or dogs. Wu Qi's eyes widened with fury, brimming with indignation and hatred. Chu Xian narrowed his gaze slightly, unable to suppress the rising flames of anger within. Were it merely a matter of conventional warfare, even the annihilation of a city or a nation would not weigh heavily upon him. Yet such barbaric acts that consume human lives are indeed beyond the pale of his tolerance. 30,000 iron cavalry. Chu Xian lifted his head. as if envisioning the gruesome scenes of slaughter beyond the city walls, a chilling intent to kill surfacing deep within his eyes. Chapter 24. The Storm's Stranglehold. The demise of 300,000 Iron Cavalry. In the dead of night, silence enveloped the surroundings. Chu Xin awoke from his meditative state, slowly opening his eyes, which glimmered with a hidden murderous intent. He then rose to his feet and began to stride outward, step by step. After a brief moment, he arrived at the 4th level of the celestial prison. The prison warden, Wu Qi, had been waiting here for quite some time. Upon seeing Chu Xian's arrival, he immediately approached. "Your Highness, everything has been arranged. You may take the special passage, and no one will notice," Wu Qi reported. Chu Xian nodded and instructed. "Lead the way." Under Wu Qi's guidance, Chu Xian successfully exited the celestial prison. This was the first time in over half a year that he had stepped outside. As he surveyed his surroundings and inhaled the fresh air, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. "Your Highness." Wu Qi hesitated at the entrance of the prison. Chu Xian glanced back at him, easily discerning his unspoken thoughts. He waved his hand dismissively and reassured, "Do not worry. A mere herd of bloodthirsty beasts is hardly worth my concern." As soon as his words fell, Chu Xian swept his sleeve and ascended into the air, akin to a legendary celestial being gracefully stepping into the heights above. Witnessing this scene, Wu Qi's eyes were instantly filled with admiration. He had previously witnessed the ethereal Qiyun Sanren traversing the skies, yet the aura displayed by Chu Xian was of an entirely different caliber. "Your Highness possesses such astonishing prowess. Why then does he remain confined within the depths of the prison?" Wu Qi is utterly perplexed. In his estimation, should Chu Xian reveal his strength, the position of Crown Prince would undoubtedly be within his grasp. Indeed, he might even have the opportunity to contend for the throne itself. Yet, he remains oblivious to the fact that such ambitions hold not a scintilla of allure for Chu Xian. In truth, were it not for the brutal ferocity of the gyre, resulting in countless vengeful spirits flooding into the 9th level of the prison, he would scarcely wish to emerge from his confinement at all. As Chu Xian traverses the void, within the span of a mere half an incense stick, he arrives above the encampment of the gyre outside the imperial capital. He swiftly discerns 2 concealed innate warriors within the camp, one at the 4th level of innate mastery, and the other at the 7th. Not even the 9th level of innate mastery warrants his concern, as he merely casts a glance and dismisses them from his mind. He then boldly stands in the heavens, gazing downward. Before long, he witnesses scenes of unspeakable brutality, far more harrowing than Wu Qi had described. The camp is littered with mountains of corpses, men, women, the elderly, and children, creating a veritable sea of death and rivers of blood. The air is thick with the stench of blood wafting from the enormous cauldrons. Yet the gyre warriors feast with ravenous delight, their consumption akin to that of wolves devouring their prey. The scenes within those tents were nothing short of barbaric and blood-soaked, evoking a sense of righteous indignation in anyone who bore witness. In Chu Xian's eyes, these barbaric tribes had completely forsaken their humanity, resembling nothing more than soulless beasts. As a traveler from another time, Chu Xian did not possess an intense sense of belonging to the Great Xia. However, as a human being, the sheer brutality unfolding before him ignited an uncontrollable fury within. He felt a fiery tempest of anger raging within his chest, escalating beyond his ability to contain it. Even the sun's true fire cultivated within his dantian became restless, and within the depths of his eyes, 2 ominous, terrifying flames flickered ominously. These wretches were utterly unworthy of existence in this world. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in Chu Xian's gaze. At that moment, the intensity of his bloodlust was unparalleled since his arrival in this realm. Even when facing figures like Prince Lu Jin, his murderous resolve had never surged to such heights. He yearned to reduce those fiends to ashes without delay. "Wind, arise," Chu Xian uttered coldly. Without hesitation, he unleashed the divine ability he had recently acquired, the art of summoning wind and rain. With a sweeping motion of his hand, an unimaginable surge of true energy erupted forth. A mysterious and profound aura began to envelop the surroundings. In an instant, a tempest arose, roaring closer with waves of ferocity. First, a gentle breeze whispered through the air, gradually intensifying and ascending in strength, culminating in a formidable roar of wind. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a relentless tempest. Ultimately, it manifested as terrifying tornadoes that spiraled through the landscape. These fierce storms swept in with sudden ferocity, plunging the vast encampment of the Chang people into chaos. Not only were chariots and weapons lifted into the heavens, but the Chang warriors, too, found themselves ensnared by the tumult. Within mere moments, hundreds, if not thousands, of Chang soldiers were reduced to mere fragments. The swirling tornadoes stained a vivid crimson. Yet, this was not the conclusion. Rather, it was merely the inception of devastation. Under Chu Xian's command, the gales grew increasingly fearsome, akin to blades of steel. As they howled past, many Chang warriors had not even registered the peril before being violently torn asunder, their remains scattered in a gruesome rain of blood. No matter how desperately they tried to flee, they could not outpace the wind, as though they were stalks of wheat being harvested en masse. Damn it! Cease this at once. Dare to assault us, and we shall rend you limb from limb. At last, the two innate experts discerned Chu Xian in the heights above. With gritted teeth and furious roars, they unleashed their powers and charged towards him with unrelenting wrath. The commanders within the Chang army swiftly summoned their archers, urging them to draw their bows and ready their arrows, all aimed at the figure suspended in the sky. In an instant, a multitude of arrows was unleashed, each bearing an ominous power, as though in the next moment, Chu Xian would be transformed into a mere porcupine. Yet, in the face of this relentless barrage, Chu Xian remained unfazed. Beneath the protective embrace of the earth armor, these assaults could inflict no harm upon him whatsoever. Even the two innate masters, expending their utmost strength, were unable to disturb the translucent shield in the slightest. Shielded by the earth armor, Chu Xian felt no trepidation, gazing upon the grotesque visages. The murderous intent in his eyes intensified. "Come forth, rain," he bellowed once more. With the frenetic consumption of his inner energy, torrents of rain cascaded from the heavens. If the howling winds that swept up sand and stone were akin to razor-sharp blades, then this deluge was undoubtedly a volley of lethal arrows. Moreover, the rain descended from above, leaving the warriors of the Gyre people with no avenue of escape. Many, still bewildered and fleeing, found their heads pierced and shattered by the relentless raindrops. From a distance, the entire encampment of the Gyre was shrouded in an endless tempest of wind and rain. Even as numerous warriors galloped frantically, they struggled to break free from this realm saturated with lethal intent. It seemed as though the very heavens had been turned upside down. Confronted with such dire straits, an increasing number of Gyre warriors knelt in surrender, wailing, roaring, and lamenting loudly, yet their plight remained unaltered. Though it was the dead of night, the tumultuous uproar stirred countless souls within the imperial city. Initially, they believed it to be the formidable army of the Chang, launching a nocturnal assault on the city. However, as they ascended the city walls to survey the horizon, they were met with a scene beyond their wildest imagination. Soon, the once mighty Chang encampment became a veritable river of blood, but this time, it was not the blood of innocent civilians that flowed, but that of the Chang warriors themselves. Confronted with such terrifying powers that could summon wind and rain, the Chang army found themselves utterly unable to resist. Not only the ordinary Chang soldiers, but even the master-level experts within their ranks, alongside two exceptionally strong innate warriors, ultimately succumbed to the raging tempest. Half an hour later, the encampment that had once housed 300,000 soldiers was left with not a single survivor. Beneath the unfathomable onslaught of wind and rain, the 30,000 iron cavalry had perished. They are dead. All of them. The commanding officer on the city walls of the imperial capital swallowed hard. Disbelief etched across his features. Chapter 25. A remarkable character. The legendary five-colored stone. What do you mean? Someone unleashed a divine power that annihilated 30,000 Keshan cavalry? In the imperial palace, Emperor Xia rose abruptly, his gaze fixed intently upon the leader of the Black Guards. You jest with me, do you not? The leader of the Black Guards wore a pained smile. How could I dare to jest about such matters with your majesty? Although it was night, many witnessed the event firsthand. I personally investigated, and indeed, the 30,000 Keshan cavalry have been utterly vanquished. Emperor Xia inhaled deeply. While he was confident that the leader of the Black Guards would not deceive him regarding such a grave matter, disbelief lingered in his heart. After all, it was a formidable force of 30,000 Keshan cavalry, renowned for their ferocity and combat prowess. In comparison, even an army of 1,000,000 would pale against them. Yet, they were gone? What rendered the situation even more astonishing was that such a fearsome army had been laid waste by a single act of divine power. Truly a chilling revelation. Who could that individual be? Emperor Xia slowly raised his head, his tone gravely serious as he inquired. The emergence of such a terrifying powerhouse in the imperial capital of Daxia could herald opportunity, yet it might equally portend peril. In a certain sense, this individual could prove to be even more dangerous than the 30,000 Keshan cavalry themselves. Unbeknownst to him, he stood high above, obscured from view, his features indistinguishable. Yet it was evident he was a man. At this juncture, the leader of the black-clad guards hesitated, casting a glance at Emperor Xia before finally divulging. However, there are those within the city who have witnessed a figure seemingly emerging from the celestial prison. Following that battle, he returned once more to the confines of the celestial prison. Consequently, rumors have begun to circulate wildly, suggesting that the celestial prison is not a realm of death, but rather the abode of the guardian deity of the imperial capital. Countless citizens have flocked to the celestial prison, bowing and kneeling in gratitude for the life-saving grace of this guardian, with some even contemplating the establishment of a shrine in his honor, offering incense and prayers daily. With a resounding crash, a cup shattered upon the ground, producing a jarring sound. Indeed, upon hearing these words, the expression on Emperor Xia's face darkened considerably. How had the situation of the great Xia dynasty deteriorated to such an extent? In the eyes of Emperor Xia, the celestial prison was the root of all calamities. Had it not been for the celestial prison, the two esteemed patrons of the great Xia royal family would not have perished. The ancestors of the four major sects would not have fallen, and even the shaman of the barbarian tribes and the barbarian prince, Wuduan, would not have vanished without a trace. If the four esteemed patrons of the great Xia royal family still remained, if the four sects did not stir up trouble, and if the barbarian tribes remained docile, how could the mighty army of the Gyre people have advanced unimpeded to the very gates of the imperial capital? Thus, at its core, all misfortune traced back to the celestial prison. Yet, the prison of heaven is now absurdly regarded as the dwelling of some nonsensical guardian deity. It is nothing short of a farce, a multitude of foolish commoners and ignorant women, while I am their true protector. Were it not for my presence, the imperial capital would have long since succumbed to invasion, and they would have already been reduced to mere slaves of a fallen nation. Now, instead of expressing gratitude towards me, they choose to venerate some inexplicable figure. Their ignorance is astounding, and they all deserve their fate. The Summer Emperor glared, his voice resounding with rage. The leader of the black-clad guards, trembling, bowed deeply, not daring to utter a single word. After a considerable pause, observing the emperor's simmering calmness, he cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty, now that the 300,000 cavalry of the Jie have been completely annihilated, should we inform the auxiliary forces from the 8 nations to return?" In truth, the Summer Emperor was not exactly a timid warrior in foreign affairs. He had long secretly reached out to the neighboring 8 nations, intending to unite their armies to jointly obliterate the 300,000 Jie cavalry. If all went smoothly, he even envisioned a coordinated assault on the Zhao kingdom, aiming to partition it among the allied forces. However, this man was indeed ruthless. He was not oblivious to the plight of the countless citizens outside the city walls, yet for the sake of his grand ambitions, he chose to turn a blind eye. Yet, plans often falter in the face of unexpected events. Who could have anticipated that, overnight, the 300,000 Jie cavalry would be so utterly vanquished, rendering his prior restraint seemingly ineffectual, and thus it was no surprise that he was driven to such a frenzy. Upon hearing these words, Emperor Xia abruptly lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light as he softly inquired, "Do you believe that if we unite the strength of the 8 nations, we could entirely eradicate the heavenly prison?" The leader of the black-clad guards was instantly taken aback. Although he was already aware that the heavenly prison was Emperor Xia's inner demon, he had not anticipated the depth of the emperor's obsession. It is worth noting that while the allied forces of the 8 nations may not possess the inhumanity of the Jie people, to claim they are a disciplined force of righteousness would be utterly ludicrous. In these times, armies resemble bandits, as the saying goes, when bandits pass, not a blade of grass remains. Should the allied forces enter the capital, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the ordinary citizens. The leader of the black-clad guards remained steadfastly loyal to Emperor Xia and could not help but caution, "Your Majesty, it is easy to summon the divine, but difficult to send it away," at that time. Yet, before he could finish, he was interrupted by a wave of the emperor's hand. At this moment, Emperor Xia was consumed by his fixation on the heavenly prison, unable to heed any counsel. He coldly declared, "My decision is made. You shall immediately dispatch word to the allied troops of the 8 nations. Inform them that I have a monumental opportunity to share." After resolving the matter of the 300,000 Jie cavalry, Chu Xian returned to the 7th level of the heavenly prison. The power of the art of summoning winds and rains indeed did not disappoint him. However, Chu Xian could distinctly sense that the true extent of this divine ability had yet to be fully realized. The limitation of this extraordinary prowess lies not in external factors, but rather in his current cultivation level. Indeed, being at the peak of the innate ninth realm is still rather insufficient. It appears that I must strive further. Chu Xian took a deep breath and silently intoned within his heart, "System, sign in. Undoubtedly, the strength I possess today is solely the result of my relentless efforts." Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the 5-colored stone. The system notification resonated promptly. Chu Xian opened his right hand, and in an instant, a mysterious stone shimmering with vibrant hues materialized in his palm. Simultaneously, he comprehended the origin of this enigmatic stone. This 5-colored stone is none other than the legendary gem utilized by the goddess Nuwa, an ancient myth, to mend the heavens. Feeling the immense divine power contained within this seemingly small stone, Chu Xian could not help but gasp in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. Undoubtedly, this sign-in was a remarkable stroke of fortune, perhaps a reward for recently vanquishing the 300,000 barbaric foes. After all, it is only just to receive some merit for cleansing the filth from this realm. Regardless, the 5-colored stone is indeed a genuine divine artifact. Its value is beyond description. After all, an item capable of mending the heavens stands at the pinnacle, far surpassing any ordinary spiritual materials or treasures. If one possesses sufficient mastery in the art of weapon forging, these 5-colored stones could even be fashioned into an exceedingly rare and unparalleled divine weapon. Alas, Chu Xian lacks such prowess. To speak of crafting divine armaments is beyond him. Even the creation of the most ordinary weapon eludes him, for he has only grasped 6 of the 7 essential insights. However, for Chu Xian, the inability to forge a divine weapon does not evoke any sense of regret. Indeed, he envisions a far superior purpose for these 5-colored stones. Without a doubt, Chu Xian intends to utilize them as a medium for the cultivation of the Purple Mansion. To employ such a celestial treasure for the opening of the Purple Mansion is, to others, an inconceivable act. If this were to become known, countless individuals would likely condemn him for squandering such a precious resource. After all, the utility of such a transcendent artifact is immeasurable, capable of enduring through the ages in value. Nevertheless, Chu Xian remains unfazed by such considerations. As a solitary individual, he embodies the notion that one person's satisfaction can suffice for the whole. He is acutely aware of one truth. Utilizing these 5-colored stones to cultivate the Purple Mansion will undoubtedly yield boundless benefits in his future. Chapter 26. The 5-Poison Divine Pill, the Pinnacle of Innate Realm. After acquiring the 5-color stone, Chu Xian refrained from hastily advancing his cultivation. Although he had reached the 9th level of the innate realm, he had yet to attain its zenith. Given his formidable foundation, a breakthrough at this juncture would pose no significant challenge. However, possessing such a rare and extraordinary artifact as the 5-color stone made him feel somewhat unworthy of its power if he did not elevate his cultivation to its peak. Admittedly, he harbored a slight obsession with perfection. Nonetheless, solidifying the foundation at every stage would greatly benefit his future development. More importantly, considering his current rate of cultivation advancement, such an endeavor would not consume an excessive amount of time. Therefore, why not seize the opportunity? On the other hand, following Chu Xian's fortuitous acquisition of the 5-color stone, the subsequent rewards from the 7th level of the prison had inevitably diminished. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively made his way to the 8th level of the prison. The 8th level was suffused with noxious mists, and the toxicity of these vapors was exceedingly potent. In comparison to the 7th level, this place was even less hospitable. Should an ordinary person venture here, they would likely succumb to the poison within mere seconds. Even martial arts practitioners, despite their ability to shield themselves with vital energy, would find themselves unable to withstand the corrosive nature of the poisonous fog for an extended period, and even innate warriors would struggle to endure for too long. Chu Xian could only activate the earth armor, manifesting a semi-transparent protective barrier to isolate the terrifying poisonous mists. It must be said, this exquisite Dao artifact is indeed remarkable, having aided him on multiple occasions. Without the protection of the earth armor, even with Chu Xuan's current strength and physique, it would be exceedingly difficult to remain in the 8th layer of the heavenly prison for an extended period. However, every coin has its two sides. Aside from the incredibly mysterious 9th layer of the heavenly prison, the 8th layer is the deepest, where the concentration of spiritual energy has reached an astonishing level. Compared to the 7th layer, the concentration of spiritual energy in the 8th layer has increased by at least 50%. In other words, the efficiency of cultivation here surpasses that of the 7th layer by 50%. Chu Xian, possessing the primordial sacred body, already has an extraordinary capability for absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation, and with this further enhancement, even he feels somewhat overwhelmed. Staying in the 8th layer of the heavenly prison, he senses his cultivation progressing at an astonishing pace, advancing visibly towards the pinnacle of the 9th level of the innate realm. Soon, the next day arrived, and Chu Xian silently recited in his heart, "System, sign in." Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 5 poisons divine pill. 5 poisons divine pill? Is it a type of poison pill? Chu Xian retrieved the pill from the system space, and soon he acquired detailed information about this elixir. Unexpectedly, although the 5 poisons divine pill bears a rather sinister name, it is not a toxic elixir. Rather, it is an exceptionally precious restorative medicine. The 5 poisons divine pill is crafted from the quintessence of 5 poisons, combined with dozens of rare medicinal herbs, which not only neutralizes toxicity, but transforms poison into nourishment. However, the method of concoction is rather unique, known only to a select few. Thus, the 5 poisons divine pill is exceedingly rare in the outside world, corresponding to an astonishing value. Should it be auctioned, the price of a single 5 poisons divine pill would undoubtedly rival that of a high-grade Dao artifact. The worth of a high-grade Dao artifact is immensely precious. Even across the vast expanse of dozens of nations in Tiannan, one might struggle to find a singular Dao artifact. Furthermore, Dao artifacts can be utilized indefinitely, serving as a cornerstone of a formidable faction's legacy, far surpassing the ephemeral nature of medicinal pills. The fact that the value of the 5 poisons divine pill can be compared to that of a high-grade Dao artifact speaks volumes of its rarity. Nevertheless, the 5 poisons divine pill is indeed extraordinary, possessing the ability to cleanse the marrow and transform one's very essence, thereby enhancing one's cultivation physique to a notable degree. Simultaneously, the medicinal power contained within the pill is remarkably gentle, devoid of the myriad drawbacks often associated with ordinary elixirs. Even an ordinary individual consuming it could, in a short span, ascend to the ranks of martial prowess, with merely a modicum of cultivation making the breakthrough to the innate realm a certainty. In light of this, the 5 poisons divine pill is truly exceptional. Given its immense value, I shall partake of it myself. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xian swiftly placed the 5 poisons divine pill into his mouth. Although he possessed the primordial sacred body and demonstrated remarkable cultivation talent, who would not desire an even greater endowment in their cultivation? Upon consuming the 5 poisons divine pill, it instantaneously transformed into a potent medicinal force, far exceeding Chu Xian's expectations. Even the extraordinary treasures he had previously ingested paled in comparison. Yet, despite its astonishing potency, the attributes of this medicinal force were remarkably gentle, flowing like rivulets into Chu Xian's limbs and bones. In that fleeting moment, it felt akin to basking in the warmth of a celestial hot spring, bestowing upon his body an unprecedented nourishment. Truth be told, most of Chu Xian's prior cultivation had relied on the power of exceptional treasures. While these treasures were indeed valuable, their spiritual energy remained unrefined, exhibiting a somewhat ferocious nature. Coupled with Chu Xian's own relatively modest cultivation experience, he occasionally made minor errors. Even with his formidable physique, it was inevitable that some subtle internal injuries arose. These injuries resembled nearly imperceptible fissures, causing no immediate detriment to Chu Xian. However, if allowed to accumulate, they could potentially evolve into chronic afflictions, significantly impacting his future. Yet now, under the gentle nurturing of the 5 poisons divine pill's medicinal power, these hidden injuries swiftly began to heal. Through this subtle and transformative influence, Chu Xian's constitution imperceptibly ascended to a new level. Simultaneously, his cultivation also advanced steadily upward. The speed of cultivation through the absorption of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, no matter how rapid, pales in comparison to the immediate benefits of consuming this invaluable supreme elixir. Fueled by the potent effects of the 5 poisons divine pill, Chu Xian swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the innate realm. Yet, this was not the conclusion of his journey. At this juncture, less than 1/3 of the immense medicinal power contained within the pill had been expended. Over 2/3 of this vast energy remained, propelling Chu Xian's cultivation to advance further. In truth, the so-called pinnacle of the ninth level of the innate realm merely represents the zenith for ordinary martial artists. Each individual possesses a unique physique, resulting in vastly differing peaks. With Chu Xian embodying the primordial sacred body, his pinnacle undoubtedly far surpassed that of a typical martial artist. Amidst this fervent and relentless cultivation, the aura emanating from Chu Xian grew increasingly formidable. Days turned into nights, and before he realized it, a full cycle had passed. After such extensive refinement, Chu Xian finally fully absorbed the medicinal potency of the 5 poisons divine pill. Not only did his physique undergo significant enhancement, but his cultivation also surged to an entirely new level. The precise nature of this realm eluded description, yet it was undeniably several times more powerful than the conventional understanding of the pinnacle of the innate realm. At this moment, Chu Xian's cultivation had truly reached the genuine pinnacle of the innate realm. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to it as the ultimate limit of the innate realm. In the realm of innate potential, I have truly reached my zenith. The next aspiration is the realm of the Purple Mansion. Chapter 27. Breaking through the Purple Mansion. A celestial radiance descends. Having reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, Chu Xian genuinely possessed the qualifications to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. He had no intention of further suppressing his progress and promptly prepared for his breakthrough. Having just consumed the exquisite 5 poisons divine pill, his cultivation was at an unprecedented peak, requiring no adjustments whatsoever. In truth, the method of advancing from the innate realm to the Purple Mansion realm is not particularly arcane. As long as one successfully opens the Purple Mansion, they have essentially achieved over half of the required success, with the remainder unfolding naturally. The rarity of Purple Mansion masters in the southern region can be attributed to 2 primary factors. Firstly, the spiritual energy in the southern lands is notably sparse, rendering the transition from the innate realm exceedingly arduous, let alone elevating one's cultivation to its zenith. Without attaining the pinnacle of the innate realm, one lacks even the qualifications to attempt the breakthrough. Secondly, the rare spiritual materials necessary for opening the Purple Mansion are exceedingly scarce. Not everyone possesses a system like Chu Xian, where acquiring extraordinary treasures is as effortless as indulging in a meal or sipping tea. In the absence of suitable spiritual mediums, even if individuals elevate their cultivation to the peak of the innate realm, they remain unable to transcend to the Purple Mansion realm. Furthermore, as they age and their bodies deteriorate, the probability of successfully breaking through to the Purple Mansion diminishes significantly. For instance, the venerable sect leader of the Great Xia dynasty, whose lifespan is now considerably diminished, would face an exceedingly slim chance of success in breaking through, even if he were to acquire the appropriate spiritual materials in his current state, due to his body being unable to withstand the intense impact generated during the breakthrough process, and the fact that a failed attempt would likely lead to his demise. Various factors have combined to result in the absence of any Purple Mansion true beings in the Tiannan region for many years. However, these concerns pose no issue for Chu Xian. At the prime of his youth, he has reached the pinnacle of innate cultivation, and with the aid of the miraculous 5-colored stone as a medium, his conditions could not be more favorable. There is no need to delay any further. Today, he shall seize the moment and strive for a breakthrough into the Purple Mansion realm. Chu Xian harbors no apprehension regarding the success of this endeavor, given his circumstances. If he cannot achieve a breakthrough, it is likely that few others in this world could succeed either. He swiftly retrieves the 5-colored stone from his system space, feeling the boundless divine power it contains, which bolsters his confidence even further. Even if he were to falter, the supreme artifact, the 5-colored stone, would undoubtedly not fail him. After all, it can mend even the heavens. So what is the mere establishment of a Purple Mansion in comparison? Chu Xian promptly activates the secret method for his breakthrough and places the 5-colored stone upon his dantian. In an instant, streams of divine radiance erupt forth. The entire 8th level of the heavenly prison is illuminated, as vibrant hues envelop Chu Xian completely. The divine light sparkles and intermingles, as if a deity is being born. Endless divine power surged into Chu Xian's dantian, and under the relentless stimulation of this divine energy, the sea within his dantian quickly began to boil. All of the innate true qi became exceptionally vibrant, commencing a frenzied circulation around his meridians, causing Chu Xian to transform into a colossal vortex. At the very center of this whirlpool, a deeply concealed mysterious acupoint suddenly radiated a glimmer of starlight. It appeared like the solitary star shining in the dark night, ushering in an unprecedented brilliance. The divine power, derived from the five-colored stone, furiously surged into this point, instantly causing the starlight to blossom with resplendent luminosity. It must be said that with the aid of the five-colored stone, the difficulty of Chu Xian opening his purple mansion was nearly reduced to its lowest point. The entire process unfolded with remarkable smoothness, and soon a mysterious space was established within Chu Xian's dantian. This was the space of the purple mansion. As an increasing amount of divine power flowed in, the purple mansion space rapidly stabilized and began to expand. Accompanying this transformation, the innate true qi that Chu Xian had mastered gradually metamorphosed into magical power, and the aura emanating from his body became increasingly formidable. Meanwhile, Emperor Xia was hosting a grand banquet in the palace to entertain the representatives of the 8 nations' reinforcements. As the wine flowed freely, the emperor set down his cup, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, "How have you all considered my previous proposal?" Upon hearing this, the representatives of the 8 nations exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with intrigue. "As far as I know, that celestial prison is indeed a significant forbidden ground in your esteemed nation, having devoured numerous formidable individuals, including several innate beings." The representative of the martial kingdom, King Wuling, was the first to speak. Not only is he the commander of the martial kingdom's army, but he is also an innate powerhouse, wielding considerable influence among the representatives of the 8 nations. As anticipated, upon his utterance, several representatives from various nations immediately shook their heads in refusal. "To be candid, Your Majesty, we have come here to confront the tyrannical actions of the Gyre people. Other matters are not within our current purview. According to the intelligence I have received, the reason behind the annihilation of the 300,000 Gyre troops was the intervention of a mysterious and powerful entity from the celestial prison, an existence not to be trifled with. Indeed, we may be unaware of the benefits that the celestial prison holds, but the dangers are undeniably substantial. Perhaps we should instead discuss how to partition the Zhao kingdom?" While the Summer Emperor had calculated astutely, the representatives from the other nations were not fools. They would not agree to risk their lives for intangible rewards. Observing the series of refusals from the assembly, a shadow of discontent flickered in the depths of the Summer Emperor's eyes. Nonetheless, he maintained a smiling facade, saying, "I understand your concerns, esteemed guests, yet there is a saying, miss this opportunity, and it may never arise again. The existence of the solar true fire is undoubtedly well understood by all present. Such an extraordinary opportunity, can one truly remain unmoved?" Upon hearing the name solar true fire, representatives from various nations could not help but hesitate. Even the previously resolute martial spirit king found himself somewhat shaken. His breakthrough to the innate realm at the age of 50 was due to a fortuitous encounter with a rare fire known as Imu's spiritual fire. Among the myriad of celestial and earthly flames, Imu's spiritual fire does not hold a significant rank. It is merely an ordinary type of extraordinary fire. Nevertheless, this unassuming fire facilitated his successful breakthrough to the innate level. If such an exceptional quality is found in mere Imu's spiritual fire, one can only imagine the formidable power that the solar true fire, regarded as one of the 10 divine flames, possesses. If acquired, it would surely propel one to unimaginable heights. Yet, who can provide proof that the solar true fire resides within the celestial prison? A representative spoke up suddenly, prompting a chorus of nods from the others. Ultimately, there remains no concrete evidence to substantiate the claim that the solar true fire is indeed within the celestial prison. After all, words alone lack credibility. If there were tangible proof, they might not shy away from taking the risk. Emperor Xia opened his mouth. Despite the various phenomena that had occurred, he could not present solid evidence. Just then, a thunderous rumble shook the ground beneath them. The cups and vessels on the table toppled, spilling wine and dishes everywhere. The already irate Summer Emperor furrowed his brow at the sight, preparing to issue a loud reprimand when, suddenly, an astonishing phenomenon appeared in the sky. This unforeseen event caused a collective gasp among those within the hall. In unison, everyone rose to their feet, instinctively gazing outside. They beheld a sky ablaze with resplendent hues, stretching infinitely into the distance. The vibrant radiance extended from the far horizon to envelop the capital, as if the entire city were shrouded in this luminous spectacle. The resplendent light cascaded from above, forming spiraling vortices that swirled downwards, with the epicenter unmistakably located somewhere within the imperial city. It resembled a celestial paradise, where all manner of extraordinary phenomena converged. Even from afar, The sight was enough to leave one's spirit in a state of awe. What place could that be? One representative could not help but inquire, astonishment evident in their voice. The heavenly prison, came the swift reply. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all present transformed dramatically. The representatives turned their eager gazes towards the summer emperor, their eyes alight with fervor. Yet, the emperor's countenance remained inscrutable, his deep gaze betraying not a hint of emotion, leaving one to ponder whether he felt joy or sorrow. Chapter 28, 18 and 8, 300 Masters, overturning the celestial prison. In the morning, under the radiant sun, a large contingent of imperial troops suddenly mobilized within the capital. They swiftly encircled the celestial prison and its surrounding areas. Outside the prison, amidst the throng of civil and military officials, Emperor Xia, clad in his dragon robe, arrived for the third time. Gazing at the imposing gates of the prison not far ahead, a chilling glint flickered in his eyes, evoking a sense of foreboding. He never anticipated that he would repeatedly stumble before the mere entrance of a prison. The successive setbacks within the celestial prison did not temper Emperor Xia's resolve. Rather, they intensified his obsession to eradicate it, transforming the endeavor into a haunting nightmare. I am the sovereign of this nation. No one shall threaten my position, nor defy my will, Emperor Xia fervently proclaimed within his heart. Surveying his surroundings, he beheld the formidable presence of his gathered allies, and the shadows of past failures dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented confidence. Although the previous encounter with the 5 and 8s had indeed taken him by surprise, the strength he amassed this time far exceeded any prior efforts. It turned out that the allied forces from 8 nations held little interest in the celestial prison. Their disinterest was not due to a lack of curiosity about the sun's true fire, but rather their uncertainty about whether entering the prison would yield any tangible rewards. After all, they were not subjects of the great Xia and had never witnessed the prison's myriad wonders firsthand. However, after witnessing the breathtaking spectacle of radiant light descending from the heavens yesterday, their attitudes swiftly transformed. No longer was the emperor of the Summer Dynasty pleading for their entry into the celestial prison. Instead, they besieged him for the opportunity. In this coalition effort, the 8 nations have dispatched a significant number of elite warriors, with each country contributing at least 1 to 3 innate powerhouses. Together, the coalition comprises a total of 17 innate experts. When combined with the remaining patron of the Summer Imperial family, the count rises to 18 innate powerhouses. What does this signify? In the southern lands, each innate expert is regarded as a formidable figure, the cornerstone of substantial power. For instance, the Summer Dynasty, with its 4 esteemed innate patrons, could firmly secure its reign. Now, amassing a total of 18 innate experts is unprecedented. Not only could they contend with a mere celestial prison, but if they genuinely unite their efforts, even conquering the southern territories would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Moreover, there are not merely 18 innate experts present. They have also summoned over 50 first-rank grandmasters, more than 90 second-rank masters, and over 150 third-rank minor masters. In other words, they have gathered nearly 300 master-level warriors. This formidable assembly of 300 masters undoubtedly represents an awe-inspiring force that should not be underestimated. Indeed, each master-level powerhouse has already mastered the realm of intent, capable of establishing their own sects in the martial arts. When these 300 master-level warriors march together, even the pinnacle innate superiors would likely choose to steer clear. With 18 innate beings and 300 masters, such formidable strength is sufficient to sweep across the southern heavens. Confronting a mere celestial prison is undoubtedly a trivial matter. The representatives of various nations are also filled with enthusiasm. The assembly of so many top-tier warriors is an unprecedented grand event for the southern heavens. Even years later, the legends of their exploits may still be recounted. This endeavor indeed holds the potential to become a remarkable tale. It is destined to be remembered as the gathering of 18 innate beings and 300 masters, united in the exploration of the celestial prison. As the representative of the innate warriors, the martial spirit king expressed his excitement. However, at that moment, Emperor Xia shook his head. His gaze, intense and unwavering, was fixed upon the celestial prison as he pronounced deliberately, "It is not merely an exploration. Today we shall overturn the celestial prison." The crowd fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into hearty laughter. Indeed, it is not just an exploration, but rather an endeavor to topple the celestial prison. With so many powerful warriors acting in concert, how could a mere prison withstand their might? Today, they are determined to dismantle it entirely. Emperor Xia turned to glance back at the civil and military officials, ultimately resting his gaze upon the gathered princes, and then commanded, "You shall accompany me into the fray." Indeed, this time the Emperor of the Great Xia does not intend to remain in the rear. Rather, he prepares to personally enter the celestial prison. On one hand, this decision stems from his unwavering confidence in the undertaking at hand. On the other hand, there exists a palpable concern that the representatives of the 8 nations might directly partition the immense opportunities concealed within the celestial prison. After all, when the moment for sharing the spoils arrives, these individuals will not be inclined to show any restraint. The imperial family of Great Xia has dispatched only 1 in 8 expert, which certainly pales in comparison to the collective strength of their adversaries. Only through his direct involvement can the emperor ensure a rightful share of the bounty. In the face of the emperor's unequivocal command, the numerous princes, regardless of their personal inclinations, have no choice but to obediently follow in his wake. Soon, they find themselves entering the depths of the celestial prison. Within the 8th level of the celestial prison, Chu Xian awakens from his meditation. He slowly lifts his gaze towards the ceiling above. His profound eyes seem to pierce through the layers of walls, beholding the myriad sights beyond the confines of the prison. Should I commend your tenacity or question your fearlessness? A hint of a sardonic smile plays upon his lips. He then lowers his eyelids, directing his attention inward. Having successfully transcended to the Purple Mansion realm, the transformation he has undergone is indeed remarkable. With the successful opening of the Purple Mansion, all of his innate true energy has been transmuted into magical power, and concurrently, his innate spiritual perception has evolved into divine consciousness. It is precisely due to this divine consciousness that Chu Xian can effortlessly witness the various events unfolding outside. Within the expanse of his divine consciousness, nothing remains concealed from him. Upon acquiring divine consciousness, it becomes exceedingly difficult to be ambushed. Chu Xian summoned his divine awareness to scrutinize the myriad transformations within his body, and it was indisputable that he had grown immensely stronger in every regard. However, the most significant change lay in the newly established Purple Palace within his Dantian. This Purple Palace, a transformation of hidden acupoints, serves as the foundation for his future endeavors, akin to conjuring an expansive ocean from thin air. It possesses the capacity to store a substantial amount of magical energy, available for unforeseen circumstances. With this singular advantage, the endurance of a Purple Palace master far surpasses that of ordinary cultivators. As long as the palace is not depleted, the master can continue to engage in battle indefinitely. Yet, to Chu Xian's knowledge, a newly created Purple Palace typically measures only about 10 feet in diameter. However, upon inspecting his own Purple Palace, he felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. A rough estimation revealed that the diameter of his Purple Palace was at least 100 feet, resembling a vast lake when viewed from above. A Purple Palace of over 100 feet in size was merely in its nascent state. As his cultivation continued to advance, the Purple Palace would inevitably expand further. It was approximately 100 times larger than an ordinary Purple Palace. No, that could not be right. If the diameter is 100 times greater, then the area would be in the thousands. Chu Xian gasped in astonishment, realizing that while he had anticipated that the Purple Palace, opened with the 5-colored stone, would be remarkable, he had not expected it to be so extraordinary. Moreover, the expansive space of the Purple Mansion he has established is not only larger in area but also significantly more stable, allowing for a swifter rate of expansion in the future. Even the refined magical power contained within it will be remarkably potent. In every conceivable aspect, it is far beyond what an ordinary Purple Mansion can compare to. The only drawback lies in the fact that if Chu Xian wishes to fill this immensely vast Purple Mansion, it will not be an easy endeavor. After all, the capacity for storing magical power in his Purple Mansion is nearly 10,000 times greater than that of a typical one. Naturally, this is something that others would covet immensely. Who among ordinary individuals does not desire a bit more space? Chapter 29. Father and son reunited? You survived? This dungeon is indeed extraordinary. Upon entering the celestial prison, the representatives from various nations could not help but exclaim. Initially, they regarded it with a degree of skepticism, believing that a mere dungeon could not pose significant danger. However, once they stepped inside, they realized their underestimation was misguided. The first 3 levels of the dungeon seemed relatively normal, but upon reaching the 4th level, they sensed something amiss. In the 4th level, the temperature plummeted by several degrees, akin to abruptly transitioning from summer to the depths of winter. Even with their robust physiques, they felt an unbearable chill piercing through them. Yet, before they could acclimatize, they entered the 5th level, where the oppressive heat enveloped them, causing them to break into a sweat. Having just traversed through such extremes, they found themselves in the 6th level, where an almost tenfold gravity suddenly bore down upon them, nearly forcing many to collapse onto the ground. As they laboriously made their way through the high-pressure 6th level, the terrifying storm in the 7th level delivered them yet another staggering blow. Although they encountered few direct threats along the way, the relentless environmental changes kept them in a state of trepidation. Upon reaching the entrance of the 8th level, the thick, toxic fog that pervaded the air rendered many faces rigid with fear. Compared to the visible threats of storms and winds, poison is a silent killer, making it all the more insidious and challenging to defend against. You go ahead and test it. The Emperor of the Summer appointed a Grand Master to step forward and attempt to confront the peril. The Grand Master took a deep breath, immediately channeling his vital energy to shield his body, before cautiously advancing step by step into the noxious mist. Soon after, a hissing sound echoed, as the terrifying poison swiftly eroded his protective energy at a visible rate. The Grand Master's countenance changed dramatically. Without uttering a word, he rapidly retreated. Yet, despite his swiftness, he was a moment too late, allowing the toxic fog to infiltrate his body, rendering his face a ghastly shade of green. Before anyone could rush to his aid, he foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground in an instant. Remarkably, even his corpse was consumed within a brief span, leaving behind nothing but a chilling set of bones. Hiss! Witnessing such a scene, everyone present involuntarily gasped in shock. Even the innate experts felt a shiver run down their spines. A first-tier Grand Master, considered a pinnacle of strength in the outside world, was rendered utterly powerless against the poison of the 8th level of the heavenly prison. The potency of this toxic mist was indeed beyond imagination. What shall we do? The faces of the crowd darkened with concern. They had mobilized with great effort to arrive here. Were they destined to be halted at the 8th level of the heavenly prison? While the vital energy of a master could not withstand the onslaught of the toxic mist, innate level experts might endure for a brief period, but no longer than around 15 minutes at most. The crux of the matter lies in the uncertainty surrounding the conditions of the 9th level of the heavenly prison. If entry to the 9th level is barred for even a quarter of an hour, even a congenital expert could face mortal peril. One such expert, having conducted a trial, spoke solemnly. Upon hearing his words, rather than feeling any sense of elation, the crowd was enveloped in a greater sense of foreboding. If the 8th level of the heavenly prison was already so troublesome, the 9th level would likely prove even more perilous. Although they were intrigued by the opportunities concealed within the prison, they were not foolish enough to gamble with their own lives. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wait, there seems to be someone there." The crowd paused in surprise, then instinctively raised their gazes. Soon, they discovered that, in the deepest recesses of the 8th level, there indeed sat a figure in meditation within a cell. This individual was none other than Chu Xian. Previously, he required the protection of the earth armor to endure an extended stay in the 8th level. However, following his breakthrough to the Purple Mansion realm, he no longer needed such safeguards. The toxic mists that invaded his body posed no threat, as he adeptly refined them, transforming them into the purest magical energy which he infused into his Purple Mansion space. In essence, these toxic mists had become akin to ordinary natural spiritual energy for him. They no longer constituted a danger. Instead, he regarded them as nourishment to bolster his own strength. Thus, like in the preceding layers, Chu Xian sat comfortably on the stone bed of his cell, exuding an air of calm as he engaged in his cultivation. Is this individual human or specter? This scene struck the onlookers with profound impact, particularly in contrast to the recently deceased Grand Master, leaving them in a state of disbelief. This person, why does he seem somewhat familiar? At that moment, one individual suddenly spoke up. The crowd, startled by his words, turned in unison to look. They soon realized that it was none other than Prince Chu Yuan, the 7th prince of the Great Xia dynasty. Under the intense scrutiny of so many formidable figures, even though Chu Yuan was quite composed, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. He promptly confessed, "I merely feel a sense of familiarity. It seems it resembles my 6th brother." 6th Prince Chu Xian? The prince who had been stripped of his title 6 months prior? How could that be possible? Quickly, the powerful figures of the Great Xia dynasty began to shake their heads. According to their knowledge, 6th Prince Chu Xian's cultivation had long been rendered null, and he was most likely dead in the celestial prison. Even if he had survived, it was implausible for him to be sitting unscathed on the 8th level of the celestial prison. However, at that moment, 3rd Prince Chu Hong also spoke gravely. Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance to my sixth brother. The first Prince Chu Ming and third Prince Chu Hong had always been Chu Xian's fiercest rivals. Just as Chu Ming had recognized Chu Xian at first glance, Chu Heng's impression of him was equally profound. If one person might be mistaken, it could be dismissed. Yet with two individuals asserting the same, there certainly appeared to be an issue at hand. Soon, all eyes in the vicinity were fixed intently upon Emperor Xia. If anyone present was most acquainted with the sixth prince, Chu Xian, it would undoubtedly be Emperor Xia, for they shared a father-son bond. Indeed, it must be Chu Xian. The emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, a complex array of emotions flickering within them, the depth of which even he could not articulate. As he spoke, he took a step forward, nearly standing at the very edge of the 8th level of the celestial prison. To his astonishment, "You are still alive?" Upon hearing these words, Chu Xian opened his eyes. Surveying the crowd, an enigmatic smile played upon his lips, a peculiar expression that straddled the line between laughter and sorrow. He had not anticipated that the first to recognize him would be these three: the 7th prince, Chu Yuan, the 3rd prince, Chu Hong, and his own father. Undoubtedly, these three held significant ties to him. This recognition was also related to his remarkable transformation in both cultivation and demeanor. Had he remained the same as before, many would surely have recognized him, for he was once the esteemed crown prince of the great Xia dynasty. Nevertheless, in such circumstances, their swift acknowledgement of his identity underscored the weight he held in their hearts. "I am not dead. Are you disappointed?" Chu Xian raised his head, responding with a meaningful inquiry. He refrained from addressing the emperor as father, for in his heart, this man did not merit such a title. After all, he was no longer the former 6th prince, Chu Xian. Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, the expression of Emperor Xia darkened immediately, a glimmer of cold severity flashing in his eyes. "It appears you have encountered considerable opportunities in this prison, leading you to believe that you have grown wings and wish to take flight. Uncle, I beseech you to apprehend this rebellious son on my behalf." The uncle referred to by Emperor Xia was none other than the elderly figure clad in purple beside him, the last remaining guardian of the great Xia royal family. As a congenital expert, while he could not remain in the toxic mist for an extended period, capturing a young man and exiting would require little time at all. "Not a problem," the purple-clad elder nodded, his innate energy enveloping him as he prepared to act. However, at that very moment, a large hand unexpectedly interposed itself before him. "Hold on at Chapter 30. Killing like cutting grass, devouring unusual flames." "Wait," the voice, though unremarkable, carried an undeniable tone of authority. The elder in purple furrowed his brow, lifting his gaze to find himself confronted by a middle-aged man of imposing demeanor. "What is the meaning of this, King of Martial Spirits?" the Summer Emperor inquired, his expression darkening. This middle-aged man was none other than the King of Martial Spirits from the Martial Nation. Among the numerous innate powerhouses present, the king was neither the oldest nor the most accomplished in cultivation. However, in terms of combat prowess, he ranked among the strongest. He wielded a unique and rare flame, the ethereal wood spirit fire. Although classified as a mere ordinary flame, it posed a significant threat to innate experts, serving as a formidable weapon. "There is no need for haste, Your Majesty. After all, we have come across a living soul at last. Would it not be prudent to inquire further before taking action? What if he possesses information regarding the true solar fire?" the King of Martial Spirits suggested calmly. Upon hearing this, the other innate experts quickly grasped the implications. They had entered the celestial prison primarily in search of the true solar fire. Yet, throughout their journey, not only had they failed to encounter the true solar fire, but they had not even glimpsed a specter. Now, having finally discovered a living individual, it was conceivable that he might hold some clues. Should he fall into the hands of the Summer Emperor, their chances would be lost. Feeling the weight of the scrutinizing gazes from the assembly, the Summer Emperor's heart sank. He realized that his intentions had been disowned, and for a moment, he hesitated to provoke the ire of the crowd. One could only feign nonchalance, maintaining a serene demeanor as he spoke. "I see. Then, Martial Spirit King, feel free to inquire as you wish, as long as you surrender this rebellious child to me upon your questioning." The Martial Spirit King turned his gaze towards Chu Xian, his eyes sharp and penetrating, promptly asking, "Esteemed Prince, could you enlighten me on the origin of the flame mark adorning your forehead?" Chu Xian touched the flame mark on his brow, a remnant of his earlier fusion with the true sun fire, which seemed to harbor deeper mysteries that he had yet to fully comprehend. He cast a surprised glance at the Martial Spirit King, having not anticipated such keen perception from this individual. However, he shook his head and replied earnestly, I fear I cannot disclose that information to you." Upon hearing this, the martial spirit king appeared momentarily taken aback, as if he did not expect Chu Xian to be so forthright in his refusal. Yet, he remained unfazed. Instead, sporting a cold smile as he declared, "You may deceive others, but you shall never deceive me." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, revealing a flame mark on his wrist, albeit distinct from Chu Xian's. "This is the flame mark I acquired during my fusion with the wood spirit fire. If my conjecture holds true, you must have already mastered the true sun fire, enabling you to remain unscathed in the 8th level of the celestial prison. Is it not through the power of the true sun fire that you have achieved such a feat?" As these words were uttered, the hearts of all present could not help but skip a beat. The true sun fire is indeed in the possession of this lad? Even the gaze of Emperor Xia towards Chu Xian shifted, as he had not anticipated that the true sun fire had fallen into Chu Xian's hands. However, observing Chu Xian's composed demeanor as he remained in the 8th layer of the heavenly prison, impervious to the pervasive poisonous mist, it all seemed rather plausible. "Young man, hasten to relinquish the true sun fire. It is not something you are meant to possess. Indeed, if you surrender the true sun fire, you may yet preserve your life. Otherwise, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise today. Do not mistake my kindness for weakness. Do not compel me to take action." At this moment, the other formidable figures present could no longer contain themselves and began to shout in unison. Now that they were aware of the whereabouts of the true sun fire, how could they possibly restrain their desires? Each pair of eyes fixed upon Chu Xian glimmered with insatiable greed and longing, reminiscent of a treasure-seeking child. After all, this was the true sun fire. A mere martial spirit king, wielding the most commonplace of wood elemental fire, could rise to prominence among innate powers. Should they acquire the true sun fire, they would undoubtedly soar to unparalleled heights, potentially becoming the supreme existence in the southern realms. With such a tremendous temptation laid before them, how could they resist? They fidgeted with anticipation, eager to make their move. Were it not for the terrifying noxious fog enveloping the 8th level of the celestial prison, they would have undoubtedly rushed forward without a second thought. Human greed knows no bounds. As he beheld the distorted faces twisted by avarice, a flicker of fierce light ignited deep within Chu Xian's eyes. He slowly raised his right hand, and soon, a resplendent flame of divine essence blossomed in the palm of his hand. The true sunfire was here. Whoever desires it must come forth to claim it. As if to stir the hearts of the onlookers, he advanced step by step towards the crowd. With each stride, the distance between him and the others diminished. Under the searing blaze of the true sunfire, even the pervasive toxic fog began to thin. As the fog dissipated, it was as if the greatest obstacle before the crowd had been removed, plunging them into a frenzy. Madness. They were utterly consumed by it. Witnessing the existence of the true sunfire, all doubts vanished from their minds. Eyes widened, their pupils nearly bulging, they seemed eager to possess the flame for themselves. "The true sunfire is mine." With a furious roar, a congenital expert could no longer restrain himself and charged forward. The primal energy surged like a tempest, propelling him forward at breakneck speed. With the first to lead the charge, soon a second and third followed. Even the master-level warriors could not resist joining the fray. In the blink of an eye, the 8th layer of the celestial prison descended into chaos. The air was filled with the roars of battle as countless powerful figures unleashed their might, causing the very foundations of the prison to tremble. What astonished everyone, however, was that amidst the frenzied rush akin to ravenous wolves, Chu Xian displayed no intention of evasion. With a firm grip of his right hand, the true sunfire within his palm instantly transformed into a blazing warblade. He swung it down, and in an instant, the foremost innate expert was cleaved in twain. The terrifying flames enveloped the severed remains, quickly reducing them to mere ashes. Yet, rather than deterring the throng, this display of the sunfire's formidable power only ignited their greed and desire further. After all, the more potent the sunfire, the greater the benefits it would bestow upon the one who seized it. In stark contrast, Chu Xian, a mere youth, had his limits laid bare. Even if he gritted his teeth and persevered, how many more times could he wield such power? The unparalleled might of the sunfire, while formidable, demanded an astonishing toll with each use. Should he find himself unable to summon it again, he would be left as harmless as a toothless tiger, devoid of any threat. Ultimately, the sunfire would serve only to benefit his adversaries. Under such a lethal temptation, countless strong individuals surged forward, each believing themselves to be the fortunate protagonist destined for victory. However, the subsequent developments of the plot greatly exceeded their expectations. It appeared that Chu Xian's limits were far beyond what they had imagined. Time and again, he summoned the true fire of the sun, showing no signs of fatigue. Conversely, those formidable warriors, whether masters or innate experts, who charged at him, fell victim to his flaming war blade, each succumbing to a single strike, as though they were mere blades of grass being mowed down. Witnessing this scene, even the previously hidden martial spirit king could no longer remain passive. Indeed, while the martial spirit king had unveiled Chu Xian's mastery of the true fire of the sun, he had refrained from rushing in immediately. Possessing his own rare fire, he understood its formidable power all too well. Thus, he deliberately exposed Chu Xian's secret, intending for others to exhaust his strength, allowing him to reap the ultimate victory. Yet now, the anticipated triumph was nowhere in sight. Instead, the warriors who had charged forward were falling one after another at Chu Xian's hands, with the innate experts dwindling to just a handful. The martial spirit king exchanged glances with the remaining 4 innate experts, each harboring the same intent, and they swiftly reached a consensus. Nodding in unison, they surged forward together. Boy, meet your end. The 5 innate experts erupted simultaneously, their united might producing an astonishing spectacle. A terrifying tempest swept through the 8th level of the heavenly prison, and it seemed as if Chu Xian were utterly engulfed within it, especially the martial spirit king, who exerted all his strength to summon the ethereal wood spirit fire, instantly transforming it into a blazing green spear. It surged forward with a terrifying power that sent shivers down the spine, seemingly piercing through the void, and struck towards Chu Xian's chest with the swiftness of lightning. With a deafening explosion, after the blast, Chu Xian stood unharmed in his place. In stark contrast, 4 of the 5 innate experts perished on the spot. The only survivor, the martial spirit king, was left with but a fragment of his life. Before he could utter a plea for mercy, the true sun fire surged towards him with insatiable eagerness, targeting the ethereal wood spirit fire. Though the ethereal wood spirit fire was merely an ordinary variant of fire, it was still a form of extraordinary flame. Once consumed, the true sun fire would undergo significant enhancement. Meanwhile, at that moment, the Summer Emperor steadily advanced towards Chu Xian. Chapter 31. The confrontation between father and son, the fall of the Summer Emperor. To my astonishment, you have indeed managed to reach this stage. The Summer Emperor gazed intently at Chu Xian, advancing toward him step by step. Truly, you are deserving of being my crown prince. I had presumed you perished within the depths of the dungeon, yet you have surprised me profoundly. Hand over the true sun fire to me, in light of our father-son bond. I shall not only spare your life, but also ensure that you remain my crown prince from this day forth. The Summer Emperor halted before Chu Xian, extending his right hand, the implication unmistakable. Chu Xian could only chuckle in disbelief. Naturally, he had no intention of forcibly recalling the true sun fire that was currently consuming the Emu's spiritual fire, nor did he plan to relinquish it to the Summer Emperor. He shook his head, a mocking expression on his face as he inquired, "Have you perhaps become overly self-satisfied? Do not speak of the position of crown prince. Even the throne you currently occupy, should I desire it, who could possibly stand in my way?" Upon hearing these words, the Summer Emperor's gaze sharpened instantaneously. However, he did not exhibit anger. Instead, he regarded Chu Xian with a profound stare. "It seems you are indeed unwavering until the bitter end. Very well. Today I shall impart a lesson upon you. What I grant you is yours, and what I withhold from you, you shall never possess." As his voice resonated, the Summer Emperor appeared to have unlocked some limitation within his being, and one could witness his aura surging upward with remarkable intensity. In the eyes of the multitude, he was merely an ordinary master of the 2nd rank. Yet, at this very moment, his cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the 1st-ranked grandmaster in the blink of an eye. This was far from the conclusion, for he soon ascended into the realm of innate mastery. Even within this realm, his momentum showed no signs of abating. Akin to a wild stallion that had broken free from its reins, one could witness his progression through the 1st layer of innate mastery, then the 2nd, until he ultimately surged through to the 8th layer, where he finally came to a halt. Feeling the astonishing aura exuded by the Summer Emperor, Chu Xian could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. It was not the sheer strength of the Summer Emperor that astonished him. Rather, through his spiritual perception, he discerned that the Summer Emperor's cultivation was remarkably superficial, evidently relying on excessive external forces during his ascent, rendering his true combat prowess far from formidable. Nevertheless, the 8th layer of innate mastery was undeniably formidable in its own right. even when 8 nations had united to summon a total of 18 innate masters. The strongest among them had merely reached the 7th layer. In simpler terms, the Summer Emperor, who appeared to be merely a second-rank martial artist, turned out to possess the highest cultivation of all. The depth of the Summer Emperor's concealment was indeed far beyond Chu Xian's expectations. He had believed himself to be adequately cautious, having hidden away in the heavenly prison for over half a year. However, in comparison to the Summer Emperor, who had concealed himself for decades, he realized just how significantly outmatched he truly was. What you rely upon is merely the true fire of the sun. Indeed, the might of the sun's true fire is formidable, and I must concede this point. However, at present, your sun's true fire is devouring the ethereal with spirit fire, and it may not be so easy for you to wield it again. Moreover, after enduring a series of fierce battles, your cultivation must be nearly depleted. In the face of me, do you still harbor any hope? Have you resigned yourself to your fate? Emperor Xia looked down upon Chu Xian, his gaze brimming with absolute confidence. His audacity to enter the celestial prison was not without some form of assurance. His formidable prowess at the 8th level of the innate realm was indeed his true support. Hand over the sun's true fire to me. Once I possess it, I shall swiftly ascend to the pinnacle of the innate realm. At that juncture, I will have the opportunity to challenge the Purple Mansion realm, with the prospect of becoming the first Purple Mansion true immortal in the southern lands in a millennium. Emperor Xia spoke with ambition. Yet, as he articulated his grand design, an inexplicable unease stirred within Chu Xian. Is it truly wise to utter such words in the presence of a Purple Mansion true immortal? I am left with but one query. I sense the aura of the crimson blood spirit body emanating from you. It seems that all I have encountered was orchestrated by your design, was it not? Chu Xian reined in his smile, gazing at Emperor Xia as he slowly inquired. Emperor Xia furrowed his brow, instinctively reluctant to respond. However, confronted with Chu Xian's unwavering gaze, he ultimately managed to nod reluctantly. Yet, he exhibited no semblance of remorse. Instead, he spoke with a demeanor of unabashed confidence. Since you are my son, you must dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to my grand ambitions. Once I unify the southern skies, your rewards shall be abundant. Upon hearing these words, Chu Xian could not help but chuckle. He shook his head, his eyes devoid of disappointment, filled only with disdain. To scheme against one's own flesh and blood is indeed a mark of cold-bloodedness. Such a person is hardly worthy of unifying the southern territories. The emperor's expression instantly turned frigid, a chilling intent of murder glimmering in his eyes. I have tolerated your insolence time and again, yet you fail to recognize my leniency. If that is the case, do not blame me for disregarding our father-son bond. No sooner had he spoken than he reached forth with a powerful hand, aiming to seize Chu Xian with ferocity. In his view, possessing the formidable strength of the 8th heaven of the innate realm, and having previously observed the conflict from afar, he was now at the peak of his prowess. In stark contrast, Chu Xian's cultivation fell far short of his own, and having just emerged from a series of fierce battles, he was already severely weakened. In their comparison, he was utterly confident of victory. However, this seemingly assured attack was abruptly halted by an invisible force, rendering it powerless in midair. No matter how he strained, he could not advance even an inch. I must inform you, it appears you have misconstrued a fundamental truth. What I rely upon has never been the true fire of the sun. The true fire of the sun is merely one of my many tools. My true strength lies within myself, accompanied by a cultivation far superior to yours. As the words resonated, Chu Xian's cultivation was fully revealed. Previously concealed by the system, his true prowess had remained hidden from view. Now, as he chose to unveil it, a formidable tempest erupted in the 8th level of the celestial prison. Not only did the ambient spiritual energy swell, but even the noxious mist was swept along in the maelstrom. A terrifying pressure emanated forth, enveloping the remaining onlookers as if an imposing Mount Tai had suddenly descended upon them. Even the Summer Emperor, at the 8th level of the innate realm, found himself immobilized, along with everyone else present. Not to mention, even those at the pinnacle of the innate realm could offer no resistance against a true Purple Mansion practitioner. Moreover, Chu Xian was not just any ordinary Purple Mansion practitioner. Do you have anything left to say? Chu Xian coldly regarded the Summer Emperor, his expression devoid of emotion. The Summer Emperor, wide-eyed, found himself stripped of any semblance of calmness or confidence, replaced instead by unprecedented shock and terror. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he glared at Chu Xian and shouted, "It's you. It's all you. Indeed, it is all me." Chu Xian replied with a slight smile, raising his right hand. Before you meet your demise, I shall unravel your confusion. That should suffice as an act of mercy on my part. When confronted with the specter of death, even the Emperor of the Great Xia could not suppress his rising panic. You dare? No, you cannot kill me. I am your father. I am the sovereign of the Great Xia. Should you slay me? It would be patricide, a crime so heinous that even if you were to ascend the throne, the ministers and generals would never yield to you. He cried out in desperation. I have never claimed a desire for that position. The very thing you cherish as life itself, I would discard like a tattered garment. Moreover, to end your life, why would I need to sully my own hands? Before his words could fully escape his lips, Chu Xian struck down with a single palm. As he had proclaimed, he did not seek the Emperor's life. He merely rendered him powerless, stripping away all his cultivation. It was not out of fear, but rather a disdain for tainting his own hands. The Emperor was instantly sent flying, crashing violently against the prison wall. Although the loss of his powers left him in excruciating agony, the thrill of survival still ignited a frenzied joy within him. He immediately prepared to rise and escape this place. As long as he could flee this celestial prison, he would still be the sovereign of the Great Xia, wielding command over countless troops, and surely he could make a triumphant return. However, at that moment, a noxious mist began to envelop him. The Emperor was struck with terror. Although this poisonous vapor had been significantly thinned by the sun's true fire, without his cultivation to shield him, he faced certain doom. In mere moments, he found himself succumbing to the corrosive mist, his body growing weak and collapsing uncontrollably to the ground. Much like the Grandmaster who was destined for sacrifice at his behest, he too swiftly transformed into a ghastly skeleton. What is most astonishing is that the two skeletons were positioned directly opposite each other, as if they were gazing intently into one another's eyes. Chapter 32. Do you wish to be emperor? With the fall of the Summer Emperor, Chu Xian's gaze swiftly shifted to the remaining individuals. Apart from a few honest and cautious master-level experts, the rest were predominantly the princes of the Great Xia, forcibly brought in by the Summer Emperor. It is not that these princes were indifferent to the allure of the sun's true fire. Rather, their martial prowess was woefully inadequate. Each one failed to attain even the master level, rendering them incapable of withstanding the corrosive miasma, let alone the residual chaos of battle that could claim their lives. Even if their hearts were stirred, they dared not step forward to contend, relegating themselves to a position of meekness at the back. Ironically, this caution spared them from a tragic fate. The formidable innate and master-level warriors had all perished, while this weakest faction remained alive. It is indeed somewhat ironic. However, their ultimate survival hinged upon Chu Xian's disposition. Under the expressionless gaze of Chu Xian, an involuntary tremor gripped the hearts of all present. Having witnessed the brutal slaughter of hundreds of powerful beings by Chu Xian, akin to mowing grass, the depths of their terror and disarray were beyond verbal description. In that moment, Chu Xian was no longer perceived as the familiar prince, but rather as an incomprehensibly fearsome demonic deity. Sixth brother, spare my life. I have not wronged you. I was forcibly brought here by our father. I implore you, for the sake of our brotherly bond, grant me mercy. I promise to follow your lead from this day forth. Soon, a younger prince, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, fell to his knees without uttering a word, pleading loudly for mercy. With the first individual setting the precedent, the others followed suit, collapsing like a line of dominoes, and began to weep vociferously. Sixth brother, fourth brother. I have never wronged you. When you left the palace, I even gifted you a residence, albeit of little worth. Yet, the sincerity of my intentions is as vast as the heavens and the earth. I ask for nothing more than my life, henceforth. I shall heed your every command without question. Sixth brother, it is I. Do you remember our secret excursions to the brothel? That time, I bore the expenses, and the courtesan even favored you. Our bond of brotherhood is unbreakable. You must not turn against me. Sixth brother, though I have never joined you on such escapades, we once faced the same punishment for misreciting our lessons. We were the two most foolish of our group. In terms of brotherly love, we are the closest. Witnessing the multitude of princes, each vying to demonstrate their deep friendship, eager to divulge even the most trivial childhood mishaps, Chu Xian could not help but frown. Enough. Silence. He barked, his voice laced with irritation. Instantly, the assembly of princes fell silent, too intimidated to utter another word. However, not all princes were kneeling in supplication. Two remained resolutely standing their ground. It was indeed the third prince, Chu Hong, and the seventh prince, Chu Yuan. Their reluctance to plead for mercy stemmed from a profound understanding that Chu Xian would not spare them. This understanding proved to be accurate. Gazing at the two, Chu Xian straightforwardly inquired, "In light of our brotherhood, do you have any final words?" He added, "May calamity spare my family. I only hope, sixth brother, that you will remember our bond and refrain from harming my wife and children." At this juncture, Chu Hong inhaled deeply. Casting a glance at the remains of the deceased Emperor Xia, now nothing but a grim collection of bones, he then requested, "Additionally, sixth brother, grant me a swift end." "Very well." Chu Xian nodded in agreement, raising his hand to unleash a formidable surge of mana that punctured Chu Heng's forehead. The entire process was swift and decisive. Chu Hong had scarcely registered what was happening before his body gradually slumped to the ground. Chu Xian then turned his attention to Chu Yuan. A tremor coursed through Chu Yuan as he beheld the lifeless form of Chu Hong. He struggled to swallow, hesitating momentarily before he could no longer restrain himself. "Sixth brother, we have always shared a close bond. My actions were merely a moment of folly. Could you possibly—" "Impossible." Before he could finish, Chu Xian shook his head in refusal. Though he did not disdain the instinct for survival, it did not imply that he would be lenient. Before the last syllable left his lips, Chu Xian pointed once more, swiftly terminating Chu Yuan's life. As the tragic demise of two princes unfolded before their eyes, the remaining royal siblings were plunged into despair, their faces paling and their limbs trembling uncontrollably. Chu Xian surveyed the assembly, his gaze swiftly honing in on a prince positioned at the periphery. He pointed and commanded, "You, stand up." Upon realizing he had been singled out by Chu Xian, the ninth prince, Chu Fu, nearly succumbed to terror. His visage turned ashen, and his mind blanked, dazedly rising to his feet. With a quavering voice, he implored, Sixth brother, I swear I meant you no harm. I truly did not conspire against you. By the heavens, I vow." At this juncture, he could no longer contain himself, collapsing to his knees and weeping profusely. "Sixth brother, spare my life. I beseech you, grant me mercy. I have aged parents and young children to care for. All I desire is to live as a leisurely prince, never once engaging in the struggles for power." Chu Xian furrowed his brow slightly, raising his right hand, and an invisible force effortlessly lifted Chu Fu into the air. "I do not intend to take your life. I merely seek to pose you a question. Not here to kill me?" Chu Fu awoke from his stupor, releasing a long-held breath of relief, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he hastily replied, "Sixth brother, ask away. Whatever I know, I will not withhold. I swear by the heavens, if I do, may I meet with a most wretched fate." Seemingly anxious to prove his sincerity, he immediately began to swear oaths. Chu Xian merely shook his head with a smile, uninterested in further elaboration, and directly inquired, "Do you aspire to be emperor?" Upon hearing the question, Chu Fu's complexion changed dramatically, and instinctively, he felt compelled to kneel once more. No. He shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum. "Sixth brother, please do not misunderstand. I truly wish to remain a leisurely prince. Moreover, I wholeheartedly support your ascension to the throne. Should anyone voice dissent, I would be the first to confront them fiercely." However, Chu Xian was naturally skeptical of his words. After all, what prince does not harbor ambitions of becoming emperor? Yet, the ninth prince, Chu Fu, possessed neither a formidable background nor exceptional cultivation talent. In fact, he was rather unremarkable in all other aspects. Among the multitude of princes, his overall qualifications were undoubtedly the weakest. Thus, he had no choice but to adopt a low profile, refraining from vying for power and instead focusing on his desire to live as a carefree prince. Nevertheless, it was precisely his humility and rationality that caught Chu Xian's attention. With the death of Emperor Xia, the throne could not remain vacant. If Chu Fu was unwilling to take it, someone else surely would. Rather than allowing an ambitious individual to claim that position, it would be wiser to support a more earnest prince in ascending to power. This way, he could at least avoid the constant turmoil that plagued him under Emperor Xia, allowing him to dedicate himself to cultivation without distraction. "I am quite serious. I shall ask you once more. Do you wish to become emperor?" Chu Xian inquired again. If Chu Fu truly did not desire this, he would not impose his will upon him. After all, a three-legged toad is hard to find, yet there exists a multitude of princes aspiring to be emperors. Upon observing that Chu Xian appeared entirely serious, Chu Fu was momentarily taken aback. After a considerable internal struggle, he gritted his teeth and finally spoke earnestly. "I dare not deceive sixth brother. If you ask for my true feelings, I must admit that I do wish for it. But I am acutely aware that I lack the qualifications. No, you possess that qualification, Chu Xian replied resolutely. I declare that you do, and thus you do. Henceforth, you shall be the emperor of the great Xia dynasty. Chu Xian's words resonated with authority, not as a matter of negotiation, but as an announcement of undeniable truth. Upon hearing this, Chu Fu was rendered utterly bewildered. Was this akin to a pie falling from the sky, striking him on the head? Throughout this exchange, he remained oblivious to what exactly Chu Xian saw in him. The other princes present were equally dumbfounded. Such a significant matter decided so effortlessly? Shouldn't there be further deliberation? Even if it required some sort of quid pro quo, they too would be amenable. Chapter 33, the 9th level of the Celestial Prison, a surge of demonic energy. In the blink of an eye, a month has elapsed. With Chu Xian's support, the 9th prince, Chu Fu, ascended to the throne with remarkable success. Naturally, there were numerous dissenters during this process. However, through Chu Xian's eloquent reasoning and heartfelt persuasion, these individuals swiftly recognized their errors and promptly altered their stances to ardently endorse the new emperor. During this period, Chu Xian also met with the elder sect leader, who had returned to the imperial capital alongside the 4 major sections. Their encounter did not erupt into conflict. Rather, it unfolded as a cordial exchange. The elder sect leader's lifespan was already dwindling, and following his battle with the ancestors of the 4 major sects, his body had reached a state of utter exhaustion. Even if he refrained from further action, he likely had only a few years left. For him, as long as the individual seated upon the throne was of the Chu lineage, he was indifferent to who donned the imperial crown. If given a choice, he would prefer Chu Xian to be the emperor. After all, Chu Xian's formidable prowess was unparalleled, and even he could hardly compare. There was great hope that Chu Xian would lead the great Xia dynasty to a new pinnacle of prosperity. Yet, Chu Xian did not harbor such aspirations. Thus, the ascent of Chu Fu, supported by him, was an outcome he found acceptable. From his interaction with the elder sect leader, Chu Xian acquired numerous invaluable treasures, including the legacies left by the ancestors of the Chu clan, an array of martial arts texts secretly amassed by the royal family over the years, as well as the cultivation insights summarized by the elder sect leader and generations of royal offerings. To Chu Xian, these items held far greater value than any golden treasures. They possessed the potential to profoundly enrich his foundation, broaden his horizons, and enhance his understanding. Even if he did not practice the techniques contained within those ancient tomes, he could still glean insights through related knowledge. In any realm, knowledge remains the most precious asset. Only by amassing a wealth of knowledge can one traverse further along the path of cultivation in the future. As time passed day by day, with the ascension of the new emperor, the great Xia dynasty found its footing, and Chu Xian returned to the dungeon to devote himself to his training. Daily sign-ins became a necessary ritual. However, he found himself in a state of resignation, uncertain if it was due to the intense poison in the 8th level of the dungeon, as the majority of items he acquired over the past month were related to toxins, whether it was poisonous herbs, lethal concoctions, or even venomous creatures. His system space had accumulated a considerable collection of deadly substances, leading outsiders to mistakenly believe he was a master of poison. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a teleportation talisman. At last, it was something unrelated to toxins. Chu Xian let out a quiet sigh of relief, raising his right hand, where a mysterious talisman soon materialized, shimmering with a faint glow. The yellowed paper was adorned with countless runes, intricately etched with a precision that was both captivating and unfathomable. Upon closer inspection, one could feel an overwhelming sensation, as if the very essence of the talisman emanated a thrilling aura. The concealed talisman once employed by the barbarian high priest pales in comparison to this particular charm. Chu Xian swiftly acquired pertinent information regarding this teleportation talisman. Indeed, it is an exquisite artifact that can transport the user across vast distances in an instant when infused with magical energy. While it may not prove particularly useful in ordinary circumstances, during critical moments, such as when faced with peril, this talisman could serve as a means of salvation. An instantaneous travel of thousands of miles, Chu Xian murmured to himself, his eyes suddenly shimmering with excitement as he lifted his gaze towards the deepest recesses of the Celestial Prison. The 9th level of the Celestial Prison. Naturally, Chu Xian harbored immense curiosity about this level, especially given the less than satisfactory results he had experienced while signing in at the 8th level. His desire to enter the 9th level had grown increasingly urgent. However, The ninth level is not like any other. It conceals formidable dangers. Throughout history, each emperor has sent individuals to explore its depths, including many innate masters, yet none have ever emerged unscathed. Of course, Chu Xian's current strength far surpasses that of any innate master. Not only has he transcended the Purple Mansion realm, but he also possesses the Earth Armor, a supreme artifact for protection, alongside the Sun True Fire, a lethal weapon, which undeniably qualifies him as the foremost figure in Tiannan today. Nevertheless, Chu Xian refrained from taking risks. Even if there is a 99% chance of safety, what if he were to encounter that 1% of uncertainty? As the saying goes, a wealthy heir does not idly lounge about. Chu Xian would never gamble with his own life. With the acquisition of the life-saving teleportation talisman, he finally relinquished the last vestige of his anxiety. With this talisman in hand, even in the face of a life-threatening peril, he could instantaneously transport himself thousands of miles away. Beyond that distance lay the borders of the Great Xia. Whatever terrifying entities lurked in the ninth level of the prison would be powerless against him, for if escape were possible, he would not have waited until now. Chu Xian murmured to himself, making a swift resolution within. He did not immediately enter the ninth level of the prison, but first infused the talisman with sufficient magical energy, ensuring he could activate it in an instant. Then, he adjusted his state to its optimum level, conjuring 3 layers of defensive light shields with his earth armor. Additionally, he subtly mobilized his cultivation, with the Sun True Fire in a state of partial activation. After completing this series of preparations, Chu Xian finally stepped toward the entrance of the ninth level of the prison. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the threshold, where 2 tightly shut bronze doors barred his path. These doors were particularly unique, even blocking his divine sense from penetrating. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xian extended his hands and pushed forward. With a long creaking sound, the bronze doors were swiftly opened by him. The surroundings were shrouded in utter darkness, rendering everything indistinct. Step by step, Chu Xian ventured deeper into the abyss. At that moment, unbeknownst to him, he triggered a mechanism, causing 2 bronze doors to slam shut with a resounding finality. Instantly, torrents of black, demonic energy surged forth from all directions, akin to the relentless waves of a tempestuous sea. This dark energy swiftly engulfed him, submerging Chu Xian entirely within its malevolent embrace. He acutely sensed the terrifying potency harbored within this black mist. Even the formidable defensive barrier of his earth armor, a supreme artifact, was corroded and crackled ominously, emitting plumes of thick white smoke. In comparison, the toxic mists of the 8th level of the celestial prison were but a trivial affair. Chu Xian even speculated that the poison there might merely be a mere byproduct of this black, demonic energy. As the 3-layered protective barrier forged by the earth armor faltered against the corrosive onslaught of the dark energy, Chu Xian promptly summoned his ultimate technique. The true solar fire ignited within his palm, blazing with renewed vigor. Having successfully absorbed the wood spirit fire, the true solar fire had significantly evolved, its flames now encompassing a far greater expanse than before. Upon encountering the true solar fire, the black mist recoiled as if faced with its nemesis, rapidly retreating and clearing a considerable area around him, thus restoring Chu Xian's line of sight. Looking up ahead, one could see a colossal pit at the center of the 9th level of the celestial prison, from which emanated the terrifying dark aura. Deep within that profound chasm lay an enormous entity, buried beneath the surface. Upon gazing upon it, Chu Xian felt his breath catch, as if his heartbeat had momentarily slowed. A look of undeniable astonishment flickered in his eyes. How could this be possible? Chapter 34. The Divine Elephant's Prisoning Power. A dragon corpse. An immense and formidable dragon corpse. The fearsome dragon head, the sharp claws, the obsidian scales, the colossal body, and those eyes as large as lanterns. Even after being interred here for countless years, it continues to emanate a chilling aura of terror. Merely gazing upon it from a distance instills an involuntary sense of dread. Those of weak resolve may even find themselves lost, becoming mere puppets to its malevolent influence. The surging black, demonic energy saturating the 9th level of the celestial prison emanates entirely from this long-deceased dragon. In life, it appears to have been an extraordinarily fearsome demon dragon. Even after countless years of death, it still retains an overwhelming presence of dark energy. The vengeful spirits that Chu Xian had previously sensed were also drawn to this dragon corpse. Should it absorb a sufficient number of these wandering souls, it may yet give rise to a semblance of true spirit, potentially reviving once more. However, if it were to be resurrected, it would no longer be the original demon dragon, but rather a ghastly and terrifying corpse dragon. Yet, with Chu Xian's intrusion into this realm, such a possibility has evidently been extinguished. It seems that the very purpose of this celestial prison's existence is to suppress this demon dragon. Though it has long since become a mere corpse, the dragon remains astonishingly intact, as if it had just perished, its value still immeasurably high. Regrettably, I currently find myself unable to utilize this situation. Devoid of formidable weapons, I cannot sever the dragon scales, nor can I even procure a morsel of dragon meat to savor. Furthermore, I am unable to transport it into the system space. Chu Xian sighed softly. Although he possessed a system space, it was limited to storing rewards obtained through system sign-ins. Other items could not be accommodated. Unable to devise a better solution at this moment, Chu Xian chose to dismiss the headache, reasoning that it would not flee from its place. As he surveyed his surroundings and discovered no other extraordinary entities, he casually selected a spot to sit cross-legged. The ominous black demonic energy of the 9th level of the prison was indeed terrifying. The powerful beings who had previously entered here were likely devoured by this malevolent force. Even an exquisite artifact like the earth armor could not withstand the encroaching demonic energy, which speaks volumes of its dreadful potency. For ordinary cultivators, entry here would mean certain death, with not even a trace of their remains left behind. However, for Chu Xian, who mastered the true fire of the sun, this demonic energy posed no threat whatsoever. After consuming a significant amount of the black demonic energy, the true fire of the sun experienced considerable growth, seemingly surpassing the effects achieved from devouring the bloodline of the flame bird and the ethereal wood spirit fire. Indeed, it truly lived up to its reputation as one of the legendary 10 divine flames. Chu Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he tossed the true fire of the sun high into the air. Immediately, the true fire of the sun transformed into a resplendent golden crow, soaring above Chu Xian's head in a graceful arc before eagerly pursuing the remaining demonic energy. These malevolent forces, having wreaked havoc for countless years and once deemed invincible, found themselves at the mercy of such a formidable nemesis as the true fire of the sun. Relegated to the role of prey, the immense accumulation of demonic energy in the 9th level of the celestial prison was nothing short of vast, further augmented by the continuous emergence of the dragon's corpse, providing ample sustenance for the true fire of the sun for an extended period. Should it consume all this demonic energy, the true fire of the sun would undoubtedly experience unprecedented growth. After observing for a while and confirming that all was well, Chu Xian withdrew his gaze and focused his mind, entering a state of cultivation. He was now 100% certain that this celestial prison was erected atop a spiritual vein, perhaps initially constructed to suppress the dragon. All the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy had been concentrated within the prison. The 9th level, serving as the heart of the entire structure, was also the closest point to the spiritual vein, where the concentration of spiritual energy was nearly visible to the naked eye. Naturally, this discovery exhilarated Chu Xian. It was unlikely that he could find a more favorable environment for cultivation throughout the entirety of southern Tian. His purple mansion space was exponentially larger than that of an ordinary purple mansion cultivator, although this greatly enhanced his foundational prowess. The amount of spiritual power required to fill the purple mansion space was equally astronomical, far surpassing that of a typical purple mansion cultivator. Only in a realm where the celestial essence is sufficiently abundant can one swiftly fill the purple mansion space, thus achieving the elevation of one's cultivation realm. Before long, an entire night has passed, and the dawn of a new day has arrived. System, I wish to sign in. As Chu Xian silently recited this within himself, a sense of anticipation enveloped his heart. After all, this was his inaugural sign-in at the 9th level of the heavenly prison. Regardless of the circumstances, the first experience is always the most precious. In the next moment, the system's prompt resonated. Dinging, sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the technique Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. Chu Xian was momentarily taken aback. Immediately, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, and this influx was far more extensive than he had anticipated. It took a considerable amount of time for Chu Xian to fully digest and absorb these memories. Soon, an undeniable joy illuminated his face, and his eyes sparkled with delight. Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. This is no ordinary technique. It is a supreme skill that directly points to the great Tao. The essence of this technique perceives the human body as a composition of countless particles, totaling 840 million particles. With the awakening of each particle, one will possess the might of a colossal elephant. Should all awaken, the ability to overturn rivers and seas, to pluck stars and moons, would become but a fleeting thought. Yet this is far from the terminus of the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique. In fact, it is merely the beginning. Once the microparticles of the human body are fully awakened, they will transform into dragon elephant particles, bringing everything back to the beginning. As the saying goes, the varieties of elephants are countless. The giant elephant represents infancy, evolving into the dragon elephant. The dragon elephant signifies youth, transforming into the primordial elephant. The primordial elephant embodies strength, metamorphosing into the divine elephant. Only upon reaching the divine elephant does this practice attain its true completion. Once perfected, each divine elephant possesses the power to suppress an entire hell. Can one fathom the concept of 840 million divine elephants? Furthermore, at that point, they will also be capable of generating an infinite number of microparticles, an unimaginable strength indeed. With the acquisition of this divine skill, how could Chu Xian not be overwhelmed with joy? Gaining the divine elephant suppression technique, he felt he had finally addressed his most significant shortcoming. Chu Xian wore a look of satisfaction. The techniques he had previously cultivated were derived from the Great Xia dynasty, passed down from its ancestors. Over 1,000 years ago, the progenitor of the Great Xia single-handedly established the dynasty, and thus, the techniques he bequeathed were certainly not mediocre. However, to be frank, they were merely adequate, as this particular practice could only be cultivated to the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion. Chu Xian had previously signed up for several techniques and had received hundreds of various practices from the old sect's edict. Nevertheless, he remained unsatisfied with these techniques. It was not that they were lacking in quality, but rather that they fell short of his expectations. Even if he chose to switch practices, it was likely that he would soon find himself again facing a bottleneck. Until this moment of signing in and acquiring the supreme divine technique, God Elephant suppressing prison power, Chu Xian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The only slight regret was that this technique was not a traditional method of qi cultivation from the mystical sect, but rather a supreme skill leaning towards body refinement. However, this was of little concern. He could always seek a dedicated qi cultivation method from the mystical sect to complement it in the future. Chu Xian swiftly adjusted his state of being and eagerly began to practice this supreme skill. Possessing the primordial sacred body, his physical strength far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. And now, with this divine technique, he felt empowered as if wings had been added to a tiger. Chapter 35, The Elder's Passing. 18 years in the blink of an eye. Sixth brother, the elder is nearing his end. 3 months later, Chu Fu hurriedly arrived at the prison to convey this news to Chu Xian. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian's brow furrowed deeply. He had believed that the elder's health could still endure for another year or two. How could he be on the brink of death now? At this point, he abruptly lifted his gaze toward Chu Fu, his eyes glinting with intensity. Did you compel him to act again? Startled, Chu Fu quickly shook his head, insisting that he was not the cause. Though now the ruler of the Great Xia, he still felt a profound respect towards Chu Xian. It has nothing to do with me. It was the elder's own awareness of his limited time that drove him to leave the capital once more, to eliminate those who were wreaking havoc in the vicinity and display their corpses to the public. I only learned of this afterward, and by the time I did, he was already on the verge of collapse. I rushed to inform you, sixth brother, for the elder wished to see you one last time before his departure. Chu Xian sighed softly. Given his understanding of the old man, this was indeed something he would do. Rather than waiting quietly for death, he perhaps preferred to extract every last ounce of his worth, contributing to the Great Xia dynasty until the very end. His life had been dedicated to the dynasty, and now it seemed he would die for it as well. This was a true embodiment of selfless devotion, a life spent in tireless service. For such an elder, Chu Xian could not help but feel a measure of admiration. In light of this, let us accompany him on his final journey. Chu Xian and his companions swiftly arrived at a secluded hall deep within the imperial palace. There, they beheld the old sect master lying upon the bed, his visage withered and his complexion a ghastly yellow, clearly on the brink of death. Upon noticing Chu Xian's arrival, a flicker of light momentarily brightened his murky eyes. He raised his hand in a feeble attempt to greet them, but strength eluded him. Observing this, Chu Xian hurried forward, taking hold of the old man's right hand while discreetly channeling his own energy into the sect master's frail form. Yet, he was cautious not to impart too much, not out of reluctance, but because the sect master's current state could scarcely withstand it. With a gentle breath, the old sect master's countenance began to regain a hint of color, and he appeared somewhat revitalized. Chu Fu and the others, witnessing this transformation, were filled with joy and excitement. However, Chu Xian understood all too well that his cultivation did not encompass any form of longevity, nor did his energy possess the power to extend life. What they were witnessing was merely a fleeting glimmer of vitality. I have dedicated my life to the great Xia. Yet the only regret I harbor is for you. If I had recognized your unparalleled talent sooner and nurtured you from a young age, you might have achieved even greater heights. It is I who have delayed your potential. The old sect master spoke in a fragmented manner. Chu Xian shook his head, acutely aware that such a scenario was implausible. The sect master then exchanged a few more words with Chu Fu and the others, urging them to safeguard the realm of Great Xia. At last, he cast one final glance at Chu Xian. He opened his mouth, seemingly on the verge of voicing something, yet ultimately fell silent. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed. With a quiet sigh, Chu Xian understood what the old patriarch wished to convey. It was certainly a desire for Chu Xian to inherit his position, to become the new guardian of the Great Xia dynasty. However, Chu Xian was acutely aware that such a notion was utterly unattainable. His feelings towards the Great Xia dynasty were not so profound, and he could never embody the same quiet devotion as the old patriarch. Perhaps the patriarch comprehended this truth as well, which is why he refrained from articulating his thoughts. Nevertheless, considering the countless treasured legacies the old patriarch had selflessly bestowed upon him, Chu Xian could not deny that he owed the old man a significant debt of gratitude. With this thought, Chu Xian raised his gaze to Chu Fu and retrieved a pill vial from the system space, presenting it to him. This was one of the rewards he had previously acquired. "Brother, what is this?" Chu Fu, with a sorrowful expression, inquired, his gaze fixed upon the vial in his hands. Perplexed, inside were 10 innate pills, capable of elevating anyone with even a modicum of foundational cultivation into the innate realm. In other words, these 10 innate pills could forge 10 innate powerhouses in a short span of time. 10 innate powerhouses? As soon as Chu Xian's words left his lips, Chu Fu could not help but exclaim in astonishment, his eyes widening as if they were bronze bells. During this period, he had been silently admonishing himself to be mindful of the imperial majesty. However, at this very moment, he could no longer restrain himself. It was no wonder that Chu Fu was so astonished. One must understand that during his father's reign, the Great Xia royal family had only 4 innate offerings in total. Yet now, this vial of innate elixir could produce 10 innate powerhouses, a staggering increase of more than double. Once there were 10 innate strongmen. Who would dare to provoke the might of Great Xia? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and Chu Fu anxiously inquired, "Sixth brother, may I partake in it?" Before ascending to the throne, he was merely an ordinary prince, lacking exceptional talent and cultivation resources, barely managing to break through to the 6th rank. At the normal pace of cultivation, he had no idea when he would achieve the innate realm. However, with the innate elixir now available, he could immediately ascend to that level upon consumption. The thought of doubling his lifespan and soaring through the skies filled him with yearning. Yet, at that moment, Chu Xian shook his head. "I have not finished speaking. The innate elixir has both advantages and disadvantages. Although it can aid one in breaking through to the innate level, it is akin to nurturing seedlings by hastening their growth, forcibly elevating one's power. Should one consume this innate elixir to break through, they would forever remain at the initial stage of the innate realm, unable to progress further." Chu Fu opened his mouth, his expression shifting between light and shadow, reflecting his inner turmoil. Despite Chu Xian's clear articulation of the inherent drawbacks of the innate elixir, he found himself engulfed in indecision. He feared that relying solely on his gradual cultivation might condemn him to a lifetime devoid of any opportunity to transcend into the innate realm. Observing the expression on his face, Chu Xian could easily discern his thoughts. With a resigned shake of his head, he stepped forward and firmly grasped the young man's shoulder. In that instant, an unimaginable surge of formidable energy surged into his body. Chu Fu immediately emitted a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Within mere moments, he crumpled to the ground, reduced to a pitiful heap, his eyes devoid of spirit as they fixed upon Chu Xian, filled with a mournful gaze that seemed to question why Chu Xian would treat him in such a manner. Chu Xian, observing the scene, rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Do not be so ungrateful, my friend. I am assisting you in unblocking your Ren and Du meridians. Your future cultivation will be considerably smoother. unblocking the Ren and Du meridians? Chu Fu's eyes widened in astonishment. Suddenly realizing something, he inquired with concern. I have read in ancient texts that this process is exceedingly taxing on one's cultivation. Will it have a significant impact on you? Exceedingly taxing on one's cultivation? Chu Xian paused to assess his own energy, sensing no apparent depletion. Nevertheless, he nodded solemnly and replied, "It is good that you are aware. Now, focus on your efforts and strive to break through to the innate level swiftly. Do not squander my earnest intentions." As his words echoed, Chu Xian stepped into the void, leaving behind a deeply moved Chu Fu. To speak candidly, Chu Xian has always been averse to complications. Were it not for the debt of gratitude owed to the old sect, he would certainly not expend such effort. Although he cannot rescue the old sect, he can certainly bolster the strength of the great Xia dynasty. This endeavor will soon result in the emergence of 11 innate powerhouses within the dynasty. As long as they refrain from courting disaster, the lineage should remain secure for at least a century. As for what transpires beyond that, it is no longer his concern. Returning to the 9th level of the celestial prison, Chu Xian swiftly entered a state of profound cultivation once more. With each breath, he seemed to transform into a divine elephant, a terrifying aura enveloping him overhead. In an instant, his sinews trembled, and his vital essence roared like a tumultuous furnace. The celestial energies from all directions were fervently drawn into his being. Thanks to the formidable constitution bestowed by the primordial holy body, he welcomed all attributes of heavenly and earthly energies without hesitation. These energies were rapidly transmuted into pure, unadulterated spiritual power, which then flowed gently into his purple mansion space. If other practitioners of the Purple Mansion were to witness Chu Xian's astonishing efficiency in cultivation, they would undoubtedly be left wide-eyed in astonishment. Yet, given the vastness of Chu Xian's Purple Mansion space, achieving any advancement still requires considerable time. Chu Xian has truly come to understand the essence of the saying, "Only by enduring the bitterest hardships can one rise above others." Nevertheless, he is deeply engrossed in the rapid advancement of his own abilities, which seem to improve with each passing moment. Thus, time flows day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 18 years have elapsed. Chapter 36, The Ultimate Limit of the Purple Mansion Realm, Refining the Dragon Corpse. 18 years have passed in the blink of an eye. During this span, Chu Xian remained confined within the celestial prison, never once stepping beyond its threshold. Despite several invitations from Chu Fu, he resolutely declined each time. It must be said that Chu Xian's path of endurance has deepened significantly. One could argue that his inspiration stemmed from the Summer Emperor, who managed to conceal his cultivation for decades. In contrast, what significance does Chu Xian's 18 years of relentless practice within the prison hold? After enduring such arduous training and reaping daily rewards from his diligent sign-ins, Chu Xian's cultivation has ascended to the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. No, it should be described as the ultimate limit of the Purple Mansion realm. His Purple Mansion space has expanded from over 100 feet to an astonishing 1,000 feet, filled with extraordinarily pure magical energy. Viewed from above, it resembles an expansive ocean, reaching a point where further expansion seems impossible. At least within the confines of the Purple Mansion realm, his space has reached its utmost limit, with a size of 1,000 feet being the very pinnacle. Furthermore, the supreme technique, the divine elephant suppression technique, has been cultivated to a remarkable level in Chu Xian's hands. Coupled with his already extraordinary primordial sacred body, his physical strength is nothing short of terrifying. Each punch and kick can unleash an immense force akin to that of a colossal elephant, which would likely overwhelm an ordinary Purple Mansion cultivator in a single strike. Regardless of his cultivation or physical prowess, Chu Xian had reached the zenith of his current capabilities. Unless he breaks through to a new realm, he is destined to remain in a state of stagnation. With his present level of cultivation, he is already qualified to ascend to the next realm, the Dharma Aspect realm. As the saying goes, those of the Purple Mansion are true masters. Each individual who has attained the Dharma Aspect realm can be regarded as a formidable figure. To advance from the Purple Mansion realm to the Dharma Aspect realm, one must establish a foundation in their own Purple Mansion, draw upon an immense reservoir of spiritual power, and attune themselves to the celestial bodies, thereby manifesting the profound Dharma Aspect. The crux of the Dharma Aspect realm lies in the Dharma Aspect itself. Each person's manifestation is unique, and a more powerful Dharma Aspect offers greater assistance to the practitioner. Should one succeed in manifesting an exceptional Dharma Aspect, even the most daunting feats, such as moving mountains or plucking stars from the sky, would be within reach. Chu Xin inhaled deeply, a flicker of excitement gleaming in his eyes. His current realm is entirely sufficient, his purple mansion is sound, and his spiritual power is abundant. The only uncertainty lies in his ability to resonate with the celestial bodies. It is rather lamentable. Despite lacking nothing in his cultivation journey thus far, he has navigated this path alone without a mentor's guidance, which occasionally leaves him feeling uncertain. After all, Chu Xian's ambition extends beyond merely manifesting an ordinary Dharma aspect. Given his current conditions, if it were merely a question of manifesting a common Dharma aspect, he could achieve it with ease. However, Chu Xian's ambition is to evolve an unparalleled, a manifestation of such extraordinary caliber that it is truly one in a million. Evidently not something that can be effortlessly achieved. Despite Chu Xian's profound foundation, he would not dare to boast with certainty of his success. Ultimately, it comes down to a lack of experience. Yet, this is not a significant concern, for everyone has their first time. In the beginning, no one possesses experience. One simply has to grit their teeth and persevere. Taking a deep breath, as Chu Xian prepared to summon his resolve, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he caught sight of the dragon carcass in the enormous pit ahead. Having endured a decade of arduous cultivation in the 9th level of the celestial prison, he had grown accustomed to the presence of this dragon corpse, which daily exuded a trace of demonic energy to nourish the solar true fire, facilitating its growth. At that moment, a bolt of inspiration struck him. He realized that this dragon carcass might offer immense assistance during his breakthrough into the realm. Refining the dragon carcass. This was the thought that surged through Chu Xian's mind at this very moment. It must be acknowledged that this notion is indeed somewhat audacious. Considering the extraordinary origins of the dragon carcass, it has been suppressed in this celestial prison for at least a millennium. Yet it still emanates an overwhelming aura of demonic energy, clearly far beyond that of an ordinary dragon clan member. Such a fearsome dragon carcass is not something that can be easily refined. Were it so simple, it would not have remained confined within this prison. However, upon reflection, should this plan succeed, the benefits would be truly remarkable. The life essence contained within the body of such a colossal dragon would undoubtedly reach an unimaginable degree. Given Chu Xian's current circumstances, the presence of such an immense life essence would significantly enhance the probability of evolving an extraordinary Dharma manifestation. There would even be a certain hope of manifesting an unparalleled supreme Dharma form. More importantly, the Divine Elephant's prison suppression technique that Chu Xian acquired through prior sign-ins has already reached an advanced level, enabling the formation of a heavenly furnace to refine external substances. If he were to exert his utmost effort, he would have a genuine opportunity to refine this dragon corpse. This is the fundamental reason behind Chu Xian's contemplation of this idea. Without the Divine Elephant's prison suppression technique, it would be utterly impossible to refine such a terrifying dragon corpse, impervious to water and fire, and resistant to blades. Why not give it a try? If it doesn't work, he could always pause midway. After all, even in failure, the losses would be minimal, while success would yield immense rewards. Chu Xian's eyes sparkled with fervor, and the more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. He was not one to waver in indecision. A glimmer of resolve soon flashed in his gaze. Without hesitation, he approached the vast pit and leaped directly down into it. He then seated himself cross-legged atop the dragon's head. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Chu Xian took a deep breath and immediately channeled the entirety of his strength into the Divine Elephant suppressing prison technique. Instantly, his vital energies surged, boiling within him. At that moment, his entire being seemed to dissolve into countless particles, manifesting terrifyingly colossal elephants. Simultaneously, his body radiated an extraordinary brilliance, with the 5 elemental lights of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth flashing in a splendid dance. However, the lights of water, fire, and earth shone more brilliantly, while those of gold and wood appeared relatively dim, a testament to the incompleteness of Chu Xian's primordial sacred body at this stage. Nevertheless, the primordial sacred body remained one of the supreme sacred bodies, and its various divine anomalies swiftly merged with the colossal elephants. A vast celestial furnace emerged in the 9th layer of the heavenly prison, nearly occupying the entirety of the space within. The supreme divine flame of solar true fire served as the fuel. The primordial sacred body acted as the cauldron. The divine elephant suppressing prison technique functioned as the grinding stone. One by one, the divine elephants exerted their full might to propel the celestial furnace, rapidly engulfing the dragon corpse in terrifying flames. In the distance, an ominous dragon of dreadful proportions roared defiantly towards the heavens, seemingly unwilling to accept such a fate. Chu Xian was also on the verge of facing a fatal backlash. Just at that critical juncture, before the dragon could fully awaken, it was forcefully subdued by the colossal elephants. In this moment of dire urgency, Chu Xian held nothing back, nearly expending all his strength in his strike. A decade of arduous cultivation seems to have been devoted to this singular moment. The vast and formidable purple mansion space trembles violently as boundless magical energy is mobilized, causing the flames of the heavenly furnace to blaze even more fiercely, reaching for the heavens. Despite the extraordinary nature of this colossal dragon's corpse, it ultimately proves unable to withstand Chu Xian's full measure of skill. Its immense body begins to disintegrate rapidly. Every scale, horn, and sinew, including the most precious dragon pearl, is transmuted into the purest essence of life. This life essence flows forth like a multitude of white galaxies, continuously pouring into Chu Xian's being. The life essence contained within an ancient demonic dragon is unimaginably vast, far exceeding comprehension. Even the combined power of hundreds or thousands of human cultivators would pale in comparison. Such an overwhelming essence, if it were to flood the body of an ordinary practitioner, would likely cause them to explode in an instant. Even the most gifted and prodigious talents would find it equally unbearable. Only someone like Chu Xian, endowed with the supreme sacred body and possessing a solid foundation, can barely withstand it. Yet, even so, Chu Xian soon feels a sense of swelling, akin to having consumed 10 barrels of rice in one sitting. He dares not delay any longer. Despite his extraordinary constitution, any further postponement might prove unbearable. At this very moment, he senses the stars and begins to evolve the Dharma image. Chu Xian immediately mobilized all of his divine perception, embarking on the most crucial step towards breaking through to the realm of Dharma manifestation. What follows is a matter of whether the dragon will emerge or the worm will remain. It all hinges on this pivotal moment. Chapter 37. The Invasion of the Nine-Nation Allied Forces, the Might of Ancestor Huyan. At the moment when Chu Xian was in seclusion, striving for a breakthrough, a significant event transpired in the outside world. The Zhao Kingdom, in alliance with 8 neighboring nations, abruptly assembled a formidable army to invade the territory of the Great Xia. Does this sound somewhat familiar? Indeed, this mirrors the plan devised by the Emperor of Xia a decade ago. However, due to the unforeseen incident at the Heavenly Prison, which resulted in the near-total annihilation of the Allied Forces High Command, that plan was ultimately abandoned. Yet, the abandonment of the plan does not imply that the 8 neighboring nations were devoid of ambition. The sudden loss of numerous innate and master-level warriors was a wound that bled their hearts. How could they possibly suppress their desires? It was only due to the presence of a figure they suspected to be the Zifu real person in Great Xia that they were compelled to stifle their fury and refrain from any further actions. Had it only been an innate peak-level expert like the old sect leader, they might have devised a means to contend. However, the emergence of a Zifu real person, a being who had not been seen in the southern lands for a millennium, indeed surpassed the bounds of their capabilities. One need only witness how the fierce and battle-hardened cavalry of the Zhao Kingdom, numbering 300,000, was obliterated by a single divine maneuver from their opponent. Even if they were to dispatch an even larger army, it would likely prove futile. It was only recently that the Zhao Kingdom reached out to them, fervently assuring them that they possessed a strategy to deal with the Zifu real person behind Great Xia. This promise stirred their hearts, prompting them to once again muster a great army to invade the realm of Great Xia. The might of the 9-nation allied forces is formidable, far beyond what a single nation like Great Xia could withstand. Despite the great efforts of the Great Xia to resist, they continued to suffer successive defeats. In contrast, the coalition of the 9 nations advanced with unstoppable momentum, swiftly reaching the gates of the imperial capital once more. It was as if history from a decade ago was repeating itself. However, the 8 neighboring nations, once allies of the Great Xia, had now become allies of the Zhao Kingdom, eagerly preparing to carve up the Great Xia alongside them. Could King Zhao, that venerable ancestor Huyan, truly contend with the enigmatic figure known as the Purple Mansion Master behind the Great Xia? Outside the imperial city, within the grand encampment, the sovereigns of the 8 nations cast their anxious glances toward King Zhao, a flicker of concern evident in their eyes. With a hearty laugh, King Zhao reassured them. Rest assured, my friends, there is absolutely no cause for alarm regarding this matter. At this juncture, he decided to unveil the truth. Ancestor Huyan hails from the eastern wilderness, a seasoned Purple Mansion Master whose cultivation has reached the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Although the sudden emergence of a Purple Mansion Master from the Great Xiao is perplexing, how could a newly ascended Purple Mansion Master possibly rival Ancestor Hu Yin? A seasoned master from the Eastern Wilderness? The 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm? Upon hearing this revelation from King Zhao, the sovereigns of the 8 nations brightened with intrigue. They were well aware of the existence of the Eastern Wilderness. While separated by towering mountains, the two regions were not entirely isolated. Occasional tidings would reach them. They understood that the cultivation conditions in the Eastern Wilderness far surpassed those of the Southern Heaven. If Hu Yin Laozu indeed hails from the Eastern Wasteland, then his strength is undoubtedly beyond that of Zifu Jinren from Tiannan. Reports indicate that Emperor Xia Chufu personally leads 30,000 iron cavalry out of the city, shattering our 8 formidable battle formations. At that moment, a sudden message swept through the camp. The once exuberant monarchs of various nations were instantly doused with the cold reality, akin to a bucket of icy water over their heads. They exchanged incredulous glances, grappling with disbelief. Soon, one after another, they rose in fury, exclaiming, "What did you say? How could a mere 30,000 cavalry breach our 8 battle formations? Such deceit is meant to mislead the masses. Seize him and execute him at once." The messenger, trembling with fear, implored, "My lord, spare me. I would not dare to fabricate news." According to intelligence from the front lines, Emperor Xia Chufu possesses innate strength, accompanied by 10 other innate powerhouses. They lead the charge, and our army stands powerless to resist. Upon hearing this, the camp fell into a profound silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. If indeed 11 innate powerhouses were to join forces, everything would fall into place. The countenances of the monarchs darkened considerably. 10 years ago, while the presence of 11 innate strongmen would have instilled fear, it would not have rendered them helpless. However, during the events of the Great Xia, all 17 innate powerhouses among the coalition of 8 nations perished. Adding to this, the 2 innate strongmen from the Zhao nation brings the total to 19. The total number of innate powerhouses they possess is quite limited, having lost 19 in one fell swoop, leaving them with scarcely anyone remaining. As they led their forces into the Great Xia, it was imperative to keep 1 or 2 innate powerhouses stationed at the rear. Thus, within the main camp, there were hardly any innate powerhouses present. They initially presumed that the Great Xia was equally in a dire situation, only to be astonished by the sudden emergence of a full 11 innate powerhouses. It was truly a case of comparison leading to despair. Zhao Wang. With 11 innate powerhouses at their disposal, we may be unable to withstand them. Perhaps we should summon the esteemed Hu Yin to take action. The crowd immediately turned their gaze towards Zhao Wang, who hesitated for a moment. At that instant, a resounding voice unexpectedly resonated throughout the camp. "Noble rulers, do not panic. I have received news." A robust elder clad in a dark robe strode confidently into the tent. This elder was undoubtedly the revered Hu Yin. Upon entering, he fixed his gaze upon Zhao Wang and, with a smile, remarked, "Zhao Wang, according to our agreement, this is an additional task. Assisting you against these 11 innate beings is no trouble, but I require this sum." As he spoke, he extended his right hand, displaying 5 fingers. Zhao Wang's lips twitched involuntarily as he glanced at the others in the tent, letting out a sigh of resignation before ultimately nodding in acquiescence. "Haha, Zhao Wang is agreeable. Everyone, await my good news." With that, he promptly strode out, as swift in departure as he was in arrival. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, glancing toward King Zhao in confusion, questioning the significance of his outstretched right hand with 5 fingers. King Zhao's expression darkened slightly, revealing the implication: 5,000 spirit stones. 5,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not suppress their astonishment. They were not unfamiliar with spirit stones, which served as a vital resource for practitioners of innate strength. Spirit stones are considered a unique mineral, typically formed within spiritual veins, imbued with exceptionally pure natural spiritual energy that accelerates the cultivation speed of innate warriors. However, in the southern regions where spiritual energy is sparse, spiritual veins are exceedingly rare, making spirit stones incredibly scarce. Generally, only the powerful factions possess these treasures, treating them with utmost reverence and rarely willing to trade. But wait, isn't the venerable Hu Yin a master? Why would he require spirit stones? A voice of disbelief emerged from the crowd. Even masters need sustenance. King Zhao retorted, exasperated. Otherwise, do you think he would assist us for no reason? Moreover, in addition to the 5,000 spirit stones, His assistance in dealing with the enigmatic Zifu Zhenren behind the Great Xia would demand an additional 10,000 spirit stones. In total, that amounts to 15,000 spirit stones, which we shall all share the burden of. King Zhao's true intentions were laid bare. This was the genuine reason he sought an alliance among the 8 nations. Otherwise, he could have easily claimed this substantial prize for himself. The rulers of the 8 nations were momentarily taken aback, their mouths agape. Yet, confronted by the Zhao King's menacing gaze, they found themselves unable to refuse. Unless they wished to forego the opportunity to partake in the division of the vast territories of the Great Xia. Though 15,000 spirit stones seemed considerable, when divided among 9 nations, each would receive merely a little over 1,600 spirit stones. Moreover, following this battle, they stood to share in the expansive lands of the Great Xia. Upon reflection, it did not appear to be an unfavorable arrangement. Why not observe how the venerable ancestor Huyan deals with those 11 innate powerhouses? Someone suddenly suggested. This remark was met with enthusiastic agreement from the others. After all, having invested their resources, they felt compelled to witness the spectacle firsthand to avoid the feeling of having been shortchanged, including the Zhao King. They swiftly made their way outside together. They did not need to venture to the front lines. The encampment was equipped with a high platform, from which they could easily behold all that transpired on the battlefield below. Soon, they beheld Ancestor Huyan descending upon the front line like a majestic eagle taking flight. With a mere flourish of his wide sleeves, all 11 innate powerhouses, including Emperor Chufu of Xia, were rendered powerless, instantly spewing blood and being sent hurtling backward. Those who once slaughtered gods and Buddhas found themselves stripped of their combat prowess in the blink of an eye. In the wake of such a sudden turn of events, an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. The soldiers from both sides stood in stunned disbelief, momentarily at a loss to comprehend what had just transpired. After the venerable Huyan waved his sleeve, he did not cast a glance back and turned to return to the grand camp. Even the sovereigns of the 9 nations atop the high platform, who had been watching the desperate rescue of the 11 by the Xia army, finally began to comprehend the situation. Alas, why did Huyan not strike again? Had he eliminated them? We could have seized the moment to capture the imperial capital of Great Xia. Someone could not help but lament. Yet, others remained unfazed. It matters not, for they have lost their combat effectiveness. Once we subdue the enigmatic Zifu real person behind Great Xia, the Great Xia dynasty will be ours for the taking. Those innate powerhouses may even be persuaded to join our ranks. Regardless of their internal musings, no one harbored any doubt regarding Huyan's formidable prowess. With a mere flick of his sleeve, he had left 11 innate experts gravely wounded and on the brink of collapse. Such might render any concerns trivial. It can only be said that there is wisdom in nobility. Huyan is magnificent, someone shouted, leading the charge. Soon, over 1 million soldiers echoed the chant. Huyan is magnificent. Huyan is magnificent. Huyan is magnificent. The clamor reverberated, reaching not only the confines of the imperial city but also penetrating the depths of the celestial prison. Chapter 38. The Invincible Dharma. The primordial deity ascends to the heavens. Old Ancestor Huyan, as the resounding shouts reverberated into the celestial prison, Chu Xian, with his formidable spiritual perception, was acutely aware of the commotion. His consciousness was so powerful that it effortlessly enveloped the entire imperial capital. A mere sweep of his mind revealed the occurrences beyond the city walls. However, he did not dwell on the impending assault of the coalition of 9 nations. Instead, he dismissed the matter from his thoughts without a second glance. Quickly, he reined in his focus, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the pursuit of his breakthrough. In the grand scheme of existence, nothing held greater significance than his advancement. It mattered not that the coalition stood at the gates. Even if the mightiest of deities were to arrive, they would have to stand aside until he completed his transcendence. Should Chufu fail to endure until that moment, it would merely be a twist of fate. Once his breakthrough was achieved, Chu Xian would assuredly seek vengeance on his behalf. If necessary, a new prince could be installed in his stead. After all, as long as the bloodline of the Chu clan endured, the Great Xia dynasty would remain unchanged. Surely, the spirit of the venerable ancestor would harbor no objections. I have sensed the constellations. Now, I merely need to harness their power to evolve my dharma, marking the culmination of my endeavor. The sole predicament lies in the seemingly overwhelming number of stars I perceive. It appears that the celestial bodies are in concert with my essence, with even the sun and moon vying for attention, as if they are competing for favor. Am I truly so favored? Which choice should one make? Chu Xian found himself momentarily bewildered. from the ancient texts acquired through the old Sect's edict. He had indeed discovered the specific methods to break through to the law manifestation realm. However, no text could ever enumerate every conceivable situation with meticulous detail. There remained certain elements that belonged to the realm of oral tradition and secret knowledge. Moreover, the predicament Chu Xian faced was undeniably an extraordinary circumstance, one that an ordinary individual would hardly encounter. At this juncture, the life essence from the dragon's remains surged into his body in ever-increasing quantities, and Chu Xian felt as though he were on the verge of bursting. He dared not delay any further. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that regardless of the consequences, capturing the elusive mouse was paramount. What he required was merely the power of the stars, not the stars themselves. As long as one was willing to bestow upon him the strength of the stars, he would wholeheartedly welcome it without hesitation. Not proactive, not rejecting, not responsible. He was, of course, well aware of the legendary 3 No principles. In an instant, as Chu Xian released his inhibitions, the heavens themselves quivered with the resonance of countless stars. Beams of starlight cascaded downwards, slicing through the void like flowing celestial nectar. Even more astonishing was the participation of the sun and moon, as the resplendent sunlight and the gentle moonlight simultaneously bathed the earth. In that fleeting moment, countless powerful beings across the continent opened their eyes, beholding the dazzling spectacle of myriad stars shining brilliantly in the firmament, leaving them profoundly awestruck. Even the supreme beings, transcending the ordinary, found themselves at a loss to comprehend the unfolding events. Only a select few ancient beings faintly sensed something amiss, casting their gazes towards the southern lands, their brows furrowing involuntarily. In their recollections, the southern region was characterized by its extreme scarcity of spiritual energy, resembling a remote corner of the world. What could possibly exist in such a desolate place to provoke such astonishing phenomena? Clearly, the prowess of Ancestor Huyan was insufficient to detect the remarkable anomalies beyond the 9 heavens. At this moment, he was blissfully returning to the grand encampment, elated by the fervent cheers of 1,000,000 soldiers, a sensation he had never experienced in the eastern wilderness. After all, while he was not relegated to the lowest tier in the eastern wilderness, he could hardly be deemed a prominent figure. His presence in the southern lands was, in fact, a consequence of being hunted, a desperate flight to safety. He still bore injuries, and his dealings with King Zhao were motivated by a desire to procure spiritual stones to mend his wounds. Otherwise, given the meager spiritual energy of the southern region, not only would he be unable to recover, but even maintaining his current cultivation level would be in jeopardy. Thus, while he reveled in his triumph, he remained resolute in ensuring that not a single spiritual stone would be overlooked. Congratulations, Ancestor, on your victorious return. Led by King Zhao, the rulers of various nations gathered outside the tent to welcome Ancestor Huyan. Witnessing his extraordinary power firsthand, their demeanor shifted to one of warmth. A figure as formidable as this Purple Mansion true person could offer immense benefits, even if he could not serve as a solid foundation. Forging a connection with him would undoubtedly prove advantageous in the future. The venerable Ancestor Huyan was equally elated, for in his eyes, these individuals represented potential clients for his future endeavors. He aspired to amass a sufficient quantity of spirit stones in the southern land, and could only devise methods to achieve this through these people. One could not help but wonder when the Ancestor would resolve the matter concerning the enigmatic master of the Purple Mansion behind the Great Xia. Before long, an eager voice inquired, prompting all present to lift their heads in unison, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Once the mysterious master of the Purple Mansion was dealt with, the Great Xia dynasty would be within their grasp. The territory of the Great Xia was vast, ranking among the foremost in the multitude of nations within the southern celestial region. Even if the 9 nations were to divide it, each would find ample sustenance. What then was the true nature of this master of the Purple Mansion? Ancestor Huyan, though somewhat dismissive of the cultivators from the southern celestial region, remained judicious. Despite his cultivation being at the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm, his current state of injury limited him to exerting no more than the strength of the 4th or 5th level. Those present were no ordinary individuals. They quickly grasped the underlying sentiments. Soon, King Zhao confidently assured, Ancestor need not worry. This individual has only recently broken through 10 years ago. I have dispatched people to investigate multiple times. It is said that he possesses a youthful visage, far from that of an ancient monster. Only 10 years since his breakthrough? Upon hearing this, Ancestor Huyan felt a wave of relief wash over him. The Purple Mansion realm was markedly distinct from the preceding stages. Each ascension was a formidable challenge. Even in the East Wilderness, a place abundant with the essence of heaven and earth, it is difficult to achieve significant progress in merely a decade, let alone in the sparsely infused lands of southern heaven. Based on his estimations, the opponent is likely still at the first layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Even with extraordinary talent, they would not exceed the second layer. It is absolutely impossible for them to surpass the third layer of the Purple Mansion realm. More critically, the cultivation techniques he has mastered, the spells and divine abilities he wields, as well as his weapons and armor, are far beyond what the downtrodden cultivators of southern heaven could possibly compare to. Thus, from any perspective, his victory seems assured. No worries. Everyone merely needs to prepare the spirit stones. The venerable Huyen immediately declared with a smile. At that moment, the void trembled, and the stars began to cascade downwards. The entire sky transformed into a dazzling spectacle, as if countless celestial bodies were plummeting to the mortal realm in an instant. In the region centered around the imperial capital, the essence of heaven and earth erupted into turmoil. Wind surged and clouds billowed, with astonishing phenomena manifesting in rapid succession. A terrifying pressure enveloped an area spanning thousands of miles, instilling a sense of suffocating dread in all present. Moreover, the stronger one's cultivation, the more pronounced this sensation became. As if insurmountable mountains were pressing down from above, making resistance increasingly futile. The venerable Huyen's expression changed drastically, already injured. He could no longer contain himself and spewed forth a mouthful of fresh blood. His face was filled with horror as he looked up, above the imperial capital. The ethereal energies of heaven and earth surged wildly, swiftly coalescing into a terrifying vortex reminiscent of an abyss. It was as if the very fabric of creation was being torn apart, and from this chaos, a primordial divine elephant emerged with deliberate grace. Its colossal form was beyond imagination, its limbs resembling towering pillars, exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity, as if it trod upon the vast expanses of the cosmos. Accompanying it were countless celestial bodies, the sun, moon, and stars, as if a new realm was being born. Merely gazing upon it sent shivers down the spine of even the venerable Huyen ancestor, a master of the Purple Mansion. Is this the manifestation of the Dharma? How could such a terrifying embodiment exist in this world? Even the rarest and most extraordinary manifestations could not compare to this. Just a mere wisp of its aura nearly shattered my mind. Could this be the legendary invincible manifestation? A sudden thought crossed Huyen ancestor's mind, and he was left utterly petrified. Chapter 39. Master, please allow this old servant to bow. When the venerable Huyen ancestor awoke once more, several hours had already elapsed. He shook his somewhat dazed head, feeling as though he had been intoxicated for 3 days and nights. Since his ascension in cultivation, he had never experienced anything akin to this. The terrifying spectacle that had unfolded above the imperial capital lingered in his mind, and even now, his heart raced with trepidation. Surveying the surroundings, he beheld the entire army of 1,000,000, all in a state of unconsciousness, sprawled upon the ground, resembling a collection of inebriated souls. The Zhao King, the sovereigns of the 8 nations, and the military commanders were likewise scattered about, lying in disarray. It was reasonable to surmise that the situation within the imperial city mirrored this chaos. Under the oppressive weight of that dread aura, living beings within a 1,000-mile radius, be they human or beast, were likely rendered unconscious by sheer force. In light of this, it occurred to him that he might very well be the first to awaken. Huyen ancestor quickly considered this possibility. As a formidable being of the 8th heaven of the Purple Mansion realm, his capacity to endure far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, making his early awakening quite logical. However, upon lifting his gaze to the towering, ancient city not far off, a profound sense of panic and fear gripped him to his core. Abandoning any thoughts of profit, he turned without hesitation and fled in a state of alarm towards the distance. Although it remains uncertain whether that terrifying entity is connected to the Great Xia dynasty, one thing is unequivocal. The imperial capital of Great Xia is a place that must not be tread upon. Had he known earlier that such a formidable presence lurked within the imperial capital, he would never have struck such a deal with King Zhao. No matter how desperately he needed spirit stones. Is it not said that shallow waters cannot nurture a dragon? In such a remote corner of Tiannan, bereft of spiritual energy, how could such a powerful figure possibly conceal themselves? He must leave this place at once and vow never to return to the imperial capital of Great Xia. No, he must not even set foot in this nation again. Once his injuries have healed, he shall promptly depart from this cursed locale. Old ancestor Huyen muttered to himself. However, the moment he lifted his gaze, He was rendered utterly speechless, as if struck by a spell of paralysis, standing motionless. Before him, a youthful figure appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Tall and slender. With deep-set eyes, an aura of mystery enveloped him, causing the very fabric of the world to shift. He approached with a leisurely gait, yet his speed was astonishing. Arriving at Old Ancestor Huyen's side in the blink of an eye. "Are you the Old Ancestor Huyen?" A calm voice inquired. Yet to Old Ancestor Huyen, it thundered like a bolt from the blue. He sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the figure before him, as if a fearsome beast of unimaginable ferocity stood directly in front of him. The venerable Huyen's breath quickened, as he felt an intangible pressure enveloping him from all directions. At that moment, even his heart seemed to halt its rhythm, recalling the previously astonishing and terrifying phenomena. Huyen was utterly stripped of any notion of resistance. The insignificant Huyen Rong had encountered the senior before. The title of Venerable Huyen was merely an ignorant appellation bestowed by the common folk. In the presence of such a senior, how could one with such meager cultivation dare to claim the title of Dao Ancestor? Huyen Rong soon displayed a smile more ghastly than tears. He found himself in a state of despair. All he sought was to earn a few spirit stones. He had never anticipated provoking such a formidable figure. However, the echoes of the million-strong army reverberated clearly in his ears. Chu Xian remarked with a smile that was neither wholly cheerful nor entirely mocking. Upon hearing this, Huyen Rong was consumed by regret. He had presumed there were no formidable opponents in Tiannan, which had emboldened him to flaunt his status as Venerable Huyen. Little did he know he was merely digging his own grave. At this moment, he wished to deliver 2 resounding slaps to his own face. "You tell me, you commanded an army to invade the Great Xia, and now you stand at the gates of the city. How shall this account be settled?" Chu Xian inquired with an expression devoid of emotion. Upon hearing these words, Huyen Rong's complexion changed dramatically, and he hurriedly explained, "Senior, you are mistaken. That army was not under my command. I was deceived into this situation, and I have only acted once throughout this ordeal. Yet, on that fateful occasion, your actions gravely injured 11 innate warriors of our Great Xia, resulting in the untimely demise of countless valiant soldiers. Moreover, the Summer Emperor, who sustained severe injuries at your hands, is none other than my beloved younger brother, my cherished younger brother." Upon hearing these words, Huyen Rong was instantly struck with terror, his countenance draining of color. With a resounding thud, he fell to his knees. "I am willing to serve as a humble servant. If only you would spare my life." Before his words could fully escape his lips, he prostrated himself 3 times, exclaiming, "Master, please accept this old servant's reverence." Chu Xian, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't he help but be momentarily taken aback before bursting into a bemused laugh. "Your decisiveness is commendable. Yet, as a practitioner of the Purple Mansion, to consider oneself a servant seems rather unjust." "Not unjust at all." Huyen Rong quickly raised his head, determination etched upon his face. "To serve at my master's side is a privilege beyond compare, one that others can only envy. I humbly beseech you to grant me an opportunity for redemption." Chu Xian's gaze flickered with intrigue as he appraised him thoroughly. The scrutiny left Huyen Rong trembling with anxiety until Chu Xian finally spoke, his tone contemplative. "Very well. Since you are so resolute, I shall grant you a chance. Resolve the forces outside the city, and then seek me in the city's dungeon." As soon as the words left his mouth, Chu Xian flicked his fingers, sending a thread of spiritual energy that swiftly entered Huyen Rong's body. Before turning on his heel and departing, old servant obeys. After a considerable duration, Huyen Rong finally dared to lift his head once more. Feeling the rapid thumping of his heart, he confirmed that he was indeed still alive. Undoubtedly, he had just danced perilously close to the gates of death. Had it not been for his swift instincts to plead for mercy at the first opportunity, he would likely now be nothing more than a lifeless corpse. No. It was highly probable that even the remnants of his body would have vanished entirely. Should he seize this moment to flee? The thought barely flickered in his mind before he ruthlessly extinguished it. He sensed the mysterious power hovering above his purple palace, akin to an ancient divine elephant roaring towards the heavens. What instilled a deeper sense of dread within him was the searing energy of a flame concealed within this divine creature. He possessed an unmistakable clarity that, should these 2 forces erupt, not only would his purple palace be obliterated, but his entire being would likely be reduced to ash. It was not that he feared death. Rather, he believed in the integrity of one's promises. Having vowed to atone, how could he consider fleeing in secret? Indeed, this was not an expression of fear, but a willing devotion to that esteemed elder. Huyen Rong took a deep breath, steeling himself mentally, and then he returned to the coalition's main camp. Do not blame me. This is entirely your own doing. Even I am a casualty of your actions. He gazed upon the unconscious King Zhao and others sprawled on the ground, gritting his teeth before decisively ending their lives. He then proceeded to awaken each general within the allied forces. Those willing to abandon the shadows and embrace the light were instructed to rally the troops. As for the die-hard loyalists, they were left to accompany the King Zhao on his journey to the underworld. It must be said that his method proved remarkably efficient, swiftly converting the entire allied army to his cause. Thus, when Xu Fu regained consciousness, he was met with the astonishing news of the allied forces' surrender. Xu Fu was momentarily bewildered. How could it be that the great Xia, having been cornered to the brink of despair, now witnessed the surrender of the allied forces? Was this merely a figment of his imagination? Chapter 40. Expansion of Search Cards. Potential Lists. Upon returning to the 9th level of the Celestial Prison, Chu Xian couldn't help but furrow his brow. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a scene that had utterly transformed from its former state. Ruins lay scattered, the landscape marred and desolate, a chaotic tableau of devastation. More critically, the earth's veins had been damaged, causing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to grow exceedingly sparse. What made this all the more poignant was the realization that this calamity was wrought by none other than himself. Ultimately, it stemmed from the astonishing manifestation of the Dharma he had evolved. The Dharma, born from the convergence of myriad stellar forces, was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary manifestations. Yet, this extraordinary power came at a staggering cost, requiring an energy expenditure that eclipsed the norm. Chu Xian had completely depleted the magical energy of his purple mansion space, and even the vast life essence derived from refining the dragon corpse had been nearly exhausted. Yet, even this was insufficient. He had been compelled to forcibly extract the majority of the spiritual energy from the underground ley lines before he could finally achieve his monumental task. Fortunately, the investment, though immense, yielded extraordinarily rich rewards. Not only did Chu Xian successfully surpass his cultivation limits, but his purple mansion space also experienced a remarkable doubling in capacity, culminating in the evolution of the legendary invincible Dharma. With a mere thought, a colossal phantom of the Dharma began to manifest in the void behind him. Though it revealed only the tip of the iceberg, the surrounding space began to distort dramatically as dark cracks erupted and spread wildly. It is evident that to fully manifest the Dharma form, a vast expanse of space nearby would likely succumb to utter collapse. Indeed, this is the legendary invincible Dharma form. Remarkably, it has already exhibited such formidable strength merely upon its initial crystallization. As one's cultivation continues to ascend, the Dharma form shall evolve accordingly. If it were to reach true perfection, it would effortlessly suppress an entire realm. Chu Xian's mind swayed, a joyful expression illuminating his face. Furthermore, having successfully transcended into the realm of Dharma, he could now be considered a powerful figure. Not only is there no one in Tiannan who could rival him at present, but even in the annals of history spanning thousands of years, none would compare. Oh. It seems I have yet to check in today. Suddenly recalling this matter, Chu Xian swiftly recited it in his mind. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations. The host has obtained a search expansion card. A search expansion card? What might this be? As Chu Xian focused, the rewards from this check-in swiftly manifested in his hand. A card the size of a palm, yet it was not a tangible object. Rather, it emanated a faint aura of rules. Chu Xian quickly discerned its purpose. It is intended to enhance system functionality, capable of broadening the search range to identify more promising check-in locations. Chu Xian's eyes sparkled. Such a valuable item would not be squandered. He immediately chose to utilize it. Ding. Searching for the 5 most promising check-in locations in Tiannan. First, the Sky Prison of the Xia Kingdom, currently exhibiting low check-in potential. Secondly, the Lu State Academy currently exhibits low potential for sign-in. Thirdly, the Qian State Palace also reflects low sign-in potential. Fourthly, the Guiyuan Sect's Back Mountain shows a similar low potential for sign-in. Fifthly, the Wei State Imperial Tomb likewise indicates low sign-in potential. The system promptly enumerated the 5 most promising sign-in locations in the southern heavens. Compared to before, not only has the search scope expanded significantly, but there are also more options for sign-in locations, with the potential clearly indicated. However, what took Chu Xian by surprise was that all 5 locations displayed a uniform low potential for sign-in. The low potential at the summer prison is somewhat understandable, considering he has been signing in there for over a decade. Yet, The fact that the other 4 places also exhibited low potential left Chu Xian feeling somewhat disheartened. It appears that the southern heavens are indeed lacking. Apart from this reason, he could not discern any other explanation. Upon further reflection, it is also comprehensible. The southern heavens have not produced a purple mansion true person in over 1,000 years, revealing the aridity of this land. Moreover, he is not yet a purple mansion true person, but merely a formidable figure at the Dharma aspect realm. With his current level, seeking a treasure in such a desolate area is akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean, offering little hope. It seems the time has come to explore other regions, such as the eastern wilderness beyond the southern heavens. Just then, Hu Yanrong arrived at the summer prison after resolving matters with the allied forces. The coalition has surrendered entirely, and I, your humble servant, have come to report to you. Allow me to truthfully convey my account. Chu Xian, indifferent to the matters concerning the coalition, turned his gaze towards Hu Yanrong and suddenly inquired, "Are you from the eastern wilderness?" Hu Yanrong was momentarily taken aback. However, upon reflection, he found no reason to be overly astonished. Given his cultivation level, it was only natural that Chu Xian could discern his origins. Unable to deceive his master, he confessed, "Indeed, I hail from the eastern wilderness." As he spoke, Hu Yanrong recounted his background. He was once the esteemed leader of the Lingfu sect in the eastern wilderness, possessing an impressive cultivation of the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Though not a renowned powerhouse, he was certainly a figure of some significance. His downfall stemmed entirely from his misplaced trust in a treacherous individual, enamored with the art of talisman crafting. He entrusted the power of the sect to his most trusted junior disciple. Little did he know that this disciple harbored ambitions of usurpation, plotting not only to seize control, but also to eliminate him entirely. Though he narrowly escaped with his life, he was gravely injured and had to seek refuge in the remote southern lands. He had intended to recuperate in southern heaven before returning to exact vengeance. But fate led him to encounter Chu Xian, and thus, the story came to a halt. After listening to his tale, Chu Xian could not help but express his incredulity at Hu Yanrong's misfortune. "For now, remain by my side. As long as you dedicate yourself wholeheartedly, your injuries are of little concern to me," Chu Xian declared promptly. Since he intends to explore the eastern wilderness, having an acquaintance to guide him would undoubtedly alleviate many troubles. As for Hu Yanrong's injuries, they pose no difficulty for Chu Xian. Over the years, he has acquired numerous valuable items, including sacred medicines for healing. However, Chu Xian refrained from offering them to Hu Yanrong immediately, as he was still in the phase of atonement. Even though Chu Xian did not place much importance on those items, he would not casually bestow them upon others. Upon hearing this, Hu Yanrong was overjoyed and promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. I shall certainly strive with double the effort." Before long, Chu Fu also arrived at the dungeon. At this moment, he realized that only one person could have caused the sudden shift of allegiance among the million-strong coalition. Coupled with the recent terrifying phenomenon, his conviction grew stronger. Yet, before Chu Fu could utter a word, Chu Xian spoke first. "I intend to depart." Chu Fu was taken aback, his mouth opening in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, he had anticipated this day would come. After all, Chu Xian was not the old patriarch and could not remain by the great Xia dynasty indefinitely. "In light of our brotherhood, I shall leave you a few items. From this day forth, the great Xia dynasty will be in your hands." As the words left his lips, Chu Xian waved his right hand, and instantly 3 items materialized before Chu Fu. Among them was a high-tier talisman capable of slaying a purple mansion real person, which could serve as a trump card. A vial of elixir could aid him in elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the innate realm. Additionally, there exists a unique spiritual artifact that can serve as a medium for the opening of the purple mansion. While these 3 items hold little significance for Chu Xian, they are of incalculable value to Chu Fu. Should fortune favor him, he may even aspire to become a true master of the purple mansion in the future. Reflecting on the days when he scarcely dared to dream of reaching the innate stage, Chu Fu's heart brimmed with gratitude. "Sixth brother I." Yet, as he lifted his gaze once more, he discovered that Chu Xian had already floated away. Hu Yanrong followed closely behind. The 2 figures resembled graceful swans, swiftly vanishing into the distant horizon. Chapter 41. The Spirit Rune Sect, Legacy of the Rune Masters. In the eastern wilderness, at the entrance of the Spirit Rune Sect, 2 figures, one old and one young, ascended the steps. The younger individual, barely in his 20s, possessed a visage as refined as jade and eyes that sparkled like stars. His beauty was not only striking but also accompanied by an aura that commanded admiration. Following closely behind was the elder, whose demeanor exuded humility and whose powerful presence hinted at profound cultivation. These two were none other than Chu Xian and Hu Yanrong, who had journeyed from the south of heaven. Despite the towering mountains and rugged terrain separating the south from the eastern wilderness, traversing such distances posed no challenge for formidable beings capable of flight. In just 3 days, they had traveled from the state of Yin to the Spirit Rune sect. Is it true that the Spirit Rune sect is merely a third-rate sect in the eastern wilderness? Chu Xian inquired, lifting his gaze to behold the pavilions and corridors adorned with ethereal cranes gracefully dancing, alluding to a magnificent spectacle. To think such a sect could be relegated to the status of third-rate in the eastern wilderness was indeed surprising to Chu Xian. Hu Yanrong wore a wry smile before elucidating. What you may not know, Master, is that during its zenith, the Spirit Rune sect was indeed a prominent power. However, as the years have passed, the descendants have faltered, and the legacy has been lost, leading to its current decline. The eastern wilderness comprises 72 prefectures, each expansive as the south of heaven, with countless sects and factions scattered throughout the region. Focusing on Qingyuan Mansion, the Lingfu sect holds a modest reputation. However, within the vast expanse of the eastern wasteland, a sect like Lingfu is hardly noteworthy. After listening to Hu Yanrong's account, Chu Xian slightly nodded, gaining a clearer understanding of the eastern wasteland's prosperity, which is indeed incomparable to the spirit-deficient southern heaven. The two moved swiftly, soon arriving at the entrance of the Lingfu sect. Who are you? The entrance of the Lingfu sect forbids the intrusion of unauthorized individuals. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, get lost at once. At that moment, 2 disciples guarding the mountain of Lingfu sect blocked their path, their attitudes haughty as they shouted loudly. Chu Xian remained silent, merely turning his head with a smile that was not quite a smile, directing a look at Hu Yanrong. Hu Yanrong's expression stiffened. As the sect master of Lingfu, being treated this way by his own disciples, especially in front of Chu Xian, was naturally displeasing to him. Which courtyard do you belong to? Have you forgotten even the likes of me? Hu Yanrong took a step forward, suppressing his anger as he coldly inquired. You are the sect master? No, the sect master was said to be dead. Are you a ghost or a human? The 2 Lingfu disciples were momentarily taken aback, and upon closer inspection, they could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Hearing their words, Hu Yanrong's fury escalated. Are you blind? I am very much alive. Who claimed that I was dead? 2 disciples of the Spirit Talisman sect exchanged glances, momentarily bewildered by the situation. It was Elder Lu Jie who claimed that you had met with an unforeseen calamity and passed away. Before his demise, he bequeathed the position of sect leader to him, and now he has assumed the mantle of the new leader of the Spirit Talisman sect. Upon hearing the name Lu Jie, Hu Yanrong's countenance darkened significantly, and Chu Xian instantly comprehended that this Lu Jie was most likely the junior disciple Hu Yanrong had mentioned. Hu Yanrong had indeed suffered a grievous blow from him, forcing him to retreat to the remote southern lands to recuperate. It now appeared that the power within the Spirit Talisman sect had also been usurped by Lu Jie. However, Lu Jie could hardly have anticipated that Hu Yanrong would return to the Spirit Talisman sect so swiftly. With a light chuckle, Chu Xian shook his head and turned his gaze toward a stone tablet standing before the mountain gate. This tablet towered several feet high, inscribed with the characters Spirit Talisman, which evidently bore the marks of time, with numerous edges showing signs of wear. Yet the inscription of Spirit Talisman was extraordinarily striking, crafted with vigor and precision, captivating the observer and drawing them into its essence. This stone tablet was indeed remarkable. A profound sensation surged within Chu Xian's heart. An impulse stirred within him, and he silently intoned, "System, sign in." The sign-in system allowed for daily attendance, and Chu Xian was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. The preceding days had been spent on the road, and naturally, there was little of worth to sign in for in the desolate wilderness. However, upon arriving at the Lingfu sect today, Chu Xian felt a sense of anticipation for what he might gain. This was, indeed, one of the reasons for his visit to the Lingfu sect. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the legacy of the Talisman Master, Miao Fuzi. The mention of Miao Fuzi's legacy startled Chu Xian. Unexpectedly, this sign-in did not yield a treasure, but rather a profound inheritance. Soon, a torrent of memories began to flood his mind, far more extensive than he had anticipated. Talisman Masters belong to a unique profession, capable of inscribing runes, crafting talismans, and even wielding them in combat. High-ranking talisman masters are seldom provoked, for it remains uncertain just how many talismans they possess. While ordinary talismans may pose less of a threat, those of higher grade wield considerable power. At times, a single talisman can determine the outcome of a battle. Talisman masters are classified into various tiers: apprentice talisman masters, junior talisman masters, intermediate talisman masters, senior talisman masters, and ultimately, talisman masters. The status of a talisman master is often regarded as even more esteemed than that of a powerful being in the Dharma manifestation realm. Take the Eastern Wilderness, for example. While it is home to many formidable beings in the Dharma manifestation realm, true talisman masters are exceedingly rare. With the inheritance of Miao Fuzi, if Chu Xian can fully assimilate and master this legacy, it would signify a clear path for him to ascend to the rank of talisman master without hindrance. Thus, the value of this inheritance far surpasses that of ordinary treasures by countless magnitudes. A subtle smile of delight crept upon Chu Xian's lips. Indeed, his visit to the Lingfu sect proved to be fortuitous. Are you familiar with Miao Fuzi? Chu Xian suddenly turned to inquire of Hu Yanrong. Upon hearing this name, Hu Yanrong's reaction was significantly more pronounced than Chu Xian's. His face was a canvas of astonishment. How does the master know the name of our sect's founding patriarch? The mention of the sect's founding master left Chu Xian momentarily speechless. Miao Fuzi was indeed the founding patriarch of the Lingfu sect? Suddenly struck by a thought, he pointed at the stone tablet before him and asked, "Could this stone tablet be erected by your sect's founding patriarch?" "Indeed it is." Hu Yanrong affirmed with a nod. A wave of realization washed over Chu Xian. Everything began to make sense. Just then, before he could utter another word, a cacophony of piercing shrieks erupted in the air. Looking up, he beheld a throng of formidable figures approaching with great haste. Leading them was a middle-aged man whose countenance was dark and foreboding. "Who dares to trespass upon the Lingfu sect with such audacity? My senior brother has long since perished. Yet you dare to masquerade as him. Prepare to meet your demise." As his furious voice reverberated, he summoned a flurry of over 100 violent wind blades, mercilessly hurtling them towards Chu Xian and his companion. Chapter 42. Unexpectedly vulnerable. The middle-aged man who took the initiative to strike was none other than Lu Jia, a disciple of Hu Yanrong. He evidently harbored intentions of murder and silencing, unleashing his attack with a ferocity akin to thunder. A multitude of ferocious wind blades howled towards them, casting a shadow that darkened the very sky. Chu Xian and his companion found themselves entirely enveloped by the tempestuous blades, as though they would be shredded into a gory mist at any moment. One cannot deny the ruthlessness of this man. Upon receiving the news, he immediately led his men to slaughter, leaving Hu Yanrong no chance to sway the hearts of others. "You despicable wretch, Lu Jia. Today, I shall cleanse my sect." Hu Yanrong's eyes widened in fury upon witnessing the scene. The amalgamation of old grievances and fresh indignation surged within him, and he could no longer contain his wrath. With a thunderous shout, he soared into the sky. His cultivation was unleashed without restraint, and the mana from his purple mansion surged forth like a torrential flood. The resplendent purple light shimmered like the stars, swiftly transforming into a radiant arc that collided with the oncoming wind blades. Though both were at the purple mansion realm, Lu Jia's prowess was evidently superior to Hu Yanrong's by a significant margin. Hu Yanrong managed to shatter a dozen of the wind blades, but Lu Jia, with a mere flicker of his consciousness, summoned dozens of blades that converged and descended upon him. Caught unprepared, Hu Yanrong was violently sent flying backward in an instant. "You reckless fool! How dare you come to my Lingfu sect to flaunt your deceit? Today, as I struck my hand, I wish for your demise without a burial place." Ha ha ha. Upon witnessing the disheveled appearance of Hu Yanrong, Lu Jia erupted into a wild laughter. Initially, he felt a twinge of panic upon hearing of Hu Yanrong's return to the sect. However, as soon as they clashed and he confirmed Hu Yanrong's current state, his concerns evaporated, replaced by overwhelming joy. Had Hu Yanrong remained hidden, Lu Jia would have found it difficult to find peace in his meals and rest. But now, with Hu Yanrong willingly walking into his trap, it was an exquisite opportunity for him to eradicate his foe once and for all. A self-inflicted calamity, indeed. A sinister grin spread across Lu Jia's face as his murderous intent intensified. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly launched another attack, sending forth a blue talisman with lightning speed. Fueled by his magical power, the talisman transformed into a fierce hailstorm that rained down, enveloping the surroundings as if the very heavens had frozen. Throughout, Lu Jia's focus remained solely on Hu Yanrong. The youthful Chu Xian held no significance in his eyes, merely regarded as an appendage to Hu Yinrong. Yet, anyone associated with Hu Yinrong was destined for death. Observing the scene, Chu Xian's expression remained unchanged, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he finally made his move. With a flick of his finger, a thread of magical energy surged forth, though it was but a mere strand. The energy it contained was extraordinarily formidable. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a colossal, wild elephant. The giant creature strode through the heavens with an overwhelming ferocity that instilled terror in all directions, leaving hearts quaking in fear. The roaring deluge of hail clashed with it, only to be instantly crushed into oblivion, unable to even slightly impede its relentless advance. The disparity between the two was unfathomable, akin to the chasm separating a firefly from the sun and moon. How could this be possible? Such a transformation was utterly beyond Lu Jie's expectations. The talismans he had long treasured as his trump cards proved woefully ineffective. His previously unshakable confidence crumbled in an instant, and his countenance shifted dramatically. Witnessing the terrifying giant elephant charging towards him, he understood that this creature was conjured from magical forces. Yet, the sensation it evoked was indistinguishable from that of a true wild elephant. Equally fearsome and insurmountable, an undeniable fear welled up in his eyes, compelling him to retreat instinctively. Although his agility was commendable, it paled in comparison to the advancing giant. In mere moments, the elephant caught up to him, its massive hoof descending like a pillar of the heavens. Then came a cacophony of cracking bones, followed by a resounding explosion. Lu Jie's body, unable to withstand the burden, erupted like a balloon, blood splattering in all directions, akin to a torrential rain. Powerless to resist, witnessing such a shocking scene, the formidable members of the Lingfu sect could not help but gasp in astonishment. In an instant, they stood frozen, as if ensnared by a spell of immobilization. Although it was not the depth of winter, an icy chill enveloped them all. In truth, it was not only them. Even Hu Yinrong found himself wide-eyed, his gaze filled with unimaginable shock. Despite his deep-seated disdain for Lu Jie's treachery, he could not deny that Lu Jie's power surpassed his own. In terms of talismanic techniques, Lu Jie was far inferior, yet when it came to cultivation, he was undeniably superior. Lu Jie's ability to usurp power with such ease was inextricably linked to his formidable cultivation prowess. He had evidently reached the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. With just one more step, he could ascend to the realm of the Dharma manifestation. Such strength would hardly be considered weak even within the Qingyuan prefecture. Yet, when faced with Chu Xian, he was defeated in a mere exchange, not even a full round, but rather a casual strike from Chu Xian. Lu Jie was left to meet a fate of utter annihilation, while Hu Yinrong held unwavering confidence in Chu Xian. He could never have anticipated the sheer magnitude of Chu Xian's power, which was truly astonishing. "I am deeply grateful to my master for coming to my rescue," said the old servant. "I am also deeply grateful to my master for avenging me. From this moment forth, should my master have any command, I shall not hesitate to plunge into fire and water for your sake." Hu Yinrong took a deep breath and then humbly bowed before Chu Xian. If he had previously yielded to Chu Xian out of compulsion, at this very moment, he sincerely and willingly accepted the role of a servant. Chu Xian cast a glance at him, well aware of the shift in Hu Yinrong's attitude, reflecting on the extraordinary inheritance he had recently acquired. His good mood remained largely unaffected. With a carefree smile, he waved his hand dismissively. "Not long ago, when you spoke of him, I believed this individual to be quite formidable. I never anticipated him to be so easily defeated." After uttering these words, Chu Xian shook his head, feigning great disappointment. Upon hearing Chu Xian's assessment, the corners of Hu Yinrong's mouth twitched involuntarily. If Lu Jie was indeed so easily defeated, then having been repeatedly vanquished by Lu Jie, he was rendered even less than easily defeated. Yet, given that it was Chu Xian who spoke, he dared not voice a single objection. After all, to Chu Xian, Lu Jie truly was an easy adversary. The ironclad truth lay before him, leaving no room for contradiction. "Very well, I shall first pay a visit to your spirit talisman sect. You may handle these individuals as you see fit." Chu Xian glanced at the powerful members of the spirit talisman sect and showed little interest in further inquiry. He then confidently strode into the inner sanctum of the spirit talisman sect, as if returning to his own home. The formidable members of the sect stood frozen, resembling lifeless puppets. None dared to intercept Chu Xian, allowing him to saunter into the spirit talisman sect as if he were invisible. Witnessing such a unanimous display of acquiescence from the crowd, Hu Yuanrong found himself at a loss for words, unable to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. Chapter 43. One Palace, Two Teachings, Three Sword Sects with Lu Jie meeting his demise at the hands of Chu Xian. Hu Yuanrong swiftly regained control over the Ling Fu sect. After all, he was the legitimate leader of the sect. Although he had once been consumed by the art of talismans, his standing within the sect remained formidable. In truth, had it not been for Lu Jie's treacherous machinations, no one could have ever threatened his position. The elders and senior members of the Ling Fu sect, adept at navigating the shifting tides of power, promptly abandoned their allegiance to Lu Jie upon witnessing his downfall, rallying once more under Hu Yuanrong's banner. Even though a minuscule faction of Lu Jie's staunch loyalists remained, it was unlikely they could instigate any significant upheaval. Regarding the internal affairs of the Ling Fu sect, Chu Xian paid little heed. He spent his days captivated by the various relics and edifices of the sect, swiftly signing in at each one. His visits yielded not only talismans but also the skills associated with their creation, coupled with the gradual assimilation of the Miao Fuzi's legacy he had previously acquired. Chu Xian's proficiency in talismans soared. In a mere fortnight, he transformed from a novice utterly ignorant of talisman crafting into a seasoned talisman master capable of producing the majority of ordinary talismans. Is this a 7th grade Jin Guang talisman? Upon witnessing Chu Xian meticulously inscribe this talisman with his own hands, Hu Yuanrong could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Ordinary talismans are generally categorized from grades 1 to 10 based on their crafting difficulty and potency. The apprentice of talisman crafting is capable of producing 1st and 2nd tier talismans, while a novice talisman master can create 3rd and 4th tier talismans. An intermediate talisman master may forge 5th and 6th tier talismans, and a senior talisman master can produce 7th and 8th tier talismans. Finally, a master talisman artisan has the ability to craft 9th and 10th tier talismans. The Golden Light talisman currently being created by Chu Xian is, without a doubt, a 7th tier talisman. This signifies that Chu Xian has now ascended to the ranks of senior talisman masters. Senior talisman master. Hu Yuanrong could not help but gasp in astonishment. In the vast Ling Fu sect, among the thousands of talisman masters with varying levels of skill, only one has reached this echelon, himself. However, his ascent to the rank of senior talisman master was a result of his early enrollment in the Ling Fu sect, where he devoted decades to diligent research, enduring countless trials. Coupled with exceptional talent, this enabled him to achieve his current status. Yet, what of Chu Xian? Merely half a month ago, he was still consulting Hu Yuanrong on the methods to craft 1st and 2nd tier talismans. Now, in just a brief span of 2 weeks, he has remarkably attained the ability to independently create 7th tier talismans. Such a rapid advancement left Hu Yuanrong at a loss for words, unable to articulate his thoughts, as this achievement transcended his comprehension. To put it bluntly, one might wonder, could this truly be human? Is there truly a prodigy born with innate knowledge? The astonishment within Hu Yuanrong was palpable, even more profound than his reaction when Chu Xian effortlessly dispatched Lu Jie. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Hu Yuanrong immediately bowed deeply, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "Master's talent in talisman crafting is a rarity that appears once in a millennium. If you, Master, were to dedicate yourself to this path, in a few decades you would undoubtedly become a master of the talismanic arts. I earnestly beseech you to lead the Spirit Talisman sect, where I, along with over 1,000 disciples, would follow your command without hesitation." Upon hearing this, Chu Xian lifted his gaze to meet Hu Yuanrong's eyes, then chuckled softly and shook his head. He could discern that Hu Yuanrong's words came from the depths of his heart. However, he had no intention of pursuing this path. To him, the Spirit Talisman sect was merely a temporary refuge in the eastern wilderness, and he had never contemplated remaining there permanently. In truth, over the past half-month, aside from his daily practices and cultivation, Chu Xian had perused the numerous treasured texts collected by the sect, gaining a general understanding of the eastern wilderness. Nevertheless, he felt no need to elaborate on these matters to Hu Yuanrong. With a wave of his hand, he simply inquired, "How fares the investigation I requested of you?" Seeing Chu Xian's demeanor, Hu Yuanrong quickly grasped the situation. With a hint of regret, he sighed softly but dared not say much more. He soon gathered his spirits and replied, "I have completed the investigation and am prepared to report to you, Master." A few days later, in the capital city of Qingyuan Prefecture, Chu Xian and Hu Yuanrong made their appearance. This city could be considered the heart of Qingyuan Prefecture, boasting a rich history, grand architecture, and a level of prosperity that far surpassed that of the great Xia Empire's capital. As far as the eye can see, a magnificent scene unfolds. With a multitude of clouds gathering overhead, vehicles bustling, and people flowing in and out, creating an unending stream of activity. More significantly, the number of formidable individuals here far surpasses that of the southern regions. Upon surveying the surroundings, one notices that even the most ordinary citizens possess some degree of cultivation, while innate experts are abundant. Remarkably, even the esteemed Zifu realmsman is not regarded as an anomaly in this place. It is undeniable that the cultivation environment here is vastly superior to that of the southern lands, resulting in an incessant emergence of powerful beings. The two individuals continued along the street, soon arriving at the central square of the city. There, a throng of people gathered, with countless banners fluttering and towering platforms rising, overwhelming the senses. Today marks the annual disciple recruitment ceremony of Qingyuan Prefecture. As in previous years, various sects have sent representatives to recruit new disciples within this city. Each platform symbolizes the influence of a particular sect within Qingyuan Prefecture. The strength of each sect varies significantly, reflected in the grandeur of their displays. For instance, the more powerful sects occupy the prime positions in the center of the square, with their platforms constructed with exceptional opulence. The disciples of these sects exude an air of superiority, drawing the largest number of newcomers. Conversely, the weaker sects are relegated to distant corners, unable to compete with the prominent sects in any regard, and thus their allure for potential recruits pales in comparison. Dominating the central area are the mightiest sects of Qingyuan Prefecture. This refers to the so-called One Palace, Two Cults, and Three Sword sects. Hu Yinrong followed closely behind Xu Xian, providing him with an introduction. The One Palace signifies the Longhu Palace, renowned as the foremost power in Qingyuan Prefecture. With its ancient lineage and a plethora of formidable figures, even in the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness, it stands as a preeminent force. The two cults refer to the Baiwa sect and the Xianin sect, both of which boast a legacy spanning millennia and have tens of thousands of disciples. Although they may be slightly inferior to the Longhu Palace, they remain undeniably colossal entities. As for the Three Sword sects, they encompass the Qinghong Sword sect, the Xianyang Sword sect, and the Zhulong Sword sect, each representing distinct paths within the realm of swordsmanship. The Qinghong Sword sect is famed for its swift sword techniques, adhering to the principle that speed is invincible. The Xianyang Sword sect advocates the philosophy of the heavy sword being without a blade, embodying an artful mastery. Meanwhile, the Zhulong Sword sect inherits a variety of esoteric sword techniques that can imperil one's spirit, making them difficult to defend against. Listening to Hu Yinrong's detailed account of the various sects, Xu Xin could not help but nod slightly. However, in comparison to these, he was far more concerned about the situation regarding another force. What about the Tai Holy Land that I asked you to investigate earlier? Xu Xin inquired. Did you not mention that they would also be recruiting disciples in the city today? As he walked, nearing the end of his journey, he still had not spotted the presence of the Tai Holy Land. Hu Yinrong was momentarily taken aback by the question, but quickly regained his composure and pointed to a location, saying, "The Tai Holy Land is over there." Following the direction indicated by Hu Yinrong's right hand, Xu Xin soon spotted, in the farthest corner, a diminutive stall. There were no banners, only a piece of cloth, upon which were inscribed four large, twisted characters, Tai Holy Land. In that fleeting moment, a singular thought occupied Xu Xian's mind. Is this some sort of jest at my expense? Chapter 44. What do you think of me? Is this truly the Tai Chi sacred land? Xu Xian turned to Hu Yinrong, his eyes brimming with disbelief. His awareness of the Tai Chi sacred land stemmed not from mere hearsay, but rather from the results yielded by the system. Among the 5 most promising sign-in locations listed by the system in Qingyuan Prefecture, the Tai Chi sacred land held the esteemed position of first. It was also the sole location rated with an extremely high potential for sign-in. Such a precious site of geomantic significance was not one Xu Xian wished to overlook. Thus, he had tasked Hu Yinrong with gathering pertinent information about the Tai Chi sacred land. His visit to the capital today was specifically for this purpose. However, given the current circumstances, the Tai Chi sacred land appeared somewhat different from what he had envisioned. Unbeknownst to the master, Hu Yinrong maintained his composure in contrast to Xu Xian's astonishment. Having grown up in Qingyuan Prefecture, he was certainly well acquainted with the historical tales surrounding the Tai Chi sacred land. This sacred site, inherited from ancient times, was rumored to have been established by formidable beings of yore, rendering it an immortal sanctuary. In terms of historical significance, few powers across the eastern wilderness could rival it. In its prime, the Tai Chi's sacred land basked in unparalleled glory, its might echoing throughout the eastern wilderness. Within its confines resided numerous powerful beings, while its disciples flourished like a torrential downpour, instilling fear in countless formidable opponents, compelling various factions to submit. Yet, as fate would have it, the heavens often conspired unexpectedly. Over a century ago, the Tai Chi's sacred land was struck by a calamity, and almost overnight, its formidable warriors were decimated. The once mighty lineage of the sacred land rapidly descended into decline. The vast territories belonging to the Tai Chi's sacred land were swiftly occupied by various factions, and the celestial mountains and spiritual abodes were thoroughly plundered. Even the sacred texts and legacies of the Tai Chi's sacred land were forcibly seized. To this day, the Tai Chi's sacred land has seemingly reached the nadir of its existence, with only a handful of individuals guarding its desolate gates. If this continues, it is likely to vanish entirely from the annals of history. At this point, Huyen Rong could not help but express a sense of melancholy. How prosperous the Tai Chi's sacred land once was. Who could have foreseen its current plight? It serves as a reminder of the unpredictability of life. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xian pointed to the pitiful young girl sitting beneath the tattered banner and inquired, "Who is she?" Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression emerged on Huyen Rong's face. "She is presumably the current leader of the Tai Chi's sacred land, Su Qianqian. The Tai Chi's sacred land has not welcomed any new disciples for many years. If new students are not recruited soon, how will the sacred land continue its legacy? As the leader of the sacred land, it is my unassailable duty to enroll disciples. Yet, what should be done if no one is willing to join the Tai Chi's sacred land?" Sitting at the modest stall belonging to the sacred land, Su Qianqian furrowed her delicate brows, her countenance reflecting a profound sense of conflict and sorrow. At merely 18 years of age, she stands at a juncture in life where an ordinary girl would revel in the exuberance and carefree nature of youth. Yet, within the Tai Chi's sacred land, the absence of individuals compels her to assume the mantle of the leader, bearing responsibilities far beyond what her tender years should dictate. Contemplating the myriad challenges faced by the sacred land, and recalling the relentless efforts of her mentor to sustain its legacy, a hint of unmasked sorrow surfaces in her clear, luminous eyes at the thought of its potential demise under her stewardship. This cannot continue. She gazes upward at the sky, where the sun hangs high, and noticing the dwindling number of newcomers, she can no longer restrain herself and rises resolutely. "I must take the initiative." Taking a deep breath, she gathers her courage and intercepts a passing young man. "Esteemed sir, do you seek to learn from a master?" The young man, initially taken aback, hesitates, but upon glimpsing Su Qianqian's exquisite countenance, he reluctantly nods. "Indeed, I have come to seek a mentor." Su Qianqian's eyes sparkle with hope, and her heart flutters with anticipation as she eagerly inquires, "Would you care to join our Tai Chi's sacred land?" Hearing this, the young man finally notices the modest stall behind her and smirks derisively. "A nearly extinct faction dares to entice me to join?" Before his words could fully settle, he stormed off in anger, leaving Su Qianqian in a state of shock, rooted to the spot. The initial setback was indeed a heavy blow to her, but the words of that young man struck her even harder. In his eyes, the Tai Chi's sacred land was clearly destined for extinction, a notion that Su Qianqian could not bear to accept. The Tai Chi's sacred land would certainly not perish. Clenching her fists, she spoke with unwavering determination. She refused to concede defeat. Instead, she quickly regained her composure and continued to seek out other newcomers. Yet, the harshness of reality was unrelenting. Anyone who heard the name Tai Chi's sacred land immediately rejected it without a second thought. Those with a modicum of courtesy merely chose to walk away, while others resorted to outright verbal abuse. In the eyes of the public, the Tai Chi's sacred land was akin to a sinking ship, and everyone in Qing'an Prefecture was well aware of its plight. To still be recruiting disciples at such a time was seen as an act of deliberate deception. After enduring a series of blows, Su Qianqian was finally forced to confront the truth. Even those with a hint of talent seemed to scorn the Tai Chi's sacred land. Despite its grand reputation, it had nothing to offer them. Its allure paled in comparison to that of smaller sections. After all, those smaller sects at least had a legacy and could provide a variety of resources. In contrast, what could the Tai Chi's sacred land truly offer them? Su Qianqian, overwhelmed with despair, sank back down to the ground, burying her head deeply between her thighs as her shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Wu, the anxiety within her and the harshness of reality left this 16-year-old girl utterly at a loss. Just then, the sound of footsteps drew near. Following this, a voice, rich with magnetism, resonated in her ear. Is Tai's sacred land still recruiting? Hearing this, Su Qianqian abruptly lifted her head. She seemed momentarily disoriented. Her fair cheeks bore traces of tears, and her eyes were clouded with confusion. Observing her state, Chu Xian felt somewhat helpless and reiterated his question. Is Tai's sacred land still recruiting? Only then did Su Qianqian truly awaken, her eyes immediately sparkling with an unprecedented glimmer of hope, and she stood up in an instant. However, recalling the dismissive attitudes of those individuals from earlier, she felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. And her expression of joy involuntarily dimmed, replaced by a hint of hesitation as she asked, Do you wish to join Tai's sacred land? Seemingly sensing the lack of confidence in the girl's gaze, Chu Xian smiled and nodded, offering her a resolute affirmation. Indeed, I wish to join Tai's sacred land. What do you think of me? Chapter 45. The spiritual pearl exploded. What do you think of me? Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, Su Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. Ordinarily, the relationship between disciples and sects is one of mutual selection. Disciples choose their sects, and sects, in turn, select their disciples. However, this mutual selection is conditional. Disciples who possess the qualifications to choose a sect are undoubtedly those rare talents with extraordinary gifts. Conversely, sects that are capable of selecting disciples are typically those with substantial influence and resources. Does the Tai Holy Land possess such influence today? Clearly not. As the current sovereign of the Tai Holy Land, Su Qianqian is acutely aware of its circumstances. The Tai Holy Land, at present, is bereft of resources, offering nothing to its disciples apart from its name, thus lacking any grounds for confidence. Yet it is precisely because of this that Chu Xian's attitude deeply moves her, especially after being met with indifference and rejection from so many. The friendliness displayed by Chu Xian significantly enhances her impression of him. According to the customary practices of the Holy Land, there should be an evaluation of talent and aptitude, followed by the selection of the most promising candidates. As she spoke, Su Qianqian felt a flush of embarrassment. In the past, the Tai Holy Land indeed had the privilege to be selective. However, in its current state, it lacks the qualifications to choose discerningly. How about we conduct a simple test? Su Qianqian looked up at Chu Xian, cautiously proposing, regardless of the test results. You can still join the Tai sacred land. What do you think? Observing her hesitant demeanor, as if she feared to frighten herself, Chu Xian found himself at a loss for words and could only nod in resignation. After all, there was nothing to lose by taking the test. Upon seeing Chu Xian's agreement, Su Qianqian immediately clenched her small fists, her youthful face radiating an unmistakable excitement. She felt that she had finally taken a significant first step on the path of recruiting disciples. Soon, Su Qianqian retrieved a somewhat worn gray orb from her pocket, polishing it as if it were a treasured gem. She then introduced it to Chu Xian, saying, "This is the spirit testing orb, capable of approximately assessing one's innate talent. Although it is merely a low-grade testing orb, it generally costs at least 1,000 spirit stones. However, I found this second-hand treasure at a general store and haggled with the shopkeeper for quite some time, ultimately spending only 400 spirit stones, thereby saving 600 spirit stones." Seeing her proud expression, Chu Xian couldn't help but feel amused. The esteemed leader, reduced to bargaining for a mere few hundred spirit stones, was indeed a source of mirth. Such a frugal sovereign, in all of the eastern wilderness, might well be a singularity in her own right. However, within Chu Xian's heart, there was no trace of disdain upon seeing the radiant smile on her youthful face. He felt an inexplicable sense of emotion. You merely need to grasp the spirit-testing pearl and channel a thread of energy into it. In due course, the color of the emitted light will offer a glimpse into one's innate talents. The hues of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple would indicate the level of aptitude. Attaining the orange level would herald a promising future. Su Qianqian had modest expectations of Chu Xian. As long as he reached the orange level, she would be thoroughly satisfied. Of course, even if he only achieved the lowest red level, she would not turn him away. After all, it was a rare opportunity to recruit someone, and Chu Xian's presence was quite pleasing to her. Even with slightly inferior talent, she would not harbor any disdain. If he could attain the yellow level, that would be even better. As for anything beyond the yellow level, she dared not even dream of it. For such talent could easily gain entry into prestigious sects, rendering the now declining Tai sacred ground unnecessary. Yet, what transpired next greatly exceeded Su Qianqian's expectations. Chu Xian took hold of the spirit-testing pearl and, following her instructions, channeled a thread of energy into it. The issue, however, lay in Chu Xian's cultivation level. He was a formidable figure in the law manifestation realm. Even among the esteemed sects, such prowess would suffice for him to command a region. Not to mention, the purity of his magical power was far beyond the ordinary capabilities of most law manifestation experts. Even though Chu Xian deliberately controlled the energy input to the spirit measuring pearl to a minuscule degree, the pearl still succumbed to the pressure. With a series of sharp cracking sounds, intricate fissures suddenly appeared on its surface. Radiant beams of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple burst forth in rapid succession, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling brilliance. Yet, before even a second had passed, a resounding explosion echoed, and the spirit measuring pearl, which had cost 400 spirit stones, shattered into pieces. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief. She stood frozen in place, momentarily devoid of any reaction. Such an outcome was evidently far beyond her expectations. Meanwhile, Chu Xian glanced at the remaining powder in his hand, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. It was certainly not his intention. He had not anticipated that the spirit measuring pearl would be so fragile. No wonder it was priced at merely 400 spirit stones. It must have been a substandard product. Perhaps, would you allow me to compensate you with a new one? A few hundred or even 1,000 spirit stones were but a trifling sum to Chu Xian, and he thought little of it. Wait a moment. Just then, an elderly voice interrupted. An old man clad in a brown robe approached with purposeful strides. With a broad smile directed at Chu Xian, he introduced himself. I am Shangzhua, an elder of the Flying Dragon sect. I wonder if this young brother has ever heard of our esteemed sect? Chu Xian glanced at the inexplicable individual before him, his expression unperturbed as he shook his head. I have not heard of it. The old man in the brown robe was momentarily taken aback by his response, yet he managed to force a smile. It matters not that you are unfamiliar, for I shall enlighten you. Our Phylong sect boasts a lineage spanning several centuries, currently counting 3,000 disciples among its ranks, standing as one of the most renowned sects in Qingyuan Prefecture. Furthermore, our sect has been developing at a remarkable pace. It will not be long before we ascend to the status of a prestigious and illustrious sect, far surpassing those insignificant factions on the verge of extinction. At this juncture, he unabashedly cast a glance at Su Qianqian, his meaning unmistakable. Su Qianqian, not one to be outwitted, felt her cheeks flush with indignation. Our Tai Holy Land is certainly not an insignificant faction. The old man let out a derisive laugh. How stubbornly you cling to falsehoods. Everyone in Qingyuan Prefecture knows the true standing of the Tai Holy Land. Turning back to Chu Xian, he continued, you would be wise to join our Phylong sect. I shall personally take you as my disciple, ensuring your future is boundless. It was evident that he had witnessed Chu Xian's recent display of talent, prompting him to approach with such audacity. Su Qianqian trembled with rage at his brazen actions. How can you be so shameless? However, the old man in the brown robe wore a smug smile. A wise bird chooses its perch. If you must place blame, let it be upon your own inadequacies. What do you think, young brother? Not much. Chu Xian replied with a frosty demeanor, showing no sign of interest, his eyes instead reflecting a palpable impatience. How could a mere practitioner of the 5th level of the Purple Mansion realm presume to be his teacher? Ignoring the old man entirely, he turned directly to Su Qianqian and inquired, do you believe my conditions warrant my admission into the Tai Sacred Land? Upon hearing this, both the old man and Su Qianqian were momentarily taken aback, the latter widening her eyes in astonishment. Clearly, she had not anticipated that, in such circumstances, Chu Xian would steadfastly insist on pursuing his entrance into the Tai Sacred Land. Could this be what is referred to as true love? Chapter 46. The Fallen Tai Chi Sacred Land. Young man, what did you say? Upon witnessing Chu Xian's attitude, Shangzhua, an elder of the Flying Dragon sect, was instantly filled with indignation. He was not a man of virtue, merely drawn to Chu Xian's remarkable talent, which had initially quelled his temper. However, as Chu Xian repeatedly showed him disrespect, his patience waned. Young man, I shall grant you one final opportunity to choose. Will you join the Tai Chi Sacred Land or our Flying Dragon sect? Shangzhua stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Xian, his tone laced with a chilling threat. Yet, Chu Xian was unfazed by his intimidation. A smirk danced upon his lips as he replied without a moment's hesitation, the Tai Chi Sacred Land. Very well. It seems you have chosen to disregard my kindness and invite your own punishment. Shangzhua, enraged to the point of laughter, could no longer contain himself. He summoned his full power and swung his right hand forcefully, delivering a resounding slap aimed directly at Chu Xian. With a loud smack, the next moment saw him sent flying. However, the one who was struck was not Chu Xian, but rather Shang Zuo himself. His body crashed to the ground like a sandbag, creating a cloud of dust upon impact. Gritting his teeth, Shang Zuo struggled to rise, only to discover a mysterious old man in a dark robe standing before him. Hu Yanrong, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Shang Zuo swiftly recognized the identity of the elder clad in a mysterious robe, and his face contorted with rage as he erupted into a tirade. He was well aware of Hu Yanrong, the esteemed leader of the Spirit Rune sect. However, he could not fathom why Hu Yin would suddenly turn against him, as they harbored no grievances against each other. I can hardly tolerate such arrogant and overbearing individuals who wield their power to oppress others, Hu Yanrong proclaimed, lifting his chin with an air of righteous indignation. Hearing this, Shang Zuo felt a surge of fury that nearly made him spit blood. He sensed that his entire being was in turmoil. Unfortunately, Hu Yanrong's cultivation far surpassed his own. Though the Spirit Rune sect may not rival the Flying Dragon sect in strength, it was certainly not something that a mere elder like him could easily contend with. Yet, after suffering such a significant humiliation, and with so many witnesses surrounding them, he was unwilling to let the matter rest. At that moment, Su Qianqian stepped forward, holding a message talisman aloft as she declared, "If you persist in this matter, I will inform my master." "How dare you?" Shang Zuo shouted in a fit of rage. "Do you want to see if I dare?" Su Qianqian retorted, her expression firm and unyielding, as he observed her resolute demeanor. Memories of the formidable old woman from Tai's sacred land flooded his mind, and a flicker of concealed dread crossed his eyes. Ultimately, he refrained from taking the risk. That old woman cannot last much longer. Once she passes, I wonder who will be able to protect you from Tai's sacred land. With gritted teeth, Shang Zuo uttered a fierce remark before retreating in disgrace. Observing his hasty departure, a flicker of unusual light crossed Chu Xian's gaze. The Tai sacred land, having endured such calamity yet still managing to persist, evidently possesses some merit. Despite successfully intimidating Shang Zuo, Su Qianshan wore no expression of joy. Instead, the words he left behind filled her countenance with concern. However, she swiftly composed herself and approached Hu Yanrong, bowing solemnly as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Senior, for your assistance." Hu Yanrong was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively glanced at Chu Xian. Receiving a knowing look in return, Hu Yanrong smiled broadly and reassured her. "Miss Su, there is no need for such formality. I could not stand idly by." Yet, he added, Shang Zuo is a narrow-minded individual. Though he has retreated for now, he will undoubtedly seek an opportunity for revenge. It would be wise for you to return to your sect post-haste. A hint of hesitation flickered in Su Qianshan's eyes as she turned to glance at Chu Xian, ultimately nodding in agreement. "Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I shall gather my belongings and depart at once." While Su Qianshan busied herself with her preparations, Hu Yanrong approached Chu Xian, his expression one of perplexity. "Master, do you truly intend to join the Tai sacred land?" In his view, given Chu Xian's formidable prowess, establishing a sect of his own would suffice. There seemed little reason to affiliate with a nearly doomed institution. If Chu Xian desired, he could easily package the entire Lingfu sect and deliver it. Yet he evidently harbored no such intention. Thus, he found himself perplexed about what exactly attracted Chu Xian to the Tai Holy Land. Chu Xian nodded but offered no further explanation. "What about the old servant?" Hu Yanrong inquired with a forlorn expression. Chu Xian glanced at him, realizing that this fellow seemed accustomed to trailing behind him, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. "You shall return to your Lingfu sect and continue your studies in talismanic arts. Should anything arise, I will inform you in advance." After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xian raised his hand and imparted a simplified version of the Miao Fuzi's inheritance to Hu Yanrong. This gesture was not solely a reward for Hu Yanrong's loyalty. More importantly, this inheritance rightfully belonged to the Lingfu sect. If Hu Yanrong could leverage this to ascend to the status of a talisman master, it would effectively grant Chu Xian an additional free labor force. The value of a talisman master far surpasses that of a senior talisman artisan. Naturally, Hu Yanrong was unaware of the myriad thoughts occupying Chu Xian's mind. Upon feeling the sudden influx of inherited memories in his consciousness, he stood transfixed. His gaze toward Chu Xian filled with awe, nearly succumbing to the impulse to kneel and pay homage. Under Hu Yanrong's reluctant gaze, Chu Xian and Su Qianqian embarked on their journey back to the Tai Holy Land. Though young, Su Qianqian exhibited extraordinary talent, her cultivation evidently having reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. At the age of 16, reaching the pinnacle of the innate realm is indeed a rarity, even in the esteemed Qingyuan prefecture. This is compounded by the fact that the Taichi sacred land is unable to provide substantial support. Otherwise, given Su Qianqian's remarkable talent, transcending into the Purple Mansion realm would likely be a trivial endeavor. As for Chu Xian, his displayed cultivation is similarly at the innate realm. Precisely at the first layer of this stage, the two of them raced forward with commendable speed, and after several hours, they successfully returned to the entrance of the Taichi sacred land. While referred to as a mountain gate, it is, in reality, a barren peak. The vast majority of the area has succumbed to ruin, leaving behind only a few dilapidated palaces, which are in a state of disrepair. Sister, you're back. Sister, did you bring me any delicious treats from the prefecture? Miss, you must be weary from your journey. The three remaining members of the Taichi sacred land soon gathered around them. A tall, somewhat simple-minded individual, a little girl of about 4 or 5 years, and an elderly servant, hobbled by a limp. Although Chu Xian had anticipated that the current state of the Taichi sacred land would be far from favorable, the extent of its decline exceeded his expectations. It is no wonder that whispers of the impending demise of the Taichi sacred land circulate. With only such a handful of individuals, including the elderly and the young, it seems even the most basic sustenance could pose a challenge. Observing the expression on Chu Xian's face, Su Qianqian could not help but feel a sense of unease. In order to prevent her hard-won disciple, Chu Xian, from abandoning her midway, she refrained from elaborating on the circumstances of the Tai sacred land. To a certain extent, one might say that Chu Xian was deceived into returning. However, one cannot hide the truth indefinitely. Even an ugly daughter-in-law must eventually meet her in-laws. Junior brother Chu, I did not intend to conceal anything from you. Should you wish to change your mind now, I would understand and certainly not compel you. Su Qianqian said hesitantly. Chu Xian cast a knowing glance her way and, understanding her sentiments, shook his head with a smile. Sister, where are your thoughts wandering? Having chosen to join the Tai sacred land, how could I possibly leave midway? As long as you do not mind, I shall henceforth be a part of the Tai sacred land. Upon hearing this, Su Qianqian's worry transformed into joy, and she immediately exclaimed, Then I shall take you to meet our esteemed master right away. Moments later, Chu Xian found himself in the presence of the true core figure of the Tai sacred land, the Grand Elder, Deng Ying. Yet, upon meeting this venerable elder, he discovered her lying frail and gasping on her bed. Her complexion was not only pale, but her entire being exuded an aura of impending decay. Only her pair of eyes sparkled with a piercing brilliance. Observing this, Chu Xian felt a chill run through him and promptly suppressed his own aura to the utmost. If he was not mistaken, Deng Ying's cultivation was indeed formidable, residing at least at the pinnacle of the law manifestation realm. Even though the current situation is rather precarious, it still imparts an exceedingly perilous sensation to him. Meanwhile, after Su Qianqian's elaborate narration, Deng Ying's gaze also fixated upon him. Her piercing eyes seemed to penetrate through Chu Xian, and soon, with an expression devoid of emotion, she coldly inquired, I have heard that you are adamant about joining our Tai Holy Land. Pray tell, what is it that draws you to the Tai Holy Land? Chapter 47. First sign in, the divine weapon, Thunder Spirit Spear. Deng Ying's remarks were rather blunt. She almost pointed a finger at Chu Xian and inquired, What ulterior motives do you harbor in your calculated decision to join our Taichi sacred land? Unlike the Navi Su Qianqian, who was still innocent to the ways of the world, Deng Ying was astute and seasoned, her vast experience allowing her to perceive the underlying nuances of the situation almost instantly. According to Su Qianqian, Chu Xian evidently possessed extraordinary talent. Yet, instead of aligning himself with prestigious sects that promised a bright future, he chose the currently declining Taichi sacred land, which seemed rather unusual from any angle. Faced with Deng Ying's scrutinizing gaze, Chu Xian's mind raced. He understood that this elder was not easily deceived. However, even so, he could not divulge that his choice was due to the system. Remaining calm and collected, Chu Xian managed a slight smile and replied, Perhaps it is simply fate. At this point, he glanced at Su Qianqian, shrugged his shoulders, and added nonchalantly, After all, given the present impoverished state of the Taichi sacred land, I truly find it challenging to conjure up a credible reason. Upon hearing Chu Xian's remarkably honest words, Su Qianqian felt an undeniable embarrassment wash over her. Her cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, Deng Ying's expression darkened. Nevertheless, she could not help but concede that Chu Xian's statement held considerable truth in the current predicament of the Tai Chi sacred land. Lacking in resources, what could possibly be worth coveting? Upon reflecting on this, Deng Ying could not help but sigh. The decline of the Tai Chi sacred land to such a degree truly troubled her, leaving her restless and without recourse. In that moment, she lost the inclination to further interrogate Chu Xian and waved her hand, instructing, "You may leave for now. I shall have Qian impart the foundational techniques to you in due time." Chu Xian, upon hearing this, refrained from further discourse and bowed slightly. Sing, disciple takes his leave. As soon as Chu Xian departed, Su Qian immediately spoke. "Master, please do not harbor doubts. Junior brother Chu is genuinely a good person, unlike the others." When Elder Shanzhou of the Filong sect forced him, he did not cower. Deng Ying shook her head, thinking to herself that Su Qian was still too young and naive. In this world, where could one find truly good people? If there were indeed so many virtuous souls, how could the Tai Chi sacred land have fallen to such depths? Yet, gazing at Su Qian's innocent and youthful visage, she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts. With a frail hand, she gently caressed Su Qian's lustrous black hair, a hint of unmasked guilt shimmering in her eyes. "Qian, you have worked hard during this time. It hasn't been arduous at all." Su Qian immediately shook her head, her small face brimming with determination. She was acutely aware of the current plight of the Tai Chi sacred land. With her master gravely injured, junior brother Ahu lacking in intellect, junior sister Jia being too young, and Lu Bo having mobility issues, it naturally fell upon her to shoulder the burden, though the pressure was sometimes overwhelming. The mere thought of her master and her junior siblings left her with no complaints. In the future, things will undoubtedly improve. Her heart brimmed with anticipation. As Chu Xian exited the inner hall, he noticed a small head peering over the railing, gazing intently in his direction. He waved at her. Previously, he had heard Su Qian mention that this little girl was named Jia, whose father had been an elder of the Tai sacred land, though he had since passed away. "Should I address you as senior brother or junior brother?" The little girl, unperturbed, skipped over to Chu Xian, her tiny hands clasped behind her back, and tilted her head inquisitively. "Certainly, you should call me senior brother," Chu Xian replied earnestly. "But I entered the sect before you. Shouldn't I be ahead of you in the hierarchy?" The little girl questioned, her face a portrait of confusion. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Xian produced a glistening string of candied hawthorns from his palm. The system provided various peculiar items during daily check-ins. He waved the candied hawthorns before her eyes and, with a smile, asked, "What should you call me?" The little girl swallowed hard, then promptly declared, "Senior brother." Seeing her astuteness, Chu Xian couldn't help but smile. "Very good. You have potential." As he spoke, he extended the candied hawthorns to Jia. The system's offerings were, of course, exceptional in flavor. The little girl soon found herself with squinted eyes, her face alight with delight as she savored the treat. Upon witnessing this, Chu Xian could not help but burst into laughter. He stepped forward a few paces, gazing at the expansive, desiccated pond before him, and curiously inquired, "What was this place in the past? I have heard my grandfather mention that it was once called the Thunder God Pool. It is said that one could summon thunder from the heavens above, not only to forge magical artifacts, but also to temper one's physique with the power of thunder and cultivate certain unique thunder-related divine abilities." The little girl chattered on while nibbling on a candied hawthorn skewer. "The Thunder God Pool," Chu Xian mused inwardly. "To summon thunder from the heavens?" He sighed, realizing the extraordinary nature of the Tai sacred land. The remnants of these ruins spoke volumes about its former grandeur, now regrettably reduced to nothingness. However, one might ponder, had these relics still existed, the current strength of the Tai sacred land would undoubtedly fail to preserve them, most likely leading to their transfer to others. System, sign in. With a fleeting thought, Chu Xian acted without hesitation, dedicating his inaugural sign-in at the Tai sacred land to the Thunder God Pool. To be candid, he felt a tinge of curiosity about the extremely high sign-in potential as assessed by the system, wondering what level it could possibly attain. He had exerted considerable effort to join the Tai sacred land, hoping it would not let him down. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the divine weapon, Thunder Spirit Spear. As the system's notification echoed, the parched Thunder God Pool suddenly ignited with boundless lightning, resembling a tumultuous sea of electric fury. Amidst the tempestuous ocean of thunder and lightning, a dazzling aurora erupted, illuminating the surroundings with its brilliance. Like a bolt of lightning, it swiftly surged towards Chu Xian. so rapid that he scarcely had time to react. The entire occurrence transpired within an ephemeral moment, unnoticed by Jia, who stood nearby. Yet, Chu Xian found himself utterly astounded, his gaze fixed upon the terrifying spear, radiant with electric light, suspended in the realm of the system. A divine weapon. To receive such a formidable artifact on his first sign-in was beyond comprehension. Even with Chu Xian's composure, he could not suppress the tumultuous waves of exhilaration within him. A genuine divine weapon possesses an immeasurable value. The earth armor he donned was a supreme Tao artifact, worth a fortune in its own right. Yet it paled in comparison to the divine weapon. Across the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness, countless sects and factions exist. Yet those possessing a divine weapon are exceedingly rare, typically belonging to the mightiest of powers. A divine weapon embodies the terrifying force capable of reshaping the world. Even the most transcendent and exalted beings are drawn to divine weapons. The emergence of each divine artifact often incites a tempest of bloodshed. The Tai sacred land is indeed extraordinary. Chu Xian inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with undeniable excitement. To others, the Tai sacred land appeared merely as a desolate ruin. However, for him, this place is an invaluable treasure beyond compare. Chapter 48. Breaking Through Three Realms, the Might of the Divine Weapon. In the stillness of the night. Within the vast expanse of the palace, Chu Xian sat cross-legged upon a mat. Due to the sparse population of the Tai sacred land, even a newcomer like him could enjoy the privilege of residing alone in a palace. This is indeed one of the few benefits afforded by the Tai sacred land. His formidable spiritual consciousness expanded like a spider's web, encompassing every subtle movement in the surroundings. Behind Chu Xian, a terrifying manifestation of law subtly emerged. Not only did the spiritual energy of the surrounding world converge wildly towards him, but even the ethereal spiritual energies drifting in the void were forcibly drawn in. Soon, the spacious palace was filled with visible vortices of spiritual energy, as if one had stepped into a celestial paradise. A violet-long spear floated serenely before Chu Xian, the divine weapon known as the Thunder Spirit Spear, which he had acquired during his daytime attendance. Threads of lightning danced around the spear's shaft, while its tip shimmered with an extraordinarily brilliant light, reminiscent of the sun, moon, and stars in the heavens above. This divine weapon was evidently forged from priceless, supreme materials, exuding an enigmatic aura, adorned with countless ancient and mysterious runes and seals, emanating a chilling, terrifying presence. A divine weapon possesses a spirit, far surpassing ordinary weaponry. And mastering it is no simple feat, however, with Chu Xian's profound foundational cultivation, and the fact that this Thunder Spirit Spear was a reward for his attendance. The process of refining it proved remarkably smooth. As the continuous infusion of magical power flowed into it, the radiant Thunder Spear emitted an increasingly resplendent glow, its aura becoming more astonishing by the moment. Had it not been for Chu Xian's conscious restraint, a multitude of phenomena would have surely manifested, causing tremors across a 1,000-mile radius due to the emergence of this divine weapon. Time passed, minute by minute, and by the late hours of the night. This extraordinary weapon was finally completely refined by Chu Xian. Simultaneously, a surge of primal power emanating from the weapon's core was transmitted back into Chu Xian's body. This was an extraordinarily pure lightning attribute's spiritual energy, which entered his Dantian's purple mansion effortlessly, merging seamlessly with the magical forces of the purple mansion space. Chu Xian's cultivation level began to ascend rapidly. Those at the law manifestation realm are revered as formidable beings, and the path of cultivation is inherently more arduous than before. Every increment of progress demands a vast accumulation as its foundation. Particularly, Chu Xian's solid foundation surpassed that of ordinary individuals, rendering the magical energy required for his breakthrough truly astonishing. Thus, although over half a month had elapsed since he broke into the law manifestation realm, and despite his unwavering diligence and practice, he remained at the first layer of the law manifestation realm. Now, with the assistance of the weapon's primal essence, his cultivation finally began to advance by leaps and bounds. In the blink of an eye, he shattered the limits of the first layer and ascended to the second layer of the law manifestation realm. The second layer of the law manifestation realm was not the ultimate limit, as he swiftly surged into the third layer. Then, soaring upwards amidst the ever-expanding ocean of magical power, Chu Xian's cultivation surged dramatically. With a final push, he shattered the limits of the third layer of the law manifestation realm, stepping boldly into the fourth layer. He had broken through 3 realms in succession, The fourth layer of the law manifestation realm represented the mid-stage of this realm, and when compared to the first layer, the difference was akin to heaven and earth. As he felt the space of his purple mansion expand once more, his magical power nearly multiplied several times. A smile of uncontainable joy crept onto Chu Xian's face. Transitioning from the first layer to the fourth layer of the law manifestation realm, even with his extraordinary talent and the heavenly treasures acquired through signing in, would typically require a considerable amount of time. Yet now, due to the successful refinement of the divine weapon and the subsequent feedback from its essence, such an unexpected elevation was a delightful surprise. Coupled with the successful refinement of the Thunder Goddess spear, it was indeed a double blessing. Gazing at the extraordinary purple spear in his hand, Chu Xian's admiration deepened. With the divine weapon now in his possession, it was only fitting to test its might. Observing the persistent darkness outside, Chu Xian wasted no time and swiftly ascended into the night sky. With his current cultivation, his speed while flying was astonishing. And in the blink of an eye, he had left the confines of the Tai Holy Land. After racing through hundreds of miles, he finally came to a halt deep within the endless mountain ranges. As he pondered what target to test the might of his Thunder God spear upon, a sudden surge of terrifying demonic aura erupted into the sky. The surrounding area, within dozens of miles, instantly transformed into a foreboding realm, as if he had entered a peculiar domain. Looking down, he beheld a pair of blood-red eyes fixated upon him from the depths of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, a raging inferno surged forth, sweeping towards him like a tidal wave. Within that all-consuming blaze, a colossal black, demonic sheep, several meters in length, opened its gaping maw and lunged toward Chu Xian with astonishing speed. This was indeed a formidable demon, lurking hidden within the mountains. It evidently regarded Chu Xian as its prey. Blessed with the primordial sacred body and having consumed copious amounts of rare treasures, Chu Xian's vitality was extraordinarily vigorous. Even in the darkness, he radiated like the sun, presenting a lethal allure to the demonic beasts. Should it succeed in devouring Chu Xian, it would gain unimaginable benefits, transforming beyond recognition. Foolhardy, Chu Xian, upon witnessing this, displayed no hint of joy. Instead, a chilling murderous intent gleamed unabashedly in his eyes. Just the perfect target to test the power of the Thunder Spirit Spear. Despite facing a ferocious and terrifying demonic beast, Chu Xian exhibited no fear. Without hesitation, he drew forth the Thunder Spirit Spear. As he continuously infused it with his boundless magical energy, the divine weapon erupted in a dazzling purple luminescence, accompanied by a frenzy of crackling arcs of lightning that danced wildly. Go! With a low command from Chu Xian, the Thunder Spirit Spear was released with astonishing swiftness. Resembling a bolt of purple lightning, the sheep demon seemed to sense the impending threat, its demonic energy swirling frantically, quickly transforming into multiple formidable shields that stood protectively before it. Simultaneously, it unleashed a crimson fire serpent from its mouth, imbued with terrifying power, aimed directly at the Thunder Spirit Spear. Yet, in the face of the spear's relentless advance, all of this proved futile. Neither the demonic energy shields nor the fearsome fire serpent could offer the slightest resistance. Even the sheep demon's once proud formidable form was pierced through in an instant by the Thunder Spirit Spear. Unrelenting, the spear continued its trajectory, crashing down amidst the nearby mountains. A thunderous roar echoed as a towering peak collapsed into ruin. Witnessing such a spectacle, even though Chu Xian possessed unwavering confidence in the spear's might, he could not help but marvel silently. The power of this divine weapon was indeed formidable. A ferocious and ruthless great demon seemed to be nothing more than an appetizer for the Thunder Spirit Spear, offering no resistance whatsoever. Moreover, Chu Xian was acutely aware that he had not exerted the full potential of this divine weapon. Had he summoned its full strength, the might displayed by the Thunder Spirit Spear would likely have been even more astonishing. Chapter 49. Roasting a Whole Lamb. The Flying Dragon Sect comes knocking. What is that delightful aroma? Having completed her morning routine of cultivation, Su Chanqian stepped out of the palace. Instantly, an incredibly rich fragrance wafted towards her. With her eyes filled with curiosity, she looked up and soon spotted, not far away, a barbecue grill that had been set up at some point. Beneath it lay a pile of glowing red charcoal, and atop it rested an enormous goat. Chu Xian stood before the grill, wielding a brush in each hand, systematically applying a variety of sauces onto the goat's surface. As the meat sizzled under the heat of the coals, thick droplets of fat flowed down the grooves, splattering onto the flames and producing wisps of aromatic smoke. Nearby, Ahu rolled up his sleeves, gripping the iron rack with both hands as he continually rotated the goat, ensuring that every inch received an even sear from the flames. Before long, the skin developed an enticing sheen, crispy and fragrant, with the aroma intensifying as the fat permeated through. Though Su Qianqian did not consider herself a foodie, the sight before her was so tantalizing that she could not help but feel her appetite awaken, instinctively taking steps toward the source of the irresistible scent. "Where on earth did you find such a large goat?" she inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. "This was picked up by my senior brother from down the mountain." Before Chu Xian could respond, the eager little girl, Jia Jia, who was fanning the flames, quickly interjected, "Picked it up?" Su Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief, her face reflecting utter incredulity. How could such a large sheep be found? Having lived here for over a decade, she had never encountered one herself. The sheep collided with a tree and met its end. "I simply retrieved it," Chu Xian remarked nonchalantly, embodying the spirit of serendipity. A creature of this size must surely possess some extraordinary essence. Even the diligent and earnest Ruber could not resist approaching, his gaze fixated on the aromatic roasted whole sheep atop the iron rack. As he mused, it seems it was destined to meet such a fate. One cannot blame anyone else. Indeed, Ahu nodded emphatically. Towering and possessing an appetite beyond the ordinary, he felt constrained by the dire circumstances at Tai's sacred land. Yet, with such a magnificent sheep before him, his eyes could hardly accommodate any other thought. "All right, we can eat now." At that moment, Chu Xian finally spoke, "Everyone, feel free to help yourselves." Upon hearing this, Jia Jia darted forward like a little mouse. Ahu swiftly tore off a leg of the sheep, eagerly indulging in the feast. Even Ruber, usually hindered in movement, displayed an agility surpassing his usual self and soon joined in the revelry. Only Su Qianqian appeared somewhat hesitant, swallowing hard as she modestly remarked, "Is it quite appropriate to indulge in such rich fare so early in the morning?" Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Xian smiled, appraising her from head to toe before generously slicing off half a leg of lamb and presenting it to her. "Junior sister," he remarked, "you appear quite slender. It would be wise to nourish yourself more." Su Qianqian was momentarily taken aback by his words, sensing a deeper significance behind the term junior sister that escaped her. Following Chu Xian's gaze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. However, upon glancing down at herself, she noted that her feet were entirely visible, devoid of any obstruction, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. She promptly lifted her gaze and shot Chu Xian a fierce glare before accepting the half leg of lamb he offered, taking large bites as though she were consuming Chu Xian himself. It must be said that the flavor of the roasted lamb was indeed extraordinary. After all, it had once been a formidable beast, its meat surpassing that of an ordinary goat. Due to the grave illness of Elder Deng Ying, they had to rely solely on medicinal soups. Consequently, the four of them swiftly devoured the entirety of the magnificent roasted lamb. Surprisingly, the one who ate the most was not Ahu, but rather Chu Xian, whose appearance belied his voracity. His stomach resembled a bottomless pit. No matter how much he consumed, he swiftly refined it using the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique, converting it into the purest energy to nourish his body. Thus, the majority of what they had feasted upon ultimately found its way into his belly. Of course, while the other three's portions paled in comparison, given their cultivation and appetites, they too felt utterly stuffed. I'm full, Jia Jia exclaimed, patting her little belly. Ahu and Luber had long since reclined side by side upon the ground. Su Qianqian, though barely managing to stand, wore a visage adorned with a satisfied smile. She could scarcely recall the last time she had dined with such delight. As she turned her gaze towards Chu Xian, a newfound sense of intimacy blossomed within her eyes. Following such a lavish feast, the other three also found their fondness for Chu Xian markedly intensified, unwittingly embracing his presence among them. Bang, bang, bang. Before long, a thunderous knocking echoed from the front gate. Before anyone could respond, the door was forcefully kicked open with a resounding thud. Where have all the people gone? Accompanied by a boisterous outcry, a throng of individuals swaggered into the courtyard. It's you. Upon sighting the leader of the group, Su Qianqian's expression darkened immediately. Chu Xian's gaze also sharpened, for he recognized the individual Shang Zhuo, the elder of the Flying Dragon sect, who had previously entangled them in the city of Qingyuan. What brings you to our Taichi Holy Land? Su Qianqian inquired sternly. What brings me here? Upon hearing her words, Shang Zhuo erupted into laughter. He surveyed the surroundings, his gaze swiftly settling on Chu Xian, a shadow of malice flickering in his eyes. With a smile that did not reach his eyes, he replied, You are perhaps unaware, But from this day forth, all forces within a 1,000-mile radius are to pay tribute to our Flying Dragon sect, and your Tai Chi Holy Land is no exception. 3,000 spirit stones per year. Let us settle this year's dues first. With that, he extended his right hand towards Su Qianqian, and the implication was unmistakable. 3,000 spirit stones? You must be dreaming. Upon hearing this, Su Qianqian's face flushed crimson with indignation. She could barely afford a second-hand spirit testing orb, and she would rather split a single spirit stone in half to make it last than hand over 3,000 spirit stones to the Filong sect. Not only did she lack such wealth, but even if she possessed it, she would never relinquish it without cause to the Filong sect. This is the domain of our Tai sacred land. Why should we pay spirit stones to you? Such delusions. Ahu and the others also expressed their outrage vocally. Observing their reactions, Shangzhou showed no signs of anger. Rather, he seemed to have anticipated their response. He let out a cold laugh and contemptuously remarked, "Are you the ones in charge? Perhaps you should summon the Grand Elder of your Tai sacred land. Such matters require her judgment. However, I have heard she is currently bedridden and unable to move. I wonder if that is indeed true." As he spoke, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and he inquired with a semblance of amusement. At these words, Su Qianqian felt a weight descend upon her heart. Initially, she had been puzzled as to why Shangzhou had fled in fear from her in the capital, only to now brazenly invade the Tai sacred land. It appeared that his intentions were far from simple. Chapter 50. A single blow shatters the Purple Mansion. Am I truly this powerful? So, have you all made your decision? Will you comply and pay your tribute, or shall I summon your Grand Elder to negotiate with me in person? Shangzhou, with his arms crossed defiantly, gazed down upon the group with an air of certainty, his voice dripping with cold disdain. "Humph, do you think you are worthy of meeting my master? As for tributes, we of the Tai sacred land will never yield, not even a single spirit stone, so abandon that hope." Su Qianqian retorted, her face taut with determination. Seeing her reaction, a deeper smirk etched itself onto Shangzhu's face. Her defiance only bolstered his convictions. "It appears the information I received was indeed accurate. Your Grand Elder is truly bedridden and unable to rise. The only figure in the Tai sacred land that instilled fear in him was Grand Elder Deng Ying. If she is incapacitated, the remaining few are hardly worth his concern." As he recalled the instructions given to him by the sect leader before his departure, alongside the humiliation he had endured in the capital, a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. "Elder Shang, why not show them a taste of our true power? These fools will not dare to resist." At that moment, the disciples of the Flying Dragon sect behind Shangzhou could no longer contain themselves, erupting in a chorus of shouts. "Do you see? We have mobilized in great numbers. If we do not receive a satisfactory explanation, even if I agree, the disciples of the Flying Dragon sect will not comply. If you dare to make a move, I shall fight you to the end." Ahu's eyes widened like brass bells, his fists clenched tightly, resembling an enraged bull. Although his intellect may be lacking, his deep-rooted affection for the Tai sacred land, where he was raised, is undeniably genuine. However, upon witnessing his fierce demeanor, the members of the Filong sect were not the least bit intimidated. Instead, they erupted into hearty laughter. "Fight us? Ha ha! You foolish giant, what do you possess to challenge us? I declare here and now that unless you pay your tribute, none of you shall escape." Shang's face was shadowed with malice as he spoke, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his lips. As he gestured with a sweeping motion, disciples of the Filong sect quickly encircled them, each wearing a menacing expression. Observing this scene, the hearts of the Tai sacred land members tightened in apprehension. It dawned on them that these individuals were indeed intent on violence. Su Qianqian appeared conflicted. It was evident that their small group stood no chance against such odds. Yet, the thought of seeking aid from her master, given his precarious condition, weighed heavily on her conscience. Moreover, if her instincts were correct, this was likely the true intent of their adversaries. Chu Xian, having witnessed the entire exchange, understood the implications that Su Qianqian grasped, and it was clear that Shangzhou, the elder of the Filong sect, felt an unwavering sense of confidence. In his view, this was likely not merely a matter of personal vendetta. It seemed probable that other unseen forces were orchestrating events from behind the scenes. The true peril facing the Tai Chi sacred land did not stem from within, but rather from external threats, as there were those who sought to target it. What transpired in the past was inconsequential to him. However, now he would not permit such occurrences to unfold. On the very first day of signing in, he had acquired the divine weapon, the Thunder Spirit Spear, which had unequivocally demonstrated the signing potential of the Tai Chi sacred land. Chu Xian had already come to regard this place as his domain. Anyone daring to disrupt it would become his adversary. Contemplating this, a fierce glint flashed in Chu Xian's eyes. Nevertheless, he had no intention of revealing his strength. Casting a glance at the enraged Ahu before him, a smile quickly graced his lips. He then flicked his fingers, sending a thread of magical energy surging into Ahu's body. To Chu Xian, it was merely a trifling amount of power. However, for Ahu, it was an unimaginable torrent of energy. Had he been of sound mind, he might have sensed something amiss. Yet Ahu, consumed by his fury, was utterly oblivious to it. The surge of energy simply ignited his rage. You bunch of scoundrels. Get lost. Feeling as though his chest might explode, Ahu could no longer contain his inner fury. With a roar, he charged forward. No, Ahu, upon witnessing his impulsiveness, Su Qianqian and the others could not help but gasp in shock. Yet, Ahu at that moment resembled a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, leaving them no time to intervene. Shang Zuo was equally startled, his entire body tensed in response. However, observing Ahu's clumsy movements, he could not suppress a chuckle. Indeed, he was a foolish giant. If you seek destruction, then I shall oblige. A glint of malice flickered in Shang Zuo's eyes. Suddenly, he forcefully stepped forward, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy, instantly positioning himself before Ahu. Channeling his spiritual power through his palm, he struck down with great force. No, at this sight, Su Qianqian and the others could not help but cry out in terror. Although Ahu possessed considerable strength, it was merely brute force. His lack of intellect rendered his cultivation abysmal, making him no match for Shang Zuo, a formidable figure of the Purple Mansion realm. Moreover, at that moment, Shang Zuo showed no intent of mercy. This confrontation could very well threaten Ahu's life. Yet, in that fleeting instant, aside from Chu Xian, no one was able to intervene. With a thunderous roar, the clash of their powers erupted. The outcome of their confrontation greatly exceeded everyone's expectations. Under the immense pressure of Shang Zuo's Purple Mansion cultivation, Ahu's momentum remained unyielding, his entire being subtly transforming into an embodiment of a wild, colossal elephant. A chilling aura, tinged with dread, nearly shattered Shang Zuo's spirit. Simultaneously, the force of Ahu's punch was beyond imagination. The immense energy surging within him seemed to be unleashed in that singular blow. In comparison, Shang Zuo's cultivation appeared as fragile as thin ice. With a series of crackling sounds, his entire arm was reduced to fragments. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, Ahu's fist ultimately struck his abdomen, obliterating his dantian and the purple palace within. In an instant, Shang Zuo was sent hurtling through the air like a mere rag doll. He flew dozens of yards before crashing heavily against the courtyard wall, finally coming to a halt. At that moment, everyone present was left dumbfounded. The vast Tai sacred ground fell into a profound silence. Apart from Shang Zuo's anguished cries, only the heavy breaths of Ahu remained. Although Shang Zuo had survived, the outcome was far more agonizing than death. With his dantian shattered and his cultivation rendered null, he had effectively become a cripple. Considering his once arrogant demeanor, the days ahead would likely be worse than death itself. As this thought crossed their minds, all eyes in attendance involuntarily turned towards Ahu, their gazes filled with incredulity. Ahu himself finally grasped the situation. Despite feeling utterly drained, his spirit soared with exhilaration. Gazing at his own fists, he couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Am I truly this formidable?" He then lifted his head to confront the remaining disciples of the Flying Dragon sect, his expression ferocious as he bellowed, "Come on, who among you wishes to test my strength?" Upon hearing his words, the faces of the Flying Dragon sect disciples instantly blanched. Even the elder, Shang Zuo, of the Purple Mansion realm, was not his match. How could they dare to court death? They hastily hoisted the wailing Shang Zuo and scrambled in a chaotic retreat. Haha. If you possess courage, do not flee. Upon witnessing this, Ahu burst into laughter, feigning an intent to pursue. However, as he took a single step, he found himself sprawled on the ground in a comical shape. Moments later, he struggled to lift his head. A look of exhaustion etched across his face as he weakly implored, "Quick, come help me up. I lack the strength." Su Qianqian and the others stood in stunned silence. They then exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. This was indeed the Ahu they had come to know. Chapter 51. The Taiji Golden Chapter. The sudden outburst of Ahu naturally piqued the curiosity of Su Qianqian and the others. After all, by all logical standards, Ahu should have been no match for Shang Zuo. let alone shattering his purple mansion with a single punch. It is worth noting that the two were separated by a staggering 2 major realms, rendering such an outcome utterly bewildering. Even the esteemed elder Deng Yang, confined to her sickbed, expressed disbelief upon hearing the news. Strangely enough, Ahu himself was completely oblivious to the events that transpired. His mind had always been somewhat muddled, and he remained utterly confused about the incident, recalling only a sudden surge of power within him, unable to articulate the cause. Fortunately, upon examining Ahu's condition, they found no issues other than his weakness, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. However, following this incident, it seemed that the Filong sect had developed some reservations, refraining from sending anyone to demand offerings, and for several consecutive days, there was an eerie silence. In the Hall of Transmission, under Su Qianqian's guidance, Chu Xian entered the chamber. Like the other remaining palaces of the Taiji sacred land, the Hall of Transmission now lay in ruins. Yet, from the remnants, one could still glimpse the grandeur it once possessed. The most lamentable aspect, however, was not the damage to the architecture, but rather the vast collection of martial arts tomes that had been plundered from within the hall. Now, only empty shelves remained, thickly coated in dust. In the heyday of the Taiji sacred land, there had been a total of 36 lineages of inheritance. The legacy of each lineage is no less significant than the core doctrines of the most esteemed sects, possessing the potential to forge a regional sovereign. Among the strongest lineages, several can directly point towards the Great Tao, achieving immortality. When gazing across the 72 prefectures of the eastern wilderness, few can rival our Taichi Holy Land. Speaking of the former glory of the Taichi Holy Land, Su Qianqian could not help but feel a swell of pride. However, upon observing the desolate surroundings, her expression dimmed with melancholy. Alas, such splendor is now but a memory. Drawing a deep breath, she quickly regained her composure and began to introduce to Chu Xian. Our lineage originates from one of the 72 lineages, the Jade Cicada Peak. Although some aspects of our heritage have been lost, we still surpass many ordinary sections. I shall now impart to you our foundational technique, the Jade Cicada Treasure Record, with diligence. You should be able to reach the pinnacle of the innate realm within a few years. Once you achieve that level of cultivation, I will then teach you another technique. The Jade Cicada Spirit Art. This is not only a continuation of the Jade Cicada Treasure Record but also the core technique of our lineage. If you can master it proficiently, not only will the Purple Mansion realm be within reach, but even the Dharma Appearance realm holds great promise for your future. Su Qianqian gazed at Chu Xian, her words imbued with encouragement, her eyes shimmering with profound expectation. Although Chu Xian currently possesses only the first level of innate realm, Su Qianqian harbors immense expectations for him. This optimism stems from the previous results of the Spirit Pearl explosion, which indicated that Chu Xian's talent is at least of first-rate caliber. With proper guidance, his future accomplishments are bound to be extraordinary, especially at a time when the Taichi Holy Land is facing a shortage of capable individuals. If Chu Xian can develop rapidly, it would significantly alleviate her burdens. However, under Su Qianqian's hopeful gaze, Chu Xian felt somewhat exasperated. His cultivation had already transcended the law manifestation realm in Tiannan, having now reached the 4th level of that realm. Even if he were to be bestowed with the Jade Toad Spirit technique, it might not pique his interest. Furthermore, the entry-level Jade Toad Treasure Record holds little relevance for him. Nevertheless, playing along with the act, the addition of 1 or 2 more techniques would not be detrimental to him. Thus, Chu Xian maintained a facade of excitement. "Thank you, junior sister." Upon hearing the words junior sister, Su Qianqian could not help but darken in expression, feeling utterly disheartened. She immediately gritted her teeth and emphasized, "Just call me sister." "All right, junior sister." Seeing that Chu Xian had no intention of changing his address, Su Qianqian took a deep breath, reminding herself to be magnanimous and chose to ignore it. Subsequently, she began to verbally impart the cultivation methods of the Jade Toad Treasure Record to Chu Xian one by one. It must be said that Su Qianqian is quite invested in this matter, generously imparting her knowledge. Whether it be the cultivation techniques taught by her master or the insights she has gleaned through her own experiences, she shares everything without reservation with Chu Xian. For Chu Xian, this proves to be somewhat enlightening, albeit only marginally beneficial, given the considerable disparity in their cultivation levels. Initially, Chu Xian listened with a degree of seriousness, but as time passed, he found himself drifting into distraction. Nevertheless, Su Qianqian's goodwill made it difficult for him to decline, as it did not align with his current persona. Glancing around discreetly, Chu Xian suddenly recalled that he had yet to sign in today. He promptly murmured in his mind, "System, sign in." Almost immediately, the system's notification resonated in his consciousness. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the technique Tai Golden Chapter. Following this, a torrent of ancestral memories surged into Chu Xian's mind. Even with his formidable spiritual awareness, he felt momentarily overwhelmed, as if the profound sounds of the Tao reverberated within him, completely immersing him in the experience, akin to wandering through an endless expanse of Taoist scriptures. Junior brother. Junior brother. After what felt like an eternity, an anxious voice pierced through the haze, rousing Chu Xian from his reverie. As Chu Xian opened his eyes, he was immediately captivated by the unadorned beauty of Su Qianqian, whose flawless visage bore no trace of makeup. Junior brother, what troubles you? Have I overwhelmed you with too much knowledge? Su Qianqian inquired, her eyes filled with concern. Chu Xian shook his head, although his expression remained calm. A tempest of emotions stirred within him. The profound intricacies of the Tai Golden Scripture far exceeded his expectations, surpassing even the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique he had previously acquired. It was not that the Tai Golden Scripture was of a higher tier than the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique. While the latter was a supreme technique primarily focused on physical cultivation, its content was not overly esoteric. In contrast, the Tai Golden Scripture was a genuine Taoist practice, following the path of refining essence into qi, transforming qi into spirit, honing spirit into emptiness, and merging emptiness with the Tao. As the saying goes, the Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The depths of its mysteries left even someone as discerning as Chu Xian in awe. He found many aspects perplexing. Every character seemed to encapsulate boundless wisdom. Are you familiar with the Tai Golden Scripture? Chu Xian suddenly turned to Su Qianqian and asked, the Tai Golden Scripture? Su Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. That is the supreme scripture lost to our Tai sacred land for many years. How did you come to know of it? With a flicker of his gaze, Chu Xian shrugged and chuckled. I happened to overhear someone mention it and thought that by joining the Tai Holy Land, I might learn this technique. Dream on. Su Qianqian retorted bluntly. The Tai Golden Scripture is the supreme treasure of our Tai Holy Land, and only the Holy Master is qualified to cultivate it. Unfortunately, this technique has been lost for many years, and successive Holy Masters have sought it tirelessly, yet their efforts have been in vain. As of today, this aspiration seems to be an unattainable wish. Chu Xian nodded, his conviction regarding the value of the Tai Golden Scripture deepening. It is at least a technique of equal standing to the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique. Chapter 52, The Six Heavens of Dharma and the Uninvited Guest. Although Chu Xian had already acquired the supreme technique of the divine elephant-suppressing prison skill, he still held the newly obtained Tai Golden Chapter in high regard. Having personally experienced the extraordinary effects of the divine elephant-suppressing prison skill, his anticipation for the Tai Golden Chapter was even greater. While both techniques are supreme methods that directly point to the ultimate truth, their functions do not overlap due to their differing emphases. The divine elephant-suppressing prison skill focuses on physical refinement, aiming to temper the body and follow the path of strength. Once mastered, it grants the power of the divine elephant, capable of subduing all adversaries in the world. Conversely, the Tai Golden Chapter, as the supreme scripture of the Tai sacred land, is a pure Taoist technique that emphasizes the refinement of qi. Should one successfully cultivate it, their magical power would be as vast as the ocean, replete with myriad mysterious abilities. Currently, I possess the divine elephant-suppressing prison skill for physical cultivation and the Tai Golden Chapter for qi refinement. Should I also acquire a supreme technique for spiritual cultivation, it would signify the simultaneous mastery of essence, qi, and spirit. If all three could progress in harmony, I would have no shortcomings. Upon contemplating this, Chu Xian could not help but feel a surge of excitement. However, he quickly shook his head and chuckled. Such supreme techniques are serendipitous encounters, not easily attainable. Moreover, he had yet to fully grasp the essence of the Tai Golden Chapter. To contemplate new techniques at this juncture would undoubtedly be akin to yearning for the unattainable, aspiring for the lofty while neglecting the tangible. As the saying goes, one cannot chew more than one can swallow. No matter how formidable the technique, it requires diligent practice. Acquiring a technique is merely the first step. One must invest considerable time and effort to delve deeply into its intricacies. Only through thorough comprehension can its true value be realized. Otherwise, regardless of the number of techniques acquired, they would merely be squandered resources. Reflecting on this, Chu Xian took a deep breath, swiftly severing all distracting thoughts in his mind, and entered a state of serene focus for his cultivation. Sitting cross-legged in his palace, he had clearly forgotten about the Jade Toad treasure record. His consciousness was entirely immersed in the profound mysteries of the Tai Golden Chapter. He meticulously contemplated each passage of the Taoist scriptures, as if listening to a great master expound wisdom. Every character contained boundless truths, and every subtlety imbued him with a sense of enlightenment. Even his spiritual perception was unknowingly growing stronger at an astonishing pace. In truth, Chu Xian was at a significant advantage, for he had acquired the Tai Golden Chapter through a system which facilitated his understanding far more effortlessly than solitary study. The difficulty of mastery had been greatly diminished. Were it another person, even a slight deficiency in comprehension could render the attainment of such supreme teachings nearly impossible, regardless of how diligently they studied. Unbeknownst to him, they had seamlessly transitioned into night. As night descended, Chu Xian commenced his earnest endeavor in mastering the Tai Golden Scripture, progressing gradually from unfamiliarity to proficiency. Chu Xian was no ordinary individual. Possessing the supreme saint body of the primordial era, his innate talent was unparalleled. Although it was his first attempt at cultivation, he swiftly became adept. However, a peculiar transformation occurred within his cultivation level. Rather than ascending, it began to decline. Originally at the fourth heaven of the law manifestation realm, as he channeled the techniques of the Tai Golden Scripture, his cultivation level gradually diminished, descending to the third heaven, then the second, and finally to the first heaven, until it reached a point where it could descend no further. Yet, despite this reduction in cultivation level, Chu Xian's overall strength remained unaffected. Rather, the aura emanating from him subtly intensified. Throughout this process, his magical energy became extraordinarily refined. Through the practice of the Tai Golden Scripture, every thread of his magical essence glimmered with a golden hue, as if intricate and arcane characters were interwoven within, amplifying its formidable power. This, however, was not the culmination of his endeavor. Soon, a terrifying law manifestation emerged behind Chu Xian, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energies of the surrounding heavens and earth. Akin to a whale engulfing its prey, all of which he refined and assimilated with astonishing speed. The Supreme Saint Body, the invincible law manifestation, coupled with the supreme technique. Such a configuration is truly an unparalleled advantage, enabling Chu Xian to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at an astonishing pace, with an efficiency surpassing that of ordinary individuals by at least 100-fold. As he continuously absorbs and refines this inexhaustible spiritual energy, transforming it into an exceptionally pure form of true qi to fill his purple mansion space, Chu Xian's cultivation swiftly ascends. The second level of the law manifestation realm. The third level of the law manifestation realm. The fourth level of the law manifestation realm. Yet, even upon reaching the fourth level, his growth did not cease. He soon surged forward into the fifth level of the law manifestation realm, and subsequently forcefully broke through to the sixth level. It was only upon reaching the pinnacle of the sixth level of the law manifestation realm that Chu Xian managed to halt his relentless ascent. Although there remained a slight possibility for further enhancement, he recognized that excess could be detrimental. Observing the profound transformation in the spiritual power of his purple mansion, Chu Xian keenly sensed a significant metamorphosis in his overall strength throughout this process. While he would not claim to have undergone a complete rebirth, it was evident that, at the very least, his power had doubled in comparison to before. It is noteworthy that his previous strength was already formidable. Although he was only at the fourth level of the law manifestation realm, in terms of true power, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with even the pinnacle practitioners like Deng Ying. With such a foundation, the current extent of his enhancement remains uncertain. Even to Chu Xian himself, the Tai Golden Chapter indeed lives up to its reputation as the supreme scripture of the Tai Holy Land. Chu Xian took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. At this pace, reaching the pinnacle of the Dharma realm was merely a matter of time for him. Moreover, as he became increasingly proficient in the mastery of the Tai Golden Chapter, this period would undoubtedly be brief. Just as Chu Xian was preparing to immerse himself in further cultivation, he slightly raised his brow, vaguely sensing something amiss, and instinctively lifted his gaze toward the outside of the hall. Simultaneously, his aura was swiftly retracted, and he transformed once again into an ordinary practitioner of the first level of the innate realm. It must be here, he thought. Outside the hall, a figure clad in black swiftly glided in, landing gracefully on the eaves. This individual was evidently skilled in the art of concealment. Not only was his aura suppressed to the utmost degree, but he also seemed to merge seamlessly with the surrounding night. Even a passerby would find it difficult to detect his presence. According to Shang Zhuo, this young man had only recently joined the Tai sacred land. He surely harbored little loyalty to it. Compared to others, he represented the most advantageous breakthrough point. As for his cultivation at the first level of the innate realm, it appeared as insignificant as an ant to me, presenting no threat whatsoever. A trace of unabashed disdain flickered in the black-clad man's eyes. Acknowledging the vast disparity in their cultivation levels, he felt no hesitation and instantly vanished into the hall. Moments later, he appeared before Chu Xian with an air of superiority, coldly inquiring, "Young man, do you seek death or desire life?" Chapter 53, The Suppression of the Flip Palm. Who is the mastermind behind the scenes? Do you wish to die, or do you wish to live? Chu Xian raised his head and inquired. Upon witnessing the calm demeanor of Chu Xian, Xueping could not help but furrow his brow. This was evidently not in line with his earlier expectations. In his view, Chu Xian's reaction was rather excessively composed. Nonetheless, the fact that Chu Xian was willing to cooperate sincerely spared him considerable effort. He quickly suppressed the flicker of doubt within himself and coldly stated, "If you wish to die, I can send you to your demise right away. However, if you wish to live, you must answer my questions honestly. As long as I am satisfied, I may spare your life." As he spoke, seemingly to substantiate his words, a wave of his formidable aura, emanating from his pinnacle cultivation in the Purple Mansion realm, enveloped Chu Xian entirely. The overwhelming dominance of the pinnacle Purple Mansion realm over the first level of the innate realm was undeniable. Under the weight of his imposing presence, Chu Xian appeared devoid of any means of resistance. Yet, even so, Chu Xian remained unfazed. Seizing the moment, he leisurely examined Xueping from head to toe. A peculiar smile crept across his lips, and he nodded, saying, "I see. Since there is a chance to survive, I certainly do not wish to die. Please, ask your questions. Whatever I know, I shall reveal without reservation." Uncertain of the reason, upon observing Chu Xian's serene expression, Xueping felt an intensifying sense of doubt, yet was momentarily at a loss for explanation. "What is the current condition of the Grand Elder Dang Ying from your Tai sacred land?" he inquired swiftly. "Severely injured and on the brink of death, she lies in bed, unable to rise, relying solely on medicinal broths to survive. Does your Tai sacred land harbor any other concealed powerhouses? Aside from Grand Elder Dang Ying, there are merely the 5 of us. What transpired a few days ago?" Ahu's sudden outburst. Regarding the specific reasons, we too are in the dark. The two engaged in a question and answer exchange. Seeing that Chu Xian was indeed responding candidly to his inquiries, Xueping nodded in satisfaction. Immediately afterward, he adopted a serious demeanor and asked, "One final question. Has that old hag Dang Ying entrusted you with any special items?" "Special items?" Chu Xian was taken aback momentarily, then shrugged and replied with a light laugh. "Do you believe that as a newly initiated disciple, I possess the qualification to be privy to such matters? Even if there were special items, it is unlikely they would be entrusted to me." "That is indeed a valid point." Xueping nodded in astonishment, realizing, thanks to Chu Xian's reminder, that his question was rather foolish. "You have asked me numerous questions. May I pose one to you?" At that moment, Chu Xian unexpectedly raised his head and asked. Xueping's gaze instantaneously transformed into something perilous, revealing an unmistakable glint of cold-blooded menace within his eyes. He regarded Chu Xian with a half-smile, then mockingly lifted his chin, saying, "Go ahead, ask your questions." Chu Xian appeared utterly oblivious to the shift in Xueping's demeanor. Instead, he earnestly inquired, "Is your sect, the Flying Dragon sect, relentlessly targeting the Tai Holy Land merely for that peculiar artifact?" Upon hearing Chu Xian explicitly identify his own affiliation, Xueping's expression drastically altered, the murderous intent in his eyes now fully exposed. He involuntarily summoned his entire cultivation, causing the very palace to tremble with waves of energy. Xueping fixed his gaze on Chu Xian, enunciating each word with deliberate intensity. "You know far too much. Young man." As the words echoed, he struck with unbridled ferocity, his palm descending like lightning towards Chu Xian's head, as if it were destined to shatter upon impact. In truth, even if Chu Xian had refrained from posing that question, Xueping would have shown him no mercy. From the very beginning, Xueping had harbored no intention of leaving any witnesses. Now that Chu Xian had uncovered his identity, his demise was all but certain. You have inundated me with inquiries, to which I have responded in kind. Yet now, when I pose a single question, you not only refuse to answer, but also resort to violence. Tell me, does that not seem excessively unreasonable? Chu Xian sighed, his calm voice resonating softly within the hall. Accompanied by Xue Ping's menacing demeanor, the entire scene appeared rather disjointed. Observing his right hand suspended in midair, Xue Ping's face soon flushed a deep crimson. Yet, no matter how he exerted himself, even summoning every ounce of his cultivation, he remained utterly incapable of advancing a single inch. At that moment, Xue Ping could hardly deny that he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. His gaze toward Chu Xian inevitably shifted, betraying a mix of indignation and humiliation, akin to being toyed with like a mere monkey. However, beyond his embarrassment, an unsettling sense of panic surged within him. For even at this juncture, he could not fathom Chu Xian's true nature. The sensation he evoked was akin to an unfathomable abyss, a vast ocean whose depths remained forever elusive. Who on earth are you? Xue Ping demanded, his voice laden with false bravado. Do you not already know? I am Chu Xian, a newly initiated disciple of the Tai Sacred Land. Chu Xian replied with a nonchalant shrug and a disarming smile. Do you take me for a fool? Xue Ping retorted, his voice rising in anger. How can a mere novice possess such formidable strength? Before he could finish, without any warning, Xue Ping's cultivation erupted with a sudden ferocity. Instead of charging at Chu Xian, he darted towards the palace exit with the speed of a released arrow, clearly intent on seizing the opportunity to flee. It must be said, he exhibited a degree of cunning and decisiveness that was commendable. Had it been an ordinary person, there might have been a chance for escape. Yet, under the vigilant gaze of Chu Xian, such an opportunity was utterly non-existent. With a resounding boom, an overwhelming aura suddenly radiated outward, enveloping the entire palace in an instant. As if the surrounding space had been forcibly sealed, Chu Xian raised his hand and pressed downwards, and in that moment, Xue Ping felt an unimaginable and terrifying pressure descend upon him. With a thunderous crash, he found himself prostrate on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he was subdued, an unprecedented sense of powerlessness flooding his heart. Although his cultivation at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm was not insignificant, granting him a degree of prominence within the entire Qingyuan prefecture, at this moment, he found himself devoid of even a sliver of the ability to resist. The disparity in strength between the two was far greater than he had anticipated. Now, are you ready to answer my questions? Chu Xian approached step by step, soon standing before Xue Ping, looking down with an inquiring gaze. Speak, what is your true identity, and what brings you to the Tai Sacred Land? In a matter of moments, their positions had undergone a complete reversal. Xue Ping's complexion was exceedingly grim. However, as he found himself at the mercy of another, he clearly had no options left. He certainly did not wish to meet his demise, so he replied earnestly, My name is Xue Ping, and I am the vice sect master of the Filong sect. I have come at the behest of our esteemed sect master to investigate the specifics of the Tai Sacred Land. Vice sect master of the Filong sect? It seems your sect is indeed tenacious. A cold smile played at the corners of Chu Xian's lips as he pressed further. What is this special item you just mentioned? I truly do not know, Xue Ping replied with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. Chu Xian's gaze suddenly turned icy, noticing the shift in demeanor. Xue Ping's heart raced, and he quickly exclaimed, I genuinely do not know. I can swear to the heavens on this. However, I do know that the one who truly desires that item is not our sect master, but rather another individual. Another individual? Chu Xian's expression sharpened at the revelation. Who is it? I have only heard the sect master mention it in passing. It is said that this person has a significant background, and our sect master is deeply wary of their identity. Beyond that, I am not privy to any further details. Knowing nothing after being questioned thrice. What use are you? A murderous intent flickered in Chu Xian's eyes. Without allowing Xue Ping a chance to plead for mercy, he swiftly shattered his heart meridian with a single strike. However, just as Chu Xian was about to summon the Sun True Fire to eradicate the evidence, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, leading him to conceive a new idea. Chapter 54. Alas, the deputy sect master has hanged himself. In the early morning, a disciple of the Flying Dragon sect opened the mountain gate and unexpectedly discovered a dark figure swaying incessantly before it. Groggily lifting his head, he was soon met with the familiar visage of none other than their deputy sect master, Xue Ping. However, in stark contrast to his usual appearance, his face was now as pale as snow, devoid of any trace of color. coupled with his cold, rigid form. It was evident to anyone with eyes that he was in a dire state. In the next moment, a piercing scream echoed throughout the Flying Dragon sect. The shocking news spread swiftly. The deputy sect master had committed suicide by hanging. Upon hearing this grim revelation, from the esteemed elders to the ordinary disciples, everyone was left utterly astounded. The entire sect was thrown into chaos, as Xue Ping was no ordinary figure, as the deputy sect master of the Flying Dragon sect. He held a position of immense significance, his prestige second only to that of the sect master, Gu Qianhong. Moreover, his cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. Even in the vast expanse of Qingyuan Prefecture, he was a person of considerable renown. Given time, he might even have aspired to become a formidable figure in the Dharma manifestation realm. His sudden demise at the gates of the Flying Dragon sect had indeed caused an astonishing ripple of impact. The more pressing question remained, was Xue Ping's death a suicide or a homicide? If it were the latter, it would undoubtedly be a provocation to the entire Filong sect, likely triggering a cascade of subsequent issues. Soon, all the elders and high-ranking members of the Filong sect gathered here, led by the sect master, Gu Qianhong. With a tense expression, he gazed at the elder of the punishment hall who was examining the body of Xue Ping, and solemnly inquired, "What are the findings?" The elder of the punishment hall took a deep breath and swiftly provided the results of the examination. Deputy sect master Xue did not die by suicide. Rather, he was killed by a powerful strike that shattered his heart vein. The assailant's strength was beyond imagination, if my judgment is correct. Deputy sect master Xue had no capacity for resistance at the time. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. It is important to note that Xue Ping was a peak practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm. For him to be rendered utterly defenseless indicates an opponent of extraordinary caliber. Could it be a formidable being of the Dharma manifestation realm? No. Even an ordinary practitioner of the Dharma manifestation realm might not possess such prowess. In an instant, disbelief washed over the crowd. Yet, the one making this assessment was the elder of the punishment hall, leaving them no choice but to accept it. Before long, all eyes involuntarily turned to sect master Gu Qianhong. "Master, how shall we address this matter?" Gu Qianhong was not only the sect master of Filong, but also its sole practitioner of the Dharma manifestation realm. "You need not worry. I shall personally handle this affair and will assuredly provide an explanation for the deceased deputy sect master Xue." Gu Qianhong inhaled deeply, then spoke each word with deliberate clarity. Others remain oblivious to Xue Ping's itinerary from last night, yet he himself is acutely aware, for it was a task he meticulously orchestrated. This, of course, was not a calculated attempt on his life. In truth, given Xue Ping's peak cultivation in the Purple Mansion realm, coupled with his exceptional skills in concealment, this mission should have posed no peril for him. After all, there are but a handful of individuals within the Tai sacred ground, and the only one capable of threatening Xue Ping, the elder Deng Ying, is currently gravely ill. Even if she were to discover him, Xue Ping's prowess would allow him to retreat unscathed. Logically, a task deemed almost foolproof has inexplicably gone awry. Not only has Xue Ping been struck down with a single blow, but his corpse has also been hung before the gates of the Flying Dragon sect. This is undoubtedly a provocation and an affront to the entire Flying Dragon sect. As the sect leader, Gu Qianhong cannot possibly swallow this insult. Who, then, possesses the strength to slay Xue Ping without the slightest resistance? Perhaps in her prime, Deng Ying could have wielded such power, but now that is simply beyond her capabilities. Over the years, she has poured her heart and soul into sustaining the Tai sacred ground, enduring countless battles, and her body has been utterly exhausted. That she has managed to persist until now is a testament to her resilience. Could it be that the Tai sacred ground harbors other formidable beings? Contemplating this, Gu Qianhong could not help but alter his expression. Though he believes that the Tai sacred ground has reached a point of desperation and that no hidden powers should remain. However, in matters of great concern, one must not underestimate the potential for unforeseen circumstances. The Taiji sacred land, after all, was once the unparalleled immortal lineage of the eastern wilderness. As the saying goes, a lean camel is still larger than a horse. Who can guarantee that they have truly exhausted all their resources? The presence of such a formidable adversary lurking in the shadows, now aiming their sights on the Flying Dragon sect, has left Gu Qianhong in a state of unease. This matter must be resolved swiftly. Observing the panic etched on the faces of those around him only solidified his conviction. If this issue is not addressed promptly, the entire Flying Dragon sect may succumb to a climate of fear. Alone, the sect lacks the strength to confront this threat. However, the Flying Dragon sect is not merely a small faction. They have powerful allies backing them. It is imperative to report this situation to the Protector Lord at once, especially as it pertains to the Taiji Sacred Land. Perhaps Xue Ping had made a significant discovery, leading to his silencing. Gu Qianhong swiftly issued a few commands before hastily departing the sect alone. At the very moment he left, a faint smile crept across Chu Xian's lips from a nearby hiding place. The act of displaying Xue Ping's corpse at the Flying Dragon sect was indeed his handiwork. Yet, his intention was not to provoke. On one hand, he found such triviality beneath him, and on the other, the insignificant Flying Dragon sect hardly warranted such attention. His true aim was to stir the grass and startle the snake. Judging by the current outcome, it appears to have worked splendidly. I am eager to uncover the identities of those who stand behind the Flying Dragon sect. A flicker of concealed ferocity flashed in Chu Xian's eyes. Having resolved to remain at the Taiji Sacred Land, he naturally wished to avoid being scrutinized throughout the day, rather than perpetually guarding against others. It would be far more prudent to eradicate the source of his troubles once and for all. With his current prowess, even when confronting a peak practitioner of the Dharma aspect realm, he felt no trepidation, especially after successfully refining the divine weapon, the Thunder Spirit Spear. His audacity had only intensified. He immediately employed his agility, trailing behind Gu Qianhong with a leisurely pace. The two moved in tandem, swiftly departing from the influence of the Flying Dragon sect and heading eastward. In the blink of an eye, they traversed over 1,000 miles. Upon reaching a gorge, Gu Qianhong suddenly halted. Chu Xian, who followed closely, raised an eyebrow, promptly concealing his aura to the utmost degree. However, Gu Qianhong appeared to sense something amiss. With a grim expression, he turned around and coldly remarked, "Since you have followed me all this way, why not reveal yourself?" Chu Xian remained composed, entirely unfazed. Observing this, Gu Qianhong's countenance grew increasingly sullen. His spiritual perception swept the surroundings, yet he discovered nothing. This undeniably suggested two possibilities. Either there was truly no one present, or the other party's perception surpassed his own. While he yearned for the first scenario, he was acutely aware that the current reality was unequivocally the latter. Chapter 55. The Uncanny Beast and the Overwhelming Law Avatar. At this moment, Gu Qianhong found himself in an excruciating dilemma. Advancing further would undoubtedly allow his adversary's schemes to come to fruition, although he remained oblivious to the specifics of their machinations. He had abruptly realized that everything occurring since morning was likely orchestrated by them. Retreating to the sect was an even more daunting prospect, as it could potentially spell disaster for the Flying Dragon sect. Caught in a perilous predicament, akin to being trapped between a wolf and a tiger, Gu Qianhong felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Drawing a deep breath, he resolutely settled into a meditative posture, channeling the ethereal energies of heaven and earth to replenish his depleting cultivation. After all, not everyone possesses a dantian as extraordinary as Chu Xian's, capable of recovering at a pace that surpasses consumption. Though Gu Qianhong was a formidable figure at the third level of the Law Avatar realm, the arduous journey had taken a toll on his cultivation. As he gradually regained his strength, Chu Xian could not help but feel an acute sense of irritation. His concern was not for Gu Qianhong's restoration of power, but rather for the latter's apparent intention to linger indefinitely, which was the source of his vexation. Chu Xian had no desire to engage in a protracted standoff with Gu Qianhong. If the latter were to remain here for half a month, would he also be expected to hide away for the same duration? The potential loss of countless opportunities for sign-ins was a thought he could scarcely bear. It seems one cannot underestimate the world and its inhabitants, Chu Xian silently reminded himself, and then he ceased to conceal his presence, stepping forward with deliberate intent. The moment he revealed himself, Gu Qianhong's body tensed instantaneously, and he sprang to his feet as if he were being scrutinized by a formidable beast. An indescribable sense of peril enveloped his heart, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. To encapsulate his feeling in a single phrase, it was akin to having a thorn in his back. He no longer had the inclination to restore his cultivation. Instead, he discreetly summoned all his energy. Upon seeing Chu Xian's exceedingly youthful visage, Gu Qianhong's pupils dilated in shock, disbelief etched across his features. He had initially presumed that the hidden figure was an ancient remnant from the Taiji Sacred Land, which aligned with his earlier conjectures. However, with Chu Xian's emergence, all his assumptions crumbled. Such youthfulness, reminiscent of an ordinary disciple from their Flying Dragon sect, was utterly beyond his expectations. Who are you truly? Gu Qianhong inhaled deeply, suppressing his astonishment, and posed the same inquiry as Xue Ping. Yet, at that moment, Chu Xian showed little interest in addressing his question. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply inform me, who is the individual behind you? Or rather, who has sent you to target the Tai sacred land? Chu Xian inquired with an expression of calm indifference. Upon hearing these words, Gu Qianhong couldn't help but feel a tightening sensation in his chest. Coupled with the task assigned to Xue Ping last night, he immediately grasped the situation, gritting his teeth and declaring, Xue Ping was indeed killed by you. Chu Xian was momentarily taken aback by this accusation. However, rather than denying it, he nodded in acknowledgement, stating, Indeed, Xue Ping met his demise at my hands. With your deputy sect master dead, if you, the sect leader, were to perish as well, do you think the Flying Dragon sect would not crumble into disarray? Utterly shameless. Hearing Chu Xian's words, Gu Qianhong's expression darkened ominously. Your ability to slay Xue Ping was merely due to his unpreparedness. I, a formidable being of the Dharma realm, am not to be compared with Xue Ping. Though he felt constrained in Chu Xian's presence, as a powerful figure of the Dharma realm, Gu Qianhong retained a fundamental confidence. Even if he were not a match for Chu Xian, he refused to believe he lacked the capability for self-preservation. Moreover, he was not alone in this confrontation. Come forth. Without any further ado, Gu Qianhong raised his right hand and struck the spirit beast pouch at his waist. The pouch opened, and with a roar, an enormous shadow emerged from within. The colossal silhouette quickly spiraled above, displaying its claws and fangs, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. It was unmistakably a pitch-black beast. A Jiao dragon. A Jiao dragon? Upon witnessing the immense figure, a flicker of astonishment crossed Chu Xian's eyes. The dragon has evidently reached the level of a formidable demon, its strength undeniably rivaling that of the most powerful figures among humanity. In comparison to the sheep demon he once hunted, this dragon's prowess likely surpasses it. After all, as a member of the dragon lineage, albeit a mixed one, it stands apart from ordinary beasts. It seems it is indeed this creature that has discovered my presence. A thought sparked in Chu Xian's mind, leading him to a conclusion. Given Gu Qianhong's capabilities, he should not have been able to detect his existence. Otherwise, he would not be sitting idly in place. Conversely, a creature like the dragon possesses extraordinary senses and some enigmatic, exceptional innate abilities. Indeed, Gu Qianhong did not refute this point. This creature is the guardian beast of our Flying Dragon sect, nurtured with care for several centuries. And even the name of our sect derives from it. Your power is formidable, yet when faced with our combined strength, you may not emerge unscathed. You still have the chance to depart. Gu Qianhong fixed his gaze on Chu Xian, his tone rigid and frigid. Confronted with an unknown power of the law, he was naturally reluctant to take risks. Moreover, the more pressing reason was that he had already seen Chu Xian's appearance, and he could easily leverage the power behind him to confront Chu Xian. At that moment, he would not have to lift a finger to exact his vengeance. However, such thoughts were not beyond Chu Xian's perception. Chu Xian chuckled lightly and shook his head. If you were to summon a true dragon, I might have to consider it. However, a hybrid serpentine dragon holds no distinction for me. It is akin to an ordinary beast. Roar! Before Gu Qianhong could react to Chu Xian's words, the serpentine dragon erupted in fury. As a formidable creature, it could easily rival the might of a powerful human practitioner, possessing a level of intelligence far beyond that of mere beasts. Unable to endure such a disparagement, it yearned to rend Chu Xian into pieces. With a fierce glare, it unleashed a torrent of demonic energy and lunged ferociously at him. Seeing the dragon take the initiative, Gu Qianhong could not remain a passive observer. Although anger simmered within him, his reflexes were remarkably swift. Without hesitation, he summoned his own avatar, a dragon form even larger than the serpentine dragon by a third. The air trembled as the very essence of the world surged violently. The colossal dragon avatar swiftly advanced, enveloped in an aura of terror as it bore down upon Chu Xian. The simultaneous attack from both the dragon and the man was indeed awe-inspiring. Yet, in the face of this spectacle, Chu Xian did not so much as blink. He stood firmly in place, exhibiting no intention of evasion. Suddenly, the entire realm was shrouded in darkness. A multitude of pitch-black spatial rifts erupted across the vast sky, spreading with astonishing speed until they encompassed an area of over 100 miles. Gazing intently, One could see an unimaginable and terrifying divine manifestation emerging behind Chu Xian. The Taichu divine elephant trod upon the 9 heavens, accompanied by the sun, moon, and stars. Under the imposing aura of this dreadful figure, Chu Xian's presence soared to an unfathomable degree of terror in the blink of an eye. He floated serenely in midair, resembling a deity of unparalleled stature. Go! At that moment, he raised his hand and pointed forward. The Taichu divine elephant, the main embodiment of the divine manifestation, remained still, while 2 stars at its periphery surged forward with a fierce howl. Yet, even this was utterly unmatched. They descended like 2 colossal mountains, ruthlessly pressing down. The initially menacing and clawing dragon was instantaneously suppressed to the depths of the earth. Gu Qianhong's dragon-shaped manifestation shattered into pieces. Under the overwhelming pressure of the stellar manifestation, he found himself utterly immobilized, his cultivation force forcibly confined. How could this be possible? Gu Qianhong exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes filled with unimaginable horror. Although he was a formidable figure at the 3rd level of the divine manifestation realm, and his own manifestation was merely ordinary, its utter fragility exceeded his wildest expectations. Undoubtedly, this was not due to the weakness of his manifestation, but rather the overwhelming strength of Chu Xian's, a strength that instilled both fear and despair. How could such a terrifying manifestation exist in this world? Gu Qianhong's face was a portrait of desolation. The blow he suffered this time was overwhelming, nearly obliterating his past convictions, leaving him in a state of despondency. Confronted with such a stark disparity, despite the turmoil within him, he was compelled to bow his head in submission. I can divulge everything to you. I implore you to spare the Filong sect. After a brief moment, he lifted his gaze, struggling to articulate his words. Agreed. Chu Xian nodded affirmatively. What we seek is a key to unlock a hidden realm. As for the exact nature of this realm, I am not entirely certain. Throughout this ordeal, we have merely acted on orders. The reason for assigning us from the Filong sect was likely to avoid drawing excessive attention. Regarding the forces behind this, it pertains to the factions of 1 palace, 2 teachings, and 3 sword sections. As he spoke, the name hovered on the tip of his tongue, but suddenly, an expression of profound agony crossed Gu Qianhong's face, followed by a rapid manifestation of twisting, writhing runes that enveloped his entire being. He let out a pained scream. Witnessing this, Chu Xian's countenance shifted, and he instinctively stepped forward, appearing before Gu Qianhong in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he pointed. Yet, Chu Xian was still a heartbeat too late. With the eruption of countless runes, a deafening explosion echoed, and Gu Qianhong's body disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist, leaving not even a trace behind. Observing this harrowing scene, Chu Xian's pupils involuntarily contracted. What a cruel and insidious tactic. It is evident that within Gu Qianhong's body, a dreadful curse has long been implanted. Once triggered, it would undoubtedly lead to his utter annihilation. It is likely that even Gu Qianhong himself remains oblivious to this grim reality. The question arises, among the 1st palace, the 2nd sect, and the 3rd sword school, which one is responsible? Chu Xian furrowed his brows slightly. With Gu Qianhong deceased, he found it challenging to uncover the truth. With a wave of his hand, his magical prowess surged like a tidal wave, swiftly erasing all traces of the scene. He then departed from the place with great strides, accompanied by the half-dead dragon. Chapter 56. Could it truly be dragon meat? In the open space of the Taichi sacred land, a large pot was set up, steam rising and delectable aromas wafting through the air. Nearby, 4 heads were aligned, eagerly gazing into the pot. The rich, savory scent was enough to make anyone salivate, and they found themselves unable to suppress a gulp. Glub, perhaps the sound of swallowing was too pronounced, as even Chu Xian, who was focused on cooking, turned to look. Jia Jia, Ahu, and Lu Bo, the 3 voracious eaters, remained unfazed. However, Su Qianqian, with her more delicate sensibilities, felt her cheeks flush under Chu Xian's gaze. Seemingly a bit embarrassed, she quickly changed the subject, asking, "What kind of meat is this? It smells so delicious. You didn't find it down the mountain again, did you?" She clearly recalled the roasted whole lamb from a few days prior, which, according to Chu Xian, had been something he stumbled upon down the mountain. Taken aback by her words, Chu Xian paused, then broke into a smile, nodding seriously. "Indeed, I happened to find this as well down the mountain. Brother, where exactly did you find it? I want to accompany you next time." Jia Jia exclaimed with admiration, her excitement evident. Ahu chimed in, his voice low. I'll come along next time too. I can help carry it back. And though my legs aren't very nimble, I can certainly lend a hand. Lubo added, eager to contribute. Haha, you actually believe me? Upon witnessing the serious expressions of the three individuals, Su Qianshan could not help but burst into laughter, finding their naivety amusing. How could there be so many foolish sheep that meet their demise at the foot of the mountain every day? Clearly, he was jesting. I am not joking at all, and there is one point you have misunderstood. This time, it is not a goat, but a dragon, a true dragon, he asserted. Dragon meat? Su Qianshan scoffed at the notion, incredulous. Do you think us fools? You speak of a dragon, yet why not claim it to be a celestial dragon? Setting aside the idea of a soaring celestial dragon, even the most ordinary of river dragons possesses the ability to traverse the skies and evade earthly bounds. They are formidable beasts, far beyond the capacity of mere mortals to confront, let alone slay. Noticing the skepticism etched on Su Qianshan's face, Chu Xian shook his head, weary of offering explanations. At times, the truth is met with disbelief. The contents of the pot indeed contained authentic dragon meat, specifically that of the river dragon nurtured by the flying dragon sect for centuries. Initially, Chu Xian had no intention of taking its life. After all, it was a creature comparable to a formidable being of the law manifestation realm. Should he manage to subdue it, it could serve as a valuable steed. However, this particular river dragon was exceedingly proud and unruly, unwilling to submit, and instead threatening Chu Xian with hostility. If he were to invest years, perhaps even decades, in taming it, there might be a glimmer of hope. Yet, it was evident that Chu Xian lacked the patience for such a venture. A river dragon with its growth potential already maxed out did not warrant the expenditure of his time and energy. The fate of the dragon was all too predictable. In the past, when the demonic dragon in the 9th level of the celestial prison eluded capture, Chu Xian had lamented the missed opportunity. Now, although this dragon was but a serpent, it nevertheless constituted dragon meat, allowing them to savor its taste. All right, let us feast. Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. Drawing from their previous experience, they wasted no time, swiftly seizing their bowls and chopsticks to indulge in the meal. Compared to the previous demonic sheep, this dragon was considerably more formidable, and the energy imbued within the dragon meat was remarkably abundant. Each morsel contained an astonishing essence of life, making this enormous pot of dragon meat even more nourishing than medicinal cuisine. Its value truly remarkable. Soon, their faces flushed with delight as they absorbed the continuously released energy from the dragon meat, their cultivation levels visibly ascending at an astonishing pace. The weakest among them, Jia Jia, experienced a breakthrough, rapidly advancing from the 5th realm of body refinement to the 6th, with her progress still ongoing. The body refinement realm represents the common tier of martial artists in the land of Tiannan, encompassing levels from the 9th grade warrior to the 1st grade grandmaster, corresponding to the 1st to the 9th heavens of body refinement. In contrast to the detailed classifications of Tiannan, the distinctions in the Eastern Wilderness are notably simpler, a reflection of the differing circumstances in each region. Nevertheless, regardless of how the realms are categorized, the fundamental essence remains unchanged. Given Jia Jia's age, her attainment of such a level underscores her commendable talent for cultivation. Shortly thereafter, Rube successfully transcended the long-standing bottleneck of the 8th layer of body refinement, progressing smoothly to the 9th layer. As for Ahu, he seized this opportunity to make a remarkable breakthrough into the innate realm. This achievement can be attributed to the subtle infusion of a breath of energy into his being by Chu Xian during their last encounter. Although it left him weakened for several days, it significantly opened up his meridians, akin to the effects of a thorough cleansing. Their previous feast of roasted lamb had already accumulated considerable energy within him, and the dragon meat this time proved even more potent, finally enabling him to take that crucial step. While the innate warriors in the Eastern Wilderness may not possess the same value as those in the Southern Sky, they are nonetheless beings of the innate realm. With a doubled lifespan and the ability to manipulate chi for flight, they remain fundamentally distinct from ordinary martial artists. The other 3 individuals also experienced rapid advancements, and Su Qianshan was no exception. Her innate talent is undoubtedly the finest among those present. Were it not for the limited conditions of the Tai sacred land, her current cultivation would undoubtedly exceed its current state. The energy she has absorbed from accompanying Chu Xian in their feasts has been nothing short of astonishing. The quantitative accumulation has led to a qualitative transformation, allowing her to reach the pinnacle of the innate realm. At this juncture, acquiring a medium spiritual object to open her purple mansion poses no challenge for her whatsoever. In a sense, she can now be regarded as a half-formed purple mansion adept. Although Chu Xian had consumed the most and refined the energy most thoroughly, his cultivation was simply too advanced, coupled with his profound foundation, rendering the amount of energy insufficient for him to progress further. Perhaps an additional 3 or 4 dragon serpents would provide a more substantial enhancement. However, in order to avoid appearing overly extraordinary, he allowed his visible cultivation to increase slightly, successfully breaking through from the first level of the innate realm to the second level. After a while, everyone concluded their breakthroughs, their faces radiating with joyful smiles. Jia ascended to the 7th level of the body refinement realm, feeling that her appetite had returned, which naturally delighted her. Lubo reached the 9th level of the body refinement realm, sensing a significant improvement in his physique. If he could break through to the innate realm, his leg issues would be completely resolved. Although Ahu appeared somewhat simple-minded, he grasped the significance of breaking into the innate realm and couldn't help but beam with joy. As for Su Qianqian, it goes without saying, her master had long prepared the spiritual tools necessary for opening her purple mansion, yet she had always felt something was lacking. Now, however, she felt entirely fulfilled and was ready to attempt her breakthrough. Suddenly, a thought crossed their minds, and everyone turned in unison to gaze at Chu Xian, exclaiming in unison, "Could this truly be dragon meat?" Initially, they had their doubts. Yet now, with each person's cultivation having advanced, they found themselves compelled to believe. Chapter 57. Signing in at the Danding Hall, the precious cloud elixir. As the saying goes, one's mouth is sweetened by the food one consumes, and one's hand is shortened by the gifts one receives. After indulging in 2 sumptuous feasts, the members of the Tai Sacred Land found themselves thoroughly won over by Chu Xian. This not only facilitated Chu Xian's seamless integration into the Tai Sacred Land, but also significantly enhanced their fondness for him. However, an excessively high level of affection can sometimes prove to be a double-edged sword. Indeed, Jia, that spirited girl, has been incessantly imploring Chu Xian to take her down the mountain to scavenge for prey, leaving him utterly exasperated. Ahu occasionally insists that Chu Xian accompany him in martial training, and Chu Xian worries that a moment's distraction might lead him to deliver a fatal blow. Furthermore, Su Qianqian, having successfully transcended to the Purple Mansion realm, has become increasingly haughty, frequently coming to offer her guidance to Chu Xian. He yearns to reveal his true cultivation level to this young lady, hoping to show her the reality that there are always greater heights beyond the known. Nevertheless, considering that he would be residing in the Tai Sacred Land for an extended period, Chu Xian ultimately dismissed this notion and resigned himself to endure her arrogance for a while longer. Even more infuriatingly, this young lady has taken to adopting the airs of a senior sister, under the pretense of urging him to progress, insisting on checking his cultivation progress in the Jade Toad treasure record every few days. Meanwhile, Chu Xian has been wholeheartedly engrossed in the study of the Tai Golden Chapter, a supreme text, leaving him little inclination to engage with the Jade Toad treasure record, a mere introductory level technique. To be frank, he has long since relegated the Jade Toad treasure record to the far reaches of his memory. Ultimately, Chu Xian found himself overwhelmed with annoyance and could only retreat to a distance. The Danding Hall, a palace constructed on the mountainside by the Tai Holy Land, was unmistakably designated for the refinement and storage of elixirs. At the zenith of Tai's glory, this hall housed thousands of precious spiritual pills, their worth rivaling that of the countless tomes of martial arts within the transmission hall. However, following the catastrophic downfall of the Tai Holy Land, both the Danding Hall and the transmission hall fell prey to ruthless pillaging. Years have elapsed, and while the transmission hall has managed to retain much of its structure, the Danding Hall now lies in ruins. Had it not been for Chu Xian's specific inquiry to Lu Bo, he might not have even discerned the exact location of this hall. Does signing in here bear any significance? Gazing upon the desolate remnants of crumbled walls and desolation, Chu Xian momentarily harbored doubts. Nevertheless, it was merely a singular opportunity for signing in. Even if squandered, it would not be of great consequence. Conversely, should he succeed in signing in at this site, the rewards could very well exceed his expectations. Chu Xian was not one to dither. and he soon found himself resolutely murmuring, "System, sign in." Shortly thereafter, the system's notification resonated within his mind. "Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a vial of Jiangyun elixir." Chu Xian raised his right hand, and soon a porcelain vial, resembling white jade, appeared in the palm of his hand. Upon opening the vial, a fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafted into the air. Inside the vial were precisely 10 elixirs, each the size of a thumb, adorned with intricate cloud patterns. They not only appeared crystal clear, but were also enveloped in a faint, ethereal glow, exuding an extraordinary aura. In his mind, the pertinent information regarding the Jiangyun Baodan swiftly emerged. Ordinary elixirs are generally categorized from 1 to 10 based on their efficacy and quality, with the Jiangyun Baodan classified as an 8th grade elixir, undoubtedly ranking among the most precious of superior grade medicines. This classification is indeed justified. The refinement of Jiangyun Baodan demands exceptionally high standards. Even many advanced alchemists struggle to grasp its formulation techniques. Only those masters of alchemy, possessing extraordinary skills, can confidently produce such elixirs. It is precisely due to this formidable difficulty in production that the price of Jiangyun Baodan remains consistently high. On the market, a vial containing 10 Jiangyun Baodan would fetch at least 100,000 spirit stones, and even then, it is often more valuable than available. However, the effects of the Jiangyun Baodan are equally remarkable, capable of directly enhancing one's cultivation, making it one of the finest elixirs suitable for the phase of Dharma aspect. The Jiangyun Baodan is perfectly aligned with my current realm. It seems that coming to the Danding Hall to register was indeed a fortuitous decision. A subtle smile graced Chu Xian's lips as he promptly returned to his palace. He then closed the palace doors, ensuring that he would not be disturbed by others. Subsequently, he entered a state of cultivation, swallowing a crimson cloud elixir. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming in the blink of an eye into an astonishing surge of energy coursing through his limbs and bones. In that moment, Chu Xian seemed to metamorphose into a wispy white cloud, suspended in midair, enveloped entirely by a pure, radiant light. Yet, Chu Xian did not allow himself to be completely immersed in the miraculous effects of the crimson cloud elixir. He promptly summoned his focus and began to channel the cultivation techniques from the Tai Golden Scripture. The errant energies from the elixir were swiftly refined and absorbed, and after a few circuits, these energies were quickly transformed into magical power, merging into the ocean of magical energy within his Dantian's purple mansion. As this process unfolded, Chu Xian's cultivation level ascended steadily. Although the elixir's effects were remarkable, Chu Xian's foundation was exceedingly solid. Just one crimson cloud elixir could not facilitate his breakthrough. However, if one was insufficient, he would consume 2. If 2 proved inadequate, then 3. Chu Xian felt no hesitation, rapidly swallowing them one after another. For other formidable beings at the law manifestation realm, such an act would undoubtedly be tantamount to courting death. Yet, Chu Xian was different. Not only did he possess the primordial sacred body, but his training in the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique had also endowed him with a physique far superior to that of his peers. Moreover, with the supreme divine flame of solar true fire assisting in the refinement of the elixir's potency, the refining effects of the Tai Golden Scripture were equally extraordinary. Such configurations are not something the average person can possess, which is precisely why Chu Xian dares to act so unrestrainedly. In just half a day's time, he has consumed more than half of a bottle of the precious Jiangyun elixir. In exchange for this, Chu Xian has successfully transcended the bottleneck of the 6th level of the law manifestation realm, ascending to the 7th level. Although the difference between the 6th and 7th levels is but a minor tier, the gap between them is substantial. The 6th level represents the mid-stage of the law manifestation realm, while the 7th level belongs to its latter stage. Having successfully entered the latter stage, Chu Xian's powers have not only become more formidable, but the primordial divine elephant he has manifested has also solidified further, resulting in a significant enhancement of his overall strength. To put it bluntly, with his current prowess, even a peak practitioner of the law manifestation realm would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand a few of his strikes. Moving forward, he may well be preparing for the subsequent realm of creation. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chu Xian's eyes. The progression of cultivation realms is as follows: body refinement, innate, purple palace, law manifestation, creation, kingship, and sagehood. Following the law manifestation realm is the creation realm. It is said that those of the law manifestation possess great power, while the revered figures of creation are unparalleled. In this era where sages are absent and kings do not emerge, a master of the creation realm stands as an indisputable superpower, given Chu Xian's innate talent and strength. Once he breaks through to the creation realm, few will be able to rival him. Chapter 58. The Nine Heavens of the Dharma Realm. Breakthrough in the Deep Mountains. With the demise of Guqianhong, the esteemed leader of the Flying Dragon sect, chaos ensued as anticipated. The sudden death of the vice leader, Xueping, further plunged the sect into disarray. In the vast expanse of the Flying Dragon sect, not a single unifying figure emerged to command respect and loyalty. The elders, consumed by their ambitions for power and authority, turned their attention away from the Taichi's sacred land, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Meanwhile, the shadowy forces that had lurked in the background seemed to hesitate in the wake of Gu Qianhong's passing, refraining from further actions for the time being. Amidst this tumultuous backdrop, the Taichi's sacred land enjoyed a rare tranquility. Time swiftly flowed by, and before they realized it, 3 months had elapsed. During this period, Chu Xian diligently signed in at the Pill Cauldron Hall almost every day. It was not that he lacked the desire to venture elsewhere. Rather, the allure of the precious elixirs he obtained daily was simply too tempting to resist. With the aid of these potent potions, Chu Xian's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. He ascended through the realms of the Dharma, reaching the pinnacle of the 7th, then the 8th, and ultimately the 9th heaven of the Dharma realm. At this juncture, Chu Xian's cultivation prowess stood at par with that of Deng Ying, the Grand Elder of the Taichi sacred land. However, this comparison pertains solely to cultivation level. In terms of magical power, physical prowess, and divine abilities, Deng Ying found it challenging to rival the current Chu Xian. To speak candidly, even if Deng Ying were to regain her peak condition, it is unlikely she could withstand 3 strikes from Chu Xian. Moreover, after more than half a month of relentless honing, Chu Xian's cultivation has seemingly reached a point of no further advancement, which is referred to as the pinnacle of the Dharma aspect realm. At this juncture, unless he undergoes a transformative breakthrough, it is exceedingly difficult for him to progress further. The only objective now before Chu Xian is to strive for the realm of creation. The breakthrough to this realm does not necessitate external assistance. Rather, it requires sufficient internal accumulation to attempt such a leap. Chu Xian's accumulation, though perhaps not unparalleled throughout history, remains exceptional among his peers, with few able to compare. After all, the size of his purple mansion space is tens of thousands of times greater than that of an ordinary cultivator. This singular fact alone is sufficient to place him leagues ahead of others. Chu Xian, of course, would not dare to attempt a breakthrough within the Tai sacred land. He had previously caused quite a stir during his ascent to the Dharma aspect realm in Tiannan, and one can only imagine that the commotion accompanying a breakthrough to the creation realm would be no less significant. Should he proceed with such an endeavor in the Tai sacred land, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of its inhabitants. While trivial matters might be easily dismissed with a convenient excuse, this situation is evidently too significant for such subterfuge. The people of the Tai sacred land are not naive. Additionally, there is a crucial reason. Chu Xian suspects that there are likely many who covertly monitor the Tai sacred land. Should he break through within the sacred land of Tai, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of various individuals. At that juncture, it might even provoke a series of complications, shattering the tranquility of the sacred land, a scenario that Chu Xian wished to avoid. Hence, he resolved to achieve his breakthrough outside the confines of Tai. Chu Xian had already selected a suitable location, the boundless mountains located to the rear of the sacred land, the very site where he had previously hunted the sheep demon. This mountainous region stretched for tens of thousands of miles, adorned with dense forests and scant human presence, teeming with demonic beasts that ordinary folk would scarcely dare to approach. More importantly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in that area was exceptionally abundant. If one disregarded the inherent dangers, it would undoubtedly serve as an ideal setting for a breakthrough. As for the minor perils, they were hardly worthy of concern given Chu Xian's formidable strength. After making the necessary preparations, Chu Xian informed Su Qianqian of his intention to venture out for several days, and then he departed from the sacred land of Tai alone. The advantage of solitude lay in its laxity in management, unlike the rigid regulations of the larger sects, where even the elders and higher-ups were bound by numerous rules. restricting their freedom. As soon as Chu Xian left the sacred land, he swiftly employed his agility techniques, soaring into the heavens, and in the blink of an eye, he raced towards the endless mountains. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, he sprinted 1,000 miles in one breath, plunging deep into the heart of the mountains. His rapid flight naturally drew the attention of numerous demonic beasts and avian creatures, some of which possessed astonishing strength. Without a hint of courtesy, Chu Xian declared with a single word, "Kill." All the blind beasts and avian creatures were, without exception, slain on the spot by Chu Xian, leaving behind a trail stained with blood. Although the more formidable beasts were ferocious and bloodthirsty, they were not devoid of intelligence. Under the onslaught of Chu Xian's massacre, the remaining beasts were instantly intimidated, quickly realizing that a formidable and fearsome individual had entered the mountains, prompting them to retreat in haste. After a careful selection, Chu Xian soon identified a gorge as his place for a breakthrough, for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was particularly rich. If he was not mistaken, there should be a hidden spiritual vein beneath the ground of the gorge. Such a treasure trove, of course, could not be unclaimed. The moment Chu Xian stepped into the gorge, a terrifying giant python, several dozen feet in length, emerged, raising its head. "Human, this is my territory. If you wish to live, depart." The giant python, its scales a deep emerald, spoke with a human voice, its enormous eyes fixed on Chu Xian, gleaming with a chilling and fearsome light. This was undoubtedly a seasoned great demon. In comparison to human cultivators, its strength was comparable to that of a mid-stage law manifestation cultivator. How dare a mere serpent demon proclaim itself king? A cold glint flashed in Chu Xian's eyes. He then raised his right hand, and the Thunder Spirit Spear instantly materialized in his palm, crackling with arcs of electricity. With a piercing shriek that split the air, the Thunder Spirit Spear transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling forward with great velocity. This action undoubtedly incited the wrath of the formidable giant python. Seeking death, accompanied by a sharp, ear-piercing roar, an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged around it. Immediately, its colossal form lunged ferociously towards Chu Xian. With a resounding crash, the Thunder Spirit Spear collided with the terrifying serpent. The ferocious power of the raging lightning clashed violently with the ominous and sinister aura, sending waves of dreadful energy spiraling outward, causing the very earth to tremble. For a fleeting moment, it appeared as if the two forces were evenly matched. Yet, this equilibrium was merely an illusion. Chu Xian raised his hand and pressed forward with determination, channeling his immense consciousness. In an instant, the Thunder Spirit Spear blazed with brilliance, its divine might erupting in full force. It swiftly pierced through the layers of malevolent energy, impaling the colossal python directly. The python's eyes widened in disbelief. However, its massive body became uncontrollable, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Soon, its breaths grew shallow, and moments later, it lay utterly lifeless. With a flick of his hand, Chu Xian stored the python's corpse within the storage ring he had previously acquired, intending to savor the delicacy of snake soup at a later time. This place is indeed remarkable. As Chu Xian ventured into the canyon, he swiftly discerned that the ethereal essence of heaven and earth was far more potent within, truly deserving the title of a treasure trove. It is no wonder that the colossal python was reluctant to relinquish it. Unfortunately, it ultimately failed to protect its territory, sacrificing its very life in the process. Chu Xian did not immediately prepare for a breakthrough. Instead, he summoned all of his cultivation. A terrifying visage manifested behind him, exuding an almost tangible pressure that swiftly permeated the surroundings. Subsequently, a chilling and ominous wave surged forth in all directions, akin to the tumultuous tides of a raging sea. Those who wish to survive, depart at once. Chu Xian's frigid voice resonated through the void. Countless beasts paled at the sound, particularly upon realizing that the fearsome python that once dominated the canyon had met its demise. Panic-stricken, they scattered in sheer terror. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of creatures fled, desperately covering their heads as they ran. Within less than half an hour, the surrounding area of over 100 miles was devoid of any formidable beasts. Chu Xian swept his senses across the vicinity, confirming that nothing had escaped his notice, and he nodded in satisfaction. For these bloodthirsty creatures, reasoned discourse proved futile. Only overwhelming power could compel them to submit. What the future held mattered little to Chu Xian. However, during his period of breakthrough, this region must remain undisturbed. Chapter 59. the profound essence of creation, one force shattering all laws. Deep within the canyon, all was silent. Chu Xian sat quietly, cross-legged upon a large stone. The sacred body circulated, his cultivation surged, and a terrifying aura enveloped him, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Soon, an awe-inspiring Dharma form manifested behind him, imposing like a mountain above the canyon. The primordial divine elephant seemed to emerge from the boundless void, overshadowing the sun, moon, and stars. At this moment, not within the holy land of Tai, but in the wild mountains, Chu Xian felt no need to restrain himself. He fully unleashed the power of the Dharma form. With each breath the primordial divine elephant took, an inexplicable rhythm resonated, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble in response, as a terrifying pressure radiated outward, instilling a sense of dread. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth from the surrounding mountains and forests, the underground spiritual veins, and even the ethereal essence drifting through the void was drawn in, coalescing like rivers converging to this spot. Within a brief moment, the concentration of spiritual essence in the canyon reached an astonishing level. In such an environment, Chu Xian's cultivation progressed with remarkable efficiency. His cultivation swiftly ascended to its peak, replenishing the energy expended in the recent battle. Feeling his state fully restored, Chu Xian did not linger. He inhaled deeply, preparing to launch himself toward the realm of creation. The realm of creation, to transcend the realm of transformation. The most pivotal aspect lies in the comprehension of the profound truths. This understanding distinguishes the realm of transformation from that of the law's manifestation. It is only through the grasp of these profound truths and their integration into oneself that one can successfully break through this barrier. So what are these profound truths? They are among the most fundamental forces in existence, or rather, the culmination of a force taken to its utmost limit. These are the profound truths. The truths of wind, rain, space, earth, speed, and death. The myriad of profound truths in the world is countless. Every force possesses its own profound truth. Yet, truly comprehending a profound truth is no simple feat. To master it entirely is even more challenging, let alone fully integrating it into oneself. Consequently, throughout history, those who have successfully transcended the realm of transformation are indeed few and far between. This, of course, pertains to ordinary cultivators. In contrast, Chu Xian's capabilities are unparalleled in every aspect, far beyond that of an ordinary cultivator. He possesses the primordial sacred body. Aside from the yet-to-be-completed spirit with sacred body and sharp metal sacred body, he has already fully integrated the other three sacred bodies. Therefore, he innately commands the profound truths of water, fire, and earth. Should he desire, he could effortlessly utilize these three profound truths to break through the realm of transformation, and the process would pose no difficulty whatsoever. However, Chu Xian chooses not to pursue this path, for he has a more advantageous option at hand. The profound essence of strength derived from the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique. In comparison to the recently encountered Tai Golden Chapter, Chu Xian had already acquired the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique long ago in Tiannan, and he has diligently cultivated it for over a decade, attaining a significantly deeper mastery. Indeed, through these 10 years of rigorous training, Chu Xian's physical prowess is entirely on par with his cultivation level. In other words, even without drawing upon his cultivation, Chu Xian's physical strength renders him no less formidable than his peers of the same rank. The divine elephant-suppressing prison technique is an unparalleled method that leans towards body refinement, emphasizing the path of strength. Once cultivated to its zenith, one can harness the might of the divine elephant, subduing all adversaries. Though Chu Xian has yet to reach the pinnacle of this technique, his understanding of strength has already attained an astonishing level. The essence of strength may sound commonplace, yet it is, in fact, one of the most powerful principles in existence. Strength is the ultimate manifestation of martial prowess, hence the adage that one force can break myriad laws. Despite the myriad transformations and mystical powers, they can all be vanquished by sheer strength. To transcend the realm of creation with such a principle aligns perfectly with Chu Xian's aspirations, enabling him to achieve even greater combat capabilities. Let us begin. Chu Xian inhaled deeply, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his obsidian eyes, and then he fully activated the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique. In an instant, his body seemed to transform into countless particles, totaling 840 million. Every particle appears to have awakened, akin to colossal elephants roaring in unison. 800 million of these majestic creatures bellow simultaneously, conjuring an incomprehensible force. In the blink of an eye, they coalesce into an unimaginable torrent, unleashing an unparalleled and terrifying power. The essence of strength has long been comprehended and mastered by Chu Xian. His sole task now is to thoroughly integrate it within himself. This integration must encompass not only his physical being, but also his magical essence and the very manifestation of his spells. When the essence permeates the body, it can forge a transformative physique. Not only will his physical prowess be significantly enhanced, but the rate of recovery from injuries will also accelerate remarkably. Even the loss of limbs will no longer pose a grave concern, as they can be restored through the power of transformation. When the essence infuses the magical energy, it will metamorphose into transformative magic. Upon completion of this metamorphosis, its might will be incommensurable. For instance, if Chu Xian integrates the essence of strength, his magical energy will gain characteristics akin to indestructibility. Should the essence be infused into the manifestation of his spells, it will evolve into a transformative manifestation. At this juncture, the manifestation will be imbued with a semblance of vitality. With but a thought, it can suppress formidable adversaries, exuding an enigmatic divine might that is nearly insurmountable. Time drips away, moment by moment, as the integration of the essence of strength and Chu Xian progresses steadily. Perhaps it is due to the profound mastery of the essence of power that Chu Xian possesses, or perhaps it is a result of his exceptionally solid foundation. But the time consumed has exceeded expectations. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days and nights have passed, yet the culmination remains elusive. Fortunately, Chu Xian's accumulation is extraordinary. His magical energy is as boundless as the ocean, seemingly inexhaustible. As the process of breakthrough continues, the celestial phenomena generated become increasingly astonishing, and the area they encompass expands ever wider. Initially confined to a radius of 100 miles, it eventually stretches to 200, then 300 miles. Before long, a significant portion of the vast, undulating mountain ranges has been enveloped by this terrifying aura. Various phenomena flash in and out, casting a formidable divine majesty that obscures the heavens and eclipses the sun. Countless beasts, gripped by fear, cower and bow their heads, their eyes filled with an unprecedented dread. It should be nearly complete. Chu Xian murmurs to himself, immediately summoning all his strength in preparation for the final surge. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurs. As his aura shifts dramatically, the void nearby is suddenly torn apart by an unimaginable force. A colossal, fearsome beast's claw descends from the heavens, accompanied by a torrent of monstrous energy, directly lunging towards Chu Xian with ferocity. Chapter 60. The Onslaught of Beasts. The Reappearance of the Heavenly Furnace. How audacious of mere humans to dare to transcend their boundaries on our territory, utterly oblivious to the peril that awaits them. Today, I shall devour your flesh and blood, thereby ascending to the realm of the demon sovereign. Suddenly, a terrifying beast with the head of a tiger and the body of a marten materialized in midair, its eyes fixated intently on Chu Xian in the valley, glimmering with unabashed greed. This formidable creature had evidently been lying in wait for an extended period, biding its time until Chu Xian reached the critical juncture of his breakthrough, before finally tearing through the void to launch its assault. As a peaked demon, its power was on par with the pinnacle of human cultivators in the Dharma aspect realm. Now, it unleashed its full might, its terrifying claws striking with the swiftness of lightning, causing vast expanses of the void to shatter like thunderous explosions. However, to its astonishment, Chu Xian displayed not a trace of panic in response to this unforeseen attack. His expression remained serene, as if he had anticipated this moment all along. With a resonating hum, the earth armor activated instantaneously, layers of defensive barriers accumulating in perfect synchronization to shield against the fearsome claws. The full-force assault of a peak demon was indeed formidable. Even though the earth armor was a supreme Tao artifact, it was pierced through a dozen layers of defensive barriers in succession. The dilemma lies in the fact that under Chu Xian's full exertion, the defensive barrier forged by the earth armor comprises an astonishing multitude of layers, easily exceeding 100. In other words, the sudden assault from this peak demon failed to even graze Chu Xian's fur. Upon realizing this, the demon, which bore the head of a tiger and the body of a marten, was instantly engulfed in an expression of profound dismay. Despite its inflated self-regard, it could not overlook the vast chasm that lay between itself and Chu Xian at that moment. Nevertheless, it did not retreat. Instead, it turned around and bellowed. "What are you waiting for? If you delay any longer, this human will successfully break through. At that point, not only will you lose your chance, but you will all perish." As the demon's furious roar reverberated, the surrounding void shattered, revealing a succession of terrifying beasts. These creatures varied in appearance, some colossal and others diminutive, yet each radiated a chilling aura of formidable demonic energy. All were fearsome entities of the great demon class. In addition to these great demons, an increasing number of beasts surged forth from all directions, their blood-red eyes glimmering with a ferocious thirst for carnage. A rough count revealed that there were no fewer than 10,000 of them. The sheer aggregation of such numerous beasts coalesced into a malevolent force that could be described as cataclysmic. The sinister and terrifying aura had materialized into a palpable essence, casting the entire sky into a pitch-black shroud, transforming this region into an eerie domain of monsters. Eliminate him, devour his flesh and blood. The Black Cloud Mountains are our territory, and we shall not permit humans to tread upon it. An ancient beast, steeped in years, spoke slowly, its voice imbued with a chilling intent to kill. Soon, all the monstrous creatures erupted into a frenzy. Not only do humans consume beasts, but beasts also feast upon humans. Especially powerful cultivators like Chu Xian, whose vibrant life force presents an irresistible allure to these creatures. Initially cowed by Chu Xian's formidable presence, they dared not entertain any thoughts of rebellion. However, now, with thousands of beasts gathered, they perceived this as an inevitable banquet of gluttony. Kill! A commanding roar erupted from an unknown great beast, and swiftly, all the monstrous entities joined in a cacophony of roars, surging forward in a frenzied stampede. In an instant, the monstrous aura soared to the heavens, shaking not just the Black Cloud Mountains, but even the vast expanse of Qingyuan Prefecture. Countless human warriors turned pale, believing they were witnessing the onset of a beast tide. The ground trembled violently as ferocious winds howled. The charge of over 10,000 beasts was far more terrifying than the might of 100,000 troops. Yet, the most alarming sight was that of the numerous great beasts soaring high above. Each of these titanic creatures was a formidable entity, comparable to those at the Law Manifestation Realm, and here, a gathering of over a dozen of such beasts convened. Such a formation, even when one gazes across the entirety of Qingyuan Prefecture, reveals that few factions can muster a comparable display. The simultaneous emergence of so many formidable demons heralds an ominous portent, akin to the very heavens and earth collapsing. A barrage of terrifying divine abilities roars forth, obliterating all in their path, an unstoppable force. In the blink of an eye, the valley where Chu Xian resides has been entirely enveloped. Indeed, the moment is nearly upon us. At this juncture, Chu Xian's gaze flickered, and he murmured to himself. In truth, he had long perceived the lurking presence of these beasts. While he possessed remarkable skill and courage, he would not allow himself to become complacent. In such a perilous environment, how could he fail to remain vigilant to the shifts around him? Given the strength of his divine sense, the number of beasts capable of evading his scrutiny was exceedingly scarce. Even among the few exceptionally gifted creatures that could elude his awareness, they remained but a tiny fraction. However, Chu Xian refrained from making a hasty strike. Instead, he feigned ignorance, allowing the gathering beasts to multiply in number. As he beheld the stampede of myriad creatures and the simultaneous assault of several great demons, rather than feeling any trepidation, a chilling smile curled upon his lips. Everything was in readiness, save for the final impetus. In this critical moment, Chu Xian summoned the full power of his divine elephant suppression technique, causing his vitality to surge and boil. His form transformed into a myriad of particles, each resembling a roaring and bellowing giant elephant. The primordial sacred body commenced its powerful operation, abruptly radiating an unparalleled and resplendent divine brilliance. Following this, an immense furnace of heaven and earth materialized within this realm. This was the extraordinary technique bestowed by the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique. In the past, during his time in the southern skies, Chu Xian had relied upon this very ability to refine the corpse of the dragon from the 9th level of the celestial prison, subsequently evolving into an invincible Dharma form that transcended the Dharma realm. Now, as he invoked this technique once more, Chu Xian's cultivation had far surpassed his previous state, resulting in a furnace of heaven and earth that was even more colossal and terrifying. Regardless of the thousands of rampaging beasts on the ground or the dozen formidable monsters soaring in the sky, they were swiftly enveloped within the confines of the furnace. The dreadful flames ignited, as Chu Xian clearly intended to refine these myriad beasts into resources for his further advancement. Those beasts plotted against his body, and Chu Xian equally schemed against them. It was merely a matter of who possessed greater patience and superior skill. No, the formidable monsters soon sensed the impending doom and immediately began to resist fiercely, attempting to flee without a second thought. At that moment, Chu Xian promptly summoned his Dharma form. The might of the invincible Dharma form was evidently beyond their hasty capabilities to counter, and soon, the dozen great monsters were ruthlessly suppressed. The vast ocean of spiritual power was then mobilized, causing the flames of the furnace to blaze even more fiercely. With the assistance of the supreme divine flame, the true fire of the sun, numerous demonic beasts were swiftly refined against their will. They were all transformed into the purest essence of life, flowing into Chu Xian's body like a continuous stream of white rivers. Accompanying this process, the aura emanating from Chu Xian surged upward at an astonishing rate, drawing ever closer to a breakthrough into the realm of creation. Chapter 61. A Tenfold Disparity. The legendary iron-eating beast? The earth-shattering roar of the heavenly melting furnace resonated as it operated at full capacity, forcibly refining one beast after another. The flesh, blood, and bones of these creatures were swiftly transformed into pure essence of life. As an increasing amount of this life essence was absorbed by Chu Xian, his level of existence continually ascended and evolved. Approaching the realm of creation, the aura emanating from him became increasingly astonishing. With Chu Xian's cultivation prowess on the rise, the potency of the heavenly melting furnace grew ever more formidable, rendering the remaining beasts even more incapable of resistance. Undoubtedly, this was a process where the strong became stronger and the weak grew weaker. As time progressed, the hope for survival among these beasts dwindled to near insignificance. In truth, had they united in earnest cooperation from the outset, it is conceivable that Chu Xian might not have contained them all, at least not entirely. Alas, there are no ifs in reality. Despite their numbers, these beasts were ultimately disorganized and disparate. Thus, in the end, not a single beast managed to escape its fate. After several hours, the multitude of ordinary beasts was entirely refined, leaving only a handful of exceptionally powerful demons struggling in vain. Indeed, they were struggling. By this point, they had lost all semblance of their former arrogance and ferocity. Each one resembled a toothless tiger, reduced to a state of illness and despair. In the arduous struggle against the furnace of heaven and earth, their formidable demonic powers were nearly depleted. Under the relentless pressure of colossal particles, their resistance grew increasingly feeble and insubstantial. Soon, even these formidable beings found themselves at the brink of exhaustion. The first to succumb was an ordinary great demon resembling a rhinoceros. As the fierce flames enveloped it, despair overtook its spirit. "No, I surrender. Spare my life. I implore you. I shall serve you as my master," it cried out in sheer panic. Confronted with the specter of death, even a great demon was compelled to bow its proud head. Yet, Chu Xian remained indifferent to its pleas. Under the merciless incineration of the furnace of heaven and earth, the body of the rhinoceros demon soon disintegrated. Like those mundane beasts, its flesh and blood were transformed into pure essence of life, continuously pouring into Chu Xian's being, fortifying his progress. The demise of the rhinoceros demon was merely the commencement. Soon, the fate of the other great demons would follow. As the number of remaining beasts dwindled, the power of the furnace intensified, forcing them towards the twilight of existence. Some great demons, like the rhinoceros, fell into despair and begged for mercy, while others resorted to frenzied curses. Still, others resigned themselves to their fate, awaiting death in silence. Regardless of their final choices, the outcome was invariably the same. The colossal demon form crumbled successively, transforming into an astonishingly abundant essence of life that surged continuously into Chu Xian's body. In terms of quality, these demonic beasts could not compare to the carcass of the dragon from the 9th level of the celestial prison. However, while lacking in quality, they far surpassed in quantity. With over 10,000 demonic beasts, including a dozen formidable ones, the life essence extracted from them greatly exceeded that of the dragon's remains. This, in turn, bestowed immense assistance upon Chu Xian. With a resounding explosion, his vital blood finally reached its limit, soaring into the heavens and causing the starry river to tremble. This time, not only did Qingyuan Prefecture shake, but the entire eastern wilderness witnessed countless powerful beings opening their eyes, their gazes revealing an unmistakable expression of astonishment. Harnessing this unimaginable and overwhelming power, Chu Xian finally crossed that threshold and ascended to the realm of creation. From this moment forth, he became a venerable master of creation. Alongside this transformation, the profundity of strength also advanced from the entry level to the minor achievement stage. The profundities are categorized into 4 stages: entry, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection, each distinctly defined with significant disparities between them. Typically, it would take a cultivator several decades, or even centuries of refinement to break through to the realm of creation and elevate their profundity to the minor achievement stage. However, due to Chu Xian's extraordinary accumulation, he attained minor achievement status in strength's profundity immediately upon breaking through. Moreover, the essence of strength is inherently formidable. It is evident that although Chu Xian has just recently transcended to the creation realm, anyone who underestimates him as a mere novice at the threshold will undoubtedly suffer significant losses. However, the life essence extracted from the myriad of demonic beasts has bestowed upon Chu Xian benefits that extend far beyond this. Not only has it facilitated his smooth passage over the final threshold of cultivation, but it has also elevated his physique to an entirely new echelon. Upon closer inspection, the countless particles within his body have transformed from the form of a youthful giant elephant into that of a young dragon elephant. Giant elephant, dragon elephant, elemental elephant, divine elephant. These represent the 4 pivotal stages of life embodied by the divine elephant suppression technique. The evolution of his bodily particles into the power of the dragon elephant undeniably signifies that his divine elephant suppression technique has officially ascended to the 2nd level. Naturally, Chu Xian is not yet capable of converting all 800 million particles within his body into dragon elephant particles. Currently, only a minuscule fraction has successfully undergone this transformation. Nevertheless, this signifies that his physique has entered a new realm. In a sense, his corporeal form has similarly stepped into the creation realm. Furthermore, as an increasing number of particles evolve into the power of the dragon elephant, the level of his physique will continue to ascend, potentially at a pace even swifter than that of his cultivation progress. The divine elephant suppression technique truly lives up to its reputation as an unparalleled art. At this moment, Chu Xian cannot help but marvel once more. Unbeknownst to him, 2 days and nights have slipped by. After 2 days and nights, he finally stabilized his cultivation thoroughly. Feeling the explosive power within his body and the expansion of his dantian, his magical prowess grew increasingly formidable. A smile of joy could not help but grace Chu Xian's lips. His painstaking efforts had borne fruit, yielding results that met his expectations. After 5 days and nights of intense training, he had undergone a profound transformation, with his strength increasing at least tenfold compared to before. Indeed, the disparity between the law manifestation realm and the creation realm was immense. Moreover, Chu Xian had not merely achieved a breakthrough in cultivation. He had simultaneously enhanced both his cultivation and physique. Coupled with the principles of strength at the minor completion stage, the tenfold increase was, in fact, a conservative estimate. Just as Chu Xian was about to tidy up and depart, he suddenly raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. In the next moment, Chu Xian vanished from his location. Outside the canyon, on a sandy expanse, his figure materialized instantly. There in the sand, a distinctly black and white posterior was prominently protruding, while the head and half of the body were deeply buried in the earth. It resembled an extraordinary sculpture, standing motionless. A playful smile crept upon Chu Xian's lips as he raised his right hand, channeling his magical energy into an invisible hand that swiftly extracted the figure from the sand. Meanwhile, Chu Xian beheld the complete visage of this creature. Its round face and fluffy body presented an endearing sight, crowned with a pair of oversized dark circles and a pair of sparkling eyes. The stark contrast of black and white throughout its form rendered it exceedingly charming. Resembling a colossal toy, at that very moment, it gazed cautiously at Chu Xian, its face adorned with a solicitous grin. Occasionally, it would roll about, seemingly indulging in playful antics. Could this be the fabled iron-eating beast? Chu Xian was taken aback with astonishment. He then inquired, "Can you speak?" It promptly shook its head. Chu Xian, with a twinkle in his eye, observed it and asked meaningfully, "You seem quite fearful of me?" It intended to continue shaking its head. However, upon recalling the terrifying scene from earlier, it could not help but tremble in apprehension. "It seems you are perhaps a lucky survivor. Even those dozen formidable demons were forcefully refined, yet you managed to escape?" Chu Xian quickly grasped the situation, feeling a wave of astonishment wash over him. In his eyes, the cultivation prowess of this iron-eating beast was not particularly formidable. Its strength was merely at the level of a high-tier demon beast, roughly equivalent to a practitioner at the Purple Mansion realm among humans. Among the tens of thousands of demon beasts before, many were significantly stronger than it. Yet, while those beasts were forcibly refined by the heavenly furnace, this creature of merely high-tier status had somehow survived. This is clearly beyond the mere description of good fortune. If Chu Xian's guess is correct, this individual's talent is likely extraordinary. However, considering the various rumors surrounding the iron-eating beast, Chu Xian is able to accept this reality. With this thought in mind, a broad smile spreads across Chu Xian's face. "It seems we share a profound connection. Why not accompany me?" The iron-eating beast is left in utter confusion. It wishes to decline, but finds itself hesitant to do so. What should it do? Who can provide the answer? It is eagerly awaiting a response. Chapter 62. Master, that fellow is not a good person. At the foot of the Tai sacred land, Chu Xian approached riding the iron-eating beast. Under Chu Xian's coercion and persuasion, the iron-eating beast ultimately chose to submit. This marked a significant distinction between the iron-eating beast and ordinary demonic beasts. Most ordinary demonic beasts are unruly, arrogant, and their ferocity often surpasses their rationality. In simpler terms, they lack intelligence. However, the iron-eating beast is different. Even though it is not a formidable demon now, its intelligence is akin to that of a human, rendering it a naturally unique species. To refuse means death. To comply means survival. This decision was not difficult for the iron-eating beast. Although acknowledging a human as its master and serving as a mount seemed somewhat humiliating, the myriad benefits promised by Chu Xian appeared to make it an acceptable choice. Beasts will never serve as slaves, unless their needs for food and shelter are guaranteed. After a friendly negotiation, both parties swiftly reached an agreement. They then signed a contract, formally establishing a master-servant relationship. Subsequently, Chu Xian bestowed a name upon the iron-eating beast, Yuan Yuan. It was unavoidable, as the beast's round and plump physique was quite striking. Among the names Yuan Yuan and Gun Gun, Chu Xian ultimately opted for Yuan Yuan, as it was a female iron-eating beast. "Master, I am hungry. Could you possibly provide another piece of dragon meat?" A sweet, naive voice suddenly echoed in Chu Xian's mind. He glanced down and soon beheld a large, distinctly black and white face gazing up at him with eager anticipation. Although Yuan Yuan is currently unable to articulate her thoughts, following the signing of the master-servant contract, a profound mental connection has already been established between both parties. "Haven't you just eaten a short while ago? How can you be hungry again?" Chu Xian inquired incredulously. He suddenly questioned his own judgment in choosing to adopt such a glutton. The creature seems to possess an insatiable appetite. It hasn't been long, yet he feels he is on the verge of becoming a caretaker. 2 hours have already elapsed, and they have traveled quite a distance. After all, she is still a juvenile, in the midst of growth. Yuan Yuan instantly resorted to charming antics, an adorable display. "A juvenile, indeed," Chu Xian remarked, observing her considerable form, which prompted a wave of exasperation. Nevertheless, based on the lifespan of the iron-eating beasts, Yuan Yuan could indeed be considered a juvenile. With this thought, Chu Xian couldn't help but let out a sigh. "The dragon meat is finished. Shall we resort to snake meat?" The last dragon he encountered had yielded thousands of pounds of meat, which was certainly too much for a single sitting. However, no matter how plentiful, it could not withstand the cravings of the glutton before him. As he spoke, Chu Xian retrieved a sizable portion of snake meat from his storage ring and tossed it to Yuan Yuan. This was indeed the meat of the enormous python that had previously dominated the gorge. Yuan Yuan, unfussy in her preferences, accepted the snake meat with enthusiasm, relishing the fact that, despite the absence of dragon meat, she was still indulging in the flesh of a formidable creature. She quickly began to devour it, her expression radiating sheer delight. At this moment, if some bamboo were to be added, it would be even more splendid. After satisfying her hunger, the round figure quickened her pace, and in the span of a tea's brewing time, she returned to the Taichi Holy Land with Chu Xian. Upon witnessing Chu Xian's return, the inhabitants of the Taichi Holy Land swiftly gathered around. After more than 3 months of companionship, they had genuinely embraced Chu Xian as one of their own. Wow, how adorable. Senior brother, what kind of beast is this? Jia Jia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the iron-eating beast beneath Chu Xian. Such a cute expression. Junior brother Chu, where did you procure this? Su Qianqian also couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Indeed, no woman could resist such a fluffy creature. However, Ahu, with an earnest expression, inquired, can it be eaten? His serious demeanor suggested he was already calculating how many meals he could derive from it. As a true gourmand, the round figure was utterly astonished, wondering what manner of person would think of eating her upon their first meeting. Absolutely not. Su Qianqian and Jia Jia chorused in unison. They not only shot a fierce glare at Ahu, but also cast a vigilant look towards Chu Xian, as if to say that should he utter a single word about consumption, he would face dire consequences. In the face of the two women's unfriendly expressions, Chu Xian raised his hands in innocent surrender, exclaiming, I haven't said anything. This must be the iron-eating beast, a legendary mount of the great deity Qiyu. It is said that this creature primarily feeds on bamboo and meat, and possesses the ability to devour iron and gold, with an incredibly formidable bite force. Although inherently lazy, its innate talents are extraordinary. At that moment, a somewhat ostentatious voice suddenly resonated. A young man then strode forward, adorned in splendid attire and wielding a folding fan, embodying the demeanor of a scion from a prestigious family. His speech inevitably carried an air of ostentation. Upon hearing his words, Chu Xian lifted his gaze and cast a glance at him, a flicker of perplexity crossing his eyes, before turning to Su Qianqian beside him. Understanding Chu Xian's unspoken query, Su Qianqian promptly introduced, this is junior brother Huatiani. He is a disciple that Uncle Wu took in during his travels, and he recently returned to the Holy Land just a few days ago, coincidentally while you were away. Uncle Wu? Chu Xian mused, realizing that Uncle Wu was indeed Jia Jia's father. Hearing this, he instinctively glanced toward Jia Jia. However, to his surprise, Jia Jia, being precociously astute, blurted out without a moment's hesitation, don't look at me. I can't recall when the old man took in such a disciple. Huatiani, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly interjected, Jia Jia, you were but a child then, so it is entirely understandable that you do not remember. In fact, I once held you in my arms. I possess the token of my master as proof, which surely cannot be fabricated. Moreover, I inherit the lineage of Tongtian Peak, which, when compared to your Yuchan Peak, is the true main lineage. In essence, I am the eldest senior brother of the Tai Holy Land. At this juncture, he surveyed the crowd with a gaze that bore a hint of condescension. During its zenith, the Tai Holy Land was home to 36 lineages, and Tongtian Peak was indeed one of the principal branches. However, as of today, the Taichi Sacred Land is nearing its end, and it is evident that no one takes this matter seriously. In response to his remarks, Jia merely scoffed dismissively. As for Ahu and Lu Bo, they whispered to each other while pointing at Yuan Yuan, completely disregarding him. Ultimately, it was Su Qianqian who stepped in to mediate, regardless of the circumstances. Junior brother Hua is still a disciple of our Taichi Sacred Land, and his presence signifies a promising future for us. As for Huatiani's claim of being the elder brother, Su Qianqian chose to remain silent. What a joke. After all my hard work, you waltz in and attempt to usurp my position as the leader. Do you truly believe I lack a temper? Even if Huatiani were somewhat oblivious, he could sense the unwavering loyalty of the crowd and hastily shifted the topic, turning to Chu Xian with a smile. You must be junior brother Chu, correct? I have heard you joined the Taichi Sacred Land 3 months ago. We should become better acquainted. At this juncture, he glanced at Yuan Yuan, a glimmer of interest in his eyes as he said, I have a penchant for collecting rare and exotic beasts. Are you willing to part with this iron-eating beast? I can offer you 1,000 spirit stones. In his view, 1,000 spirit stones represented a considerable sum for the impoverished disciples of the Taichi Sacred Land, believing that Chu Xian would be swayed. However, his display of wealth was clearly misplaced. 1,000 spirit stones were but a trifling amount compared to what Chu Xian possessed. Moreover, the iron-eating beast was a creature of extraordinary talent, a rare entity of the world. A mere 1,000 spirit stones might as well be the price for a pile of its droppings. Chu Xian shook his head and replied, "Not for sale. Not for sale." Hua Tianyi raised an eyebrow, emphasizing his tone. "What about those 2,000 spirit stones?" With a smile that was neither here nor there, Chu Xian looked at him and stated directly, "Even if you offered 20 million spirit stones, I still wouldn't sell." Hua Tianyi's expression darkened instantly, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. However, after glancing at the crowd, he ultimately suppressed his anger. "Since junior brother Chu is so resolute, I shall not take what others cherish." With that, he angrily swirled his sleeve and departed. Humph. What kind of person thinks they can buy a steel-eating beast with just 1 or 2,000 spirit stones? As soon as he left, Ahu could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "It should be at least 10,000 spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Lu Bo beside him nodded in agreement. It turned out that the two had been discussing the worth of Yuan just moments before. Chu Xian found himself both amused and exasperated. "Master, that fellow is no good." At that moment, Yuan's voice echoed in Chu Xian's mind. As a mystical creature of heaven and earth, her sensitivity surpassed that of humans in certain aspects. Chu Xian turned to gaze at Hua Tianyi's retreating figure, a flicker of intrigue glimmering in his eyes. Since he is a disciple of the Tai Holy Land, why did he not join earlier? Why return at this particular moment? Could it truly be mere coincidence? Chapter 63. The Gift of a Ring. What does it mean? In the dead of night, Chu Xian sat cross-legged in deep meditation. As he cultivated his inner strength, the vast palace quickly became enveloped in a foreboding stillness. The spiritual energies of heaven and earth converged from all directions, surging into Chu Xian's being like fledglings seeking the warmth of their nest. His body resembled an unfathomable black hole, voraciously devouring all the ethereal energies without the slightest waste. Simultaneously, Chu Xian deftly employed two supreme techniques, the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique and the Tai golden scripture. The former focused on refining the physical body, while the latter honed the vital energy, each working in harmonious tandem without interference. The incessant influx of spiritual energies was maximally utilized, swiftly dividing into two parts. One stream flowed into his limbs and bones, tempering his physique, while the other condensed and purified into true energy, merging into the Dantian's purple mansion space. Before long, Chu Xian's form began to shimmer with countless particles, each radiating a brilliant divine light. Some particles roared like mighty elephants, while others soared like dragons. Even from a distance, the sight evoked an involuntary tremor in the hearts of onlookers. After transcending to the creation realm, Chu Xian's purple mansion space expanded significantly, now boasting an expanse of over 10,000 zhong, akin to a colossal lake. With the continuous influx of magical power, the Dantian's purple mansion soon began to bubble, its immense energy surging relentlessly, each thread and strand imbued with devastating potential. As time inexorably ticked away, Chu Xian entered a profound state of cultivation. His entire being was enveloped in resplendent divine light, emanating a chilling and formidable aura that made him resemble a volcano on the verge of eruption. Even Yuan, who was peacefully slumbering within the hall, was roused from her dreams, forced to shift her position repeatedly. Yet, despite relocating to the farthest corner of the grand hall, she remained unable to withstand the pervasive oppressive force that surrounded her. It felt as though a colossal mountain bore down upon her, rendering her breathless and making the prospect of peaceful slumber utterly unattainable. Ultimately, she had no choice but to retreat outside the hall. Under Chu Xian's conscious control, all his overwhelming energies were contained within the hall. Once outside, Yuan felt a considerable sense of relief, yet sleep eluded her. "Never mind, perhaps I shall forego slumber," she mused. "If my master possesses such formidable strength and I remain feeble, I might one day be cast aside, and then where would I find sustenance?" The mere thought of food ignited her fighting spirit. Gritting her teeth, she soon entered a state of cultivation herself, diligently absorbing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth around her, transforming them into the demonic power she wielded, and steadily progressing towards the realm of great demons. Unbeknownst to her, an entire night slipped by. Observing Yuan's earnest efforts from within the hall, a smile graced Chu Xian's lips. As an exceedingly rare iron eater, Yuan's innate talent is nothing short of astonishing. With sufficient effort, his future achievements are bound to be remarkable. Subsequently, Chu Xian summoned his consciousness to examine his own state. After merely one night of cultivation, it was naturally impossible for him to attain a breakthrough. He remained at the first level of the creation realm. However, his foundation had solidified considerably, and both the transformed magical power and the Dharma form were now more effortlessly grasped. Additionally, a greater number of particles had transitioned from the giant elephant particles to the dragon elephant particles, and his physical strength was advancing at a pace visible to the naked eye. Should all 840 million particles complete their transformation, his physique would undoubtedly ascend to a higher echelon. Progress is achieved step by step. Although I possess a system, I must also exert double the effort. Chu Xian silently reminded himself, then proceeded towards the hall's entrance. As he contemplated what to have for breakfast, a sudden conversation caught his attention. "Senior sister, what do you think of this sword in my hand?" It was none other than the voice of Huatiani. Intrigued, Chu Xian looked up to see Huatiani, not far away in the plaza, presenting a sword to Su Qianqian. Su Qianqian appeared to be deeply engrossed in practicing her swordsmanship, and Huatiani's interruption caused her to furrow her delicate brows slightly. Nevertheless, out of respect for their camaraderie, she managed to muster a faint smile. The sword light flows like water, concealing its sharpness. It must be a fine sword. "Senior sister, you have a keen eye?" Huatiani immediately raised his thumb, declaring that this sword, named Xiao Shui, was a fine treasure he had specially purchased from the capital, intending to present it as a gift to his senior sister. However, Su Qianqian promptly declined, stating that she could not accept such a valuable item, worth at least several thousand spirit stones. Yet, Huatiani remained undeterred. He insisted that while others may offer gifts, his intentions were different. Given the current circumstances at Tai's sacred land, it was essential for them to collaborate closely. In his view, their relationship ought to advance further. Upon hearing his audacious remarks, Su Qianqian found herself momentarily speechless. They had only known each other for a few days. What audacity it took to suggest such a progression. Even though Su Qianqian was generally good-natured, she felt an urge to deliver a swift slap in response. Nevertheless, she managed to restrain herself. Suddenly, catching sight of Chu Xian in the distance, her eyes brightened. "Huashidi, you may keep the sword for yourself. I have a matter to discuss with Chu Shidi, so I must take my leave." Before her words had fully resonated, she swiftly made her way toward Chu Xian. Observing this scene, Huatiani's expression darkened. Chu Xian took in the entire exchange, a flicker of coldness crossing his gaze. As Su Qianqian approached, he quickly masked his emotions and teased with a smile. "Why the long face when someone is so eager to please you this early in the morning?" You seem quite pleased." Merely watching the spectacle without offering me any assistance, Su Qianqian glared at him fiercely, her tone laced with irritation. Chu Xian shrugged helplessly. "How could I possibly assist? Am I to collect gifts on your behalf? Are you not aware of the saying, 'No good deed goes unpunished'?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xian squinted slightly. "Are you suggesting that Huatiani has ulterior motives?" "That's not what I meant." Su Qianqian shook her head, but after a moment's hesitation, she added, "Yet, I can't shake the feeling that junior brother Hua is being excessively attentive towards me." Chu Xian immediately chuckled. "That is simply because you possess such beauty. Do you not realize this?" He urged her to take a closer look. "With your bright eyes and white teeth, your fair and delicate skin, resembling a celestial maiden descended to earth, how could any man remain unmoved?" Flattered by Chu Xian's effusive praise, Su Qianqian's heart swelled with joy. "I am not that remarkable. You are exaggerating." Although she protested with her words, the smile on her face betrayed her true feelings. Chu Xian, stifling a laugh, remarked seriously, "I assure you, I am not exaggerating. Your only flaw is that one particular area is a tad lacking." Su Qianqian's smile abruptly faltered. In that moment, she realized she had been the target of Chu Xian's jest. Anger surged within her, and her gaze towards him turned decidedly perilous. Yet, before she could erupt in anger, Chu Xian extended his right hand, revealing an exquisite, translucent emerald ring before Su Qianqian. "What do you mean by this?" Su Qianqian inquired, raising her gaze. "I didn't prepare any gifts for you upon my return. Do you think this ring is beautiful?" Chu Xian asked with a beaming smile, confronted by Chu Xian's fervent gaze. Su Qianqian's cheeks flushed, yet she feigned ignorance, replying, "It is indeed beautiful, but what does it have to do with me?" Observing her haughty demeanor, Chu Xian chuckled and shook his head. "It has everything to do with you because it was intended for you." Without allowing Su Qianqian the opportunity to refuse, Chu Xian grasped her left hand and deftly slid the ring onto her finger. "See how perfectly it fits," Do not take it off. You must wear it always. He insisted with a commanding tone before turning to leave. Only after he had walked some distance away did Su Qianqian, still in a daze, come to her senses. She glanced at the ring adorning her finger and then at the receding figure of Chu Xian. Her face turned a deep crimson as her mind began to whirl with unbidden thoughts. What could be the meaning behind his gift of a ring? Chapter 64. The Grass Character Sword Technique and the Witchcraft's Secret Medicine. When Chu Xian presented the thorn ring to Su Qianqian, he did not dwell too deeply on its significance. This ring, known as the Thorn Ring, was one of the rewards he had acquired during his time at the Black Cloud Mountains. Its primary function was to reflect damage, albeit with certain limitations. It could only counteract damage up to the level of the Dharma realm, and excessive use would lead to its shattering. For Chu Xian, the utility of this ring was somewhat negligible, prompting him to cast it aside in the system space. However, upon returning to the Holy Land and encountering the suspicious figure of Huatiani, he recalled the thorn ring and decided to gift it to Su Qianqian. Of course, this was merely a precautionary measure, as Su Qianqian was certainly no fool, possessing considerable strength in her purple mansion cultivation. Moreover, the Grand Elder Deng Ying was still alive. Within the Tai Holy Land, Huatiani would likely think twice before acting on any nefarious intentions. After enjoying a hearty breakfast at Lubo's, Chu Xian proceeded to the Sword Hall, one of the most well-preserved palaces in the Tai Holy Land. Although Tai was not a conventional swordsmanship sect, it boasted a substantial heritage of sword techniques. Among the 36 lineages, at least half were related to the art of the sword, including many exceptional sword techniques that had unfortunately been lost amidst the chaos of conflict. The reason for Chu Xian's visit to the Sword Hall today was to observe Su Qianqian as she practiced her swordsmanship, as he wished to learn more about this noble art. For an ordinary individual, mastering the art of kendo is not a pursuit that can be accomplished in just a few days. It requires years of diligent practice, coupled with considerable talent, to achieve any notable success in this martial discipline. However, can one consider Chu Xian an ordinary person? Clearly, he is not. System check-in. Chu Xian swiftly employed his unique method to learn kendo. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Grass Character Sword Technique. As the system notification echoed, a continuous flow of memories and knowledge began to merge into Chu Xian's mind. The Grass Character Sword Technique. This is not merely a conventional swordsmanship from the Tai Chi Sacred Land. Rather, it is an unparalleled sword technique originating from another world. The Grass Character Sword Technique is derived from the 9-leaf sword grass, reputed as one of the 10 fiends. With leaves resembling swords and a total of 9 in number, the Grass Character Sword Technique is the supreme treasure of its lineage. As the endless stream of inherited memories was absorbed by Chu Xian, his proficiency in kendo advanced by leaps and bounds. The Grass Character Sword Technique is truly extraordinary. Even the system's imparted memories possess a profound and insightful effect. In a mere moment, Chu Xian transformed from a novice in kendo into a seasoned swordsman. Of course, this transformation was primarily theoretical, lacking any practical combat experience. Nevertheless, it was akin to saving Chu Xian decades of effort. With diligent practice and the application of his theoretical knowledge, he would soon evolve into a genuine, seasoned swordsman. Just as he had previously made remarkable progress in the realm of talismans, Chu Xian was now primarily concerned with the Grass Character Sword Technique, rather than the accompanying swordsmanship experience. He felt that if he could master this technique completely, even at a rudimentary level, it would be sufficient to surpass 99% of sword cultivators in the world. In the days that followed, Chu Xian dedicated the majority of his time and energy to practicing the Grass Character Sword Technique, aside from his daily cultivation. He even temporarily slowed his comprehension of the Tai Golden Chapter. Concurrently, he relocated his daily sign-in from the Danding Hall to the Yijian Hall. Although he did not acquire another supreme sword technique of the caliber of the Grass Character Sword Technique, he did gain considerable insights into ordinary sword techniques, and his experience in swordsmanship significantly improved. With this dual approach, Chu Xian's mastery of swordsmanship progressed at an astonishing rate, increasing at a pace unimaginable to ordinary individuals, almost elevating him a step each day. To draw a comparison, initially, Chu Xian found Su Qianqian's execution of sword techniques to be profoundly intricate. However, at present, he could only perceive countless flaws, rendering it quite unremarkable. Little senior sister, there were a total of 81 mistakes in the sword technique you just performed. Chu Xian stated earnestly upon seeing Su Qianqian. The once cheerful Su Qianqian trembled with indignation upon hearing this. That insufferable straight man, she fumed. She had deliberately showcased her figure, yet he only focused on her sword techniques, and even dared to call her little. It is utterly intolerable. With this thought, she immediately swung her sword and fiercely thrust it towards Chu Xian's waist. I warned you not to call her little senior sister again. In the secluded mountains of the Tai's sacred ground, Hua Tianyi stealthily appeared. Suddenly, a whistle echoed, and a middle-aged man waved him over. Hua Tianyi's eyes brightened, and he strode forward. Young master, how have you fared during your time at the Tai's sacred ground? The middle-aged man inquired. Do not even mention it. I have neither eaten nor slept well. That wretched place. I truly do not wish to linger there for even a day. Hua Tianyi's face darkened as he recalled the cold treatment he had endured at the Tai's sacred ground. The middle-aged man couldn't help but smile wryly and promptly asked, Has the young master made any discoveries? Have you found the key? Hua Tianyi's expression turned even more grim. Do not mention it. That old crone likely still harbors doubts about my identity, and the others are equally unyielding. No matter how I tried to approach the topic, I garnered no results. By the way, how are the items I requested coming along? If the young master commands, how could I dare to forget? The middle-aged man swiftly produced a small vial, no larger than a thumb, and handed it to Hua Tianyi. Is this all there is? Hua Tianyi frowned in dissatisfaction. Young master, do not underestimate it. This is a secret potion of witchcraft. Just a touch with a silver needle will cause the victim to lose their senses immediately. At the appointed time, employing the appropriate arcane arts, the opponent shall be transformed into your puppet, utterly at your command. Upon hearing this description, Hua Tianyi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Reflecting on the frequent rejections he had faced from Su Qianqian during this period, he couldn't help but smirk with gritted teeth. This is all you're doing. Once I turn you into a marionette, let us see if you dare to defy me. He swiftly turned to the middle-aged man, eagerly instructing, Pray, impart that Gu technique to me. The middle-aged man readily complied, promptly sharing the secret art with Hua Tianyi, while cautioning, Young master, do bear in mind that this witchcraft potion possesses potent properties. Should the target fall victim, the corresponding technique must be executed within a quarter of an hour, otherwise, even the deities cannot save them. Yes, I understand, Hua Tianyi waved dismissively. Gazing at the witchcraft potion in his hand, he exclaimed with palpable excitement. She is the direct disciple of that old crone, and the old hag must have passed down her knowledge to her. Once I gain control over her, success will be effortlessly within my grasp. Return to inform my father. Instruct him to await my good news. Once I achieve this grand feat, let us see who among the sect will dare to underestimate me. The middle-aged man, witnessing this, offered his flattery. May I assist you in securing an early victory? Young master, once you master that secret realm, you shall undoubtedly soar to great heights. I hope you will not forget the humble servant. Haha, certainly. As he envisioned a splendid future, Hua Tianyi couldn't suppress a triumphant laugh, his face alight with pride. Chapter 65. The Thorny Halo, Identity Exposed. Junior Brother Chu, it seems you have not been diligently practicing of late. It has been 4 months since you entered the sect. Yet you remain at the second level of the innate realm. While I do not expect you to match my prowess, after all, there are few, even in the Qingyuan prefecture, who have managed to break through to the Purple Mansion realm at such a tender age as mine. You must still put forth some effort. Do you not understand the saying that a slow bird must take flight first? Within the palace, Su Qianqian adopted a sisterly demeanor, incessantly chattering in Chu Xian's ear. Upon hearing her words, Chu Xian could not help but roll his eyes. He was acutely aware that this young lady was deliberately holding a grudge, yet he could only endure it. After all, it was undeniable that he was merely at the second level of the innate realm, which naturally paled in comparison to a certain prodigy who had achieved the Purple Mansion realm at such a young age. As Chu Xian nodded along perfunctorily, he secretly contemplated the grass character sword technique, managing to multitask without hindrance. Observing Chu Xian's compliant demeanor, a smug smile soon graced Su Qianqian's lips. Just as she was about to check on Chu Xian's progress with the Jade Toad treasure record, a sudden sound of footsteps interrupted her. Sister, I've been searching for you everywhere. Why have you come here? The newcomer was none other than Hua Tianyi. Upon hearing his words, Su Qianqian felt a pang of displeasure. Do I need to report to you about my whereabouts? That is not what I meant. Hua Tianyi's expression momentarily faltered, but he quickly regained his composure. I have something to discuss with you. Why not come to my place for a more detailed conversation? The thought of the secret potion he had prepared in the shadows ignited a fervor within him, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of impatience. However, Su Qianqian shook her head. She harbored no fondness for Huatiani and had no desire to be alone with him. She promptly stated, I still need to guide junior brother Chu in his cultivation. If you have something to say, please do so directly. Upon hearing this, Huatiani cast a glance at Chu Xian, a flicker of undeniable jealousy flashing in his eyes. The two had joined the Tai's sacred ground around the same time, yet the attitudes of the members towards them were starkly different. Huatiani, being self-centered, naturally refused to introspect and instead found Chu Xian particularly displeasing. Nevertheless, considering his grand scheme, he suppressed his discontent and turned to Chu Xian, saying, Junior brother Chu, I have urgent matters to discuss with senior sister. Perhaps you could excuse yourself for a moment? Feel free to speak your mind here. Is there something you wish to hide? Chu Xian replied with a calm demeanor, yet his words were devoid of any politeness. Witnessing his attitude, Huatiani could no longer contain his anger, his countenance darkening instantly. He fixed his gaze on Chu Xian, enunciating each word with intensity. We are all fellow disciples. Does junior brother Chu truly refuse to grant me this small favor? Yet, Chu Xian displayed an expression of calm indifference, entirely unmoved by the situation. Prestige is not bestowed by others, but rather earned through one's own efforts. Very well. Junior brother Chu, I shall remember your words. I hope you do not come to regret them. A flicker of resentment flashed in Huatiani's eyes as he turned to leave. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he abruptly pivoted. Without any warning, he struck. Two poison needles shot forth like lightning, aiming directly at Su Qianqian and Chu Xian. Initially, his intention was to incapacitate Su Qianqian, but since Chu Xian was so unyielding, he felt no hesitation in targeting both. Once I transform you into puppets, your existence will be more torturous than death. Huatiani raged internally, his entire visage subtly contorting with fury. With calculated intent, he believed neither Su Qianqian nor Chu Xian would be able to evade his strike. Should they be hit, their cultivation levels would render them utterly defenseless. In truth, his strategy was not flawed. The timing of his assault was indeed unexpected. The only issue was that he had significantly underestimated both Su Qianqian and Chu Xian. Setting Chu Xian aside, Su Qianqian was equally sharp-witted. She had always maintained a degree of vigilance against Huatiani. Furthermore, as the leader of the Tai Holy Land, despite her seemingly unremarkable standing, she possessed certain hidden advantages. In that fleeting moment, she vanished from her original position as if she had never been there at all. However, she did not flee. Instead, she rushed towards Chu Xian. Junior brother Chu, be careful. At the moment the words were uttered, she had already appeared before him, channeling her full strength as a practitioner of the Purple Mansion realm. She instantly conjured a barrier of violet energy to shield herself. It was evident that she intended to withstand the poisonous needle on behalf of Chu Xian. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xian was momentarily taken aback. The assault from such a venomous needle posed no threat to him. Not only did he possess the earth armor, a supreme artifact for protection, but his cultivation at the transformation realm also rendered him impervious to such harm. Furthermore, his physical constitution had reached a level where he was immune to all poisons, rendering the necromantic elixirs prepared by Huatiani utterly ineffective against him. Yet, Su Qianqian's reckless act of self-sacrifice caught Chu Xian completely off guard, stirring an unprecedented warmth within him. Foolhardy. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Su Qianqian's actions, Huatiani was consumed by a frenzied jealousy. He could not comprehend the disparity between himself and Chu Xian. Su Qianqian had never shown him a hint of affection, yet she favored Chu Xian, even risking her safety for him. You wretched couple, you shall not escape today. Huatiani immediately snarled through gritted teeth. With a sharp sizzle, the lethal poison needle instantaneously pierced through the magical barrier. Although Su Qianqian was a practitioner of the Purple Mansion, her hasty response ultimately proved insufficient to thwart the venomous attack. Just at this critical moment, the thorn ring adorning her left hand suddenly erupted with an ethereal emerald glow. This mysterious luminescence swiftly transformed into a multitude of thorny vines, encircling Su Qianqian in a protective embrace akin to radiant halos. The incoming poison needle, upon encountering this barrier of thorny light, found itself unable to advance further and was immediately repelled. With an unexpected thud, Huatiani was caught off guard and struck. His eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief. It seemed entirely inconceivable to him that the meticulously prepared poison needle would ultimately find its way into his own body. Subsequently, he collapsed straight down. With no one to employ secret techniques for his rescue, his fate was all but sealed. No deity could save him now. In the wake of this sudden turn of events, Su Qianqian found herself momentarily taken aback. She glanced at the fallen Huatiani and then at the thorn ring on her finger, gradually beginning to comprehend the implications. Instantly, she lifted her gaze to meet Chu Xian's, her dark eyes revealing an unusual depth of emotion previously unexpressed. Observing her reaction, Chu Xian coughed lightly and then explained, "If I were to say that I stumbled upon this ring casually on my journey, would you believe me? Do you take me for a fool?" At this remark, Su Qianqian immediately shot him a disdainful glance. Such a precious protective ring could not possibly be stumbled upon so easily. However, she also sensed that Chu Xian seemed to harbor some unspeakable secret, so she refrained from pressing further. What should they do about this guy? Su Qianqian quickly pointed at Huatiani and suggested, "Let us search him first to see if we can uncover any clues." As Chu Xian spoke, he took the initiative to step forward. To be honest, he did not harbor much hope, for it was unlikely that an ordinary person would keep their secrets on their person. Yet, whether due to carelessness or excessive confidence, Huatiani surprisingly had an identification token found on him. Gazing at the distinctive insignia on the token, both Chu Xian and Su Qianqian found themselves wide-eyed in astonishment. "He is a disciple of the moon worship sect?"